Vast wilderness, Qingyun village. Under the blazing sun, Chen Fan slowly walked back to his small courtyard, a well-honed axe resting on his shoulder. In the yard, a slender plain-robed figure was hanging clothes to dry. Though the woman wore coarse linen, it could not conceal her peerlessly stunning features, nor her cool, ethereal temperament. Her name was Liu Ruyan, and she was Chen Fan's wife. 3 years ago, Chen Fan had found her gravely injured and unconscious in the mountains and brought her home. When she awoke, she had forgotten all about her past, remembering only her own name. Thus she settled in this tiny mountain village and became his wife. "You're back." Liu Ruyan turned her head, and the chill in her clear eyes melted into a pool of tender water the moment she saw Chen Fan. Chen Fan grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He leaned his axe against the wall and stepped forward to take the wooden basin from her hands. "Today's hunt went well. I caught a plump rabbit. They'll stew it for you tonight." He had crossed into this world of fantasy and cultivation a full 10 years ago. From his initial lofty ambitions to his current resignation and idleness, 10 years had been enough to grind away all the sharp edges of his character. No system, no mysterious old grandmaster, and certainly no heaven-defying bloodline. He was nothing more than an utterly ordinary mortal. In a world where ferocious beasts roamed and cultivators could overturn rivers and seas, to live safely in this remote mountain village was already an immense stroke of fortune. "Chen Fan." Liu Ruyan lightly tugged at the hem of his clothes. A faint blush colored her exquisite cheeks, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'm pregnant. We're having a child." A thunderous roar seemed to explode in Chen Fan's mind. He stared blankly at Liu Ruyan, then slowly lowered his head to gaze at her still flat abdomen. There, a tiny new life was now being nurtured. A child that belonged to him, Chen Fan. An orphan in his previous life, and a wanderer in this one, he had never dared to imagine that he might one day possess a real family. An indescribable surge of wild joy and excitement flooded his chest. He suddenly pulled Liu Ruyan into his arms, his voice trembling. "Really? That's wonderful. Wonderful. I'm going to be a father." Yet once the excitement ebbed, a heavy sense of helplessness closed in around him. This world was far too dangerous. As a mere mortal, with what could he possibly protect his wife and child? While Chen Fan's heart was awash with conflicting emotions, a cold mechanical voice suddenly detonated in his mind, without warning. Host detected to have successfully conceived offspring. Activation conditions met. Many children, great fortune, system officially activating. Chen Fan's body went rigid. A system had the golden sheet he had waited 10 years for finally arrived. Beginner's gift pack being distributed. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation directly raised to Tribulation Transcendence stage to avoid premature exposure. Cultivation has been hidden and suppressed, available at your discretion. Congratulations to the host. Supreme bone embryonic form already implanted into the offspring's body. Congratulations to the host. Chaos Dao Fetus embryonic form already implanted into the offspring's body. Congratulations to the host. Myriad realms childrearing codex. Congratulations to the host. Spatial ring containing 100 supreme grade healing elixirs, essence nurturing pills, foundation establishment pills, and more. The barrage of notifications left Chen Fan utterly dumbfounded. Tribulation Transcendence cultivation. Was that not the realm of those legendary beings who could cross the starry seas and pluck the stars with a single hand? And a supreme bone, a chaotic Dao fetus. Were these not the peak configurations reserved for protagonists in novels? Yet they had been granted directly to his unborn child. Moreover, 2 of them. Did that mean twins? With a single thought, Chen Fan stirred, and a world-shattering, annihilating power coursed silently through his body, as though one whim would be enough to shatter this entire heaven and earth. He had truly ascended in one single step. "What's wrong?" Liu Ruyan, sensing the stiffness in his body, lifted her head in concern. At the instant she raised her head, a complex, enigmatic golden imperial sigil flickered briefly across her smooth forehead. A terrifying force suppressed for eons stirred restlessly within her body. A trace of profound confusion and fear flashed through Liu Ruyan's eyes. "Who am I? Why am I here? This power. Why does it feel so familiar?" It's nothing. Chen Fan snapped back to his senses, forcefully suppressing the tempest in his heart. He squeezed out a smile uglier than a grimace. "I'm just too happy, that's all." He helped Liu Ruyan sit down while inside his mind waves were surging. A system. Many children, great fortune. So he could grow stronger simply by having children. This was absurd beyond belief. Chen Fan attempted to communicate with the system, and clear information instantly surfaced in his mind. This system exists to assist the host in proliferating descendants and forging the foremost immortal clan across all worlds. The more offspring you have, the richer the rewards you shall receive. The higher the offspring's talent and the stronger their bloodline, the higher the quality of rewards granted to the host. As your children grow and achieve accomplishments, the host will receive additional rewards as well. Chen Fan understood. Simple and brutal. It was essentially telling him to keep having children without end. This was a golden sheet tailored perfectly for a salted fish like him. A thunderous roar suddenly resounded from outside the village, followed closely by the terrified screams of villagers. "Not good. It's the Black Wind Tiger. That beast has come down the mountain again. Run." In an instant, all of Qingyun village was thrown into chaos. Chen Fan's expression changed, and his terrifying tribulation-level spiritual sense swept outward in an instant. He immediately saw a massive black tiger as large as a small hill charging into the village with jaws agape, one swat of its paw smashing a house to pieces. He instinctively prepared to act, warning the host's strength is excessively high. Please remain low-key to avoid premature exposure. Recommendation: allow the host's wife to handle the situation. An invisible force instantly suppressed his urge to mobilize his cultivation. What was this? It even enforced low-profile behavior. Let his wife take action. She was just a frail woman. Chen Fan jerked his head toward Liu Ruyan. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted, icy killing intent glinting in her beautiful eyes, while an invisible pressure flickered briefly across her body. Vile beast, how dare you? Her cool voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. The rampaging black-wind tiger froze, its massive body suddenly stiffening. Its eyes as large as bronze bells filled with absolute terror, as though it had encountered its natural nemesis. It tumbled over itself in panic, spinning around, and fleeing back into the mountains in a streak of black, its speed several times faster than when it had come. The chaos engulfing the village came to an abrupt halt. All the villagers stared dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. After releasing that burst of pressure, Liu Ruyan's body went limp, her face turning deathly pale as she collapsed directly into Chen Fan's arms. Holding his weakened wife, Chen Fan looked at the faintly discernible imperial sigil on her forehead, waves of shock crashing through his heart. This village girl wife of his, her identity, was likely far more terrifying than he had imagined. It seemed that his peaceful salted fish life had come to an irrevocable end. He lowered his head to look at Liu Ruyan's still flat belly, then sensed the suppressed world-destroying power slumbering within his own body. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth curved into a wry yet expectant smile. So be it. For the sake of his child, being forced to step onto the stage might not be so unacceptable after all. In the end, it was only about having children. Who was afraid of whom? 10 months of pregnancy passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 10 months, Chen Fan lived in constant anxiety, yet was filled with unprecedented drive and determination. Every day he used the divine medicines rewarded by the system, simmering them into the gentlest medicinal cuisine, and carefully nourished Liu Ruyan's body, fostering the growth of the fetus in her womb. From time to time, the system's notification chime echoed within his mind. Detected offspring is absorbing the divine medicine's essence, potential 10. Detected offspring supreme bone is developing, well, potential 20. Then came, detected offspring's chaotic Dao Fetus is evolving, potential 30. Since that day, although Liu Ruyan remained gentle and virtuous, a trace of majesty and confusion would occasionally surface between her brows, an aura utterly incompatible with this small mountain village, as though she were trying to recall something of great importance. She had once asked Chen Fan what kind of person she used to be. Chen Fan simply smiled and told her, You are you. You are my wife, the mother of our child. That is enough. Liu Ruyan asked no further. The way she looked at Chen Fan grew ever more tender and reliant. At last the day of childbirth arrived. On that day, the entire desolate wilderness trembled in response. Above Qingyun village, auspicious purple chi first surged eastward, stretching for 30,000 li and dyeing the entire firmament a resplendent violet. Immediately after, immortal music descended from the ninth heaven, ethereal and melodious, as though countless celestials were chanting blessings. Countless auspicious beasts and sacred Qilin creatures that existed only in legend coalesced into light and shadow above the village, galloping and circling as they rained down points of holy radiance. The entire Qingyun village was enveloped in a dense, almost tangible divine glow. The mortals within, bathed in that light, felt their ailments vanish and their spirits grow clear and refreshed. With a cry that pierced the 9 heavens, a dazzling pillar of divine light erupted from the thatched hut belonging to Chen Fan, shooting straight into the sky and linking heaven and earth. Within that cry was an innate dominance and majesty that shattered the clouds in a radius of 10,000 li. Holding a jade-like, exquisitely carved baby boy, Chen Fan was utterly dumbfounded. This child was extraordinary at birth. Between his brows there was a naturally formed crystal-clear bone radiating undying divine brilliance. Within it seemed to be inscribed 3,000 Taoist runes. It was the legendary supreme bone. Upon his brow there also lay a golden imperial pattern remarkably similar to Liu Ruyan's own, proclaiming the utmost nobility of his bloodline. My son. Chen Fan stammered, overwhelmed and incoherent with emotion. Inside his mind, the system's reward notifications surged like a tidal wave. Congratulations, host. You have successfully sired the child of destiny. He bears the supreme bone. Potential rating peerless. 100-fold critical reward triggered. Reward to host supreme bone fully awakened. Reward to host eternal undying divine body. Reward to host cultivation surges to early Immortal King realm. Reward to host supreme imperial weapon Qingyun Sect. A thunderous boom resounded. Chen Fan felt every limb and bone, every single cell of his body instantly flooded and remolded by an unimaginable terrifying power. The cultivation that had once been ethereal and uncertain at the Tribulation Transcendence stage now underwent a qualitative leap, directly crossing countless major realms. Human, immortal, true, immortal, golden, immortal, Tai, Deluo, quasi-saint. and in a single step ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal Dao, the Immortal King realm. With the fury of an Immortal King, star rivers could be shattered, and the Dao itself ground to dust. He had now become such a supreme titan walking among mortals. Yet he forcibly suppressed every trace of his aura. On the surface he remained the same, ordinary man, who could not even trust a chicken. Ecstatic within, composed without. This was the fundamental quality of a true powerhouse. From the bed, Liu Ruyan let out a cry of pain. Under the torment of labor and the bloodline resonance triggered by the child's birth, the heavy seal that had shrouded her mind was finally and completely shattered. Memories spanning billions of years surged forth like a tide. She remembered. Her title was Yanyu, a peerless empress who ruled over a vast immortal domain. Across billions of years of cultivation, she had been decisive in slaughter, her might shaking the heavens, causing countless immortal kings and titans to tremble at the mere mention of her name. 3 years ago, she had fought a blood-soaked battle against a dark, undying titan from a forbidden zone. In the end, she suppressed and slew that being, but her own Dao foundation was damaged, her imperial soul shrouded in dust, and she fell from the immortal domain, drifting down into this mortal world. She stared in shock at the man before her, cradling their child. This ordinary husband who had shared her bed for 3 years. She found herself unable to see through him at all. His body seemed veiled in a fog that even she, an empress, could not pierce, an unfathomable depth beyond imagination. She then lowered her gaze to the child in her arms. Born with a supreme bone and bearing an imperial pattern upon his brow, what kind of heaven-defying prodigy was this? Even the descendants of the top immortal kings in her immortal domain could not begin to compare. Could all of this be because of this man? Who exactly was he? Some hidden ancient monstrosity who had survived since primordial times, or some unspeakable existence playing at life among mortals? By rights, given her status, she should have immediately returned to the immortal domain to reclaim her throne. Yet when her gaze met Chen Fan's gentle eyes filled with the joy of a new father, the imperial heart that had been icebound for billions of years suddenly trembled. These 3 years of simplicity and warmth were a happiness she had never before experienced. She did not want to lose husband. Liu Ruyan's voice carried an unprecedented softness as she extended her hand. Let me see our... Chen Fan carefully placed the child into her arms. Looking down at the child bound to her by blood, then at the man beside her who had given her a home, the last traces of majesty and coldness in Liu Ruyan's eyes dissolved, leaving only endless tenderness and love. She made her choice. All notions of being an empress of the immortal domain and ruling over the heavens paled in that moment before this hard-won happiness. She would remain here as a wife and mother, guarding this home. Just then, above Qingyun village, several powerful auras tore through the void and descended. They were experts from a nearby sect known as Qingyun Sect. Drawn by the earth-shaking anomalies, their spiritual sense swept the area and immediately located the extraordinary aura of the infant within the thatched hut. Born with a celestial phenomenon, divine child descended. This child is fated with our Qingyun Sect and shall be our sect's direct heir. The white-haired elder at the front, eyes burning with greed and fervor, extended a massive hand of true essence directly toward the hut. Courting death. A cold gleam flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes. Though she had just given birth and was extremely weak, the majesty of an empress was not to be challenged. She released only a faint thread of imperial might. The true essence hand shattered inch by inch in midair, and the white-haired elder reeled as though struck by lightning, violently spitting blood as he stared in horror at the small thatched hut. Imperial might. Impossible. The other elders felt their very livers and gallbladders quake in terror. How could such a terrifying existence dwell within this tiny mortal village? The white-haired elder, both shocked and furious, was unwilling to give up and opened his mouth to speak again. Chen Fan's eyes grew cold. They dared to threaten his wife and child. He said nothing, merely folded his arms and cast a cool glance toward the heavens. A faint, almost imperceptible Immortal King pressure imbued with supreme Dao laws quietly unfurled. The cultivators of Qingyun Sect in the sky felt as though their very souls had been struck by a divine hammer weighing billions of tons. Their thoughts halted in that instant, immortal bodies trembling beyond control, Dao hearts nearly collapsing on the spot. It was a form of absolute suppression arising from the very level of life itself. Like ants gazing up at a celestial dragon, they could not even muster the emotion of fear. Their minds were left. In the very next second, these cultivators who had tyrannized the surrounding 10,000 li dared not utter even a single threat. They fled in panic, clutching their heads, burning their blood essence as they escaped at the fastest possible speed from this place that would haunt their memories forever. The crisis was resolved. Chen Fan gently drew Liu Ruyan and the child into his embrace and murmured, "Do not be afraid. You have me." Liu Ruyan nestled against his warm chest, her heart filled with an unprecedented peace. The family of 3 savored the warmth of surviving disaster together. Yet both Chen Fan and Liu Ruyan knew that their tranquil days were gone forever. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan's son was named Chen Tian. In these 5 years, Chen Fan's life as a devoted father had been richly fulfilling. Yet Chen Tian's growth completely redefined the very notion of genius. At the tender age of 1, he uttered his first words imbued with profound universal truths. At the age of 2, he began to effortlessly draw qi into his body, mastering a variety of techniques with just a glance. By 3, during his foundation establishment, when the heavenly thunder tribulation loomed a mere glare from him, sent the lightning scurrying back. Now at 5, he had reached the pinnacle of golden core cultivation, his combat prowess beyond measure. In the mountains surrounding the small village, he ruled as the undisputed little tyrant, often returning with a monstrous beast's leg larger than himself for a hearty snack. That day outside Qingyun village, amidst drifting auspicious clouds and ethereal celestial music, a group descended from the heavens. Leading them was an elderly man exuding an otherworldly aura, a transcendent figure in the midst of tribulation. They hailed from Donghuang's supreme sanctuary, Zixiaoxingdi. 5 years ago, the strange phenomena in Qingyun village, though concealed by Liu Ruyan and Chen Fan, working in concert, eventually left behind a trace of its aura, which was captured by a venerable senior elder of Zixiaoxingdi, who foresaw destiny's design. After 5 relentless years of investigation, they finally pinpointed the location. "May I ask, is the divine progeny present?" the elder inquired in a gentle tone that resonated throughout the village. In the courtyard while Chen Tian played with mud, he looked up and in his youthful voice asked, "Old man, who are you looking for?" At the sight of Chen Tian, the elder of Zixiaoxingdi's pupils suddenly contracted in shock. Zhizuan Bone. Though his aura was subdued, he could unmistakably sense the overwhelming divine power contained within that bone. Truly, this child was the prophesied born supreme. "Young friend, I am the Grand Elder of Zixiaoxingdi. Seeing your extraordinary talent, I wish to accept you as my personally trained disciple. Under my tutelage, you may one day inherit the position of the Holy Lord." He put forth conditions that could drive all of Donghuang into madness. However, Chen Tian merely curled his lips in disdain. Not interested. He pointed towards Chen Fan, who was leisurely sipping tea inside, and arrogantly declared, "My father said that the sects outside are mere trash. Their techniques can't even compare to our Xiaohuiju." The people of Zixiaoxingdi almost spat out old blood. "Xiaohuiju? You call that Xiaohuiju?" Behind the Grand Elder, a young man in brocade attire turned ashen in an instant. He was none other than the contemporary holy son of Zixiaoxingdi, ever proud and haughty, proclaiming himself the foremost youth of Donghuang. Now his esteemed sect had been humiliated by a mere 5-year-old. "Insolent child, you know not your limits." The holy son stepped forward, his formidable nascent soul aura erupting powerfully, pressing against Chen Tian. "With such meager cultivation, you dare act brazenly before me. Today I shall discipline you on behalf of your elders." He intended to show the arrogant child that there are always forces greater than his own. Chen Tian's small face stiffened, and a flash of impatience crossed his dark eyes. "Noisy," he muttered. Then his diminutive figure surged forward, delivering a simple, unadorned punch. Upon his fist, the radiant glow of the Zhizuan bone flickered briefly. Boom! It was as though space itself had frozen beneath that punch. The protective true qi of the holy sun shattered instantly like paper. That seemingly innocent small fist made a resounding impact upon his chest. Crack! A grating chorus of bone fractures echoed. The arrogance on the holy sun's face froze, replaced by boundless terror and disbelief. He felt as though his innards and entire skeletal frame were reduced to dust beneath that blow. He was thrown like a kite, with its strings severed, hurtling out and colliding with a distant small hill which collapsed. He immediately fell unconscious, his Dao heart utterly shattered. One move. Just a single move. The 5-year-old in his golden core stage had slain a renowned nascent soul holy sun in mere seconds. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The Grand Elder of Zixiaoxingdi and his disciples, each appearing as if they had seen a ghost, were utterly chilled. What manner of defiant monster was this? "You insolent brat." Once the Grand Elder regained his senses, his fury surged with murderous intent aimed at Chen Tian. The desecration of a holy sun was the gravest provocation Zixiaoxingdi had ever seen. Here stood a mighty cultivator amid tribulation. If today he could not subdue a mere 5-year-old, the reputation of Zixiaoxingdi would be utterly disgraced. So the little one strikes, and the elder steps in. Chen Tian, unafraid, stood upright with unwavering resolve, the fire of combat rising in his eyes. Just as the Grand Elder's terrifying aura was about to descend, a voice, chilling to the extreme, as if it could freeze time itself, emerged from a thatched hut. "My son, do you dare to act?" Liu Ruyan stepped out with measured grace. Clad in simple hemp garments, her cold, clear eyes radiated an unrivaled divine majesty that could outshine the sun and render the heavens dim. A boundless majesty of the CND descended in a cataclysmic manner. Rumbling, the entire world seemed to wail and tremble. The tribulation aura of the Grand Elder of Zixiaoxingdi proved insignificant, mere dust, before the imperial might, vanishing in an instant. He and all his disciples were rendered incapable of resistance, falling in unison to their knees, their very CND. The Grand Elder's voice quivered uncontrollably, his face drained of color and filled with boundless terror. He could never have imagined that within this humble mortal village lurked a legendary CND, and yet they had dared to strike at the son of the CND. Simultaneously, in the distant heart of the celestial realm, among several ancient and immortal Dao lineages, countless slumbering Xian kings and would-be emperors abruptly opened their eyes. It's the aura of the Yanyu nudie. Didn't she fall in a bloody battle against the dark undying? How is it that she appears now in the mortal realm? This aura, an immortal by her side, and a child of a fearsome bloodline. The entire celestial realm was utterly shaken. Countless ancient entities employing every arcane method sought to unravel the secrets of Qingyun village, only to find it shrouded in a terrifying mist of the great Dao, so dense that even a Xian could discern nothing. In Qingyun village, Liu Ruyan walked steadily to Chen Fan's side and naturally linked her arm, with her icy gaze sweeping over the kneeling figures of Zixiao Shengdi's disciples, her voice resounding across the heavens. My husband is but a mortal who cherishes tranquility. Today I shall not hold this matter against you. But should it happen again, Zixiao Shengdi will be erased from the world. With those words, she linked arms with Chen Fan and turned back into the house as if it were a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the disciples of Zixiao Shengdi collapsed to the ground, their clothes soaked with cold sweat. Her husband, the Empress's consort, was a mortal. Who would believe it? Clearly this was a game played by two supreme titans in the mortal realm. Inside the house, Chen Fan looked out at the chaos caused by his son and wife with a helpless sigh, murmuring, "Alas, I only wish to quietly raise a few children. Why is it so hard?" Then the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding. Detected that the progeny host Chen Tian has become renowned throughout Donghuang, his might shaking the Shengdi. A reward is hereby bestowed. Reward a fragment of the chaos law. Reward the host cultivation has been elevated to the midstage of the Xianwang realm. Feeling the surge of power once more within him, Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly. That forced performance feeling. Somehow it felt rather gratifying. He glanced at Liu Ruyan, his eyes growing warm with, one child was formidable enough, imagine if there were another. It seemed that the path to forging the greatest immortal clan as a devoted father had only just begun. Purple firmament, sacred land, Qingyun Peak. Great elder Li Xianfeng staggered into the sect's grand hall with a group of disciples trailing behind him, their souls seemingly absent and their expressions utterly dazed. Seeing their wretched state, the sect master, who had been meditating with eyes closed, slowly opened his gaze. Xuanfeng, what has happened to you all? Li Xianfeng shuddered from head to toe as he recalled that terrifying imperial might that had nearly shattered his soul. His voice trembled violently. Sect master, we must seal the mountain at once. Seal the mountain. The sect master frowned. What has occurred? Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth and dropped to one. This disciple is incompetent. During this excursion, we encountered an existence beyond description. For the safety of the sect, I beg the sect master to decree that all disciples who accompanied me immediately swear a blood oath to the heavenly Dao, consigning this matter to eternal silence within their hearts. Seeing Li Xianfeng almost begging, the sect master felt a chill stab through his heart. For something to instill such terror in a Tribulation Transcendence stage great elder, what unfathomable existence could it be? He did not ask further and gave his orders directly. Half an hour later, the mountain gates of purple firmament sacred land were tightly shut. Li Xianfeng led a group of disciples into seclusion, vowing never again to take a single step beyond the sect's borders. Within Qingyun village, Chen Fan was holding his son Chen Tian in his arms when the chime of the system sounded and a side quest had been triggered, an untroubled homeland. The quest required him to completely eradicate the residual aura of the Empress within 10,000 miles so as to avoid attracting the attention of high-level cultivators. The reward was the grand veiling art. Chen Fan nodded to himself in silence. This mission had come at the perfect time. The imperial might that Liu Ruyan had unleashed earlier had indeed cowed the people of purple firmament sacred land, yet it was also akin to dropping a heavy bomb upon the cultivation world. Liu Ruyan sat by the bedside, her face filled with remorse. Husband, this is all my fault. In my desperation, just now, I exposed my imperial might. I fear it will bring trouble upon us. She rose to her feet, preparing to employ a secret art to suppress the lingering aura. Chen Fan hurriedly stopped her. Don't move. You've already exhausted yourself enough, just now. He handed Chen Tian over to Liu Ruyan and smiled gently. Leave such a trivial matter to me. Liu Ruyan could not help feeling somewhat uneasy. With her cultivation as an empress, she herself had to expend her very source to cleanse those aura traces. Could Chen Fan, a mere mortal, truly manage? Stepping into the courtyard, Chen Fan silently unfurled his divine sense at Immortal King level. The scenery within 10,000 miles around Qingyun village emerged clearly within his perception. As expected, the imperial might Liu Ruyan had released just moments ago, though swiftly withdrawn, had still left fine threads of traces woven through heaven and earth. These traces, once noticed by someone observant, would immediately allow them to deduce that an empress had manifested here. However, Chen Fan did not choose to crudely erase this aura. He possessed a far subtler method. At that moment, his Immortal King-level comprehension of the great Dao came into play. Chen Fan began to exquisitely weave those traces of imperial might, integrating them bit by bit into the very fabric of this world's laws and patterns. It was like a skilled embroiderer deftly turning abrupt loose threads into a seamless part of a grand tapestry. The process lasted for a full hour. When Chen Fan finally withdrew his power, a miracle occurred. Thunder rumbled across the sky, yet not a single dark cloud was in sight. Immediately afterward, countless golden motes of light descended from the heavens, sprinkling across the land. Throughout Qingyun village and hundreds of miles around it, the density of spiritual energy began to soar wildly. Plants that had been mere ordinary wild grasses rapidly transformed into spirit herbs under the nourishment of this rich spiritual energy. The unremarkable little stream behind the village began to gleam with a faint silvery radiance. The fish and shrimp swimming within it likewise condensed a trace of spiritual energy. Even the ordinary villagers, merely by breathing this Qillidan air, felt their bodies lightened as though they had shed 10 years of age. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. A dangerous factor that had been nothing more than the Empress's aura leaking out had been ingeniously transmuted by him into a grand natural phenomenon of heaven and earth undergoing transformation and spiritual energy reviving. Anyone who came to investigate would merely assume that some ancient cave abode had awakened nearby, or that a worldly spiritual vein had revived, and no one would ever link it to the manifestation of an empress. The system acknowledged his flawless success and awarded him the grand veiling art along with an extra reward, a single sapling of the world tree seedling. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. The grand veiling art was a marvelous thing capable of perfectly concealing all traces of himself and his family, making them appear as ordinary mortals in anyone's eyes. As for that extra reward, Chen Fan gazed at the golden seed in his palms, sparkling with dense vitality, then casually walked to the corner of the courtyard, dug a small pit, and buried the seed within. The instant the seed touched the ground, all the spiritual energy in Qingyun village shuddered. Then a tender green sapling broke through the soil at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing to half a man's height in the blink of an eye. The sapling resembled an ordinary white poplar tree, save that its leaves were just a shade more vividly green. Yet this seemingly unremarkable little tree, with a gentle sway of its branches, absorbed all discordant energy fluctuations within the courtyard, converting them into nourishment for itself. Liu Ruyan walked out of the house. The instant she saw the little tree, her imperial soul instinctively felt a trace of awe. While I was dealing with those aura traces, I planted a tree along the way, Chen Fan said casually. Chen Fan brushed the soil from his hands without a care. This way our courtyard will at least have a bit of greenery. Liu Ruyan opened her mouth suddenly at a loss for words. As an empress, her knowledge was vast beyond measure, yet this small tree felt more mysterious than any rare treasure she had ever seen. And in Chen Fan's mouth, it was merely something he had planted along the way. Her speculation about Chen Fan's true identity grew ever more clouded. Little Chen Tian ran out from the house, circling the sapling curiously several times. Dad, this tree is interesting. I feel like it's eating the spiritual energy around it. Chen Fan chuckled, ruffling his son's hair. Sharp of you, but don't overthink it, it's just an ordinary tree. Meanwhile, news of Qingyun village's revival of spiritual energy had already spread across the entire eastern wilderness at lightning speed. The scouts sent by the small sects nearest to Qingyun village returned, and their reports drove the sect leaders utterly mad. What? The spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles is 10 times thicker than that of our sect's blessed caves. What in the world has happened at that Qingyun village? Send people there immediately. At any cost, we must establish a foothold. Not only minor sects, but even powerful forces began dispatching disciples to Qingyun village to investigate. Very soon, the tiny mountain village that had once held only a few dozen households became bustling beyond compare. Cultivators from various sects, wandering cultivators, and even wealthy merchants seeking longevity all flocked to this suddenly famous blessed land of caves and heavens. Those with money directly claimed land around the village to build houses, while those without erected tents outside. In merely 3 days, a temporary cultivators' marketplace had formed beyond Qingyun village. Standing in his courtyard, Chen Fan gazed at the throngs outside his gate and sighed helplessly. I only wanted to quietly be a Styathome, Dad. Why is it so difficult? Liu Ruyan walked to his side, gently stroking her already slightly swollen belly. Indeed, with the system's assistance, she was pregnant once more. Shall we move somewhere else? Chen Fan shook his head. It would be the same wherever we went. Since we can't avoid it, we'll simply meet every incoming wave head-in and block every rising tide. Just then a noisy commotion rose from outside the village. Make way, make way. We are from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Heavenly Sword Sect. We are disciples of Firecloud Valley. Shut up, all of you. Our Howren Righteousness Sect is the new master of this place. Several sect disciples actually started fighting at the village entrance over a single auspicious plot of land. Hearing the commotion, Chen Tian ran out in excitement. Dad, they're fighting again outside. I'm going to take a look. Before Chen Fan could stop him, the little fellow had already hopped away toward the village entrance. Moments later, a deafening explosion shook the village entrance, followed by sudden complete silence. Chen Tian skipped back, his little face wearing an innocent expression. Dad, they all fainted. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye another 3 years had passed. 80-year-old Chen Tian was no longer the little brat who used to play with mud in the yard. Though Chen Fan's great heaven-covering technique masked his true cultivation, making him appear as merely a minor qi condensation practitioner, to outsiders his actual realm had long reached the nascent soul stage, and his combat prowess was unfathomable. The boy's favorite pastime was following Chen Fan to the stream behind the village to fish, calling it cultivating the mind and spirit, but in truth he found cultivation too tedious and sought some amusement. Liu Ruyan's belly had grown visibly prominent with her due date falling within the month. This kept Chen Fan in a state of both excitement and anxiety, dreading that another celestial phenomenon might occur like the last time. One afternoon, Chen Fan, carrying a bamboo fishing rod and an unremarkable woven fish basket, strolled back from the stream behind the village, yawning lazily. Today luck was on his side. He had caught a green carp enough to make a nourishing soup for Liu Ruyan that evening. Just as he reached the village entrance, he saw auspicious clouds gathering in the sky, and a white figure descended gracefully, landing lightly by the stream. It was a young woman clad in white rainbow-like garments, her skin fairer than snow, her countenance peerlessly beautiful, exuding an otherworldly, ethereal aura. On her shoulder perched a parrot with resplendent feathers, its eyes darting around. Clearly no ordinary bird. Someone from the Yaoqi sacred land. Chen Fan mused inwardly. His divine sense at the Immortal King level instantly discerned the newcomer's identity. Su Qingqian, the current saintess of Yaoqi sacred land, was at the nascent soul stage, gifted with innate spiritual eyes and skilled in seeking out rare treasures across the world. She had been sent by her master to investigate the source of the anomaly in Qingyun village, to uncover why spiritual energy had suddenly revived here. The moment Su Qingqian landed, she was stunned by the dense, almost tangible spiritual energy. In over 20 years of cultivation, she had never seen such a miraculous place. Her spiritual sense swept cautiously across the entire village, yet she detected no trace of powerful cultivators nor any signs of formations. This convinced her that some extraordinary celestial treasure was about to emerge. Just as she prepared to conduct a thorough investigation, a man carrying a fishing rod appeared in her line of sight. The man had a refined face and an elegant demeanor, but his body bore no trace of spiritual energy. He seemed a complete mortal. Yawning, he wore a lazy expression, a stark contrast to the paradise-like village. A flicker of disdain arose in Su Qingqian's heart. How could a mere mortal dwell in such a spiritual At that moment, the seven-orificed treasure-seeking parrot on her shoulder suddenly let out a frantic shriek, its wings pointing stiffly at the fish basket at Chen Fan's waist. Every feather on its body stood on end, as if it had encountered something utterly terrifying. Su Qingqian's heart stirred. This seven-orificed treasure-seeking parrot was a spirit pet personally raised by her master, capable of sensing all sorts of rare treasures across heaven and earth, and it had never erred. Its current state indicated that this mortal must possess something extraordinary. She strode quickly toward Chen Fan, her tone carrying an undeniable command. "Show me what's in your fish basket." Chen Fan stopped, eyeing her with some displeasure. "Why should I?" Su Qingqian was momentarily taken aback. As the saintess of Yaoqi, she was always surrounded by admirers wherever she went, and never had a mortal dared speak to her like this. "I suspect you've stolen something you shouldn't have," she said, her voice cold, the pressure of her nascent soul cultivation subtly radiating. "Be wise and confess, or else." "Or else what?" Chen Fan interrupted, yawning lazily. "I catch a fish in my own village, and I need to report to you." "Who do you think?" Su Qingqian's face darkened instantly. How dare this mortal be so insolent? Yet she didn't want to cause too much commotion here, lest she alert any true experts. "Fine, I won't make things difficult for you," she said, suppressing her anger. "Just open your basket, and let me take a look, and I'll compensate you accordingly." With that, she produced a foundation establishment pill from her storage ring, holding it up in her palm. "This is a foundation establishment pill worth 1,000 gold. For a mortal like you, it's enough to buy a lifetime of wealth and honor." Chen Fan grew even more irritated by her condescending attitude. But remembering the pregnant woman at home waiting for fish soup, he couldn't be bothered to argue with this clueless girl, so he casually opened the basket. "See, just a lousy fish." Inside the basket, a green carp was leaping about, appearing utterly ordinary. Su Qingqian frowned. It was indeed just a common carp. Why had the seven-orificed treasure-seeking parrot reacted so violently? She instinctively activated her spiritual eye technique to get a closer look. The moment she did, she froze completely. Under her spiritual eyes, each flick of the carp's tail traced out profound water attribute Dao trajectories. Each opening and closing of its scales expounded the birth and death principles of the water laws. Most terrifying of all, when she tentatively probed the fish basket with her divine, since the moment it touched the carp, it was shattered by a vast Dao resonance, like snow melting under the scorching sun. Su Qingqian let out a muffled groan, her sea of consciousness searing with pain as she stumbled back several steps. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. This was no ordinary carp. It was a Dao carp bearing the complete law of water. Such a divine creature was so rare that even her master, the Yaoqi sacred lord, had only read about it in ancient texts. It was said that no more than 3 or 5 existed in the entire cultivation world, each one a priceless treasure. And this mortal before her had caught one with a flimsy bamboo rod, and was about to cook it into soup like a common Su Qingqian felt her worldview crumbling. Where did you catch this fish?" she asked, her voice trembling. "The stream behind the village." Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "What's wrong with it?" "Wrong. It was far." Su Qingqian took a deep breath, struggling to calm herself. A mortal catching a Dao carp was no coincidence. Either there was an incredible treasure hidden beneath this village, or She studied Chen Fan carefully, a terrifying suspicion rising in her mind. Could this seemingly ordinary man be a reclusive expert experiencing mortal life? Just as her mind raced, a clear child's voice rang out from the courtyard. Dad. An 80-year-old boy ran out from the yard pointing at Su Qingqian and shouting, Mom said, if you bring home another wild woman shall break your legs. Su Qingqian's face flushed crimson. As the saintess of Yaoqi, she had never suffered such defamation. You insolent child. Here to seduce my dad, huh? Chen Tian said with disdain. I've seen it all. Saints, empresses, fairies. They all act aloof on the surface, but secretly want to worm their way into our home. Nonsense. Su Qingqian was both humiliated and furious. Chen Fan rubbed his forehead, exasperated by his son's loose tongue. This brat had recently picked up some strange theory about bad boys attract girls and kept urging him to chase women. Tianer stopped fooling around, Chen Fan scolded, then smiled apologetically at Su Qingqian. Children say silly things. Please don't take it to heart, saintess. Su Qingqian suddenly realized that Chen Fan had just called out her identity without hesitation. She had deliberately concealed her aura today, not even wearing the emblem of Yaoqi's sacred land. How could a mortal recognize her? Unless he was no mortal at all. Just as her thoughts churned, a gentle voice came from inside the house. Husband, did you catch anything good today? Though the tone was calm, Su Qingqian keenly sensed that with this voice the surrounding spiritual energy grew lively, as if paying homage to that woman. She turned to look at the thatched cottage and glimpsed an elegant figure busy inside. Even just a silhouette inspired a deep, innate reverence in her, the saintess of Yaoqi. What kind of family was this? Just then Chen Tian clapped his hands excitedly. Oh, Dad, when I was playing on the back hill earlier, I saw some old man in a gold robe spying on our house. I punched him and he ran away. Old man in gold robes. Su Qingqian's pupils abruptly contracted. On her way here, she had indeed encountered a mysterious golden-robed cultivator whose aura was unfathomably deep, at least a latest-stage nascent soul powerhouse. Upon sensing her presence, he had swiftly vanished. She had assumed he was avoiding the Jade Pool Holy Land. Never did she imagine he was here to spy on this mortal household. An 80-year-old child routing a nascent soul cultivator with a single punch. Su Qingqian felt the shock she endured today surpassed those of the past 2 decades combined. Husband, you're back? What good catch did you bring today? A gentle female voice echoed from within the house as a woman in coarse linen clothes stepped out slowly. Su Qingqian instinctively looked up and her breath caught in her throat. What kind of visage was that? Captivating enough to topple cities was utterly inadequate to describe even a fraction of it. What made Su Qingqian's heart tremble even more was the innate majesty exuded in every gesture of this woman, as if she were born to be worshipped by 10,000 souls before whom all living beings should bow. Even her master, the Jade Pool Holy Lord, would pale in comparison before such an aura. Mother. Chen Tian bounced over and hugged Liu Ruyan's leg. Father brought another woman home from outside. Tianer. Chen Fan's forehead veins bulged. What do you mean by brought a woman home? This holy maiden is here as a guest. Liu Ruyan gently patted Chen Tian's head, then turned her gaze to Su Qingqian. Her calm eyes held no malice, yet Su Qingqian felt an absolute suppression from the very essence of life. A guest from the Jade Pool Holy Land traveling from afar, you must be weary. Liu Ruyan spoke placidly. Since you are here, why not stay for a simple meal before departing? Su Qingqian opened her mouth to refuse, but the words that came out were, Thank you for the hospitality. She silently cursed her own cowardice, yet before this woman, she lacked even the courage to decline. Then, Chen Fan carried the fish basket toward the kitchen. Wife, you are with child. Go rest in the room, ill cook. Su Qingqian watched the scene of Chen Fan as a devoted househusband, her mind struggling to process it. A being suspected to be an unparalleled powerhouse, actually tying on an apron to wash vegetables. Father, let me help. Chen Tian excitedly followed him. Su Qingqian seized the chance to follow. She needed to see what this family was truly about. In the kitchen, Chen Fan expertly handled the Dao carp, looking like an ordinary villager cleaning a fish. But Su Qingqian keenly observed that with each slash, the law patterns on the Dao carp, a creature embodying the water Dao, were being rearranged, ultimately forming a more perfect state. This wasn't killing a fish, this was reshaping the very Dao principles. Father, will catch a chicken for us to roast. Chen Tian said, dashing toward the backyard. Wait. Chen Fan stopped him. Yesterday, you nearly burned down the whole coop using solar true fire to roast a chicken. Today, try the Samadhi true fire. Remember slow and gentle heat. Su Qingqian's eyes widened. Solar true fire. Samadhi true fire. These legendary divine flames were used in this household for roasting chicken. Soon Chen Tian caught a plump free-range chicken. The chicken appeared ordinary, but under Su Qingqian's spiritual vision, she was horrified to discover a faint trace of spiritual energy, within it a clear sign of prolonged exposure to a high-quality spiritual environment. Father, watch me. Chen Tian put on a serious face and gently exhaled. A wisp of golden flame as fine as a strand of hair flew from his mouth. It was the legendary Samadhi true fire. But the child had clearly not yet mastered the technique. Whoosh! The flame instantly surged, engulfing the entire chicken in a blazing golden inferno. In the blink of an eye, a perfectly intact chicken turned into a lump of pitch-black charcoal. Wah! Chen Tian looked at the charcoal with a pitiful expression, muttering softly, "Burn it again." Su Qingxian was about to comfort the child when she saw Chen Fan shake his head, helplessly walk over and pick up the charcoal. "It's all right. Father will fix it." Saying this, Chen Fan casually picked up a nearby fire poker and gently flicked the charcoal. Su Qingxian held her breath. Under her spiritual vision, she clearly perceived the law power contained within. It wasn't a simple restoration spell, it was the law of time. Chen Fan had used the law of time to directly reverse the state of that charcoal chicken back to the moment it was perfectly roasted. Puff puff puff. The thick charred outer shell peeled away like powder, revealing a perfectly roasted chicken with golden skin and a mouth-watering aroma. Su Qingqian's Dao heart was shaken to its core. Using the law of time to cook. This was beyond extravagant. This was treating the great Dao as a mere toy. Yet what stunned her more was the utterly matter-of-fact expression on Chen Fan's face as he did all this, as if it were a trivial matter. "Wow. Father, you're amazing." Chen Tian clapped his hands excitedly, completely forgetting his earlier failure. "This is nothing special." Chen Fan smiled and ruffled his son's hair. "When you grow up, you'll be far more powerful than your father." Half an hour later, a simple farmhouse meal was laid on the table. Besides the Dao carp soup and roast chicken, the rest were ordinary seasonal vegetables, yet each one in Su Qingqian's perception was brimming with dense spiritual energy. "Come try my cooking." Chen Fan ladled Su Qingqian a bowl of Dao carp soup. She took a careful sip, and instantly a pure water Dao resonance exploded within her. She felt her spiritual power surging wildly, and even the bottleneck that had stymied her cultivation for 3 years showed signs of loosening. Just one sip of soup had such an effect. Trembling, she tried a piece of the roast chicken. Instantly, a mysterious and profound time Dao resonance coursed through her. Her consciousness seemed to traverse time and space, witnessing the chicken's entire life from birth to growth, and even comprehending the profound mystery of the cycle of reincarnation. The cultivation barrier for the third layer of the scripture of supreme indifference was suddenly and thoroughly breached. Su Qingqian snapped back to reality. When she looked again at Chen Fan, who was meticulously removing fishbones for his son, with a beaming paternal smile, only profound awe remained in her heart. What kind of monsters was this family? Just then, a green jade talisman in her bosom shattered with a sharp. This was the highest level distress signal of the Jade Pool Holy Land. It meant a fellow disciple was facing a life-or-death crisis. And the direction of the signal was precisely the back mountain of Qingyun Village. "My junior sister is in danger." Su Qingqian shot to her feet, and disregarding all courtesy rushed toward the back mountain. Chen Fan and Liu Ruyan exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Should we remove those restrictions in the back mountain?" Liu Ruyan asked softly. "Sigh." Chen Fan sighed. "I set them up to keep the chickens and ducks from wandering off, but it seems they've accidentally harmed the innocent." "Tian, come with your father to save someone." Chen Tian jumped up excitedly, another show to watch. Su Qingqian's face instantly turned deathly pale. The sound of the shattered jade talisman for help echoed like an explosion in her heart. The junior sisters she had brought in their reckless attempt to probe the origins of this spiritual land had foolishly barged into the rear mountain. She shot to her feet, ready to charge towards the rear mountain. "Don't rush." Chen Fan's voice came calmly. He was still seated at the dining table, leisurely placing food on Chen Tian's plate. "They won't die. They're just hanging from a few vines." Su Qingqian froze, turning her head to look at this mortal man. "How do you know?" Chen Fan looked up, a trace of helplessness flickering in his seemingly ordinary eyes. "My divine sense has covered the entire rear mountain for a long time. Those girls are trapped in the binding immortal vine formation I casually set up. They're hanging from the trees like wind chimes." As his words faded, several desperate cries for help indeed came from the direction of the rear mountain, mixed with tearful shouts of "Save me," and "I was wrong." Su Qingqian stood petrified. The terrifying prohibitions of the rear mountain were casually arranged by this man, and he spoke of it so lightly as if it were as ordinary as setting up a chicken coop in the backyard. She took a deep breath, bowed solemnly to Chen Fan, her voice trembling. "Please, senior, save my junior sisters. The Jade Pool sacred land will surely reward you handsomely." She no longer dared to regard Chen Fan as a mortal. Someone who could casually set up a formation that even a deity transformation stage cultivator could not escape was at the very least a supreme powerhouse of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Chen Fan waved his hand, a negotiating expression on his face. "A handsome reward is unnecessary. However, there is a small favor I require from you." He pointed at Su Qingqian, his tone turning serious. "I see your physique is special, seemingly the legendary supreme Yin physique. It is precisely what is needed to neutralize the overly dominant yang energy within my son." Su Qingqian felt as if struck by lightning. The supreme Yin physique was her greatest secret, known to no one but her master, the sacred lord of Jade Pool, not even to her closest junior sisters. This man saw through it with just one glance. Furthermore, his meaning. Did he want her to be with his son? Thinking of this, Su Qingqian's cheeks flushed crimson, the redness spreading down her neck. "No way." Chen Tian, who had been listening nearby, immediately jumped up in protest, his small face full of disdain. "This woman is too fierce and utterly plain. She's not as beautiful as mother." His utterly plain remark referred to Su Qingqian's true figure, which as a sacred maiden, was concealed by a secret art. After all, she could not reveal her true appearance while traveling abroad. You? Su Qingqian was so angry she nearly lost her Dao heart. She was the revered sacred maiden of Jade Pool, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wasteland with a face that could topple nations and a flawless figure. And now an 80-year-old child had called her utterly plain to her face. This was worse than death. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly coughed to explain. That's not what I meant. I'm saying that my son's supreme bone causes an excess of yang energy. He needs a supreme yin physique to assist in his cultivation to achieve a balance of yin and yang. In exchange, his supreme yang energy can also nourish you, greatly benefiting your cultivation of the records of forgetting emotion by the Supreme One. Su Qingqian finally understood her thoughts had been mistaken. She felt the sincerity in Chen Fan's words and the immense opportunity they implied. A fierce internal struggle began within her. Cultivating alongside a born supreme being was a dream opportunity for countless people. Moreover, the child's supreme yang energy could indeed perfectly complement her supreme yin physique. If it was as Chen Fan said, she might be able to break through the cultivation bottleneck that had plagued her for 3 years. But Su Qingqian was still hesitating, but Chen Tian had already grown impatient. Dad, stop wasting words with her. Those women on the rear mountain are about to cry their eyes out. Sure enough, the cries from the rear mountain grew more piercing with faint sounds of pleading like, Sacred Maiden, save us. And we were wrong. Chen Fan stood up helplessly. All right, let's rescue them first. We can discuss other matters slowly. He led Chen Tian towards the rear mountain, with Su Qingqian following closely behind. At the foot of the rear mountain, several Jade Pool disciples were suspended in midair by arm-thick emerald green vines. Their faces were pale, their spiritual power completely sealed, leaving them to swing helplessly. Sacred Maiden. Seeing Su Qingqian appear, the junior sisters cried even harder. We only wanted to probe the direction of the spirit veins here, but suddenly these terrifying vines appeared. These vines are too sinister. Our magic treasures can't cut through them. Chen Fan walked over and waved his hand. The seemingly indestructible binding immortal vines instantly loosened. The Jade Pool disciples tumbled to the ground, their bodies limp and weak. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. They quickly kowtowed in gratitude, but Chen Fan had already turned and walked away. Su Qingqian helped her junior sisters up, her inner shock beyond words. Even she could not see through the terrifying formation, yet it was as fragile as paper before Chen Fan. Just what level of strength had this man reached? Returning to the courtyard, Chen Fan sat down again and continued his dinner. Have you considered it? He looked at Su Qingqian, his tone flat. Su Qingqian grit her teeth, her heart torn by a fierce battle. Reason told her this was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Cultivating alongside a born supreme being was a fortune even her master would covet. But emotionally, she found it hard to accept being rejected by an 80-year-old child. If I agree, how long would it take? She ultimately chose to compromise. A year, Chen Fan said after a moment's thought. A year is enough for both of you to make a qualitative leap in your cultivation. When the time comes, you can leave or stay as you wish. Su Qingqian took a deep breath. Fine, I agree. She decided to stay temporarily in Qingyun village under the pretext of guiding Chen Tian's cultivation, but in reality to uncover the ultimate secrets of this family and seek a great fortune for herself. Chen Tian pursed his lips. Don't you dare think of becoming my stepmother. I already have a mother. Su Qingqian's face reddened again. Who wants to be your stepmother? I'm here to guide your cultivation. Guide me. Chen Tian snorted disdainfully. I could beat a sacred son when I was 5. Do I need your guidance? Su Qingqian was left speechless. Indeed, this child had killed a nascent soul stage Purple Dawn sacred son with a single punch at the age of 5. With her deity transformation stage cultivation, she was hardly qualified to guide him. But upon second thought, didn't this just prove Chen Tian's terrifying talent? Cultivating alongside such a prodigy, her gains would be beyond imagination. Just then Liu Ruyan suddenly clutched her stomach, her face turning pale. Husband, I think the baby is coming. The courtyard instantly fell silent. Chen Fan shot to his feet, his calm demeanor completely shattered. What? Now? It's only been 8 months. Liu Ruyan's forehead beaded with sweat, but she still forced a smile. Perhaps the fright today has made the child impatient. Suddenly thunder rumbled across the sky and dark clouds began. Su Qingqian's eyes widened. Another celestial phenomenon was about to occur. The dark clouds gathered thicker and thicker with thunder rumbling in the sky, and the entire Qingyun village was shrouded in a strange oppressive aura. Su Qingqian looked up at the sky, her heart trembling with awe. She could sense that this celestial anomaly was far more terrifying than the one 3 years ago, as if some extraordinary being was about to descend into the world. Husband, I think I'm about to give birth. Liu Ruyan's words instantly filled the courtyard with tension. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to support her, a rare look of panic on his face. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. They'll go prepare hot water right away. Chen Tian was also running around in a fluster, his little face pale. Mother, please don't let anything happen to you. Seeing this, Su Qingqian hurried over to help. Although she was a sacred maiden, the Yaoqi sacred land also had a legacy of medical arts which could come in handy at this moment. Quick, help her into the house, I'll assist. Just then a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the sky. Ah, my cultivation. My immortal power. The crowd looked up and saw a figure plummeting straight down from the high sky, crashing into the vegetable patch at the village entrance, splashing mud everywhere. It was a young woman in a star-blue palace dress, stunningly beautiful with an ethereal aura, but at this moment, she was lying face down in a radish field, disheveled and utterly embarrassed. What's going on? Another person falling from the sky. Chen Tian craned his neck curiously. Chen Fan frowned. Lately, why did people keep falling from the sky into Qingyun village? How many does this make now? Starfall Fairy struggled to get up from the muddy ground, her clothes covered in vegetable leaves and dirt. She tried to circulate her immortal power only to find that her cultivation had been suppressed to the level of immortal. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She checked her body in horror, discovering that her true immortal realm cultivation had truly vanished without a trace. Even the treasures in her storage ring had lost their luster, completely devoid of spiritual essence. The only thing still usable was the emperor-seeking disc in her hand, which now flickered with a faint golden light, its needle trembling and pointing toward the thatched cottage. The Empress is truly here. Starfall trembled with excitement, ignoring her disheveled appearance as she walked step by step toward the cottage. Through the window, Liu Ruyan caught sight of Starfall and furrowed her brows slightly. Of course, she recognized this young girl, the granddaughter of star-chasing Immortal King, who had grown up in the Misty Rain Immortal Court as someone she had watched over as a child. Husband, it seems someone from my family has come, an inexperienced junior. How about I send her away? Liu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. She truly did not want the conflicts of the immortal domain to disturb her current peaceful life. Chen Fan didn't even look up. He was focused on teasing an orange cat with a leaf from the world tree. Since she's here, we can't just kick her out. It happens that we need someone to wash the dishes. Let her stay and help. The corner of Liu Ruyan's mouth twitched slightly. A true immortal realm fairy reduced to a dishwasher by her husband. Starfall had already reached the courtyard gate, and when she saw the familiar figure inside, tears streamed down her face. Empress, you are truly alive. She fell to her knees with a thud, her voice choked with sobs. Your subordinate Starfall pays respects to the Empress. In the years of your disappearance, the Misty Rain Immortal Court has been without a leader. Those Immortal King magnates are restless, all coveting your throne. Grandfather sent me to the lower realm to find you, hoping you would return to the Immortal Court and take command. Su Qingqian's eyes widened. Empress, Misty Rain Immortal Court. She recalled some terrifying legends and felt a storm surge within her heart. Liu Ruyan was the Empress of the Misty Rain Immortal Court. That was the supreme ruler of the legendary Immortal. Chen Tian tilted his head, looking at Starfall, then at his mother, and muttered softly, so mother used to be an empress. No wonder she's always so majestic. As Starfall was about to continue, Liu Ruyan's voice turned cold. Starfall, why are you still so tactless? She slowly stood up, and even with her pregnant belly, the authority radiating from her made Starfall tremble. I am just an ordinary farm woman now. Empress or not, you are mistaken. Starfall grew anxious. Your Majesty, how can you say that? The Misty Rain Immortal Court was founded by you, and billions of immortals are waiting for your return. I told you have the wrong person. Liu Ruyan's tone grew even harsher. My name is Liu Ruyan now. I am Chen Fan's wife and the mother of Chen Tian and this unborn child. Beyond that, I am nothing. Starfall was completely bewildered. The emperor-seeking disc in her hand was clearly pointing here, and the imperial aura emanating from this woman was so strong. How could she be mistaken? Just then, Chen Fan finally looked up. All right, stop making a scene at the door. You seem like a clever girl, so stay and... He pointed at Starfall, then said to Liu Ruyan, wife, with your condition, it's good to have an extra pair of hands. Starfall was stunned. This mortal dared to order the Empress around, and the Empress didn't even get angry. What shocked her even more was that Liu Ruyan nodded meekly. Then let her stay. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. Starfall felt her worldview crumbling. The lofty Empress was truly living a mortal life, and she was so obedient to a mortal man. You're Starfall, right? Chen Fan stood up, brushing cat hair off his hands. Go to the kitchen first and wash the pots and pans. We'll also need to prepare things for the delivery room later. But I am a fairy. Starfall couldn't help but protest. I came to invite the Empress back to the Immortal Court, and not to be a maidservant. Chen Fan glanced at her, his tone flat. In my house, there are no fairies or immortals. Only those who work. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. Starfall looked at Liu Ruyan, hoping the Empress would speak for her. But Liu Ruyan only said calmly, listen to your husband. Go wash the dishes. Starfall was completely dumbfounded. She, a true immortal realm fairy granddaughter of the star-chasing Immortal King, was supposed to wash dishes for a mortal farmer. But seeing Liu Ruyan's unyielding gaze, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Yes, ma'am. Su Qingxian watched in stunned silence. A true immortal, likely from the immortal domain, had been recruited as a dishwasher by Chen Fan in just a few words. What kind of monsters was this family? Starfall walked dejectedly to the kitchen. Staring at the greasy pile of pots and pans, she nearly burst into tears. In her 3,000 years of life, she had never done such menial labor. But with Liu Ruyan's stern gaze on her, she had no choice but to steel herself and start washing. The moment she touched the cold water, she couldn't help but shiver. Without the protection of immortal power, the well water of the mortal world was so icy. Just then the thunder in the sky grew louder, and Liu Ruyan suddenly cried out in pain, clutching her belly. Husband, the baby is really coming. Chen Fan tensed up instantly, quickly supporting her as they moved inside. Hurry, Su Qingxian, come and help too. Su Qingxian quickly followed, asking as she went, what do you need me to do? Just keep an eye out and make sure this child doesn't cause any celestial anomalies when it's born. Chen Fan said with a headache. Last time when Tian'er was born, he nearly collapsed half of the eastern wasteland. Washing dishes in the kitchen, Starfall nearly dropped a bowl at these words. What did he mean by don't cause celestial anomalies? Could giving birth really shake half the eastern wasteland? She felt that her understanding of this world needed a complete overhaul. Inside the house, Liu Ruyan's contractions grew more frequent, while Chen Fan frantically prepared various supplies. Tian'er, go to the backyard and pick a leaf from that immortal herb, the one that glows. Chen Tian skipped out and quickly returned with a leaf faintly shimmering with golden light. When Su Qingxian took the leaf, she almost gasped. This was clearly the legendary herb of live source. A single leaf was worth a fortune, yet here it was being used as an ordinary medicinal plant. Just then the thunder in the sky reached its peak and a massive bolt of lightning tore across the night sky. Following that, a crisp infant's cry rang through the entire Qingyun village. The bowl in Starfall's hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. A crisp infant's cry pierced the night sky of Qingyun village. The bowl in Xingxuan's hand fell to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. She stood frozen in the kitchen, trembling all over. The Dao resonance within that cry was more terrifying than any immortal emperor's legacy she had ever witnessed. From inside the room came Chen Fan's excited voice. It's a daughter. Haha, I have a daughter. Su Qingxian carefully took the swaddled infant. When she saw the tiny face, the child was born with open eyes, and her pupils were a pale gold, as if they contained the entire starry sky. Even more terrifying was the pressure emanating from this newborn, which suffocated even her nascent soul cultivation. Let me see my daughter. Chen Fan carefully took the child, his face filled with a father's gentle tenderness. Strangely, when the infant was held in Chen Fan's arms, the terrifying pressure vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an ordinary, adorable baby girl. What should we name her? Chen Fan looked at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan smiled weakly. You choose. Let's call her Chen Shi, hoping she can become the dawn in the darkness and illuminate this world. Xingxuan heard this in the kitchen and nearly stumbled. Chen Shi. That name was taboo in the immortal domain. Legend said that a being named Shi would one day end the conflicts across all realms and become the ruler of a new era. The great immortal kings had been secretly scheming over this prophecy for countless years, and now this name was casually given by Immortal to his newborn daughter. The thunderclouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and Qingyun village returned to tranquility. Su Qingxian helped clean the delivery room, her inner shock still unresolved. She was now certain that this family was no ordinary peasant household. Xingxuan. Chen Fan's voice came from inside. Why are you dawdling in the kitchen? Go fetch a basin of hot water from the well. Xingxuan gritted her teeth and walked out. She, a descendant of an immortal king and a true immortal realm fairy, was being ordered around by a mortal. But when she saw the warning look in Liu Ruyan's eyes, she swallowed all her grievances. Xingxuan carried the wooden bucket to the well, feeling utterly wronged inside. She had come to the lower realm to find her missing empress, only to end up as a maid washing dishes and fetching water. To make matters worse, her true immortal cultivation was completely suppressed, making even lifting this bucket a struggle. With a creak as the well water was drawn up, Xingxuan froze. The water shimmered with a faint golden light. She carefully dipped a finger in, and instantly a surge of pure immortal energy exploded within her. Her suppressed cultivation actually loosened a little. Well, what kind of immortal spring is this? Xingxuan's eyes widened. The quality of this well water surpassed even the 9 heavens immortal spring at her grandfather's mansion. Xingxuan, is the water ready? Chen Fan's urging voice came. Almost there. Xingxuan hurriedly carried the bucket back inside, her mind in turmoil. An ordinary well, yet more miraculous than the immortal spring of an immortal king's residence. What exactly was this Qingyun village? Back inside, Xingxuan watched Chen Fan changing his daughter's diaper. His flustered and clumsy manner was that of a complete novice father. But she no longer dared to see him as an ordinary mortal. The celestial phenomena, the Dao carp, the Dao-infused well water, all of it screamed that the man before her was anything but simple. All right, you both go and rest. He'll take care of Sierra. Chen Fan said, gently holding his daughter. Su Qingxian took her leave, and Xingxuan was assigned to the woodshed in the backyard. Lying on a pile of straw, Xingxuan couldn't sleep all night. Through the small window, she could see the little white poplar in the yard. In her perception, this tree was like a colossal source of Dao. The Dao resonance it emitted reminded her of the legendary world tree deep within the immortal domain. No, that's not a white poplar, that's a damn world tree. Xingxuan sat up abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. The world tree. It was the supreme divine object said to support all the realms. The strongest cultivators in the entire immortal domain dreamed of obtaining just a single leaf. And now an entire world tree was planted in this mortal's yard like an ordinary tree, and that orange cat dozing under it. Xingxuan looked closer and nearly fainted. That wasn't an orange cat at all, it was clearly the cub of the legendary sky-devouring beast. The sky-devouring beast, a terror that even immortal emperors feared, was here as a pet. What kind of monsters is this family? Xingxuan felt her worldview undergoing a violent reconstruction. The Empress had married a profoundly mysterious and powerful strongman who casually used the laws of time for cooking, kept a world tree and a sky-devouring beast at home, and had well water that was top-tier immortal spring. A terrifying possibility suddenly dawned on her. Could it be that the Empress chose to live in seclusion here because she had found an existence even more formidable than an immortal emperor? At this thought, Xingxuan's mental state completely collapsed. If that were true, why should she return to the immortal court? Why fight for the throne? With such a backer, the Empress could sweep through the entire immortal domain. Just as she was lost in wild thoughts, the woodshed door creaked open. Chen Tian poked his little head in and said sneakily, "Hey, dishwashing woman, are you asleep?" Dishwashing woman? Xingxuan was nearly furious. She, a descendant of an immortal king, was being called a dishwashing woman by an 80-year-old brat. I have a name. It's Xingxuan, she hissed angrily. Oh, Granny Xingxuan. Chen Tian corrected her seriously. Xingxuan was even more distraught. I'm only 3,000 years old. I'm still young. 3,000 and not an old granny. Chen Tian asked in shock. My dad is only 28, so is he a little brat? Xingxuan was left speechless. By the standards of the cultivation world, 28 was indeed infantile. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Xingxuan waved her hand. What do you want coming to see me in the dead of night? Chen Tian grinned, pulling a crystal-clear pill from his pocket. This is a meridian cleansing pill I secretly refined. If you eat it, you can recover some of your cultivation. Xingxuan took the pill and was instantly stunned. This wasn't any meridian cleansing pill, it was the legendary 9 Revolutions golden pill. Such a pill was a priceless treasure, even in the immortal domain, capable of skyrocketing a true immortal's power. Where did you get this? I refined it, Chen Tian said matter-of-factly. Dad taught me. He said we have to take care of girls and can't leave you with no cultivation at all. Xingxuan's eyes widened. An 80-year-old child could casually refine a 9 Revolutions golden pill, and from his tone such pills were as common as candy to him. I don't need your pity. Xingxuan forced her pride and pushed the pill back. Chen Tian pursed his lips, suit yourself. But my dad said if you can't wash the dishes clean tomorrow, he'll throw you to the wild wolves in the back mountain. With that, he turned to leave. Xingxuan grabbed him. Wait. She looked at the 9 Revolutions golden pill in her hand, her heart in fierce turmoil. Was dignity more important, or her life? In the end, survival instinct won out. With tears of humiliation, Xingxuan swallowed the pill in one gulp. Instantly, a terrifying medicinal force erupted within her, and her suppressed true immortal cultivation began to slowly recover. Remember, this is my father's grace. In this family, you must learn gratitude. Chen Tian said smugly. Then he skipped back to the main house. Xingxuan sat dazedly in the woodshed, feeling the surging immortal power within her, and tears of shame streamed down her face uncontrollably. She recalled her grand ambitions before descending to the lower realm, the plight of the leaderless Misty Rain immortal court, and the hope in her grandfather's eyes. But now she was here washing dishes and accepting grace from an 80-year-old. Her Dao heart was utterly shattered. Just then the baby's cry came from the main house. Xingxuan reflexively moved to help, but just as she stood, she sat back down. Her current identity was merely a dishwashing maid. In the main house, Chen Fan was soothing his daughter to sleep, while Liu Ruyan leaned weakly against the headboard. Husband Xingxuan is actually quite pitiful. Maybe. I know. Chen Fan gently stroked his daughter's cheek. Give her some time to adapt. The psychological gap of falling from the clouds to the mortal world is too great. Liu Ruyan nodded, then asked, do you think it's really right to keep this from her? Chen Fan was silent for a moment. There are some truths she can't bear yet. He looked toward the woodshed through the window and said softly, let her learn to be human first. On the 7th day of her stay in Qingyun village, Su Qingxian finally realized her earlier concerns were entirely unnecessary. Chen Tian needed no guidance whatsoever. The boy's cultivation speed defied all natural laws. A mere mention of a secret technique from the jade pool, and Chen Tian would master it after hearing it once, even improving upon it with greater variations. See, isn't it smoother to circulate spiritual energy this way? Chen Tian sat cross-legged in the yard, a ball of lunar energy coalescing in his hand. Yet the lunar energy in his hand shimmered with a pale gold, perfectly merging with the aura of his supreme bone. Su Qingqian's eyes widened. This was the 8th level of the lunar mystic art, which had taken her 20 years of arduous practice to barely grasp. Chen Tian had matched her level in just 3 days, and surpassed her. Tian, you're cultivating too fast, Su Qingqian couldn't help but warn. Cultivation requires steady progress, not hasty shortcuts. But it feels so easy. Chen Tian tilted his head, looking innocent. It's as natural as eating or drinking. Su Qingqian was left speechless. What did he mean as natural as eating or drinking? She had soaked in the Guanghan celestial pool for 3 whole months to break through the 8th level. Even more astonishing, during their yin-yang dual cultivation, her own cultivation was advancing at a breakneck pace. Her lunarine body was tempered by the supreme bones, supreme yang energy shattering bottlenecks that had plagued her for 3 years. In just a week, she had broken through from mid-stage divine transformation to latest stage with only a step away from the great perfection. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. But at the same time, she noticed a grave problem. Chen Tian's supreme bone was too overbearing. As his cultivation grew, the yang energy within him surged uncontrollably, showing signs of being impossible to suppress. Sometimes she caught a flash of gold at the center of Chen Tian's brow, a sign of the supreme bone's divine power leaking. If this continued, the boy might be torn apart by his own power. Senior Su Qingxian approached Chen Fan, who was playing with an orange cat in the yard, her expression serious. I have something important to discuss with you. Chen Fan looked up, pausing the cat wand. What is it? So serious. It's about Tianer's cultivation. Su Qingxian chose her words carefully. His supreme bone's divine power is too fierce, and the yang energy grows stronger. I fear he might be destroyed by his own strength. Chen Fan's expression turned earnest. What do you suggest? I recommend sending Tianer to the Jade Pool Sacred. Su Qingxian bit her lip. The sacred land has a Guanghan celestial pool imbued with extreme lunarine force, which can neutralize the supreme bone's yang power. Only that can ensure his safety. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then stroked his chin. It is a problem. But going to your place is too troublesome. Let's solve it at home. Su Qingxian was taken aback. At home? But such a level of yin-yang imbalance requires extremely delicate methods to reconcile. I can't think of any other way besides the Guanghan celestial pool. There is. Chen Fan stood up, walked over to Su Qingxian, and said with a straight face, our last cooperation was quite pleasant. How about we try a deeper collaboration? Su Qingxian's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding like thunder. A deeper collaboration. Was the senior hinting at something to her? Though she was indeed curious about this mysterious man, this was too direct. Senior thighs isn't proper. She stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Chen Fan gave her a strange look. What are you thinking? I mean, since your lunarine body can neutralize the yang energy, why not simply have a child with a lunarine body? Shared bloodline, mutual yin-yang harmony. Doesn't that solve the problem at its root? Su Qingxian's mind went blank. Have a child. Her eyes wide, mouth agape, she was speechless for a long moment. This solution was far too direct. She, the noble saintess of the Jade Pool, pure and chaste for 20 years, was being asked to solve a problem in this way. You're joking, right? Su Qingxian's voice trembled. I'm serious, Chen Fan said, his expression devoid of jest. Think about it. Tianer is 8 now, at a critical stage for his supreme bone awakening. If he had a sister with a lunarine body by his side, their energies would harmonize. Not only would it solve his problem, but both children would benefit greatly. Su Qingxian felt her worldview crumbling. This wasn't about solving a cultivation problem. It was clearly asking her to. And Chen Fan added, seeing her hesitation, don't worry, I won't let you suffer. After this, I'll grant you a sage-level physique transformation far greater than anything you'd gain from being a saintess for 10,000 years. He paused, his tone growing more earnest. Besides, this is for my son's safety. You don't want to see him come to harm, do you? Su Qingxian's heart was torn in unprecedented turmoil. On one side, her long-held purity and sect rules, on the other, an irresistible chance at sagehood, and her concern for the prodigy Chen Tian. She recalled the moments spent with Chen Tian over the past few days. Though the boy always complained about her, he cooperated earnestly during cultivation, afraid she might be hurt by the supreme bone's aura. Yesterday, when she injured her meridians from the yang energy, Chen Tian secretly brought her a healing pill, blushing, as he said, Dad told me to take care of you, if she could truly help him. I need time to think, Su Qingxian said, her face red as she lowered her head. Of course. Chen Fan nodded understandingly. Such matters do require careful thought. But you'd better decide soon. Tianer's condition can't wait long. Just then a scream came from the woodshed. Oh, why can't these dishes get clean? Su Qingxian and Chen Fan both looked toward the woodshed. There was Xingxuan crouched by the well, on the verge of tears over a pile of greasy pots and pans. As a true immortal realm fairy used to being served her whole life, she had never done such rough work. Worse, without immortal power to protect her, ordinary grease was a nightmare. That girl Xingxuan is truly pampered. Chen Fan shook his head. They'll have to find her other chores. Su Qingxian suddenly had a thought, her expression changing. Senior, you don't intend to make her. What are you thinking? Chen Fan laughed helplessly. With her meager cultivation, she's not even fit to hold Tianer's shoes. I was thinking of sending her to feed the chickens in the backyard to stop her from crying all day. Su Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief, but another question arose. If she agreed to Chen Fan's proposal, what would she? The saintess of the Jade Pool sacred land bearing a child for a mortal. If word got out, the entire eastern wilderness would be shaken. Just then Chen Tian came bouncing over. Dad, I found something amazing in the backyard. He held up a stone excitedly. This stone glows. And it's warm. Su Qingxian glanced at it and gasped. That was no ordinary stone. It was the legendary sun god stone. Even in the Jade Pool sacred land's treasury, such treasures were rare. Tianer put the stone back, Chen Fan said calmly. It's for keeping the chicks warm. If you take it, they'll get cold. Chen Tian obediently ran back to the backyard, soon exclaiming again. Wow, these chicks are so beautiful. Their feathers are golden. Su Qingxian pressed her forehead. Using a sun god stone to warm chicks. Of course they weren't ordinary. Those were likely legendary golden crow descendants. She suddenly realized how little she truly understood this family. Chen Fan looked at her conflicted expression and said gently, "Take your time to consider, no rush. But I think some opportunities once missed never return." He turned and walked into the house, leaving Su Qingqian alone. As the sun set and a gentle breeze blew, Su Qingqian gazed at the seemingly ordinary farmyard, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. If she agreed, her life would change forever. From a lofty saintess to a farmer's wife bearing a child for someone. But if she refused, she might lose the chance at sagehood and fail to help Qin Tian with his internal peril. Just as she was tangled in indecision, Liu Ruyan's gentle voice came from inside. "Qingqian, come in. I have..." Su Qingqian entered the room with a troubled heart, seeing Liu Ruyan sitting by the bedside, gently cradling little Sierra in her arms. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a glow upon Liu Ruyan that made her emanate an indescribable aura of sanctity. "Sit down." Liu Ruyan spoke softly, her voice so gentle that it slightly eased Su Qingqian's tense nerves. Su Qingqian cautiously sat on the chair, her hands clenched tightly, as she looked uneasily at this mysterious mistress of the house. "What are you worried about?" Liu Ruyan lifted her head, her clear eyes seemingly able to see through one's heart. Su Qingqian bit her lip. "Senior's proposal, just now. I don't know how to respond. Such a matter. Do you think I would oppose?" Liu Ruyan let out a soft laugh, continuing to rock the infant in her arms. "My husband's decision is my decision. Tian's safety is paramount, and having another sister to accompany him is a good thing." Su Qingqian's eyes widened, utterly unable to comprehend Liu Ruyan's composure. In her understanding, what woman could accept her husband marrying another, especially with such a reason? Aren't you jealous?" Su Qingqian couldn't help but ask. Liu Ruyan shook her head. "Jealous of what? Do you think my husband is just an ordinary man?" She stood up, gently placed the sleeping Sierra in the cradle, and walked to the window. "Qingqian, do you know what a great fortune it is to become part of his family?" Liu Ruyan's words only deepened Su Qingqian's confusion. "I don't quite understand." Blood, resonance, fate intertwined. Liu Ruyan turned around, looking seriously at Su Qingqian. "Becoming his woman is not just about the benefits in cultivation. You will receive a protection that transcends all paths of the heavens." Su Qingqian felt a tremor in her heart. She recalled the various sights she had witnessed in Qingyun village over the past few days, those miraculous phenomena that defied logic, all confirming Liu Ruyan's words. "Moreover," Liu Ruyan continued, "I can even personally sever part of your karma with the Yaoqi Holy Land, leaving you with no worries." Su Qingqian was completely stunned. Severing karma. This was a feat only legendary immortal emperors could achieve. "You? Who exactly are you?" Liu Ruyan smiled faintly, not answering the question. "You only need to know that choosing to stay here is the most correct decision of your life." At that moment, Chen Fan pushed the door open, holding a fruit that emanated chaotic energy. "How is your conversation?" He looked at Su Qingqian, his tone gentle. "This is a Chaos Dao fruit. Consider it a down payment. Eat it to regulate your body. It will benefit your supreme physique." Su Qingqian took the fruit, nearly dropping it. A Chaos Dao fruit. This was a legendary divine object that only appeared at the dawn of chaos. Even the Yaoqi Holy Lord had probably never seen a real Chaos Dao fruit. And now this mythical treasure was being casually given away as a down payment. "Senior, this is too precious." Su Qingqian's voice trembled. "It's not precious." Chen Fan waved his hand, as if discussing a trivial matter. "The peach tree in the backyard bears several dozen of these every year. We can't even finish them." Su Qingqian felt her worldview crumbling once again. Chaos Dao fruits were being mass-produced. She took a deep breath, looking at the fruit in her hand, then at the couple before. Liu Ruyan's openness and generosity, Chen Fan's mystery and power, and their prodigiously talented son Qin Tian. All of this told her that an unprecedented opportunity lay before her. "I am willing." Su Qingqian finally made up her mind and solemnly bowed deeply to them. These three words signified her choice of a path entirely different from her past. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Good, then tonight it is." Su Qingqian's face instantly flushed crimson. Tonight. Of course we must strike while the iron is hot." Chen Fan said matter-of-factly. "Tian's condition can't wait too long, and since you've just consumed the Chaos Dao fruit, now is the optimal time to regulate your body." Liu Ruyan also approached, gently patting Su Qingqian's shoulder. "Don't be nervous, he'll stand guard outside for you." Su Qingqian was utterly bewildered. Stand guard? What kind of miraculous operation was this? Just then Xingxuan's cries came from the courtyard. "Why are these pots so hard to wash? My hands are about to fall off." Chen Fan frowned. "What's that girl dawdling about?" He walked to the window and shouted outside. "Xingxuan, stop washing the pots and go feed the chickens in the backyard." "Feed the chickens?" Xingxuan's voice carried a sob. "I don't know how to feed chickens." "Then learn." Chen Fan said impatiently. "Those chicks are better behaved than you. I'll learn how to do things from them." Su Qingqian couldn't help but laugh. A true immortal realm fairy being told to learn from chickens was an incredibly comical scene. "All right, forget about her." Chen Fan turned back to look at Su Qingqian. "Are you ready?" Su Qingqian gritted her teeth and swallowed the Chaos Dao fruit in one gulp. Instantly, an extremely pure chaotic force erupted within her, fully activating her supreme physique, causing her entire being to radiate a faint silver glow. "I'm ready." Her voice still trembled, but her tone was exceptionally firm. The night deepened, and the entire Qingyun village fell into silence. Liu Ruyan truly stood guard outside for them, an invisible barrier enveloping the entire courtyard, blocking all prying eyes. Inside the room, Chen Fan's eternal, indestructible divine body began to resonate with Qingyun's supreme physique. Two entirely different, yet perfectly complementary forces merged, causing the stars and moon above Qingyun village to lose their light, as if being drawn into an invisible vortex. Far away in the backyard, Xingxuan was struggling to feed the golden crow descendants when she suddenly felt this terrifying pressure and nearly lost her footing. What power is this? She looked up trembling toward the main house, only to see it completely enveloped in a layer of chaotic energy obscuring everything within. But she could sense a power capable of overturning heaven and earth being nurtured there. Empress, what exactly? Xingxuan murmured to herself, her shock beyond words. Inside the main house, Su Qingqian was completely immersed in this wondrous sensation. Her supreme physique perfectly merged with Chen Fan's divine body power, causing her cultivation to skyrocket wildly. Transformation God later stage, transformation God great perfection void refining early stage. In just 1 hour she broke through the bottleneck that had plagued her for years, and her power continued to climb. Even more astonishing was her realization that her very life essence was transforming. Her original supreme physique, after merging with Chen Fan's divine body, began evolving into a higher-level constitution. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered once again, but this time their might was even more terrifying than when she was born. The entire eastern wasteland could feel this pressure, and countless experts awakened from seclusion, extending their divine senses toward Qingyun village. It's that place again. What is happening? This pressure. Could someone be breaking through to the Immortal King realm? The holy lords of the various holy lands grew restless, but as soon as their divine senses approached Qingyun village, they were repelled by an invisible force. Liu Ruyan stood in the courtyard, calmly watching the thunderclouds in the sky. My husband really doesn't know how to be subtle. She chuckled softly and waved her hand, causing the thunderclouds to vanish without a trace. Heaven and earth returned to calm, but the changes within Su Qingqian continued. When everything settled, she had been completely reborn, not only breaking through to the void refining middle stage, but also evolving her physique into the legendary supreme saint physique. Chen Fan looked contentedly at Su Qingqian in his arms, gently stroking her hair. How do you feel? Su Qingqian blushed and buried her face in his chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Very good. She could sense a new life being nurtured within her, a faint, but infinitely potential aura that filled her with both excitement and nervousness. Just then the system's voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully conceiving a third child. Rewards: time law fragment x10 space, divine ability, void walk, top grade spirit stones, x10,000. Detected fetal talent, supreme saint physique, supreme bloodline. Estimated reward level SSS. Chen Fan's lips curled slightly. It seemed this harvest would be even more bountiful than expected. Husband. Liu Ruyan pushed the door open, holding a bowl of steaming, nourishing soup. Give this to Qingqian to drink, it's good for her body. Su Qingqian took the bowl and froze after just one sip. The soup was infused with rich life essence, more precious than any spiritual medicine she had ever seen. What kind of soup is this? Just ordinary chicken soup, Liu Ruyan said flatly. Made from those little chicks in the... Su Qingqian nearly spat out the soup. Chicken soup made from golden crow descendants, and she called it ordinary. This family's understanding of the word ordinary was truly unique. As she marveled, Chen Tian's excited voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Dad? Mom? Come quick. Sister Xingxuan is being chased by the chicks. 1 month later, in the early morning, Qingyun village was still shrouded in thin morning mist. Su Qingqian clutched her chest, her face slightly pale, as a peculiar sensation coursed through her body. Her supreme sacred body suddenly resonated violently, and the life force within her began to undergo earth-shattering changes. This is... Her eyes widened in disbelief as she sensed the faint yet infinitely potent new life force. Pregnant. She was truly pregnant. The moment Su Qingqian confirmed her pregnancy, Chen Fan, who was brushing the orange cat's fur in the courtyard, heard the system's frantic alert in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully conceived a second offspring. Testing the offspring's bloodline. The supreme sacred body combines with the host's eternal, indestructible divine body, resulting in an unknown mutation. Test complete. Congratulations, host. The offspring has acquired an unparalleled talent, Chaos Dao embryo. The brush nearly slipped from Chen Fan's hand. Chaos Dao embryo. This was the supreme physique said to emerge only at the dawn of creation, 10,000 times more precious than a supreme bone. The system's voice continued. Due to the offspring's talent surpassing the extraordinary and reaching the mythic level, a 1,000-fold critical reward has been triggered, rewarding the host chaos sacred body identical to the offspring's origin, allowing perfect mastery over the laws of chaos. Rewarding the host cultivation skyrocketing to the early stage of quasi-immortal emperor realm. Rewarding the host's supreme divine ability. 1 chi transforms into 3 pristine ones. rewarding the host's supreme divine artifact, Chaos Pearl Fragment. As the words faded, a power 1,000 times more terrifying than his last breakthrough erupted within Chen Fan. Boom. In that instant, Chen Fan felt his life level undergo an ultimate transformation. He leaped across the 3 stages of the Immortal King realm, Giant Pinnacle and Supreme, and stepped directly into the legendary quasi-immortal Emperor realm. His eternal, indestructible divine body underwent a complete metamorphosis in that moment, transforming into the more primordial and powerful Chaos Sacred Body. He himself became like a nascent universe. Every gesture could sever the eons of time and space, reversing the cycle of life and death. Chen Fan quickly activated the Great Heaven Concealing Technique, desperately suppressing the surging power within him. Yet this leap in power was so terrifying that even with the dual suppression of the World Tree and the Great Heaven Concealing Technique, a faint trace of quasi-emperor aura still leaked out. This sliver of aura did not alarm the great powers of the immortal domain, but pierced through infinite dimensions of time and space, awakening a terrifying entity slumbering deep within some forbidden zone. Origin. A vague syllable echoed through the void, then the entity fell back into slumber. But a strange black mark had already crossed dimensions, drifting slowly toward the desolate world. Chen Fan sensed the fleeting malevolence and frowned slightly. It seemed he had stirred things up a bit too much this time. The power of a quasi-immortal emperor was already pushing the limits of this world's endurance. Husband, what's wrong? Liu Ruyan emerged from the house, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure that flashed from Chen. Nothing, just a bit of a headache, Chen Fan said, waving his hand as he quickly suppressed all his aura, reverting to the lazy mortal dad persona. Just then Su Qingqian came out, leaning against the doorframe, a shy blush on her face. Senior Ai? Her voice was soft, but everyone present heard it clearly. Liu Ruyan's face lit up with joy as she hurried over to support Su Qingqian. Really? Let me see. She gently touched Su Qingqian's belly, sensing the faint, yet infinitely promising life force within, a flash of awe in her eyes. This child's bloodline is even more terrifying than Tian'er's. Congratulations, congratulations, Chen Fan said, approaching with a fatherly smile. It seems our family will be adding another little member. Xingxuan, washing dishes in the kitchen, dropped a bowl with a clap. She stood there dazed, sensing the terrifying bloodline pressure emanating from Su Qingqian, utterly stunned. Su Qingqian was pregnant. That seemingly harmless mortal had actually gotten the Yao Qi sacred maiden pregnant. Even more frightening, she could feel the terrifying aura of the unborn fetus, more dreadful than any Immortal King bloodline she had ever encountered. What kind of monster family is this? Xingxuan muttered, her voice trembling. In the courtyard, Su Qingqian's transformation was visible. Her once cold and aloof sacred maiden demeanor had vanished entirely, replaced by a gentle maternal radiance. The look she gave Chen Fan was filled with adoration and reverence. She was utterly a woman carrying his child. Husband, will our child be as formidable as Tiara? Su Qingqian asked shyly. Of course, Chen Fan replied, stroking her hair. Our children are all prodigies. Liu Ruyan watched this heartwarming scene, her heart full of contentment. She could feel that with the conception of the second child, the family's fortune had become more stable and powerful. Qingqian, come, let me teach you some methods to nurture the pregnancy, Liu Ruyan said, gently taking Su Qingqian's hand. There are many things to be mindful of during pregnancy. Yes, sister. Su Qingqian nodded obediently. Just then Chen Tian came hopping over from the backyard, holding a gleaming golden egg. Dad? Mom? Look, the chicks in the backyard laid eggs. Xingxuan nearly fainted at the sight. That was no ordinary chicken egg, it was clearly a golden crow egg. A treasure worth a fortune. Well done, Tianer, Chen Fan praised. When Aunt Qingqian gives birth to a little sister, you'll be her big brother. You must protect her, understand? Got it, Chen Tian promised, puffing out his chest. I will definitely protect my little sister. Su Qingqian's heart warmed at these words. Being enveloped by this big family gave her an unprecedented sense of peace. By the way, Liu Ruyan suddenly remembered. Let's keep Qingqian's pregnancy quiet for now. We don't want to alert the... Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, we need to stay low-key. He glanced at Xingxuan, who was eavesdropping, and said coolly, Xingxuan, did you hear that? Xingxuan trembled and quickly nodded. I heard. I won't say a word. What other thoughts could she possibly have now? The terror of this family had exceeded the limits of her understanding. It was best to just be a humble kitchen maid and focus on staying alive. Just as the family was immersed in the joy of the impending new life, an unprecedented upheaval was brewing in the immortal domain far above the 9 heavens. At the star-chasing Immortal King's mansion, what? Xingxuan is missing. Star-chasing Immortal King was furious. Reporting to the ancestor, the third miss lost all contact after descending to the lower realm to search for the Empress. The trembling subordinate reported. Star-chasing Immortal King's face was as dark as water. Xingxuan was his most beloved granddaughter, gifted with extraordinary talent with the potential to become an Immortal King. If anything happened to her, send the order, mobilize all forces immediately, and search the lower realms. Yes. Meanwhile, within the Misty Rain Immortal Court, several Immortal King giants were meeting in secret. That old Starchaser is panicking, one Immortal King sneered. It seems his precious granddaughter really found a lead. The Empress' whereabouts must not be monopolized by the star-chasing family, another Immortal King said darkly. It's time for us to act. Indeed. The throne of the Misty Rain Immortal Court must be redistributed. As undercurrents surged in the immortal domain in the backyard of Qingyun village, Xingxuan was struggling to feed the Golden Crow descendants. These chicks looked harmless, but whenever she got close they emitted a suffocating pressure. A true immortal realm fairy being bullied by a flock of chicks. Why want to go home? Xingxuan sniffled, continuing her chores. Just then a long, resonant dragon roar echoed from the sky. A 10th Sanshang golden dragon burst through the clouds, diving straight down its target, clearly Qingyun village. At the sacred land of Yaoqi, Saint Sovereign Liu Qingxian was in seclusion contemplating the grand Yin Dao when she suddenly sensed a drastic change in the life-bound soul lamp she had left on Su Qingxian. The originally pure grand Yin power had become fused and chaotic, and what infuriated her even more was that the cinnabar mark symbolizing her disciple's chastity had completely vanished. How outrageous. Liu Qingxian's eyes snapped open, her overwhelming fury nearly incinerating the main peak of the entire Yaoqi sacred land. Su Qingxian was her most prized disciple, the future hope of Yaoqi, and now she had lost her purity to a man in the lower realm. This was the most severe insult to the Yaoqi sacred land. Summon the elders, she commanded sharply. Dozens of supreme elders instantly appeared within the great hall, trembling as they felt the terrifying killing intent radiating from the Saint Sovereign. Calm your wrath, Saint Sovereign. The elders chorused in salute. Activate the Kunlun mirror immediately to deduce Qingqian's whereabouts. Liu Qingqian's voice was icy cold. I want to know which reckless fool dares to touch one of mine. The Kunlun mirror was the supreme divination treasure of Yao Qi, a quasi-emperor artifact. Soon the ancient bronze mirror was brought to the center of the hall. Over a dozen supreme elders formed a circle and began channeling their power. The Kunlun mirror blazed with light, and the scene of Qingyun village gradually appeared on its surface. Liu Qingxian saw her disciple, Su Qingxian, sitting blissfully under a small tree, mending clothes for a seemingly ordinary man. That coy, demure demeanor nearly made her vomit blood in rage. This rebellious disciple. She ground her teeth. But when she tried to probe deeper into the man's true identity, the Kunlun mirror suddenly trembled violently. Crack. A clear fissure appeared on this quasi-emperor artifact passed down for 1,000,000 years. All the supreme elders involved in the divination spat blood simultaneously, suffering severe backlash. Even Liu Qingxian herself turned pale, utterly incredulous. A mere probe had damaged a quasi-emperor artifact. What kind of monster was hidden in that place? Saint Sovereign, should we request assistance from other sacred lands? One supreme elder proposed, trembling. No. Liu Qingxian wiped the blood from her lips, a fiercer flame igniting in her eyes. An existence capable of repelling a quasi-emperor artifact must be connected to the ultimate secrets of becoming an immortal or even an emperor. For the future of Yaoqi, I must go personally. Without fanfare, she traveled alone, carrying another supreme killing treasure, the Western Emperor Pagoda, and silently tore through the void, descending into the great wilderness world. Outside Qingyun village, the moment Liu Qingxian set foot on this land, like Xingxuan, all her cultivation was suppressed to the mortal level by the rule of returning all laws to mortal. Yet as a saint sovereign, her mental fortitude far surpassed Xingxuan's. Forcing herself to calm down, she strode step by step toward the thatched cottage that filled her with dread. In the yard, Su Qingxian was mending clothes for Chen Fan, her face radiant with a happiness she had never known. Chen Fan lay lazily on a rocking chair, teasing his daughter Chen Xi in his arms, while directing Xingxuan to sweep the yard. Xingxuan, that corner hasn't been swept clean. Yais. Xingxuan continued, waving her broom, looking wronged. This harmonious scene completely ignited the fury in Liu Qingxian's heart. She strode into the yard and spoke in a voice barely containing her rage. Qingxian, do you know your crime? The needle and thread slipped from Su Qingxian's hands as she looked up sharply at the newcomer. When she recognized the familiar face, she was stunned. Master. You still know to call me master. Liu Qingxian was incensed. You rebellious disciple. I wasted 20 years of painstaking effort cultivating you, and you end up in a place like this. In a place like this. She pointed at Su Qingxian's slightly swollen belly, too furious to speak. Su Qingxian's face paled as she instinctively protected her stomach. Master, you what? Liu Qingxian barked. Return to Yaoqi with me immediately. At that moment, Chen Fan finally sat up from the rocking chair and cast a calm glance at Liu Qingxian. So you're the lecher who defiled my disciple. Liu Qingxian turned to glare at Chen Fan, wishing she could tear him apart. How dare you? She stopped mid-sentence, for she realized she could not see through this man. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal, but when she observed closely it felt as if he were one with heaven and earth, unfathomably deep. Even more shocking, the infant girl in Chen Fan's arms stared at her with pale golden eyes, exuding a pressure that suffocated even her, a saint sovereign. What kind of monster is this? Liu Qingxian was terrified. Chen Fan gently stroked his daughter's cheek and said mildly, Madam, you are mistaken. Qingxian is my lawful wedded wife. How can you speak of defilement? Nonsense. Liu Qingxian erupted. Qingxian is the saintess of Yaoqi. How could she marry a master? Su Qingxian suddenly stood up, her voice carrying unprecedented resolve. Please do not insult my husband. Liu Qingchuan's eyes widened in disbelief at her beloved disciple. Was this the same docile, obedient Qingqian? You've gone mad. I have not. Su Qingqian walked to Chen Fan's side and took his arm. Master, your disciple has found her true home. I can give up everything in the Yao Qi sacred land. Give up. Liu Qingqian trembled with rage. Do you know how much effort Yao Qi has invested in you? Do you know the hopes of the entire sect you carry? Just then Liu Ruyan emerged from the house. Seeing the scene in the yard, she frowned. Husband, what is happening? The moment Liu Qingqian saw Liu Ruyan, she was stunned. The aura emanating from this woman was even more noble than her own, the saint sovereign of Yao Qi. Even more shocking, when Liu Ruyan appeared, the very laws of heaven and earth seemed to bow to her. Who are you? Liu Qingqian asked, trembling. Liu Ruyan smiled faintly without answering. She walked to Su Qingqian's side and said gently, Qingqian, yes, sister. Su Qingqian nodded. Since she is your master, she is an elder. Liu Ruyan looked at Liu Qingxuan, her tone calm, but brooking no dissent. Please have a seat, senior. Let us talk slowly. Liu Qingxian wanted to refuse, but for some reason, facing this woman, she could not muster the slightest will to resist. It was as if a suppression from the very depths of her bloodline forbade her from acting rashly. Who are you people? She asked again, her voice laced with deep fear. Chen Fan stood up, handed his daughter to Liu Ruyan, and looked at Liu Qingxian. Since you are Qingqian's master, that makes you family. He smiled. Why not stay for a meal, and we can have a good talk? As his words fell, Xingxuan suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud. Xingxuan pays respects to the saint sovereign of Yao Qi. She wailed, tears streaming. Please save me, saint sovereign. They captured me and made me a slave. I wash dishes and sweep the floor every day, and I even get chased by chickens. Xingxuan knelt on the ground, weeping like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Seeing this, Liu Qingchuan's fury only blazed fiercer within her. You treacherous disciple. She pointed at Su Qingqian, her voice trembling. After all these years of painstaking cultivation I gave you, and you end up becoming someone's wife in a place like this. And you've brought Xingxuan into this calamity as well. Su Qingqian's face turned pale as she instinctively shielded her slightly swollen belly. Master this disciple. She knelt at a loss for how to explain her choices. Chen Fan then rose from his rocking chair, casting a casual glance at the ethereally beautiful sacred lord of Yao Qi. He could sense the suppressed rage emanating from her, and spoke with nonchalance. You're Qingqian's master, aren't you? This was my idea, and she had nothing to do with it. If you must punish someone, punish me. Liu Qingxian let out a cold laugh, turning her glare toward Chen Fan. Punish you? You're a mere mortal. How am I supposed to punish you? Though her cultivation was suppressed, her sovereign dignity remained unshaken. You've ruined the future of my Yao Qi sacred ground, and you think a flippant admission of responsibility settles it. Chen Fan rubbed his chin, pondering seriously. Then, how about I compensate you for your losses? As he spoke, he rummaged through his storage ring and produced a stone tablet that looked ancient, casually handing it over. This original copy of the Western Emperor scripture should be of some use to Yao Qi, right? Consider it a betrothal gift. Liu Qingchuan's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks. The Western Emperor scripture. It was the founding imperial scripture of Yao Qi's sacred ground, with its latter half long lost. Trembling, she took the stone tablet and flipped a single page, sensing the vast pure imperial Dao laws flowing across its surface. This was truly the complete lost original imperial scripture. Not a replica, not a fragment, but the very one inscribed by the Western Emperor himself. A mortal casually produces a complete imperial scripture as compensation. Liu Qingxian felt her worldview shatter completely in that moment. When she looked at Chen Fan again, her contempt had vanished, replaced by boundless shock and confusion. Just then Liu Ruyan, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. If my husband gives you something, just take it. Her voice was calm, yet it carried a presence that made Liu Qingxian feel a stature billions of times loftier than her own sacred lord identity. Qingxian is now a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. From now on, she has nothing more to do with Yao Qi. Liu Qingxian swallowed hard, her voice quivering as she asked, you. Just what senior might you be? But Chen Fan waved his hand, impatiently cutting off their conversation. All right, no need to be so serious. He stood up, stretching his limbs. Since you're here, sacred lord, is it? I've been dabbling in farming lately, and have some questions about the earthly law. You can chat with me about it. With that, he actually took the sacred lord of Yao Qi by the hand, and led her toward the unremarkable-looking tree in the backyard. Liu Qingxian was forced to sit beneath the world tree, watching as Chen Fan casually scooped up a handful of soil from the ground. Look at this soil. It's clearly rich in spiritual energy, so why aren't the radishes grown in it as sweet as the ones bought outside? Chen Fan asked earnestly, utterly oblivious to the fact that he was discussing this with a sacred lord. Liu Qingxian initially wanted to retort, finding the question too childish. But when she carefully sensed that handful of soil, she froze entirely. This soil contained not just spiritual energy, but a primal law she had never encountered before. That's the crux of the issue. Chen Fan pointed at the soil. Spiritual energy is just the surface. What truly nurtures plants is the source of life. You cultivators always chase after spiritual energy density, but you overlook the most fundamental thing. He casually drew a few runes on the ground which emitted a faint golden glow. See this? It's the life rune formation I recently figured out. It doesn't increase spiritual energy, it just harmonizes the life laws in the soil. Its effects far surpass those so-called spirit-gathering formations. Liu Qingquan's eyes widened. Though these runes seemed simple, the principles they embodied pointed straight to the Tao's origin. Chen Fan continued his rambling discourse. Also, doesn't Yao Qi cultivate the path of supreme yin? Actually, yin and yang are two sides of the same coin, one cannot exist without the other. It's like farming. Without sunlight, even the best soil can't yield good crops. He pointed at the sky. You always seek pure ultimate yin, but disciples trained this way have unstable foundations. Yin should contain yang, and yang should contain yin. That is the true great Tao. Lu Qingxian listened mesmerized. Every word from Chen Fan gave her a new insight into cultivation. In just half an hour of Tao discourse, she felt she had gained more than 1,000 years of secluded meditation. Senior, how does one achieve yin containing yang? She had unconsciously changed her address, her tone now reverent. Simple. Chen Fan casually plucked a small flower. See this flower. The petals are yin, the stamen is yang. They aren't opposites, they complement each other. If your Yao Kai's supreme yin art could incorporate a trace of solar essence, its power would increase at least tenfold. Lu Qingxian was left speechless with shock. This cultivation philosophy completely overturned her understanding. But solar essence is so domineering. How can it be integrated into the supreme yin art? Chen Fan smiled and pulled a golden gleaming fruit from his pocket. Here is solar fruit. Try one. Lu Qingxian took the fruit, and as soon as it touched her lips, felt an exquisitely pure solar essence flowing through her body. Strangely, this essence wasn't overbearing, instead it merged perfectly with her supreme yin physique. Boom. Her cultivation instantly broke through. From the mid-Sacred Lord stage, she vaulted straight to the late Sacred Lord stage, and she could sense her supreme yin physique evolving to a higher level. How is this possible? Lu Qingxian stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. A fruit casually handed out had broken through a bottleneck that had plagued her for 1,000 years. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Nothing impossible about it. It's just a solar fruit. There are plenty on that tree in the backyard. Lu Qingxian turned to look at that ordinary tree and noticed it was laden with all kinds of exotic fruits, solar fruits, lunar fruits, 5 elements fruits, chaos fruits. Each one was a legendary, supreme, divine object. Yet here they hung like common fruit. Senior, just who are you? Lu Qingxian wanted to ask about Chen Fan's identity, but stopped mid-sentence. Because she realized she wasn't even worthy of knowing the true identity of such an existence. Just then, Chun Tian ran out of the house holding a small wooden basin. Father, I made new feed for the chicks using the method you taught me. He excitedly held up the basin, which contained some seemingly ordinary grains. But when Lu Qingxian looked closely, she nearly fainted. Every single one of those ordinary grains radiated a pressure at the Immortal King level. Using Immortal King level spirit grains as chicken feed. What kind of monsters was this family? Chen Fan patted his son's head with satisfaction. Great job, Tianer. This way those chicks will grow faster. He turned to Lu Qingxian and said naturally, by the way, since you're Qingyun's master, you're practically an elder. Why not stay for a meal? I was just thinking of trying out a new cooking method. Lu Qingxian wanted to refuse, but for some reason in the presence of this mysterious man, she couldn't muster the slightest will to resist. Just then Xingxuan suddenly scrambled up from the ground, pointing frantically at the backyard and shouting, "Oh no! Those chicks have eaten my grandfather's tracking talisman." The moment Xingxuan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire courtyard instantly froze. Liu Qingquan's face changed drastically. The tracking talisman was a unique secret art of their Yao Qi sacred land capable of locating a target across space. If it were destroyed, her grandfather, the star-chasing Immortal King, would be unable to find her position. What tracking talisman? Chen Fan frowned, his tone somewhat displeased. Xingxuan stammered an explanation. My grandfather was worried about my safety, so he left a tracking talisman on me. But just now those chicks saw the talisman glowing and mistook it for something tasty, so they swallowed it. Chen Fan turned to look at the backyard where the descendants of the Golden Crow were leisurely pacing, occasionally letting out a burp with a few golden feathers drifting from the corners of their beaks. If they ate it, they ate it, Chen Fan said, casually waving his hand. It's not like it's anything important. Lu Qingxian nearly stumbled upon hearing these words. The tracking talisman laid down by the star-chasing Immortal King dismissed as nothing important. Just then a sudden sound of tearing air came from the sky. A beam of golden light descended rapidly from the 9 heavens, arriving above Qingyun village in the blink of an eye. As the light faded, it revealed a tall, imposing middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring presence. It was the star-chasing Immortal King himself. Having sensed the sudden disappearance of his granddaughter's tracking talisman, he rushed over to investigate. But when he descended above Qingyun village like Lu Qingxian and Xingxuan before him, all his cultivation was suppressed to the mortal level by the rule power of all laws returned to mortal. What place is this? The star-chasing Immortal King thought in shock. He was in existence at the Immortal King realm, yet he was being suppressed by the rules of a small village. He slowly descended into the courtyard and saw Xingxuan kneeling on the ground, instantly blazing with fury. Xingxuan, how did you end up in a place like this? Seeing her grandfather appear, Xingxuan burst into even more violent sobs. Grandfather, You finally come. These people captured me and made me a slave. I wash dishes, sweep the floor every day, and even get bullied by those chicks. Hearing this, the star-chasing Immortal King turned to glare at Chen Fan. Are you the scoundrel who kidnapped my granddaughter? Chen Fan was playing with his daughter. He looked up at the suddenly appearing old man. Kidnapped? He shook his head. Your granddaughter barged in here on her own. Oh, I just had her do a bit of work. How? The star-chasing Immortal King erupted in rage. Do you know who I am? No, and I don't care, to Chen Fan replied bluntly. But you old man are quite rude, not even greeting anyone when you enter. The star-chasing Immortal King trembled with fury. When had he, a revered Immortal King, ever suffered such disdain? Just as he was about to lose his temper, Liu Ruyan walked out from the house. Seeing another person in the courtyard, she said calmly, Husband, we seem to have quite a few guests. The moment the star-chasing Immortal King saw Liu Ruyan, he froze entirely. The aura emanating from this woman made even him, an Immortal King, feel a suffocating pressure. You, who are you? He asked, trembling. Liu Ruyan ignored him, walking over to Chen Fan's side and saying softly, Hasn't Tanner come back yet? It's all. That boy's off gallivanting somewhere again, Chen Fan said with some exasperation. Yesterday he said he wanted to look around nearby, and now he's still not back. As he spoke, a tremendous roar came from afar. The entire earth trembled, and a massive mushroom cloud appeared. That commotion. Chen Fan frowned. Could it be that Tanner has stirred up trouble again? No sooner had he spoken than a golden streak of light flew swiftly from the distance, arriving above the courtyard in an instant. Chen Tian landed from the air, his clothes somewhat tattered, but his spirits high, an excited smile on his face. Dad? Mom? I'm back. As soon as he touched the ground, he noticed the two strangers in the yard and asked curiously, Oh, we have guests. The star-chasing Immortal King and Lu Qingxian both gasped sharply at the sight of Chen Tian. The bloodline pressure emanating from this child was more terrifying than any prodigy they had ever seen. And how old was he? He looked no more than 12 or 13. Tiana, where have you been causing mischief again? Chen Fan asked irritably. What was that commotion just now? Chen Tian scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I just ran into some bad guys and taught them a lesson. A lesson? Chen Fan looked at the still smoking mushroom cloud in the distance. You flattened their entire mountain. I might have used a bit too much force. Chen Tian stuck out his tongue, then pulled a wooden sword from his storage pouch. Dad, this sword you gave me is amazing. One swing, and I wiped out that Black Dragon sect. Lu Qingxian and the star-chasing Immortal King nearly fainted upon hearing this. The Black Dragon sect. That was a notorious demonic sect in the area with a leader at the fusion cultivation realm. A 12-year-old child with a wooden sword had wiped out the entire Black Dragon sect. Tianer is truly remarkable, Su Qingxian said as she approached, gently patting Chen Tian's head. But be more careful next time. Don't get hurt. I know, little mom. Chen Tian nodded obediently, then looked at the star-chasing Immortal King. Who's this old grandpa? He looks really fierce. Being called fierce-looking by a 12-year-old left the star-chasing Immortal King at a loss for how to react. What shocked him even more was that this child had destroyed the Black Dragon sect using only an ordinary wooden sword. He carefully examined the wooden sword, noticing its material seemed very special, radiating an aura that made his heart tremble. This sword? He couldn't help asking. Oh, this? Chen Fan said casually. I just whittled it from a branch of that tree in the backyard, gave it to Tanger as the star-chasing Immortal King and Lu Qingxian both looked at the seemingly ordinary large tree in the backyard, their minds churning with shock. What kind of tree was that? Its branches could produce such a terrifying toy. Just then Chen Tian noticed Xingxuan kneeling on the ground and asked curiously, Sister Xingxuan, why are you kneeling? Are you paying respects to Grandpa? Hearing this, Xingxuan cried even harder. She wanted to explain that she was being forced, but seeing Chen Tian's innocent smile, she didn't know how to speak. The star-chasing Immortal King finally regained his composure. He looked at Chen Fan, his tone becoming much more respectful. Senior, I was rude earlier. May I ask which hidden master you are? Chen Fan waved his hand. Hidden master? I'm just an ordinary farmer. An ordinary farmer? The star-chasing Immortal King almost laughed out loud. What ordinary farmer could raise such a monstrous son? What ordinary farmer could casually whittle a wooden sword that could destroy a demonic cultivator at the fusion stage? But he dared not ask further, only saying cautiously, in that case, we'll take Xingxuan back now. Hold on. Chen Tian suddenly spoke up. Sister Xingxuan still owes us a lot of dishes to wash. It wouldn't be right for her to leave just like that, would it? Xingxuan nearly fainted upon hearing this. Still washing dishes. The star-chasing Immortal King's face darkened, and he was about to explode, but seeing the ordinary wooden sword in Chen Tian's hand, he forcibly held back. Then what should be done? He asked cautiously. Chen Tian thought for a moment and said seriously, how about this? Sister Xingxuan can leave, but she has to leave something behind as compensation. After all, she's eaten quite a bit of our good food during this time. The star-chasing Immortal King breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could leave. What compensation does Senior desire? Chen Tian pointed at the storage ring on the star-chasing Immortal King's finger. That ring, it looks quite nice. The star-chasing Immortal King was utterly stunned when he heard Chen Tian demand his storage ring. This was the entirety of his accumulated wealth over 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Within it lay not only countless precious celestial herbs and divine medicines, but also several quasi-emperor weapons he had treasured along with the inherited cultivation methods of the star-chasing Immortal King's mansion. Thighs. Young friend, the items in this storage ring are of great importance to me. The star-chasing Immortal King swallowed hard and spoke cautiously. Forget it then. Chen Tian waved his hand casually. Sister Xingxuan can stay and continue washing dishes. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan nearly fainted. She hastily tugged at her grandfather's sleeve, sobbing, "Grandfather, just give it to him. I really can't wash dishes anymore." The star-chasing Immortal King's heart ached at the sight of his granddaughter's tear-streaked face. He gritted his teeth and removed the storage ring. Young friend, consider this storage ring compensation for my granddaughter. Chen Tian took the ring and casually glanced inside. His eyes immediately lit up. Wow. So many. He excitedly pulled out a gleaming longsword. This sword looks nice, much prettier than my wooden one. The star-chasing Immortal King's heart bled at the sight of that sword. That was the star-chasing sword, a quasi-emperor weapon he had spent 100,000 years gathering materials for, crafted by a celestial artifact master. Yet he dared not say a word, watching helplessly as Chen Tian swung it like a toy. "Tian, don't swing that recklessly," Chen Fan said calmly. "Be careful not to hurt anyone." "I know, father." Chen Tian obediently sheathed the sword and continued rummaging through the storage ring. "Huh, what's this?" He pulled out a black token engraved with a writhing black dragon. The star-chasing Immortal King's face turned ashen at the sight of it. This was the sect master token of the Black Dragon sect. To expand his influence, he had secretly backed this demonic sect. If other Immortal Kings discovered this, his reputation would be utterly ruined. "This isn't anything good," the star-chasing Immortal King quickly tried to explain. "I just stumbled upon it." Black Dragon sect. Chen Tian tilted his head, thinking, "Oh, that's the evil cult I just wiped out. So you were their backer." The star-chasing Immortal King's face turned deathly pale. Liu Qingxian and Liu Ruyan both turned to look at him, their eyes filled with disdain. An Immortal King secretly supporting demonic arts, a disgrace to the celestial realm. I can explain." The star-chasing Immortal King stammered. "No need for explanations." Chen Fan stood up, his tone turning cold. "Since you're the backer of an evil sect, there's nothing more to say." Feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Chen Fan, the star-chasing Immortal King trembled all over. He wanted to retort, but the words died in his throat. Just then a terrifying spatial fluctuation came from afar. The void was torn open, and a majestic figure stepped out from the rift. It was a middle-aged man in a golden Taoist robe, exuding a suffocating celestial might. "Who dares to destroy this immortal's legacy?" His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, causing the entire Qingyun village to tremble under the pressure. The star-chasing Immortal King's expression darkened further at the sight of the newcomer. This was the true backer of the Black Dragon sect, Venom Dragon Immortal, a golden immortal from the celestial realm. Venom Dragon Immortal looked down and immediately spotted Chen Tian. When he sensed the aura of the Supreme Bone emanating from Chen Tian, a greedy gleam flashed in his eyes. "Supreme Bone. Ha ha, heaven helps me." Venom Dragon Immortal roared with laughter. "Boy, come with me obediently, and it'll grant you a swift death." Chen Tian looked up at the golden immortal, a solemn expression appearing on his young face for the first time. He could feel the terrifying pressure radiating from the opponent, stronger than any enemy he had ever faced. Yet the warrior's blood within him began to boil. "You want my bone?" Chen Tian tightened his grip on his wooden sword, speaking coldly. "Then come and try." "Insolent brat." Venom Dragon Immortal sneered and raised his hand, striking down with a palm. The fearsome celestial might coalesced into a colossal palm that blotted out the sky, descending upon Chen Tian with earth-shattering force. Chen Tian took a deep breath and raised his wooden sword high. A faint golden light began to emanate from the blade, the power of the Supreme Bone awakening. Just as he prepared to fight to the death, a helpless sigh came from the direction of Qingyun village. "Sigh, can't you give me a moment's peace?" The sigh was soft, yet it echoed clearly across the entire great wilderness, even piercing the barrier between the mortal and celestial realms, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing that sigh, Venom Dragon Immortal's hair stood on end. He could sense that the owner of that voice possessed a power that terrified him to his very core. As Chen Fan's voice rang out, a colossal hand composed of endless laws and chaotic currents slowly emerged from the direction of Qingyun village. This giant hand ignored the distance of space and time, appearing instantly above the demonic mountain. It radiated no pressure, appearing utterly ordinary, yet Venom Dragon Immortal felt an unprecedented threat of death. "No. Impossible. Such power." Venom Dragon Immortal's eyes widened, his voice trembling. That giant hand did not attack Venom Dragon Immortal. Instead, it gently, like wiping dust off a table, no explosion, no destruction, no sound at all. Venom Dragon Immortal didn't even have time to scream before he vanished completely from this world. Not only his body, but also his primordial spirit, his true form in the celestial realm, and every trace of his existence. All were utterly erased by that palm, as if he had never existed in this world. From the past, present to the future, all karmic ties related to him vanished without a trace. Chen Tian stared blankly at the scene, his wooden sword nearly slipping from his hand. He knew his father was powerful, but he never imagined it was to such an unimaginable degree. After finishing everything, that all-leveling giant hand even curled a finger and lightly flicked Chen Tian's forehead. "Brat, get home for dinner." Chen Fan's voice echoed in his mind, filled with affection. Chen Tian rubbed his sore forehead and said pitifully, "I know, father. I'm coming back now." He put away the storage ring and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something, turning to look at the terrified remnants of the Black Dragon sect. "Oh, and you villains can't escape either." Chen Tian casually waved his wooden sword. A sword aura swept through and the demonic cultivators turned to ash instantly. Having done all this, he contentedly stepped into the air and flew toward Qingyun village. The star-chasing Immortal King and Liu Ruyan were left utterly dumbfounded. A golden immortal from the celestial realm erased with a single palm. Not even a trace of his existence remained. What level of being could accomplish such a feat? "Whoa, who exactly is that, senior?" the star-chasing Immortal King muttered to himself, trembling. Liu Ruyan was equally stunned. She now finally understood why the Kunlun mirror had been damaged and why she had felt that terrifying backlash. That seemingly harmless man was a terrifying existence beyond the limits of her comprehension. While the two were still in shock, Chen Tian had already returned to Qingyun village. As soon as he landed, he noticed two strangers in the courtyard and asked curiously, "Father, who are they?" "Qingyun's master and Xingxuan's grandfather," Chen Fan said calmly. "Both have come to pick someone up." Chen Tian nodded, then pulled out a pile of gleaming treasures from the storage ring. "Father, look at what I got today," he exclaimed excitedly, displaying the quasi-emperor weapons and celestial materials. "This old man's storage ring has so many great things." The star-chasing Immortal King's heart bled as he watched his life savings being treated like toys by a child, but he dared not complain. "Tianer, don't rummage through others' belongings." Liu Ruyan approached and said gently, "You have no use for these things. Return them." "Huh, I have to give them back." Chen Tian was reluctant. "But I already promised Sister Xingxuan this was her compensation." Upon hearing this, Xingxuan quickly waved her hands. "No compensation needed. No compensation needed. I don't want anything." She just wanted to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible, let alone demand compensation. "All right then." Chen Tian disappointedly tossed the storage ring back to the star-chasing Immortal King. "Old man, here you go." The star-chasing Immortal King caught it, nearly weeping with gratitude. "Thank you, young friend." But Chen Tian suddenly remembered something and pulled out the star-chasing sword from the ring. "I really like this sword. Can I keep it?" The star-chasing Immortal King's heart ached terribly at the sight of the quasi-emperor weapon, but he forced a smile. "Oh, of course. This sword is yours, young friend." "Great." Chen Tian happily swung the long sword. "Thank you, old man." Just then Su Qingxian suddenly clutched her stomach, her face turning pale. "Husband, I think I'm feeling unwell." Su Qingxian's face was pale, her hand resting on her slightly swollen belly as fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Chen Fan instantly leaped from his rocking chair and rushed to her side in 3 hurried strides. "Qingxian, where does it hurt?" His voice was thick with concern, the earlier languor he displayed while scolding his son vanishing entirely. Su Qingxian forced a faint smile. "Husband, don't worry. I just felt a sudden tightness in my stomach." Liu Ruyan approached immediately, placing her fingers gently on Su Qingxian's pulse. After a moment, she broke into a joyful smile. "Congratulations, husband, and congratulations, Sister Qingxian. The child is healthy, but the recent celestial anomaly has stirred the fetus." Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but his brow furrowed. "Celestial anomaly? I merely gave that reckless fellow a casual slap." Liu Qingxian trembled inwardly at his words. A casual slap that had erased a golden immortal from the river of time itself. Such a feat would be beyond even the legendary celestial emperors. Chen Tian then shuffled over, peering curiously at Su Qingxian's belly. "Little mother, will I have a younger sibling soon? Tianer will become an older brother." Su Qingxian gently stroked Chen Tian's head. "Wonderful." Chen Tian jumped with excitement. "They'll teach them swordsmanship and take them fishing. You rascal, learn to manage yourself first." Chen Fan tapped his son's forehead with exasperation. "You flattened another mountaintop today, and you still have the nerve." Chen Tian clutched his head and protested in a pitiful tone. "Father, I held back. I only used 30% of my strength." Upon hearing this, the star-chasing Immortal King nearly stumbled. 30% strength had erased a demon cultivator at the Harmony stage along with an entire mountain peak. What would a full power strike entail? Just then the distant sky suddenly darkened. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but the void itself turning pitch black. A suffocating pressure descended from the 9th heaven, causing even the laws of the mundane realm to tremble. Liu Ruyan's expression shifted drastically. "Husband, something is approaching from the depths of the Sea of Realms." Chen Fan looked up at the sky, and for the first time a serious expression appeared in his normally languid eyes. Within that darkness he saw an ancient mark rapidly solidifying. It exuded an aura of finality and destruction, as if it could devour everything in existence. A bit troublesome. Chen Fan scratched his head. Why did this thing show up early? Liu Qingxian was even more astonished at his words. This enigmatic man actually knew that terrifying entity, and from his tone it seemed he had long anticipated this. The star-chasing Immortal King's legs went weak with fear. If something could make even Chen Fan deem it a bit troublesome, how horrifying must it truly be? Just as panic gripped everyone, Chen Tian suddenly jumped up in excitement. Wow, such a cool mark. Father, what is that thing? An old friend from long ago. Chen Fan said calmly. But he's turned bad now, and he specializes in Chen Tian immediately hid behind Liu Ruyan. Should we run? Run from what? Chen Fan laughed heartily. Since he dares to come, let him stay as a guest. As he spoke, the black mark fully solidified into a pitch-black pillar of light that plummeted down. The moment it struck the ground, the entire primordial wilderness trembled. Countless beings cowered under this pressure, and even the self-righteous sacred sects felt an unprecedented. As the dust settled, a figure slowly rose from the deep crater. He appeared to be a man in his 30s, clad in black battle armor with a handsome face, but eyes as dark as ink, as if they could devour souls. Most eerie of all was the complex rune on his forehead, emitting a chilling black light. After countless eons, this sovereign has finally returned. The black-armored man spoke slowly, his voice laden with boundless sorrow and madness. Chen Fan, are you still playing the mortal here? Chen Fan sighed and rose from his rocking chair. Old Black, you've changed. Changed? Ha ha. The black-armored man laughed wildly. Yes, I have changed. Abandoned by you in the land of termination, tortured for countless eons. How could I possibly remain unchanged? Lu Qingxian and the star-chasing Immortal King exchanged bewildered glances. These two actually knew each other, and from the tone it seemed there was some old grievance. Have you come to seek revenge? Chen Fan shook his head. Old Black, you weren't like this before. Revenge? A flicker of complexity passed through the black-armored man's eyes. I came here to fulfill a final mission. This world should not exist. All cycles of reincarnation, all karma, should come to an end. He raised his hand, and terrifying laws of destruction coalesced in his palm, including your family. Chen Fan's expression instantly turned cold. Old Black, some words can be spoken recklessly, but some deeds cannot be done lightly. Is that so? The black-armored man sneered. Then let me see how much power you still possess. With that, he struck out his palm, aimed at Su Qingxian. The devastating force of destruction locked onto her, instantly warping even space itself. Chen Tian immediately stepped in front of Su Qingxian, his wooden sword blazing with dazzling golden light. But his meager cultivation was utterly insignificant against an attack of this magnitude. In that critical moment, he made no grand display, merely waving his hand. The terrifying palm of destruction dissipated instantly, as if it had never existed. At the same time, an invisible force pinned the black-armored man in place. Old Black, I told you some deeds cannot be done lightly. Chen Fan's voice was calm, but Lu Qingxian felt a suffocating pressure. The black-armored man struggled fiercely, but could not move an inch. Impossible. How can you still be at your peak? According to that pact, you should have been stripped of most of your power, just like us. Chen Fan shrugged. Maybe it's because I have a family now. Having something to care about makes a person stronger. Then, as if recalling something, he turned his gaze to the system panel. Ding. Detected that the host's offspring Chen Tian independently destroyed a demonic sect, shaking the region and attracting the attention of the celestial realm. Special reward granted. Reward: host cultivation elevated to the mid-stage of quasi-celestial emperor realm. Reward: divine ability words manifest reality basic. Chen Fan felt the surging power within him and grew even more resigned. The power was growing too fast, he could barely keep up. Blessings of many children system, you're really forcing me to grind. He muttered, then looked at the still struggling black-armored man. Old Black, for the sake of old times, I'll give you a chance. Leave this place, return to your land of termination, and I'll pretend today never happened. The black-armored man stopped struggling, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Chen Fan, do you truly believe that having a family can change everything? That great calamity of yesteryear will come again. When it does, what choice will you make? Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. They'll figure it out when the time comes. For now, I just want to live a good life. The black-armored man gave him a long, deep look, then laughed bitterly. Very well, it seems I've made this trip for nothing. The binding force suddenly vanished, and the black-armored man rose again. But Chen Fan, I must warn you. Some have already begun to act. They will not allow you to continue living so carefree. With that, his figure began to fade. I hope when we meet again you won't regret today's choice. The black-armored man vanished completely, and the sky cleared once more. Chen Fan shook his head and settled back into his rocking chair. All right, the farce is over. Everyone go about your business. But Chen Tian jumped up excitedly. Father, that was amazing. That nasty uncle couldn't even move. Teach me that move. Chen Fan, you can't even walk steadily, and you want to learn to run. Master the basics first. Just then Liu Ruyan approached Chen Fan and spoke softly. Husband, I sense some unusual auras just now. It seems something major is stirring in the celestial realm. The moment Liu Ruyan finished speaking, Su Qingxian suddenly clutched her stomach, her complexion growing even paler. Husband, the child. The child is coming. Chen Fan sprang up from his rocking chair in an instant, flustered to the point of not even putting on his slippers properly. What? Now? So soon? He scrambled to pick up Su Qingxian, but Liu Ruyan stopped him. Husband, don't panic. He'll handle this. Liu Ruyan gently supported Su Qingxian as they walked inside. Sister Qingxian, take deep breaths and relax. Chen Tian followed excitedly behind them. I'm going to be a big brother. I'm going to be a big brother. Brat, don't cause trouble. Chen Fan grabbed his son and set him aside. Wait in the courtyard. Lu Qingxian and the star-chasing Immortal King exchanged glances, uncertain whether to stay or leave. Just as Su Qingxian was helped inside the house, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Yet this time it was not darkness but a profound chaotic hue. In the heavens above, an endless sea of chaotic qi began to converge, forming a rolling ocean of chaos. Within the ocean, dragons roared and phoenixes sang, uchilants trod upon the clouds, and basing turtles carried mountains as they moved. What kind of omen is this? The star-chasing Immortal King's eyes widened. In all his eons of life, he had never witnessed such a magnificent celestial phenomenon. What was even more breathtaking was the manifestation of the 3,000 great Daos in the void, transforming into golden lotuses that drifted down from the 9 heavens. Each golden lotus contained the pure essence of the great Tao. Upon touching the ground, they dissolved into specks of golden light that merged into the earth. So soothing. Xingxuan stared blankly at the falling lotuses. She could feel the spiritual energy within her body surging wildly. Even her suppressed cultivation base was loosening. Lu Qingxian was utterly speechless with shock. The Tao resonance contained within those golden lotuses was far more profound than anything she had comprehended in a millennium of cultivation. Merely basking in this omen, she felt her understanding of the great Yin Tao deepen significantly. Father Chen Tian curiously reached out to catch a golden lotus. It bloomed in his palm, transforming into pure chaotic qi that merged into his body. His cultivation base instantly skyrocketed. Your little sister is about to be born. Chen Fan paced nervously outside the house. This girl hasn't even been born yet, and she's already this troublesome. What will she be like later? Liu Ruyan's gentle voice came from inside. Sister Qingxian, push a little harder. I can see the head. Everything is going smoothly. Just then the entire Qingyun village was suddenly enveloped by a pillar of chaotic light. The pillar shot straight into the sky, tearing a massive rift in the chaotic ocean. Within that rift, scenes of the birth and death of universes continuously evolved, as if recounting the secrets of the world's creation. Wah! A crisp cry rang out. This cry was entirely different from Chen Tian's domineering wailback. Instead it carried a power that calmed the mind and spirit. Every living being who heard it, regardless of their cultivation level, instantly fell into a state of enlightenment. Lu Qingxian immediately sat cross-legged, frantically absorbing the chaotic qi in the air. Her cultivation leaped from the late Saint Sovereign realm directly to the peak of Saint Sovereign. The star-chasing Immortal King trembled with excitement. The bottleneck that had plagued him for 10,000 years finally shattered in that moment. Midstage Immortal King. He had actually broken through under these circumstances. My daughter. Chen Fan rushed into the house excitedly, seeing the tiny infant wrapped in chaotic qi in Liu Ruyan's arms. The little one was exquisitely delicate with a small green lotus imprint on her brow. The moment she opened her eyes, Chen Fan saw scenes of cosmic birth and death swirling within her gaze. Husband, it's a daughter. Su Qingxian smiled weakly but happily. She's so beautiful. Of course she's beautiful, just like her mother. Chen Fan carefully took his daughter into his arms. The little one lay quietly, her large eyes curiously exploring the world around her. A system notification echoed in his mind, announcing the successful birth of a mythic-grade offspring, a being of the chaotic Tao embryo, with immeasurable potential and triggering a 10,000-fold reward. He was rewarded with the chaotic supreme body, a perfect fusion of the chaotic saint body and the supreme bone. His cultivation base soared to the early stage of the immortal emperor realm. He also received the supreme treasure fragment of the creation jade die and a family fortune canopy, formed to protect all bloodline members. Chen Fan felt the surging power within him and almost lost his balance. Immortal Emperor realm. He had leaped directly from quasi-immortal emperor to immortal emperor. Wasn't this leap a bit too much? Even more shocking was that at the moment of his ascension to immortal emperor, he sensed the world origin of the entire great wilderness world extending its goodwill toward him. It was as if it were inviting him to become the ruler of this world. Damn, what's going on? Chen Fan quickly severed his connection with the world origin. He had no desire to become some creator god. What if he accidentally reset his home? He only wanted to be a peaceful stay-at-home father. Father! Chen Tian rushed in excitedly. Little sister is so cute. What's her name? Linger Chen. Chen Fan gazed tenderly at his daughter in his arms. I hope she grows up safe, sound, and happy. Little Linger seemed to understand her father's words and giggled. When she laughed, the entire room was bathed in soft, chaotic light. Tiana, you must protect your little sister. Su Qingxian said weakly to Chen Tian. Don't worry, little mother. Whoever bullies my sister will beat them up. Chen Tian puffed out his chest in assurance, then gently touched his sister's little hand. Little Linger grabbed her brother's finger with surprising strength. Chen Tian felt his finger enveloped by a mysterious force, and the supreme bone within him resonated. Little sister is amazing, he exclaimed excitedly. I feel like she's stronger than me. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Your sister was just born. There's no such thing as strong or weak. Even so, he could sense the terrifying potential within his daughter. The chaotic Tao embryo was a legendary supreme physique, rarer even than Chen Tian's supreme bone. As the family enjoyed their harmonious moment, sudden shouts erupted from outside. Something terrible. A massive phantom has appeared in the sky. Chen Fan stepped out of the house holding his daughter and looked up at the sky. There in the chaotic ocean, a colossal phantom of a goddess was slowly taking shape. The goddess cradled an infant, her face benevolent and radiating maternal brilliance. She looked down toward the thatched cottage, gently nodded, and then slowly dissipated. This is the chaotic goddess. Lu Qingxian stared in awe at the sky. Legend says that any being who births a chaotic Dao embryo receives the blessing of the chaotic goddess. It seems little Linger's origins are no small matter. Chen Fan shook his head. I hope she doesn't cause as much. Chen Tian muttered in dissatisfaction. I don't cause trouble, I'm just upholding justice. Upholding. Chen Fan tapped his son's forehead impatiently. You leveled an entire mountain. That's your idea of upholding justice. Those villains deserved it. Chen Tian argued with conviction. And I was already holding back. As the father and son bickered, the rapid sound of horse hooves came from afar. A troop of cavalry in golden armor was galloping toward Qingyun village. Leading them was a middle-aged man, robust and imposing. He was the third prince of the great wilderness dynasty Xiao Zhantian. Sensing the celestial phenomenon, he had personally led his troops to investigate. From a distance, Xiao Zhantian saw the lingering chaotic qi over Qingyun village and was deeply shaken. An omen like this must herald the emergence of some extraordinary treasure. A greedy glint flashed in his eyes. If I can obtain that treasure, my cultivation will surely reach new heights. Xiao Zhantian led his golden-armored cavalry in a thundering charge toward Qingyun village, the sound of hooves echoing like rolling thunder across the heavens. From afar he gazed at the lingering chaos energy, his greed burning ever brighter. A treasure capable of stirring such an omen must be priceless. Xiao Zhantian licked his lips. Once I obtain it, my domination of the great wilderness is within reach. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Chen Fan felt the surging power within him. The cultivation of the immortal emperor realm made it nearly impossible to control his body, though every breath resonated with the heavens and earth. This wouldn't do. If anyone discovered his true strength, how could he peacefully live as an ordinary father? System, is there a way to completely conceal my cultivation? Chen Fan asked inwardly. Ding. Detecting hosts need providing the ultimate lazy sealing art. This technique will seal all of the host's power, aura, and presence within a mortal shell. Additionally, the host gains world dominance authority, allowing modification of this world's rules so no one can perceive the host's true state. Perfect. Chen Fan activated the sealing art without hesitation. Instantly, the oppressive aura of an immortal emperor vanished, leaving him looking like a harmless, ordinary farmer. Even his luck was suppressed to the mortal level, making him appear as the most common of commoners. Husband, what is this? Liu Ruyan keenly sensed the change in Chen Fan. Nothing, just felt that being too strong wasn't good. Chen Fan waved his hand with a smile. I just want to quietly be a father. He returned to his rocking chair, cradling his newborn daughter Chen Linger. The little one was as delicate as a porcelain doll, exquisitely beautiful. She neither cried nor fussed, merely gazing at the world with wide eyes that held the chaos of stars, clear as freshly melted snow, yet deep as the boundless cosmos. Linger is such a good girl. Chen Fan gently stroked his daughter's cheek. Unlike your brother, who could tear off the roof the moment he was born. Chen Tian muttered in defiance. I was just showing off my strength. Showing off? You nearly scared your mother half to death. Chen Fan shot his son a glare. Little Linger's tiny hand gripped Chen Fan's finger tightly. Her strength was astonishing, pure chaos origin energy flowed through her small hand, making Chen Fan feel incredibly invigorated. This girl is truly extraordinary, Chen Fan mused. I hope she grows up quietly, not causing trouble like her brother. Su Qingxian, though just having given birth, was in high spirits. She sat by the bed, her face radiant with happiness. Husband, I think Linger will be a gentle child. Liu Ruyan approached, as well playfully teasing the new family member. Little sister Linger is so adorable, her skin is whiter than snow. Chen Tian gazed at his delicate sister, a rare tenderness appearing on his usually domineering face. He carefully extended a finger and gently touched her cheek. Sister's face is so soft like tofu. Be gentle, you brat. Chen Fan feared his son might poke a hole in his daughter's cheek. Lu Qingxian and Xingxuan watched this heartwarming scene from outside the house, their hearts filled with emotion. This family is truly strange, Xingxuan murmured. So powerful, yet they live like ordinary folks. Perhaps this is what true strength means, Lu Qingxian mused. Returning to simplicity, the greatest truth is the simplest. They had grown completely numb. Whether it was celestial anomalies or divine maidens descending to the mortal world, anything extraordinary that happened in this family now seemed perfectly normal to them. Just as the atmosphere was warm and joyful, little Linger suddenly pouted on the verge of tears. What's wrong? Chen Fan panicked. Is she hungry? Or uncomfortable? He fumbled to check on his daughter, but the little one seemed merely bored, looking around restlessly. She probably wants a toy, Su Qingxian said with a smile. Babies like to grab things. A toy. Chen Fan began searching through his storage ring. Imperial weapons are too dangerous, celestial artifacts too sharp, divine herbs too precious. He searched for a long time, finding none of these treasures suitable for a baby. Too hard, and it might hurt her; too sharp, and it might cut; and toxic ones were out of the question. Forget it, he'll use this. Chen Fan finally pulled out an unremarkable-looking orb. The orb was a chaotic gray about the size of an adult's fist with a surface as smooth as a mirror. It was the creation jade disc fragment rewarded by the system. Though just a fragment, it was a shard of the supreme artifact from the dawn of creation brimming with boundless creative power. But in Chen Fan's eyes it had no lethal force and seemed safe enough. Linger, daddy found you a toy. Chen Fan handed the chaos orb to his daughter. The moment Chen Linger saw it, her chaotic-colored eyes lit up. She reached out both tiny hands and hugged the orb, which was larger than her fists. The little one examined it from all sides, then did something that left everyone stunned. She opened her rosy little mouth and took a bite of the chaos orb just like biting into an apple. Crunch. A crisp sound rang out. Little Linger actually bit off a small piece of the chaos orb and chewed it with relish. Gulp. She swallowed the fragment, then patted her little belly contentedly. The room fell into a dead silence. Lu Qingxian and Xingxuan's eyes nearly popped out. The creation jade disc. That legendary supreme artifact tied to the birth of the universe. Even a fragment could drive an immortal emperor mad. And now it was being used as a teething ring. And she actually bit it off and ate it. Oh my heavens. Xingxuan covered her mouth, her voice trembling. What did she just eat? A fragment of the creation. Lu Qingxian replied mechanically. The supreme artifact born at the dawn of creation. They exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. This newborn baby could actually digest the creation jade disc. That supreme artifact that even an immortal emperor couldn't refine. The star-chasing Immortal King was dumbfounded. He had barely recovered from his previous shock when he witnessed this earth-shattering scene. An Immortal King's worldview was shattered once again. What kind of family is this, he roared inwardly. The son destroys a demon sect with a wooden sword, and the daughter snacks on divine artifacts. Chen Fan watched his daughter eating happily and smiled. Glad you like it. When you finish, daddy has more. He patted his storage ring. There's an even larger fragment of the creation jade disc. Should be chewier. Hearing this, little Linger clapped her hands joyfully. Babbling. She reached out her tiny hands toward Chen Fan, indicating she wanted more. Ha, little greedy one. Just as Chen Fan was about to give her another piece, he heard urgent hoofbeats outside. A squadron of golden-armored cavalry thundered into Qingyun village. At the lead, Xiao Zhantian dismounted and strode menacingly toward the thatched cottage. Who caused such an omen here? Hand over the treasure at once, and I may spare your life. The moment Xiao Zhantian finished speaking, a heart-wrenching infant cry suddenly echoed from the courtyard. This cry was starkly different from the clear wail of Chen Linger at her birth, carrying a pain that chilled the soul, as if some terrifying force was tormenting the newborn life. Linger. Su Qingqian's face instantly turned pale, and Liu Ruyan swiftly turned and rushed into the house. In the courtyard, Chen Fan, who had been rummaging through his storage ring to find another fragment of the creation jade disc for his daughter to snack on, stopped. Upon hearing the agonized cry, the storage ring slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. He had never heard his daughter weep with such torment. Chen Fan vanished from the rocking chair in an instant and appeared inside the room. There, Liu Ruyan held Chen Linger, whose once tender skin was now marred by eerie black runes emerging from within. These runes were grotesquely unnatural, seeping outward from her body rather than invading from outside. What is this? Su Qingxian reached out in horror to touch the markings, but Liu Ruyan stopped her. Don't touch. These patterns are dangerous, imbued with a profoundly evil power. Liu Ruyan's expression was graver than ever before. Even with her cultivation, she felt threatened. Chen Fan took his daughter, instantly probing her body with his immortal emperor-level divine sense. As he probed, his face turned darker than the deepest winter. Deep within his daughter's Chaos Dao foundation, a black seal was voraciously devouring her intrinsic energy. This seal exuded an aura of annihilation and doom identical to the power of the black-armored man from before. Worse still, it had entwined itself with Chen Linger's Dao foundation, as if it had always been a part of her. Damn it! Chen Fan cursed a rare outburst. He finally understood the meaning behind the black-armored man's parting words. Some had already begun their move. They hadn't confronted Chen Fan directly, but had targeted his family instead. Husband Linger. Su Qingqian's voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. It's okay. Linger will be fine. Chen Fan forced himself to remain calm. He gently caressed his daughter's small face and said softly, Father will protect you. He extended a finger, intending to erase the seal with his immortal emperor-level power. Yet to his shock, the moment his power touched the seal, it split into countless fragments like a living creature, merging completely into every drop of Chen Linger's blood and every cell. To remove it would mean destroying Chen Linger along with it. Chen Fan halted his action. This was the first time he felt so helpless since becoming an immortal emperor. The level of this power far exceeded his expectations. It didn't belong to any law of this universe, but seemed to originate from the forbidden zone of annihilation. Chen Fan slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through endless time and space to fix upon that forbidden land that even immortal emperors dreaded. Just then, Xiao Zhantian's impatient roar came from outside the courtyard. Those inside, come out now. If you don't hand over the treasure, it'll take action. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian's small face twisted with anger. That villain. With my sister in this state, he's still making a racket. The little one gripped his wooden sword tightly, ready to charge out and teach that clueless fool a lesson. Tianer, don't go. Chen Fan stopped him. Take care of your younger mother. He gently handed Chen Linger to Su Qingxian and walked toward the courtyard gate. Outside, Xiao Zhantian was directing his golden-armored cavalry to surround the thatched cottage. These cavalry were elites of the Great Wilderness Dynasty with cultivations at least at the foundation establishment stage, and several captains were Golden Core experts. It's here. Xiao Zhantian pointed at the chaotic qi still dissipating in the air. A treasure capable of causing such a phenomenon must be priceless. A deputy behind him said with concern, Your Highness, could there be a powerful figure here? After all, such an anomaly. A powerful figure. Xiao Zhantian sneered contemptuously. What powerhouse could be in this backwater? They just stumbled upon some ancient relic by sheer luck. As he spoke, the cottage door suddenly opened. A young man of unremarkable appearance stepped out clad in coarse linen and straw sandals with not a trace of a cultivator's aura. Are you the one who caused the commotion? Xiao Zhantian looked Chen Fan up and down, his eyes full of disdain. Chen Fan didn't answer. He merely gazed at him calmly. That serene stare unsettled Xiao Zhantian, but his greed quickly overpowered the unease. Enough, I have no time to waste on you. Xiao Zhantian waved his hand impatiently. Hand over the treasure, and he'll spare. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. My daughter is sleeping. His voice was soft, but reached every ear clearly. So, Xiao Zhantian frowned. So you're too loud. With that, Chen Fan casually waved his hand in the air. No dazzling light, no overwhelming force, just an ordinary gesture. Yet the next moment, every golden-armored cavalryman, including Xiao Zhantian, was frozen in place. They remained in their previous poses as if time had stopped. But their minds were fully awake. They could hear and see yet could not move. You? What have you done to us? Xiao Zhantian found even speaking immensely difficult. Just making you quiet, Chen Fan said calmly. I told you my daughter is sleeping. Liu Qingxian and the pursuing star Immortal King watched trembling. A paralysis technique. But they had never seen such a terrifying one. Even Xiao Zhantian, a Mahyanistage cultivator, was paralyzed without resistance. What level of power was this? Xingxuan was so frightened she hid behind her grandfather, not daring to breathe. You may leave. Chen Fan looked at Liu Qingxian and the pursuing star Immortal King. Thank you for looking after Qingxian. No. It's our honor. The pursuing star Immortal King quickly waved his hand. We've troubled you. He pulled his still-shocked granddaughter and scrambled away from Qingyun village. Before leaving, he bowed deeply to Chen Fan. Liu Qingxian also wanted to leave, but seeing Chen Fan's calm, yet infinitely majestic face, she mustered the courage to speak. Senior, may this junior stay to help. Chen Fan looked at her in surprise. Aren't you afraid? Junior wishes to learn from senior's medical skills. Liu Qingxian said through gritted teeth. That little miss condition is very peculiar. This junior might be able to assist. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Fine, but you must obey. Just then Su Qingqian's panicked voice came from the cottage. Husband, Linger's condition seems worse. Chen Fan vanished and reappeared inside the room. Chen Linger's black runes were even more pronounced, and her little face had turned bluish. More terrifyingly, her cries grew weaker, as if her life force was being devoured by the seal. This can't go on. Liu Ruyan said anxiously, Linger's essence is being eroded if this continues. She didn't finish, but everyone understood her meaning. Chen Fan picked up his daughter, feeling the increasingly intense evil aura within her, and the murderous intent in his heart nearly pierced the heavens. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the depths of the void. Since you want to play, then come. His voice was soft, but every living being in the great wilderness world felt a soul-deep tremor at that moment. Deep within a forbidden zone at the edge of the realm, an ancient being suddenly opened its eyes. Interesting. He's finally angered. Chen Fan held his daughter, his expression more solemn than ever before. Little Linger's cries grew fainter as black runic patterns spread across her tender skin, each line voraciously consuming her life essence. Husband. Su Qingxian extended her trembling hand, yearning to touch their daughter, but fearing those eerie markings. Rest assured, Linger will be fine. Chen Fan gently caressed his daughter's little face, soothing his wife with warm words. Yet within him the murderous intent had reached its zenith. To dare touch his daughter, this was a death sentence. Tianer, take care of your stepmother and Ruyan. Chen Fan held his daughter tightly in his arms. Father has matters to settle. Father, I want to go too. Chen Tian gripped his wooden sword, his young face brimming with fury. The villains who bullied my sister, they'll slay them all. Be good, this enemy is different. Chen Fan patted his son's head. Stay here and protect the family. Though reluctant, Chen Tian nodded obediently, seeing his father's unprecedented gravity. Qingxuan looked after Qingxian. Yes, senior. Liu Qingxian hastened to reply. Chen Fan took a deep breath and with his daughter in his arms stepped forward. The next instant his figure vanished from the thatched hut. The golden-armored cavalry outside, frozen in place, could not even blink, watching helplessly as that ordinary farmer disappeared into thin air. Xiao Zhanshan's terror peaked. What level of existence was this? Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already appeared in the boundless chaotic void beyond the great desolate world. Here there was no time, no space. Only the most primordial chaos surging. Acting here would harm no living. Chen Fan sat cross-legged, carefully placing Chen Linger on his lap. The little one's cries grew even weaker The black runic patterns now covered most of her body. Linger father is here to save you. Chen Fan closed his eyes, and his immortal emperor-level divine soul slowly emerged from his body. It radiated brilliant golden light, dazzling in the chaotic void. His soul transformed into a streak of light, plunging directly into his daughter's inner world. Within Chen Linger's origin space, Chen Fan beheld a sight that shook him. What should have been a pure chaotic realm, representing infinite potential, was now filled with countless black runes, dense and innumerable, spreading across the entire space. These runes exuded an aura of decay and ominousness, frantically eroding the essence of the chaotic Dao embryo. Each rune sought to blacken this nascent chaos, transforming pure creative force into destructive power. Damn it! Chen Fan's divine soul roared in fury. These runes were too deeply entwined with his daughter's Dao embryo essence. Forced removal would harm both. But he could not give up. Since that's the case, let's try something different. Chen Fan suddenly calmed, activating a supreme divine art he had not used in ages. One chi transforms into 3 pures. His soul split into 3 each, becoming a colossal giant radiating the temporal aura of past, present, and future. The past incarnation, holding a fragment of the creation jade disc, began tracing origins. He followed the causal threads of the black mark swimming upstream to uncover its true source. The present incarnation sat at the center, using the essence of his chaos sovereign body to forcibly suppress the black runes spread, protecting his daughter's true spirit from perishing. The future incarnation, however, made an unexpected move. Instead of cleansing the black runes, he actively opened his arms to welcome them, beginning to analyze, deconstruct, and even devour them. Have you lost your mind? The present incarnation frowned. Those things are filled with unknown curses. Lost my mind? Perhaps. The future incarnation smiled calmly. But since we cannot remove them, let us fully analyze and turn them to our use. I shall transform this curse into nourishment for Linger's future growth. It was an exceedingly reckless decision. One misstep, and Chen Fan himself could be assimilated by that unknown power. But he was a father willing to bear any risk for his daughter. Meanwhile, the past incarnation, tracing the past, traveled upstream through the endless river of causality. Time flowed backward, years reversed. He witnessed the formation of the black mark, saw how it traversed countless dimensions and epochs before descending upon his daughter. The causal threads grew fainter, more ancient. Finally, at an immeasurably distant temporal node, he glimpsed it was a dead, lawless realm of nothingness. There a shadow of indescribable enormity slumbered. That shadow had no definite form, as though it were the very embodiment of nothingness. And the black mark that fell upon his daughter was merely a flake of dandruff, shed from that shadow in a moment of dream muttering. Merely dandruff possessed such terrifying power. The past incarnation, having only glimpsed it from afar, felt his imperial soul nearly assimilated by that aura of nothingness. He immediately severed his probe and returned with this astonishing intelligence. Found it. After returning, the past incarnation shared the vision with the other 2 avatars. That thing comes from the deepest reaches of the final forbidden zone. A flake of dandruff from some slumbering entity. Dandruff. The present incarnation gasped. If mere dandruff has such power, how strong must the original be? Who cares about the original? The future incarnation sneered. Since it dared to scheme against my daughter, it must pay the price. As he spoke, he had already deciphered most of the black runes. The essence of these runes was an extremely advanced void law, designed to dissolve all existence. Yet under Chen Fan's analysis, they were being recompiled, transforming from destruction into creation. Interesting. Nothingness and creation are 2 sides of the same coin. The more the future incarnation analyzed, the more excited he grew. Destruction's end is rebirth, nothingness' limit is perfection. If these runes can be fully transformed, Linger's chaotic Dao embryo will evolve to an unprecedented level. All 3 avatars of Chen Fan exerted their power simultaneously. The past incarnation continued, tracing deeper causality, seeking the weaknesses of that slumbering entity. The present incarnation stabilized his daughter's true spirit, ensuring she suffered no harm in the process. The future incarnation frantically devoured, analyzed, and transformed the black runes. Time lost all meaning in this chaotic void. After an unknown duration, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes. In his arms, the black runic patterns on Chen Linger had vanished, entirely replaced by golden lines radiating a soft glow. These golden lines were not external, but the manifestation of her evolved chaotic Dao embryo. The little one no longer cried. She slept peacefully, her cheeks rosy, her breath steady. Success. Chen Fan exhaled in relief, but then a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. He had unraveled the entire affair and located the mastermind behind it. Now it was time for his counterstrike. Chen Fan stood up, holding his daughter, and gazed toward a certain direction, and there lay the legendary final forbidden zone. Since you sent my daughter a gift, I should return the favor. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. He raised his right hand, condensing a ball of chaotic fire in his palm. It appeared ordinary, yet the power within could incinerate countless realms. Use this wrath of the immortal emperor to deliver a surprise to you. Chen Fan held his daughter as he returned from the chaotic void to the thatched cottage. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian immediately gathered around him. Husband, how is Linger? Su Qingyun's voice trembled. It's not a big deal. Chen Fan gave them a reassuring look. It's just that Linger's constitution is too exceptional, which has attracted a bit of trouble. I need some materials to help replenish her. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the few people in the courtyard. Chen Fan's voice was very calm. Hand over a strand of your grandfather's primordial immortal soul. Xingxuan Fairy's face instantly turned deathly pale. The primordial immortal soul was the most core existence for a cultivator. Losing a single strand meant damaging one's own Dao foundation. At best regression in cultivation, and at worst the severance of the Dao path. Senior this. Xingxuan bit her lip wanting to refuse, but when she saw the infant wrapped in black qi in Chen Fan's arms her heart shuddered. Those black runes were still squirming, and little Linger's life force was steadily weakening. Xingxuan gritted her teeth and immediately contacted her grandfather in the immortal realm through a bloodline secret art. Grandfather Senior Zhuixing is here. A little baby girl has been cursed and needs a strand of your primordial immortal soul to save her. In the immortal realm at the Zhuixing Immortal King mansion. Zhuixing Immortal King was in secluded healing, but upon receiving his granddaughter's message he did not hesitate for a moment. A man who could win the heart of a female emperor would never act without reason. This was both saving the descendant of the female emperor and a high-stakes gamble. He directly forced out a strand of his purest primordial immortal soul and cast it into the void. Above Qingyun village a cluster of dazzling golden light appeared out of thin air, drifting slowly toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan reached out to receive this strand of Immortal King soul, then turned to Liu Qingxian. Lend me your Yao Kai's supreme treasure, the Western Imperial Tower, for my use. The corners of Liu Qingxuan's mouth twitched. The Western Imperial Tower was the Yao Kai's lineage-guarding imperial weapon, a supreme treasure passed down for tens of thousands of years. But looking at Chen Fan's expression that brooked no refusal, she still gritted her teeth and nodded. Senior, please wait a moment. She formed hand seals with both hands and chanted incantations. After a moment, a nine-story pagoda materialized from the void, exuding an imperial might that suppressed all heavens. Thank you. Chen Fan took the Western Imperial Tower and walked to the world tree in the courtyard. Though this world tree was only a sapling, its trunk was already as thick as a bucket with lush branches and leaves. Chen Fan raised his hand and snapped off the thickest branch. The world tree let out a faint lament, its entire form trembling slightly, but it still complied. Liu Qingxian and Xingxuan exchanged bewildered glances. An Immortal King's primordial soul, an imperial weapon, a world tree branch. What was he going to do with these items gathered together? Chen Fan took the three things in hand, then sat cross-legged, carefully placing his daughter on his lap. Everyone stepped back a bit. The crowd quickly retreated, though Liu Ruyan still wanted to stay and help. Chen Fan shook his head. The process ahead is quite dangerous. Despite her worry, Liu Ruyan obediently retreated to a safe distance. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and the Immortal Emperor's origin flame within him began to burn. He was not refining a magical artifact nor concocting a pill, but creating something entirely new. He suspended the Immortal King's soul over his left palm, the Western Imperial Tower over his right, and the world tree branch horizontally between his hands. The three treasures began to slowly melt under the scorching heat of the Immortal Emperor's origin flame. The Immortal King's soul transformed into a pure golden liquid imbued with an undying will. The Western Imperial Tower turned into a silver-white liquid exuding a majesty that suppressed the ages. The world tree branch became an emerald green liquid brimming with vibrant life force. But this was not enough. Chen Fan bit the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of his essence blood. The moment this drop of imperial blood appeared, the spiritual energy of the entire Qingyun village began to converge madly. The imperial blood fell into the three-colored liquid, instantly triggering a violent reaction. The three colors furiously merged, ultimately forming a single drop of pure golden divine medicine. Within this drop of divine medicine dwelled the Immortal King's immortality, the imperial weapon's suppression, the world tree's life force, and the overbearing nature of Chen Fan's own chaotic primordial body. Linger Daddy has prepared a special treat for you. Chen Fan carefully fed the divine medicine to his daughter. Little Linger instinctively opened her tiny mouth and swallowed the medicine. The moment the divine medicine entered her body, everyone held their breath. However, to everyone's surprise, the divine medicine did not attack the black runes, but instead directly merged into Chen Linger's chaotic Dao embryo. The next moment, something even more astonishing occurred. Little Linger's body seemed to become a battlefield. The black curse runes and the golden divine medicine began a frenzied slaughter, devouring each other. With each collision, terrifying waves of energy erupted. On Little Linger's skin, black and golden patterns appeared alternately, like two armies locked in battle. This is... Liu Qingxian watched the scene in shock. Fighting poison with poison, Chen Fan said flatly. Since those curse runes cannot be peeled away, let them tear each other apart inside Linger. The victor is king, the loser a bandit. If the divine medicine wins, Linger will not only be unharmed, but will also gain immense benefits. If the curse wins. Chen Fan did not finish, but everyone understood his meaning. This was a high-stakes gamble, staking his daughter's life. Su Qingqian's palms were sweating from tension. Husband, is this really alright? Trust Linger. Chen Fan said, gently stroking his daughter's cheek. She is our daughter. She will not lose. Little Linger seemed to feel her father's encouragement. Her originally faint cries grew louder. Wah! This cry carried a unique rhythm, as if cheering for the battle within her body. As time passed, the changes in the patterns on Little Linger's skin grew increasingly intense. Sometimes black would gain the upper hand, sometimes gold would prevail. The entire process lasted for a full hour. Just as everyone was at the peak of tension, the changes suddenly ceased. All the patterns on Little Linger's skin vanished, replaced by a faint chaotic-colored halo. She stopped crying and fell into a peaceful sleep, her little face rosy, her breathing steady. Even more astonishing, a small lotus mark appeared on her brow. This lotus was half golden and half black, perfectly fused together. Success. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. Congratulations, host. Offspring Chen Linger has successfully refined the final curse and awakened a special constitution, chaotic final Dao embryo. This constitution merges two supreme laws, chaotic creation and final destruction. Potential evaluation beyond myth. Triggered 10,000-fold critical reward. Reward host cultivation skyrocketed to mid-stage immortal emperor realm. Reward host supreme divine ability yin yang life death art. Reward host chaos supreme treasure taiji diagram. Feeling the power within him surge once more, Chen Fan was both gratified and resigned. He only wanted to be an ordinary father, but this system never let him have peace. Linger she? Su Qingxian asked cautiously. She devoured that curse, Chen Fan explained with a smile. Now Linger possesses both the power of creation and the authority of destruction. Simply put, she has become much stronger. Little Linger seemed to understand her father's words and giggled in her sleep. When she laughed, the lotus mark on her brow gently flickered, emitting a light that calmed the mind. Just then a strange sound came from outside the courtyard. Those immobilized golden-armored cavalry began to slowly dissipate, their bodies turning into specks of light that scattered in the air. Only Xiao Zhantian retained his human form, but his eyes had become hollow and lifeless. Interesting. An unfamiliar voice emanated from Xiao Zhantian's mouth. I didn't expect you to be able to dissolve the final mark and even turn that girl's misfortune into a blessing. Chen Fan lifted his head calmly, gazing at the possessed Xiao Zhantian. Finally decided to show yourself? The possessed Xiao Zhantian revealed an eerie smile, his once greedy eyes now as deep as an abyss. Chen Fan, you have indeed exceeded our expectations. Xiao Zhantian's voice became ethereal and elusive, utterly unlike the gruff prince from before. However, this is only the beginning. The power of the terminal forbidden zone is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Chen Fan remained seated in his rocking chair, holding Little Linger in his arms, his expression as calm as if chatting with a neighbor. Oh, so do you think I should be afraid? Xiao Zhantian's body suddenly began to dissolve, transforming into a pool of black liquid, yet his voice still echoed in the air. Afraid? You should be. Because soon more gifts will be sent to your daughter. Then it won't be as simple as a single mark. The black liquid dissipated completely, and the courtyard returned to tranquility. Chen Fan gently stroked his daughter's cheek, his tone still warm. Threatening me. Interesting. He stood up and handed Chen Linger to Su Qingxian. Qingxian, take good care of Linger. I'm going to prepare some nourishment for her. Su Qingxian took the child, a hint of worry in her eyes. Husband, where are you going? Not far, just a stroll nearby. With those words, Chen Fan's figure vanished instantly. The next moment he appeared at the edge of a certain forbidden zone deep within the Sea of Realms. Here there was absolute silence where even light could not penetrate. Chen Fan extended his hand, and a ball of chaotic fire condensed in his palm. Since you want to play, you'll see this game through to the end. He flicked the flame gently, and the seemingly insignificant spark instantly expanded millions of times, transforming into a sea of blazing fire that surged deep into the forbidden zone. Having done this, Chen Fan dusted off his hands as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Courtesy demands reciprocity. That's called good breeding. Time flowed like a river, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Qingyun village remained as peaceful as ever. Chen Fan's daily life consisted of basking in the sun with his daughter in his arms, occasionally feeding her a piece of the creation jade disc as a snack, living a life of leisurely comfort. Little Linger had grown from a delicate infant into a toddler, just learning to walk. She had a cascade of jet black hair, large sparkling eyes, and waddled like a little penguin, so adorable it could melt one's heart. Most astonishingly, she seemed to have inherited her brother's talent for destructive power. Yesterday, while playing in the yard, she casually swatted a tint of sandy-year-old Ganoderma that Chen Fan had meticulously cultivated, turning it into dust. This morning she sneezed at the sky and actually dispersed a passing cloud. Linger, you can't just sneeze wherever you... Chen Fan shook his head helplessly, gathering his daughter into his arms. Goo goo ga. Little Linger babbled back in a milky voice, then reached out her tiny hand to grab at the stubble on Chen Fan's chin. Just then a piercing sound of tearing air came from the sky. A valiant youth in a cyan robe descended from the heavens, landing steadily in the courtyard. It was Chun Tian, who had been training abroad for 3 years. In that time, the little boy had grown into a 16-year-old youth. He was tall and slender with a handsome face and exuded an aura of domineering supremacy. But the moment he saw his father and sister in the yard, the coldness on his face vanished, replaced by the playful child he once was. Dad. Chen Tian rushed over in great strides, eager to embrace his father, but upon seeing his sister in Chen Fan's arms, he dared not use too much force. My Tianer has returned. Chen Fan smiled as he appraised his son. Looks like these 3 years weren't wasted. At least you didn't lose any weight. Dad, I've been amazing out there. Chen Tian scratched his head. Those so-called holy sons and divine sons all steer clear of me when they see me. He wasn't boasting. Over these 3 years wandering the eastern wastelands under the alias Chen Beishuan, he had swept through the younger generation without a single defeat. The holy sons of the various sacred lands, the direct descendants of ancient aristocratic families. None were a match for him. The martial world called him Sword Dao Prodigy, and Young Supreme, his fame unparalleled. Sister. Chen Tian carefully extended a finger, gently touching Chen Linger's cheek. Linger has grown. Seeing her brother, little Linger giggled with joy, reaching out her little hands for a hug. Chen Tian quickly took his sister, but as soon as he held her, he sensed something was wrong. His sister's body was incredibly light, unnaturally so. Her body temperature was also a bit low, and although her cheeks were rosy, it felt like she was lacking some vitality. Dad is sister. Chen Tian looked worried. Just a minor issue with her body, nothing serious, Chen Fan said lightly. It will be fine in a while. He didn't elaborate on the curse within Chen Linger's body, merely mentioning she was unwell. But upon hearing this, Chen Tian became anxious. What minor issue? What's wrong with her? Should I go find some miraculous medicine? He cast aside thoughts of the prodigy assembly, his mind entirely consumed by his sister's well-being. Oh Dad, I heard there are a few dragon blood Qingyun beasts in the back mountain. They're incredibly nourishing. They'll go catch a few to make soup for sister. Chen Tian was a man of action. He handed his sister back to Chen Fan and turned to dash for the back mountain. Hold on. Chen Fan stopped his son. Didn't you come back to tell me something? Only then did Chen Tian remember. All right, Dad, there's a prodigy assembly outside. All the sacred lands will attend. I wanted to go see it, but... He glanced at his sister in his arms. Never mind, I'll stay and take care of her. The prodigy assembly. Chen Fan showed a flicker of interest. Tell me about it. It's a grand gathering organized by the major powers of the eastern wastelands, held once every 10,000 years. It's said to be for selecting the strongest young prodigies to jointly open an ancient secret realm called Burial Immortal Valley. Chen Tian explained in detail. That realm is rumored to hold many treasures, but it's also very dangerous. Burial Immortal Valley. Chen Fan seemed lost in thought. Just then Liu Ruyan walked out of the house. Husband, regarding the Burial Immortal Valley, I recall something. Her memories had recovered considerably over these 3 years, and many ancient secrets had come back to her. That place entombs the Dao fruit of an ancient immortal emperor known as the Great Sun Glazed Heart. That object is of supreme yang and ultimate holiness. It should be beneficial for Linger's condition. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He was willing to try anything that might benefit his daughter. Tianer. Chen Fan turned to his son, his tone becoming solemn. You must go to the prodigy assembly and you must win first place. Chen Tian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded firmly. Dad, don't worry. First place is mine. Anyone who dares to challenge me will break their legs. He thought his father wanted him to bring glory to the family, and his fighting spirit soared instantly. But before you go, deal with those Qilin beasts first. Chen Fan added, Linger really does need to build up her strength. Without another word, Chen Tian charged towards the... There are few pets that Chen Fan had casually tossed over in the past, had long since grown into terrifying beings rivaling divine beasts. But for Chen Tian, catching a few Qilin beasts was as easy as a commoner catching a chicken. Half an hour later, Chen Tian returned carrying a half-dead dragon blood Qilin beast on his shoulder. Dad got it. This thing could run but chased me over several mountains. Chen Tian grinned, not thinking twice about the Qilin beast that rivaled a divine beast. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian were already used to this. In this household, anything outlandish could happen. Well done, Tianer. Chen Fan praised him, then looked at the dying. Sorry for the trouble, but for the sake of my daughter, your sacrifice is a necessary one. 3 days later, in the central holy city of the eastern wastelands, Tiandu City. This ancient city, which had endured for tens of thousands of years, welcomed its most magnificent moment today. The Prodigy Assembly, a grand event held once every 10 millennia, drew countless geniuses and monstrous talents from across the eastern wastelands and beyond, all converging here. The spiritual energy within the city was so dense it nearly materialized, with various celestial phenomena rising and falling in the sky. Golden dragons, coiled phoenixes sang, and Qilins trod through the air, the entire holy city bathed in a radiant, auspicious light. Chen Tian walked alone through the surging crowds on the streets, his aura completely concealed, making him appear as an ordinary cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Following his father's instructions, he was to keep a low profile, only revealing his true strength at the most critical moment. Tisk, these fellows sure know how to make an entrance. Chen Tian looked up at the flamboyant arrivals in the sky, unable to help curling his lip. The crown prince of a dynasty arriving in a chariot pulled by 9 flood dragons, a divine maiden seated on a phoenix's back, and the heirs of various sacred lands treading on auspicious clouds, each one more ostentatious than the last. Brother Beishuan, you've come to the Prodigy Assembly too. A familiar voice came from behind. Chen Tian turned to see Li Qingshan, an inner disciple of the Taishu sect, and a friend he had made during his travels 3 years ago. Yes, just here for the excitement. Chen Tian nodded with a smile. Li Qingshan looked him over, a hint of worry in his eyes. Brother, Beishuan, your cultivation. Is it still at the nascent soul stage? The minimum requirement for this competition is the peak of the nascent soul stage, and the true prodigies have already reached the harmony stage, or even the great vehicle stage. No matter, I'll give it a try. Chen Tian was unconcerned. Li Qingshan shook his head, about to persuade him further, but was interrupted by a wave of exclamations. Look, the new holy maiden of the Jade Pool Sacred Land is here. In the sky, a massive white lotus descended slowly, upon which stood a woman of peerless beauty. Dressed in a white palace gown with an ethereal aura, she was the new holy maiden of the Jade Pool Sacred Land, Shui Wuhan. Her cultivation had reached the great vehicle stage, placing her among the top echelons of the younger generation. Her beauty was enough to captivate cities and kingdoms, drawing the infatuation of countless male cultivators. Yet her attention was not on her admirers. Her gaze searched through the crowd, eventually locking onto Chen Tian. Interesting. This person has not a trace of a cultivator's aura, yet he feels dangerous to me. Shui Wuhan mused inwardly. She had heard from her sect's elders some taboo rumors about Qingyun village, knowing that a being, even the female emperor, held an aura resided there. And this seemingly ordinary young man before her carried an aura that made her heart tremble. Just then a burst of manic laughter rang out from the sky. Ha! The holy son of the violet firmament sacred land, Xiao Yuntian, has arrived. A streak of violet light descended from the heavens, materializing into a handsome but sinister-eyed young man. This was the very holy son of the violet firmament sacred land, whose Dao heart had been shattered by a single punch from a young Chen Tian 5 years ago. In the intervening years, Xiao Yuntian had not only recovered his cultivation, but had broken through to new heights, now standing at the peak of the great vehicle stage, a mere step away from the Tribulation Transcendence stage. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the square dropped. The chilling aura caused the surrounding cultivators to instinctively. Xiao Yunshan's eyes scanned the crowd, and upon spotting Chen Tian, his gaze turned venomous and crazed. Chen Beixian. No, I should say Chen Tian. Xiao Yuntian ground his teeth, the humiliation of 5 years ago vivid in his mind. That seemingly innocent child had shattered his Dao heart with a single punch, leaving him utterly disgraced in his sacred land. This time I'll make you pay. In the center of the square, a massive high platform rose from the ground. Seated on the platform were the elders and powerhouses of various major factions, led by an old man at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, the city lord of Tiandu City, the Celestial Mechanism Elder. Young talents, welcome to the Ancient 10 Millennia Prodigy Assembly. The Celestial Mechanism Elder's voice resonated across the entire square. This assembly is divided into 3 rounds. The first round tests innate talent and potential, the second tests compatibility, and the third is a team effort to explore the Tomb of Immortals. Only those prodigies who pass the first 2 rounds are qualified to enter the Tomb of Immortals in search of treasures. As he spoke, a colossal stone 100 zhang high rose from the ground. The stone was crystal clear, radiating a faint divine light. It was the legendary heaven-piercing stone. The first round begins now. The heaven-piercing stone can sense a cultivator's innate talent and potential. The brighter the divine light, the greater the talent. 9 beams of divine light represent a perfect score, signifying the potential to become an emperor. No sooner had the words been spoken than the various prodigies grew eager to try. The first to step up was the 3rd prince of the Great Desolate Dynasty. He placed his hand on the heaven-piercing stone, and it immediately lit up with 5 beams of divine light. Excellent. 5 beams of divine light, the potential to become a saint. The Celestial Mechanism Elder nodded in approval. Next, the heirs of various sacred lands and aristocratic families took their turns. The worst could still elicit 3 beams, while the better ones reached 6 or 7. When Sure Hao, the heir of the Sure family who was born with double pupils, stepped forward, the entire venue fell silent. Sure Hao slowly placed his hand on the heaven-piercing stone, and in the next instant 9 brilliant beams of divine light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire square as if it were day. 9 beams of divine light. The potential of an emperor. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Sure Hao smiled, basking in the adulation of the masses. Next, Chen Beixian. When Chen Tian's name was called, everyone's attention focused on him. Whispers spread among the crowd. How dare this unremarkable young man attend the prodigy assembly? Chen Tian sauntered up lazily, and under everyone's gaze placed his hand on the heaven-piercing stone. 1 breath passed, and the stone remained unresponsive. 2 breaths passed, and it was still a dull gray. 10 breaths passed, and still no divine light appeared. The crowd was silent at first, then burst into roaring laughter. Where did this waste come from, daring to attend the prodigy assembly? A piece of trash at the nascent soul stage can't even summon a single beam of light. Get lost, don't disgrace yourself here. The jeers rose and fell, but Chen Tian remained unfazed even. However, the Celestial Mechanism Elder who was overseeing the test had turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, for only he could see that the core of laws within the heaven-piercing stone used for testing was violently trembling and cracking, as if bearing an incomprehensible and terrifying pressure. This heaven-piercing stone was an ancient relic capable of withstanding the force of a celestial king. Yet now it was on the verge of being shattered by an apparently ordinary nascent soul cultivator. What kind of monster is this? The celestial mechanism elder was horrified. To preserve this treasure, he made a snap decision and announced loudly Qin Beishuan, innate talent. Lower grade. Eliminated. He directly disqualified Chen Tian. Chen Tian shrugged, looking utterly indifferent, and turned to leave. After all, his purpose here was to enter the tomb of immortals. This test was meaningless to him. Hold on. At that moment, Xiao Yuntian suddenly spoke. His eyes blazed with madness, fixed intently on Elder Celestial Mechanism. I object to this result. The moment Xiao Yunshin's words fell, the atmosphere in the square grew instantly tense. The Celestial Fate Elder frowned with impatience. Xiao Yuntian, do you have an objection? The results of the Heavenly Connection Stone are absolutely impartial. This boy couldn't even summon a single divine light, proving he has no talent for cultivation. Xiao Yuntian let out a cold laugh, a mad gleam flashing in his eyes. Senior Celestial Fate, you may not know this, but Chen Beixian has a peculiar hobby. He delights in beating the disciples of our Purple Star Sacred Land. Pointing at Chen Tian, his voice rising, just today as he entered the city, he crippled 3 of our inner sect disciples. How can such a villain be allowed to walk away scot-free? Chen Tian halted, glanced back at Xiao Yuntian, and said calmly, those fellows were harassing a virtuous woman on the street. I merely taught them a lesson. What is this, how your Purple Star Sacred Land instructs its disciples? Nonsense. Xiao Yuntian roared in fury. The disciples of my Purple Star Sacred Land are upright in character. How could they stoop to such deeds? You're clearly making excuses. Murmurs rippled through the surrounding cultivators. Some began recalling the scene at the city gate earlier. Indeed, several Purple Star Sacred Land disciples had been causing trouble only to be subdued by a young man. Standing atop her white lotus, Shui Wuhan observed the scene with keen interest. She could sense the unsettling aura emanating from Chen Tian that stirred her heart. This was no ordinary cultivator of the divine transformation stage. Since you claim I struck your men, what do you propose? Chen Tian turned around, his expression still placid. Xiao Yuntian sneered, simple. Fight me. If you can withstand a single blow from me, I'll admit this was a misunderstanding. If not, you'll kneel and apologize to our Purple Star Sacred Land in public, then get out of Heavenly Capital City. Interesting. Chen Tian scratched his head. But my father told me to keep a low profile and not draw attention. Huh. Xiao Yuntian threw his head back in laughter. Low profile. A waste who can't even light up the Heavenly Connection Stone, and you talk about keeping a low profile. You're nothing but trash, unworthy of even raising a hand against me. Chen Tian sighed. He had planned to follow his father's advice and sneak into the burial Immortal Valley quietly. But these people kept forcing his hand. Very well, since you're so eager to court death, I'll oblige you. His tone remained calm, yet the air around them inexplicably grew heavy and oppressive. A flicker of unease stirred within Xiao Yuntian, but his hatred had clouded his judgment. For 5 years the image of that child had tormented him relentlessly. Today he finally had his chance for vengeance. Purple Star Divine Palm. Xiao Yuntian struck with all his might, unleashing the full power of his peak Mayana cultivation. A violet palm print blotted out the sky, brimming with cataclysmic might, and hurtled directly toward Chen Tian. The force of this strike was enough to level an entire mountain. The onlooking cultivators scrambled backward, desperate to avoid being caught in the terrifying shockwave. Yet facing this heaven-shaking blow, Chen Tian merely raised his right hand with effortless ease. No flashy techniques, no earth-shattering momentum. Just a simple palm thrust forward. The instant their palms collided, time seemed to stand still. The sneer on Xiao Yunshin's face froze. He felt as though he had struck not a hand, but an indestructible divine mountain, an endless sea of stars. An irresistible colossal force surged from Chen Tian's palm. Before it, Xiao Yunshin's bones crumbled like brittle paper, shattering inch by inch. A sharp crack of breaking bones echoed across the square. Xiao Yuntian flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into the stone wall at the square's edge, then slumped to the ground like a heap of mud. This time his defeat was even more devastating and absolute than 5 years ago. Not only was his cultivation crippled, but his very soul had suffered grievous damage. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Every onlooker stared in stunned disbelief at the inconceivable scene. A cultivator of the divine transformation stage, rated as having inferior talent, had crippled the peak Mahayana sacred son of the Purple Star Sacred Land with a single palm. What in the world was happening? The Celestial Fate Elder broke out in a cold sweat. He had just declared the boy a waste. Now it was clear. This was no waste, but a primordial dragon crossing the river. This is impossible. Someone cried out. Xiao Yuntian was a peak Mahayana cultivator. How could he lose so completely? Who exactly is this Chen Beixian? Voices of speculation rose and fell, but no one dared approach. Chen Tian couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at the crumpled Xiao Yuntian. He dusted off his hands, though no dirt clung to them, and looked up at the main platform. Esteemed seniors, Chen Tian's voice was quiet, but carried clearly across the entire square. My father told me to take first place and enter the burial Immortal Valley. So shall I knock down every prodigy here one by one, or will you simply grant me a spot? His words were extraordinarily arrogant, yet paired with the lingering might of his earlier palm strike, no one dared to refute him. The Grand Masters of the various sacred lands on the platform exchanged glances, communicating frantically through divine sense. What background does this boy have? To cripple Xiao Yuntian with a single blow, he must be at least at the Tribulation Transcendence stage. But he clearly appears to be only at the divine transformation stage. Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient monster? As the crowd speculated endlessly, a white-haired elder seated at the highest position spoke slowly. His aura was ancient and profound. He was none other than the patriarch of one of the Eastern Wasteland's oldest clans, the Shur family Shurpatian. An intriguing little fellow. Shurpatian cast a meaningful glance at Chen Tian. Rules are dead, but since you possess such strength, I will make an exception and grant you a place in the burial Immortal Valley. Though the other Grand Masters were displeased, Shurpotian's words carried immense weight, and they could only silently accept the decision. Chen Tian nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, senior. He walked directly to the area reserved for the victors, found a corner, sat down, closed his eyes, and ignored all the clamor around him. The prodigies nearby instinctively distanced themselves from him, their eyes filled with wariness. Even the genius with double pupils, Shurhao, gazed thoughtfully at Chen Tian, murmuring inwardly, this man feels dangerous to me, more terrifying than the older generation of powerhouses. Shui Wuhan also set aside her earlier contempt, reevaluating this seemingly ordinary youth. The tests continued, but everyone's attention drifted from the stage, instead stealing glances at Chen Tian. And so a special entrant was born. Yet the strength of this special entrant left no one daring to underestimate him. Just then the sound of tearing air suddenly rang out from the sky. A beam of golden light shot over from the distant horizon, landing in the center of the square in an instant. As the golden radiance faded, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor was revealed, none other than the reigning emperor of the great desolate dynasty Xiao Zhantian. The appearance of Xiao Zhantian caused the entire square to fall silent instantly. This emperor of the great wilderness dynasty clad in golden armor was immensely imposing, yet his expression was somewhat peculiar. The power of that palm strike just now had even shaken him, a peak Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse to the core. Chun Beishuan, Xiao Zhanshan's voice was hoarse. Are you the one who crippled my brother with a single palm? Chen Tian lazily opened his eyes and yawned. Who's your brother? I've crippled too many people to remember. His words were spoken lightly, yet they nearly infuriated Xiao Zhantian to the point of vomiting blood. However, he quickly suppressed his rage. As a monarch, his depth of character far surpassed Xiao Yunshan's. Moreover, the power of that palm strike made him realize that this young man before him was by no means ordinary. Enough, since the matter is in the past, I will not pursue it. Xiao Zhantian waved his hand. Let the heavenly pride assemble. The heavenly fate elder breathed a sigh of relief and promptly announced the continuation of the trials. The subsequent process went smoothly. After 2 rounds of selection, 36 prodigies ultimately earned the qualification to enter the Immortal Burial Valley. Aside from Chen Tian the connection, there were also Shurhao of the Shur clan, Waterless Trace of the Heavenly Jade Pool, and Li Qingshan of the Grand Void Sect, all top-tier experts of the younger generation. 3 days later, at the edge of the primordial Forbidden Land outside the heavenly capital city, a colossal rift spanning heaven and earth appeared before everyone. This was the legendary entrance to the Immortal Burial Valley. The rift was bottomless, with gray chaotic mist flowing within, and faint ethereal wailing sounds drifted from its depths, sending chills down one's spine. Young friends, opportunities and dangers coexist within the Immortal Burial Valley, the Heavenly Fate Elder said solemnly. Once you enter, you must rely entirely on yourselves. Remember, coming out alive is more important than anything. As his words fell, 8 Saint Lord-level powerhouses joined forces, conjuring a golden path of light that led straight into the valley's depths. Standing at the very back of the group, Chen Tian touched the resonance jade pendant his mother had given him, which he kept in his bosom. This pendant could sense the location of the Grand Sun Radiant Heart, serving as his guiding beacon for this operation. Is everyone ready? The Heavenly Fate Elder asked one last time. The assembled prodigies nodded in unison. Then let us depart. One by one, figures stepped onto the golden path of light and vanished into the depths of the Immortal Burial Valley. Chen Tian followed suit. The moment he entered the valley, he was engulfed by an overwhelmingly dense aura of death. The sky here was gray, devoid of sunlight, illuminated only by eerie lights drifting from unknown depths. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay mingled with faint lingering resentment. Many immortals died here, Chen Tian murmured to himself, and they died with great unwillingness. The other prodigies also felt this oppressive atmosphere, and many of their faces turned pale. Everyone be careful. Danger lurks everywhere. Shurhao cautioned, his dual pupils shimmering with an eerie light. I can see many wandering, vengeful spirits. As his words faded, the ground began to tremble. Countless decayed bone hands burst forth from the soil, grasping at the ankles of the group. These were the unwilling, resentful thoughts of cultivators who had perished here, now transformed into malevolent spirits. Scatter, someone shouted. The 36 prodigies immediately dispersed in all directions, each seeking their own fortune. Chen Tian, however, remained calm. He slowly lifted his foot and gently stomped down. Boom. The earth for thousands of li around was reduced to dust in that single stomp, and all the vengeful spirits were obliterated into nothingness. Having done this, Chen Tian brushed non-existent dust off his pant leg, then pulled out the resonance jade pendant and headed straight for the deepest part of the valley. His goal was clear: the Grand Sun Radiant Heart. He was uninterested in any other opportunities. Along the way, he encountered all sorts of terrifying entities: a soul formation stage zombie king, a body integration stage fierce ghost, and a Mahayana stage vengeful spirit general. But to Chen Tian, these things were no different from ants. He strolled along leisurely, as if taking a walk in his own back. Occasionally, a reckless monster would charge at him, and with a casual wave of his hand, it would be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the other prodigies were not so fortunate. In just half a day, over a dozen had fallen to various dangers. Those who remained were trembling with fear, treading as if on thin ice. Only Sure Hao, relying on the power of his dual pupils, cut through obstacles and also advanced toward the valley's depths. Coincidentally, the path he chose was nearly identical to Chen Tian's. 3 days later, at the deepest vein lava lake within the Immortal Burial Valley. The temperature here was extreme, with churning magma everywhere. The air itself was distorted by the heat, a place ordinary Tribulation Transcendence experts would not dare to tread. At the very center of this lava lake sat a small stone platform. Upon the platform floated a transparent crystal the size of a fist. Inside this crystal, it seemed a sun was blazing, radiating a supremely holy and yang light that purified all surrounding deathly resentment. It was the Grand Sun Radiant Heart. Chen Tian stood by the lake, nodding in satisfaction. Found it. Just then he heard footsteps behind him. Sure Hao had also arrived. When he saw the Grand Sun Radiant Heart at the lake's center, a blazing light erupted from his dual pupils. I never thought it would truly be this supreme treasure. Sure Hao's voice trembled with excitement. The legendary Grand Sun Radiant Heart, containing the essence of an immortal emperor's Dao fruit, is priceless. He turned to Chen Tian, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Brother Chen, this treasure is guarded by that immortal corpse. Neither of us can obtain it alone. Why don't we join forces, deal with the immortal corpse first, and then fairly divide the treasure? Chen Tian followed his gaze and noticed a figure sitting cross-legged beside the stone platform. It was a corpse of an immortal. Although it had been dead for countless millennia, it still exuded a terrifying pressure. Its eye sockets burned with a deep blue flame, staring fixedly at the Grand Sun Radiant Heart at the lake's center. This was an immortal corpse born from the resentment of a deceased immortal with strength comparable to a true immortal realm. Sure Hao's scheme was cunning. He intended to use Chen Tian as a pawn to fight the immortal corpse while he reaped the benefits. Chen Tian glanced at Sure Hao and spat out 2 words. How noisy. Then he took a single step forward. That step seemed ordinary, but Chen Tian's form instantly traversed 1,000 li, ignoring all the magma and restrictions, and appeared directly before the stone platform. Sure Hao's eyes widened in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Those restrictions could trap even a Tribulation Transcendence expert. How did he? Before he could finish, an even more shocking event occurred. Sensing someone approaching, the immortal corpse instantly opened its eyes. The sockets, burning with ghostly fire, stared fixedly at Chen Tian, then it slowly rose to its feet. Boom. A terrifying immortal might erupted instantly, causing the entire Immortal Burial Valley to tremble under its pressure. The immortal corpse raised its hand, and a world-destroying claw struck toward Chen Tian. This claw contained the power of a true immortal, enough to pulverize a planet into dust. However, just as its claws were about to touch Chen Tian, a sudden change occurred. The wooden sword carved from a branch of the world tree and hanging at Chen Tian's waist suddenly emitted a faint sword hum. That hum was soft and subtle, yet it contained boundless vitality and the power of creation. The immortal corpse's movement abruptly froze. The violence in its eyes quickly faded, replaced by a sense of relief. It slowly withdrew its hand, and then bowed deeply to Chen Tian 3 times. The next moment, the immortal corpse's body began to glow, dissolving into countless specks of light that drifted away into the air, vanishing completely. It had been liberated by the vitality of the world tree contained within the wooden sword. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. A terrifying existence comparable to a true immortal had vanished so effortlessly. Chen Tian nonchalantly walked toward the Grand Sun Radiant Heart, reached out, and picked it up. Dad, wait for me to come back and make soup for Linger. Sure Hao stared, wide-eyed, frozen in place. He had just been thinking of joining forces with Chen Tian to deal with the immortal corpse, but this guy simply walked over, and the terrifying existence that even he found hopeless vanished on its own. What in the world was this? Sure Hao's dual pupils spun wildly, trying to discern what had just happened. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could only see the immortal corpse bow 3 times to Chen Tian before dissolving into light. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sure Hao's mind trembled violently. His proud dual pupils, said to see through all illusions and even peer into time and space, now couldn't see through a peer. And what he found most unbearable was that the great sun-glass heart was effortlessly taken by Chen Tian. This was a legendary divine artifact containing the fruit of an immortal emperor's Dao, a treasure of immeasurable value, enough to drive Tribulation Transcendence experts mad with desire. Greed ultimately triumphed over reason. Sure Hao fixed his gaze on the great sun-glass heart in Chen Tian's hand, its supreme solar radiance turning his eyes bloodshot. Drop the divine artifact. Sure Hao roared, his voice echoing across the lava lake. This was preordained for my Sure clan's ancestors. To touch it is to declare war on the entire ancient Sure clan. Chen Tian had just stored the great sunglass heart in his ring when he heard this and nearly laughed. He turned around looking at Shi Hao as if he were an imbecile. Your ancestors preordained it. Chen Tian scratched his head, his tone as casual as discussing what to eat for dinner. Then tell them to come talk to me. Shi Hao was so enraged he nearly spat blood. His Shi clan was an ancient family with tens of thousands of years of heritage, profound and deep. With a quasi-emperor in the family, they were a top-tier force in the entire eastern wasteland. This brat who appeared from nowhere dared to show such contempt for the Shi clan. You're asking for death. Shi Hao erupted in fury, his dual pupils blazing with divine light. These legendary supreme eye techniques, driven by rage, manifested terrifying power. Two beams of world-splitting divine light shot from his eyes. The innate divine ability of a dual pupil wielder, heaven-opening divine light. Legends said this divine light could sever time and space, annihilate all things, and cut through anything. Where the light passed, even space was torn into two pitch-black fissures, exuding a chilling aura of nothingness. Yet facing this fearsome attack capable of killing a body integration, cultivator Chen Tian didn't even dodge. He stood there letting the two beams strike him. Clang, clang. Two crisp metallic sounds rang out, as if divine weapons had struck immortal gold. Chen Tian's clothes were torn in two places, revealing his bronze skin beneath. But aside from that, not even a white mark was left. Shi Hao's mind went blank. His strongest attack couldn't even breach the opponent's defense. What was this guy's body made of? Immortal gold. Is that all your dual pupils can do? Chen Tian patted the two holes in his clothes, somewhat regretful. My mother sewed this clothes. Can you afford to compensate? Shi Hao opened his mouth to speak, but the words died. Even his heaven-opening divine light couldn't break through the defense. What kind of monster was this person? Forget it, why bother with a waste like you? Chen Tian was growing impatient. He was in a hurry to get back and make soup for his little sister. He took a step, moving so fast that even Shi Hao's dual pupils couldn't track him. In the next instant, he appeared before Shi Hao. Slap. A resounding slap struck Shi Hao's face, spinning the Shi clan prodigy 3 times on the spot before he crashed heavily to the ground. Shi Hao felt his face swell like a pig's head, several teeth knocked loose, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. But what shocked him more was that the force in that slap had even instilled fear in his dual pupils. How was this possible? The dual pupils were supreme eye techniques, inherently noble. Why would they feel fear? Chen Tian stepped on Shi Hao's face, looking down at him from above. I was going to crush you directly, but my father said to win people over with virtue. Recalling his father's teachings, his tone softened slightly. How about this? Since you still have some use, you'll be my follower from now on. Shi Hao's eyes nearly popped out. He Shi Hao, the dragon phoenix of the ancient Shi clan, born with dual pupils, future heir of the family, was being stepped on by a peer and offered to become a follower. This was more humiliating than death. Dream on. Shi Hao struggled to rise, uttering a venomous oath. I Shi Hao would rather die than bow to someone like you. He stopped mid-sentence because he felt an irresistible bloodline suppression. It was a crushing force from the essence of life, like an ant's instinctive fear before a dragon. Shi Hao discovered in horror that his proud dual pupils were trembling before Chen Tian, as if bowing to their son. Well, what power is this? Shi Hao's voice quivered. He had never encountered such a thing. Chen Tian, seeing his reaction, nodded thoughtfully. It seems your dual pupils have some insight, able to sense the presence of the Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. Shi Hao's mind exploded. He was utterly stunned. The legendary Supreme Bone, the foremost divine bone through the ages, the source and sovereign of all eye techniques and divine bodies. One who possesses the Supreme Bone is born the protagonist of this world, destined to rule the land and achieve supreme lordship. And now such a chosen one was stepping on his face, offering to make him a follower. Shi Hao's Dao heart underwent a radical transformation. From initial humiliation and anger, it instantly shifted to fervent worship and excitement. Following a young supreme with a true Supreme Bone was not humiliation. It was a tremendous fortune. This was an opportunity countless prodigies dreamed of. I am willing. I am willing to become your follower. Shi Hao's voice trembled with excitement as he quickly turned and knelt before Chen Tian. I Shi Hao swear by the heavenly Dao to follow the Supreme for life, never to betray. As the heavenly Dao oath was spoken, thunder resounded across the entire burial immortal valley, countless lightning bolts interweaving in the sky, witnessing the oath's establishment. Chen Tian nodded in satisfaction, lifting his foot from Shi Hao's face. You know what's good for you. Get up. Work hard from now on, and you won't miss out. Shi Hao rose respectfully, his gaze filled with fervent adoration for Chen Tian. He now had only one thought: to cling tightly to this powerful figure and soar alongside this supreme. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the other side of the lava lake. Several battered figures ran over, the other prodigies who had barely survived. Leading them was the holy maiden of Yao Qi, Shui Wu, in her white palace robes, tattered with a few blood marks on her face, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Shi Hao, why are you kneeling? Shui Wuhan looked confused. Then she noticed Chen Tian, and her expression instantly turned grave. This person gave her an immensely dangerous feeling, like a slumbering, ancient, ferocious beast. You've arrived just in time, Chen Tian said, looking at these prodigies with a slight smile. I was just worried about finding someone to spar with my little sister. At the exit of the burial immortal valley, the golden path slowly dissipated. Figures were teleported out one after another, most bearing injuries, their clothes tattered and faces pale. Some excitedly displayed the treasures they had obtained, while others hung their heads in dejection, returning empty-handed. Haha, I've got a 10th sandy-year-old Ganoderma. I found a heaven-grade cultivation method. Pity that the powerful opportunities were all guarded by monsters impossible to seize. The Heavenly Fate Elder counted the number of people emerging, his expression growing heavier by the moment. 36 had entered, but only 21 had come out. Over half were dead or injured. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the valley mouth lit up again. Two figures slowly walked out, Chen Tian and Shi Hao. The entire scene fell silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. That genius of the Shi clan, Shi Hao, who possessed innate dual pupils, was following behind Chen Tian, like a servant, head bowed and utterly respectful. What is this? Someone murmured. Shi Hao is the prodigy of the ancient Shi clan. How could he? Shui Wugan stood in the crowd, a flicker of surprise passing through her beautiful eyes. She remembered that before entering the valley, Shi Hao had been arrogantly proud. How had he become like this now? Shi Potion, the ancestor of the Shi clan, had a face as dark as iron. His great-grandson, the future heir of the Shi clan, was showing such deference to an outsider. Hower! Shi Patian roared angrily. What are you doing? Come here this instant. Shi Hao lifted his head to glance at his ancestor, then turned to Chen Tian and whispered, Young Master I. Chen Tian waved his hand. Go on, explain what needs explaining. But remember, don't let anything slip. Yes. Only then did Shi Hao walk toward Shi Potion, yet he kept glancing back at Chen Tian, as if afraid he might vanish. Seeing this, Shi Patian was so furious his beard bristled. He probed Chen Tian with his divine sense, trying to discern what was so special about this young man. Yet as his divine sense swept over Chen Tian's body, he sensed only an unremarkable cultivation at the nascent soul stage, with not even a hint of any decent treasure's aura. But it was precisely this inscrutability that made Shi Patian more cautious. The elders of other major sacred lands also probed with their divine sense, all with the same result. This youth seemed to be merely an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, yet he could make sure how the dual-pupiled one follow him willingly. Interesting. A female elder from the Jade Pool sacred land mused thoughtfully. Chen Tian couldn't be bothered with their probing and speculation. Tian waved at Shi Hao and said, I'm heading back first. Once you've settled your family matters, come find me. With that, he tore open the void itself and stepped inside, vanishing from sight. The scene fell into dead silence once more. Tearing the void. That was something only cultivators above the Mayana stage could do. That youth, who appeared to be only at the nascent soul stage, could actually tear the void. The elders of the sacred lands exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. At the Chen family's small courtyard in Qingyun village, a spatial rift opened and Chen Tian stepped out. In the yard, Chen Fan was playing with his 3-year-old daughter Chen Linger. The little girl could already run and jump, calling out Daddy in her sweet childish voice. Father, I'm back. Chen Tian walked respectfully up to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked up at his son with a gentle smile. Good work. Did you get it? Chen Tian pulled out the fist-sized Great Sun crystal heart and presented it with both hands. I have fulfilled my mission. The moment this supreme treasure appeared, the temperature in the entire courtyard rose several degrees. The sun, burning within the crystal, radiated an intensely pure and holy light too dazzling to behold. Chen Fan took it with satisfaction, weighing it in his hand. Not bad. This should be just right for making soup for Linger. As his words fell, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. Shi Hao ran in, panting heavily, and happened to hear Chen Fan's words. He stood frozen on the spot, utterly petrified. Making soup. Using the Great Sun crystal heart to make soup. Shi Hao felt his mind couldn't process this. That was a legendary divine object containing the Dao fruit of an immortal emperor. Just having it nearby could greatly boost one's cultivation. Were these people monsters? Chen Fan, however, was completely unperturbed. He stood up and clapped his hands. Ri and Qingxian helped start a fire. They'll brew some nourishing soup for Linger. Yes, husband. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian responded, and rose clearly long accustomed to such matters. Shi Hao stared blankly at the scene, wondering if he was dreaming. Chen Fan brought out a massive bronze tripod, ancient and unadorned. But when Shi Hao looked at it with his dual pupils, he nearly fainted on the spot. This was a damn Immortal King level alchemy furnace. Chen Fan poured half a tripod of ordinary stream water fetched from the creek behind the mountain. Shi Hao's dual pupils throbbed wildly again. That was no ordinary stream water. It was clearly life water infused with the essence of the world tree. A single drop could extend one's lifespan by a century. Then Chen Fan picked up the Great Sun crystal heart and casually tossed it into the tripod like a radish. Gurgle. The water inside instantly boiled, emitting a golden glow. Shi Hao was already numb. But Chen Fan wasn't done. He walked to the backyard and grabbed a country chicken that was dozing off. The chicken looked ordinary, with mottled feathers lazily lying on the ground. But when Shi Hao saw the chicken's true form, he nearly bit his tongue off. It was a descendant of an undying phoenix. Though its bloodline was thin, it was still the bloodline of a divine beast. Chen Fan expertly plucked its feathers, cleaned it, and threw it into the tripod. Finally, he walked to a seemingly ordinary large tree in the yard, casually plucked a few leaves, and sprinkled them into the pot as seasoning. Sure Hao was utterly defeated. Those were leaves of the world tree. A legendary divine tree that could support an entire world. A single leaf could drive an emperor crazy, yet they were being used as seasoning. Linger, be good. Wait a little longer, and Daddy will make you something delicious, Chen Fan said gently to his little daughter. 3-year-old Chen Linger replied in her childish voice. Okay, Daddy. Linger is not in a hurry. Liu Ruyan tended the fire beside them. The flames looked ordinary, but Sure Hao dared not use his dual pupils to examine them anymore. He feared he might be scared to death. Half an hour later the soup was ready. The tripod blazed with golden light, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The entire courtyard was enveloped by the scent. Just one whiff made Sure Hao feel his cultivation base loosening. Chen Fan ladled a small bowl with a jade spoon blue on it to cool it, and then carefully fed it to Chen Linger. Linger, drink slowly. Be careful, it's hot. The little girl took the bowl and sipped it slowly. After a few sips she smacked her lips and gave a serious review. It's good, but a bit hot. Sure Hao was completely dumbfounded. A divine soup brewed from an immortal emperor's Dao fruit in the mouth of this 3-year-old girl was merely good, but a bit hot. Moreover, after drinking it her body faintly radiated a holy light, a sign that her constitution was undergoing a transformation. Daddy, what's wrong with brother Sure Hao? Chen Linger noticed Sure Hao's strange state and asked in her childish voice. Chen Fan finally noticed the guest in the yard and said with a smile, Oh, this is the new little brother your brother Tian took on. Sure Hao, right? Would you like a bowl too? Sure Hao quickly waved his hand, his voice trembling. No thank you. This junior wouldn't dare. How could he dare to drink such a divine soup? Chen Tian explained from the side. Father, this fellow is from the ancient Sure clan, a dual-pupiled one. His strength is decent. The Sure clan. Chen Fan nodded. That is indeed an ancient aristocratic family. But since he's Tianer's friend, he's family. Come on, don't be shy. With that he ladled another bowl of soup and handed it to Sure Hao. Sure Hao took the bowl, his hands trembling. He secretly glanced around and found that aside from himself everyone else was perfectly calm, as if this were an everyday occurrence. Just as he hesitated whether to drink it, a commotion suddenly arose outside the courtyard gate. His fellow Taoist Chen at home. I am the sect master of the Qingyun Sect here, specially to pay a visit. The noise from outside the courtyard shattered the warmth of family time. Chen Fan frowned, irritated by the disturbance. Tianer, go see who it is. Chen Tian rose and walked toward the courtyard gate, with Sure Hao following closely behind. Outside stood several cultivators of notable aura led by an old man with snow-white hair, none other than Li Xuanji, the sovereign of the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. Chen Tian scrutinized the group. What business do you have? Li Xuanji's face broke into a smile at the sight of Chen Tian. You must be fellow Chen's son, I presume. I am Li Xuanji, sovereign of the Qingyun Sect. I heard that a prodigy has emerged from your esteemed household, and I came specially to pay a visit. As he finished speaking, his nostrils twitched involuntarily. An exotic fragrance permeated the air, stirring the very soul of this peak Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse, and causing the spiritual energy within him to circulate without his command. What is this fragrance? Li Xuanji couldn't help but ask. Sure Hao murmured from the side. It's the aroma of soup. The aroma of soup. Li Xuanji was taken aback. What kind of soup could possess such miraculous effects? Just then Chen Linger's voice drifted from the courtyard. Father Linger is sleepy. Hush, father will carry you to bed, Chen Fan's gentle voice replied. In an instant the entire courtyard fell silent, even the chirping of insects and birds ceased. A chill ran through Li Xuanji's heart. This stillness unsettled him. He was about to inquire further when he saw Chen Tian's expression shift abruptly. Please leave now. There is an urgent matter to attend to in my household. Chen Tian's tone turned icy. Li Xuanji wished to press further, but the oppressive aura radiating from Chen Tian compelled him to wisely retreat. Very well, I shall call upon you another day. Once the Qingyun Sect members departed, Chen Tian hurried back into the courtyard. The atmosphere within had grown unbearably heavy. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian were gathered around Chen Fan, their faces etched with worry. Chen Linger lay in Chen Fan's arms, her small face, pale dark runes surfacing on her forehead and emanating an ominous aura. When did this start? Chen Tian demanded urgently. Not long after she finished her soup, Liu Ruyan's voice trembled. Those runes appeared suddenly. Linger said her head hurt, and then she lost consciousness. Chen Fan gently stroked his daughter's forehead, and the dark runes quivered faintly beneath his palm. His voice was soft, but every word was distinct. And not an ordinary curse. It bears the power of an... Sure Hao felt his scalp tingle at the words. An immortal emperor-level curse. What kind of being could have laid such a curse? Chen Fan continued examining his daughter, his expression growing graver. This curse has merged with Linger's Chaos Dao embryo. Forcibly removing it would damage her foundation. Su Qingqian's eyes brimmed with tears. What shall we do? My daughter. Don't panic. Chen Fan reassured his wife with a gentle pat. The supreme yang power of the great sun crystal heart is suppressing the curse. Look, the runes are already receding. Indeed, the dark runes on Chen Linger's forehead were slowly fading, and her pained expression eased. Yet Chen Fan's brow remained furrowed. He knew this was merely a temporary measure. As precious as the great sun crystal heart was, it could only suppress the curse of an immortal emperor, not eradicate it. In time, when the medicine's potency waned, the curse would return, and with even greater ferocity. Half an hour later, the dark runes on Chen Linger's body vanished completely, and her complexion regained its rosy hue. But she did not awaken. Liu Ruyan probed with her divine sense, finding that her daughter's physical functions were normal, even autonomously absorbing the world's spiritual energy. Yet her soul seemed encased in an invisible barrier, completely isolated from the outside. This is the curse's self-preservation, Liu Ruyan said solemnly. Unable to withstand external force, it chose to slumber alongside Linger's true spirit, biding its time. Su Qingxian took her daughter into her arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. She had longed so much for her daughter's birth, never expecting such an outcome. Chen Fan comforted his two wives, his expression eerily calm. He knew that haste was futile. What they needed now was time, and more materials. To completely cure his daughter of the curse required not only treasures, but also an absolutely safe environment. From today onward, Linger must recuperate in a place of absolute peace and security. Chen Fan suddenly spoke. I will sever the entire Qingyun village along with this mountain range from this world. Before anyone could react, he had already risen to his feet. The power of an immortal emperor erupted forth. This was no mere formation. It was a supreme feat of strength to cleave an area spanning 100,000 li along with all its life and laws intact from the main plane of the great wilderness world. To create a half-plane, attached to the main world, yet independent. A rumbling roar suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. The entire Qingyun mountain range began to tremble. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged into whirlpools radiating outward from the Chen family courtyard. Shihao felt the spatial shift around him and stood dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Directly altering the laws of heaven and earth, creating an independent space. This surpassed the very limits of his understanding. The spatial severance lasted an entire hour. When all fell still, Qingyun village had vanished completely from the great wilderness world. From the outside, the once spiritually charged Qingyun mountains had disappeared, replaced by an ordinary barren hill. All legends of Qingyun village seemed like a distant dream. Within this newly created half-plane, time flowed differently. The concentration of spiritual energy was 100 times greater than the outside world, and most importantly, no external force could penetrate it. Chen Fan held his sleeping daughter and whispered, "Here no one can harm you." Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Though their daughter remained unconscious, she was safe for now. Shihao stood in the courtyard staring at the familiar yet alien surroundings, a storm raging in his heart. He now fully understood the kind of being he had chosen to follow. Someone who could casually create a half-plane was one of fewer than 5 such beings in the entire world. And this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man before him was one of them. Just as everyone thought all was settled, a momentous event unfolded in the distant heavenly capital city, thousands of miles away. No sooner had Li Xuanji, sovereign of the Taisu sect, returned to his inn than he received a shocking message. What? The Qingyun mountains have vanished. The disappearance of Qingyun village stirred a massive uproar in the outside world, but for the Chen family residing within the demiplane, life had instead become more leisurely. Chen Fan settled his slumbering daughter Chen Linger at the very core beneath the world tree where the essence of life was most abundant. The little girl lay quietly on a small bed woven from world tree leaves, her breathing steady and her cheeks rosy, as if she were merely asleep. The branches and leaves of the world tree swayed gently, each motion scattering specks of emerald light that nourished Chen Linger's body and soul. At this rate, Linger's chaotic Dao embryo will become even more perfect, Liu Ruyan said, gently caressing her daughter's face. Though that curse is detestable, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Chen Fan nodded. He had already formulated a countermeasure. A curse, after all, was merely a form of negative energy. Since it couldn't be directly dispelled, he would raise a child capable of devouring all such negative forces. "Tinner, come here," Chen Fan called to his son, who was about to go educate Shihao. Chen Tian obediently approached. "Father, what is it?" "Starting today, I will partially lift the seal on you," Chen Fan said, tapping lightly on his son's forehead. "Remember, this demiplane is your training ground. Do whatever you wish." As his words faded, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Chen Tian. The pressure swept across the entire demiplane in an instant, causing even the world tree to tremble slightly. Shihao, feeling this pressure, collapsed to the ground. His dual pupils spun wildly, attempting to discern Chen Tian's true strength, but all he saw was a sea of chaos. "Thighs. What realm is this?" Shihao asked, his voice trembling. Chen Tian stretched his limbs, joints popping and cracking. "It's only the Sage realm. Nothing special." "The Sage realm?" Shihao nearly bit his tongue. That was a legendary realm. The entire primordial wilderness had no more than 10 sages in total. "But father said I can go all out here," Chen Tian said with a grin. "Shihao, are you ready? Today's training intensity will be 10 times greater." Shihao felt like crying. He finally understood the meaning of pleasure amidst pain. In the days that followed, Shihao's screams echoed through the demiplane daily. Yet miraculously, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds under this inhuman training. In just half a month, he broke through from the early divine transformation stage to the late stage, and the power of his dual pupils had awakened significantly. "The young master is too harsh," Star Fairy said, looking at Shihao's bruised and swollen face with pity. "This is called tempering the will," Liu Qingxian remarked coolly from the side. And look at how fast his cultivation is growing. This training is more effective than any heavenly treasure. Lu Qingxian herself had changed greatly during this time. As the sacred lord of the Jade Pool, she had once been aloof, but in this household, she had shed all her pride. She spent her days discussing cultivation insights with Liu Ruyan, occasionally helping to watch over Qinlinger or meditating under the world tree to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. To her surprise, the bottleneck that had plagued her cultivation for years had finally loosened. Sister Ruyan, how did you break through to the Emperor realm back then? Lu Qingxian asked humbly. Liu Ruyan thought for a moment by giving birth. When I was pregnant with Tuner, my cultivation broke through naturally, Liu Ruyan said earnestly. My husband said that procreation is the greatest undertaking in heaven and earth blessed by the Tao. Lu Qingxian fell into deep thought. She began to understand why this family was so unique. Star Fairy meanwhile had completely resigned herself. She realized that serving as a maid for this family yielded greater rewards than a millennium of bitter cultivation in the immortal realm. Simply sweeping the floor or watering the flowers caused her cultivation to steadily improve. Is this the legendary method of cultivation through merit? Star Fairy muttered to herself. Chen Fan lay on his rocking chair watching the bustling scene in the courtyard, his heart filled with contentment. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian were experimenting with new recipes, preparing delicious food for Qinlinger when she awoke. Chen Tian was chasing Shihao around the yard, calling it combat training. Lu Qingxian sat in meditation beneath the world tree, a faint quasi-emperor pressure radiating from her. Star Fairy was in the backyard feeding the ordinary chickens and ducks, each of which possessed divine beast bloodlines, yet were as docile as common poultry in her hands. Life was indeed wonderful. But Chen Fan knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The appearance of the curse indicated that certain entities had already taken notice of his family. Though they were safe hiding in the demiplane for now, they couldn't remain in seclusion forever. He needed greater strength and more trump cards. With this thought, Chen Fan turned his gaze toward his two wives who were busy in the kitchen, his eyes growing fervent. One son and one daughter were not enough. He needed more children, each with unique talents and abilities to counter the myriad unknown threats. Ruyan. Chen Fan rose and walked toward the kitchen. Husband, what is it? Liu Ruyan asked, turning around as she chopped vegetables. Chen Fan wrapped his arms around both wives' waists and said with a smile, let's have another child. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian blushed simultaneously. This time let's try for one who innately masters the law of devouring, Chen Fan continued. From now on, whether it's a curse or any other nuisance, they can just devour it, and it'll be done with. Su Qingxian asked softly. Husband, are you worried about Linger's curse? Not just Linger's curse, Chen Fan shook his head. The appearance of that curse means someone has set their sights on us. I have a feeling that greater troubles lie ahead. Liu Ruyan put down her knife and looked at her husband seriously. How many children do you want, husband? At least 10, Chen Fan mused. Each with a different talent. One who controls time, one who manipulates space, one versed in karma, one adept at fate. Cover all the supreme laws. If that were the case, even the legendary Forbidden Exalted wouldn't dare provoke us easily. Su Qingxian blinked. When do we start? Right now, Chen Fan said with a mischievous grin as he scooped up both wives. After all, in this demiplane, time is abundant. In the courtyard, Shihao, who was being chased by Chen Tian, suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were rejoicing, heralding something momentous. What's happening? Shihao stopped in confusion. Chen Tian also felt the fluctuation and smiled knowingly. Father is about to give me more siblings. Lu Qingxian opened her eyes, feeling the dense life force in the air, her heart shaken with awe. This family's expansion plan had officially entered a phase of rapid development. Just then a faint tremor came from the borders of the demiplane. Chen Fan poked his head out of the room, frowning. Chen Fan was about to carry his two wives back to the chamber to contribute to the great revival of the family when the boundary of the demiplane suddenly trembled with a faint vibration. The tremor was light, like someone gently knocking on a door from outside. Moi. Chen Fan paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Someone's knocking. The smile on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a glimmer of vigilance. This demiplane was an independent space he had carved out from the main world using his immortal emperor power. Theoretically, unless someone of the same level existed, no one could find this place, let alone touch its spatial barrier. Could those bastards from the endless forbidden zone have tracked him down so soon? No, that shouldn't be. His earlier casual strike, Emperor's wrath scorching heaven though effortless, should have kept them subdued for a long time. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian also sensed the disturbance. They stepped down from Chen Fan's arms, their faces turning solemn. Husband, this power. It doesn't feel like those wretched things from the endless forbidden zone. Liu Ruyan said, her perception as sharp as ever, having once been a female emperor. There's no malice in this fluctuation, instead it carries a sense of urgency and exploration. Not an enemy. Chen Fan muttered to himself, puzzled. He extended his divine sense, cautiously touching the demiplane's boundary. His immortal emperor-level divine sense instantly pierced the spatial barrier, revealing the external scene clearly in his mind. Yet outside there was nothing. The once lush Qingyun mountain range had turned into a barren wasteland. Not a soul was in sight. No one there, Chen Fan wondered. Was it my imagination? Just as he was about to withdraw his divine, sense the tremor came again. This time he saw it clearly. The vibration wasn't from an external attack, it was the demiplane itself repelling some external force. In his divine sense perception, an immensely powerful force of divination was shrouding the area. This force was trying to part the mists and uncover the truth of this place. But every time it nearly touched the traces of the demiplane's existence, Chen Fan's ultimate lying flat ceiling art, and the world's rules would automatically activate, deflecting the divinatory force. So it's a fortune teller, Chen Fan sighed in relief. It seemed the sudden disappearance of Qingyun village had caught the attention of some powerful being outside, who used heavenly divination to deduce what had happened. Still, for it to provoke a reaction from an immortal emperor-level demiplane, this fortune teller's skill was considerable. Husband, what's happening? Su Qingxian asked worriedly. Nothing, just some fortune teller fiddling around outside. Chen Fan waved his hand, resuming his lazy demeanor. Don't worry about him. He can calculate for 10,000 years and still get nowhere. Though he said that Chen Fan's vigilance was at its peak. This time it was just a fortune teller. What about next time? What if some clueless emperor-level powerhouse passed by and discovered the secret of this demiplane? Then his leisurely life of wife, children, and a warm hearth would be completely ruined. No, he had to become stronger. He needed more trump cards. Chen Fan's gaze fell upon Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian, once more the fire in his eyes burning even brighter than before. Come on back to the room. Let's continue what we started, Chen Fan said, picking up his two wives without further ado. Husband, this. It's broad daylight. Su Qingxian's cheeks flushed like a ripe apple as she protested weakly. What's wrong with daytime? Daytime is the best time to appreciate the beauty of life, Chen Fan rambled with a straight face. For the sake of the family's future, and to create a safer environment for Tian'er and Linger, we must work hard. Liu Ruyan, however, was quite composed. She nestled in Chen Fan's arms and said softly, husband is right. A few more siblings in Tian'er and Linger won't be lonely. Standing in the courtyard, Liu Qingxian watched this absurd scene, utterly dumbfounded. What had she just heard? For the future of the family. This senior's way of thinking was far too avant-garde. As the sacred lord of Yaoqi, she had cultivated for millennia, seeking to sever worldly ties and devote herself to the Tao. But here procreation had become more important than cultivation. And judging by his words, it wasn't just a matter of one or Sister Ruyan, how many does senior plan to have? Liu Qingxian couldn't help but transmit her voice to Liu Ruyan, who was being carried into the house. Liu Ruyan turned back, a blissful smile on her face, and replied telepathically, husband's little goal is to first gather 10, with each child mastering a supreme law. Like the one controlling time, the one manipulating space, the one versed in causality, the one adept in fate. Liu Qingchuan's mind went completely blank. 10. And each one mastering a supreme law. What did that mean? A single being who mastered a supreme law was enough to become a giant at the immortal emperor level. Was he planning to mass-produce immortal emperors? Liu Qingxian felt her Tao heart shaken as never before. She had always thought herself a top-tier powerhouse, but compared to this family, she was just a novice cultivator. Senior's vision is beyond the imagination of mortals like me, Liu Qingxian murmured, looking at Chen Fan with awe in her eyes. Inside the house, spring was in full bloom. In the courtyard, Chen Tian was subjecting Shi Hao to a lesson of love. Shi Hao, why did you stop? Getting distracted in battle. Do you want to die? Chen Tian kicked Shi Hao to the ground, then followed up with a punch. Shi Hao was bruised and swollen, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He could feel that every time Chen Tian beat him, the origin of his dual pupils was being tempered by a mysterious force becoming purer. Young master, I was wrong. Shi Hao scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Again, Chen Tian nodded in satisfaction. Then let me show you the second move of the fist of love my father taught me. The two clashed once more, the entire demiplane echoing with Shi Hao's screams and Chen Tian's shouts. Star Fairy was feeding the chickens in the backyard and couldn't help but shiver at the screams. The young master is too harsh, she muttered. But why am I a little envious? She could sense Shi Hao's cultivation base growing at a terrifying speed. In just a few days, he was already catching up to her, a true immortal who had cultivated for 3,000 years. Same servant, different fate, Star Fairy sighed, and continued feeding the Golden Crow descendants. She had now completely accepted her fate. In this household, being a maid who fed the chickens was more promising than returning to the immortal realm as the granddaughter of some immortal king. Just then, a violent fluctuation of heavenly laws erupted from the house. A powerful life force surged into the sky, and the spiritual energy of the entire demiplane converged madly toward the thatched cottage. The leaves of the world tree rustled without wind, scattering a rain of light, as if celebrating something. Liu Qingxuan, who had been meditating, abruptly opened her eyes, her face full of shock. Again. Pregnant again. Shi Hao, who had been getting beaten, also stopped and stared blankly at the cottage. Young master, this is. My dad is efficient. Chen Tian grinned, his face full of pride. Looks like I'm going to be a big brother again. Chen Fan walked out of the room, a satisfied smile on his face. In his mind, the system's prompt rang out frantically. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully conceived a third child. Testing the child's bloodline. Detected that the host's goal was clear this time, successfully guiding. Congratulations, host. The child has obtained a heaven-defying talent. the primordial devourer beast bloodline pure blood. Due to the child's talent reaching the mythical level, triggering thousandfold critical hit reward. Rewarding host divine art devouring heaven demon art complete version. Rewarding host cultivation base skyrocketing to midstage immortal emperor. Rewarding host chaos supreme treasure Qingyun cauldron repaired to perfect condition. Chen Fan felt the power within him surge again, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Midstage immortal emperor, the devouring heaven demon art, and the perfect Qingyun cauldron. This reward was incredibly generous. The child of the devouring law is done. Chen Fan snapped his fingers. With this child, any future curses, poisons, or the like could simply be devoured in one gulp, saving time and effort. However, a new problem arose. This fetus bearing the primordial devourer beast bloodline was far too hungry. Before it was even fully formed, it began madly devouring the surrounding energy. Liu Ruyan, as the mother, bore the brunt. She felt her life essence draining at a terrifying rate. Husband, this child is a bit hungry. Liu Ruyan said, her face slightly pale. Chen Fan frowned and quickly transferred some of his own origin force to her. It seems ordinary spiritual energy can no longer satisfy him. Chen Fan mused, stroking his chin. I need to find him some good food. He looked at the few dragon blood Qilin beasts leisurely strolling in the backyard, a glint of loving light in his eyes. Tian, or go and prepare those Qilin beasts as a snack for your future little brother. Got it, Dad. Chen Tian's face lit up with an excited grin upon hearing the command. He had long grown tired of those massive beasts roaming the back mountains, strutting around his territory with an air of superiority. Now he finally had a legitimate chance to deal with them. Sure how, let's go? He'll show you what a real feast looks like. Chen Tian grabbed the still dazed Sure how and vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Lu Qingxian and Xingxuan exchanged glances, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. A dragon blood Qilin beast, a legendary creature with divine bloodline capable of rivaling an immortal king in adulthood. In this household, it was merely a snack for an unborn child. Senior, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but ask, feeling her worldview being shattered time and again. Extravagant? Chen Fan shook his head earnestly. For my child, no price is too high. Besides, I raised those Qilin beasts casually back in the day. Their meat should be quite tender. Raised casually. Lu Qingchuan's mouth twitched as she decided to drop the topic of extravagance with this senior. She realized their values were on entirely different planes. At the back mountain, the habitat of the dragon blood Qilin beasts. Several beasts colossal as mountains were dozing on the ground. Each breath stirred thunderous winds, warping the space around them. They were the absolute rulers of this demiplane. No creature dared provoke them except for that terrifying youth who occasionally came to spar. Just then, two figures descended from the sky. Chen Tian and Sure how. Roar! The leading dragon blood Qilin beast snapped its eyes open. The moment it saw Chen Tian, a flicker of human-like fear appeared in its bell-like eyes. It recognized this harbinger of doom. Last time the youth came empty-handed and beat it so badly it couldn't get out of bed for 3 months. Now he was carrying someone. Long time no see, you big fellows. Chen Tian grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. My dad said he'd like to invite you all for a meal. The Qilin beasts exchanged wary glances. A meal? More like we're the meal, they thought. The leading beast let out a low growl, rising its massive frame. An overwhelming pressure comparable to an early-stage Immortal King instantly engulfed the entire valley. Under this pressure, Sure how felt his bones might shatter. He frantically circulated his spiritual energy, his double pupils shimmering with divine light, barely managing to steady himself. So this is the might of a divine beast. Terrifying. Sure how thought in awe. Yet Chen Tian seemed unfazed, even stretching lazily. Done warming up. He tilted his head at the leading beast. If you are, it's my turn. With those words, his figure vanished, instantly reappearing atop the Qilin beast's head. Dad said to make it quick. Chen Tian murmured softly, then drove his fist down. The punch seemed ordinary, devoid of any flashy effects, yet the power it contained was enough to shake heaven and earth. The strength of a saint was perfectly concentrated within that fist, not a shred leaking out. The Qilin beast sensed a fatal threat, rearing back with a skyward roar as its body erupted in dazzling blood-red light to block the blow. But against absolute power, all resistance was futile. With a thunderous impact, the fist landed squarely on no cataclysmic explosion, just a single dull, heavy thud. The dragon blood Qilin beast, comparable to an immortal king, stiffened and collapsed like a heap of mud, instantly unconscious. One punch. Just one punch. Sure how watched dumbfounded. He knew Chen Tian was strong, but never imagined he was this inconceivably powerful. A being on par with an immortal king taken down in a single blow. 1 down, 4 to go. Chen Tian clapped his hands, turning to the other terrified Qilin beasts. Seeing their comrade's fate, the remaining beasts dared not resist. They dropped to their knees with a thud, pressing their massive heads to the ground, trembling, utterly submissive. Smart move. Chen Tian nodded approvingly. Follow me. My dad's a great cook. I promise you'll have a piece. With that, he hoisted the 5 mountain-sized beasts as if they were chicks, one in each hand. Sure how, let's go home for dinner. Sure how followed mechanically, his mind still blank. He felt that these past few days had been more thrilling than the last decade of his life. Back in the courtyard, Chen Fan had already set up the cosmic cauldron with flames roaring beneath it. Back already, Tianer. Efficient work. Chen Fan nodded approvingly as his son dropped the Qilin beast to the ground, making the earth tremble. Also, Chen Fan skillfully began processing the ingredients, bleeding, skinning, deboning. His movements fluid and practiced like an experienced butcher. Lu Qingxian and Xingxuan watched their eyelids twitching. These were dragon blood Qilin beasts. Every bone, every drop of blood was priceless treasure. Now they were being treated like common livestock. Soon large chunks of Qilin meat were tossed into the cosmic cauldron. Chen Fan plucked a few leaves from the world tree and added them as seasoning. Now we wait. Chen Fan clapped his hands and settled back into his rocking chair. The Qilin meat simmered over the immortal emperor's primordial fire quickly became tender, its aroma spreading far and wide. The rich life essence and energy caused the spiritual energy density of the entire demiplane to surge again. The fetus in Liu Ruyan's womb seemed to sense this energy, stirring happily. This little one is already a glutton before birth. Liu Ruyan stroked her belly, her face beaming with bliss. Shihao stood nearby, inhaling the mouth-watering aroma, feeling his worldview being reshaped once more. Using an Immortal King level divine beast for soup, world tree leaves as seasoning, and Immortal Emperor's primordial fire for cooking. This wasn't just making soup, it was refining a supreme divine elixir. Just then the boundary of the demiplane trembled violently again. This tremor was far more intense than before, as if someone was hammering the spatial barrier with a heavy mallet. Again, Chen Fan frowned. This time it's quite loud. He extended his divine sense to see which fool was causing trouble outside. But when he saw the scene outside, even he was taken aback for a moment. Outside the demiplane, a youth in Tai Su sect robes knelt in the void, holding a broken jade pendant high above his head, his face etched with desperation and despair. It was Li Qingshan, a friend Chen Tian had made during his travels. Behind Li Qingshan, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching, each radiating icy killing intent. Tianer, it seems your friend is in trouble, Chen Fan said to his son who was instructing Shihao. Chen Tian's expression instantly darkened. Chen Tian flashed before Chen Fan, his expression anxious. Father, what happened to Qingshan? Chen Fan transmitted the scene from outside to his son through divine sense. In the void, Li Qingshan was drenched in blood, his aura feeble, clearly having endured a brutal battle. He knelt on the ground, clutching a broken jade pendant tightly in his hand, the distress token he had once given to Chen Tian. Behind him, over a dozen cultivators in black Taoist robes advanced with sinister grins. These individuals were at least at the Unity realm, with the two leaders exuding the terrifying pressure of the Mahayana stage. Hand over the Taishu ancient scripture, and well grant you a swift death, hissed an old man in black robes at the forefront. Li Qingshan coughed up blood, yet his gaze remained unyielding. Dream on. Even in death, I will not let the sect's supreme treasure fall into the hands of you demonic heretics. Spirited, the old man sneered coldly. Then let's see how you enjoy the taste of soul extraction and refinement. With that, he extended a withered claw, reaching for Li Qingshan's crown. Father, I must go save him. Chen Tian's eyes turned bloodshot at the sight. Li Qingshan was one of the few friends he had made during his travels, a comrade with whom he had fought side by side, bound by a life and death bond. How could he stand idly by when a friend was in peril? Hold on, Chen Fan said, reaching out to restrain his impulsive son, his expression still calm. Father, if we don't act now, Qingshan will die. Chen Tian stamped his feet in desperation. Let me ask you, what is your current cultivation level? Chen Fan asked flatly. The Sage Realm. The Sage Realm, and all you know is to use your fists. Chen Fan shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I unlocked your seals not for you to recklessly fight. Chen Tian was taken aback by his father's question. It dawned on him that he was now a sage, one whose words became law, whose very thought could shift heaven and earth. Why should he personally intervene against those minor thugs outside? I understand, father. Chen Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He closed his eyes, and the terrifying divine soul of the Sage Realm pierced through the barrier of the demiplane, descending upon the outside world. The sneering old man in black robes froze mid-motion. He felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure descending from the heavens, a force so immense that even as a Mahayanistage cultivator, he could not muster a single thought of resistance. Who goes there? Cried another Mahayanistage cultivator in terror. Yet no one answered him. In that moment, the entire world seemed to stand still. The wind ceased, the clouds scattered, and even the spiritual energy in the void halted its flow. The dozen or so black-robed cultivators, along with the two Mahayanistage old demons, were frozen like statues, maintaining their previous poses without a single movement. Their faces were still etched with the earlier sneers and cruelty. Li Qingshan, kneeling on the ground, also sensed this sudden change. He looked up in bewilderment, seeing that the enemies who had been so arrogant moments ago had become lifelike statues. What is happening? Li Qingshan murmured to himself. Just then a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Qingshan, long time no see. Brother Beixian. Li Qingshan exclaimed in joy. Is that you? Where are you? I'm in a very distant place. Chen Tian's voice sounded again. Leave here first. They can't move for now. Remember, tell no one about it. But they will receive their due punishment. Chen Tian's voice faded. The next moment Li Qingshan felt himself lifted by a gentle force and sped toward the Taishu sect at an unimaginable velocity. Only after Li Qingshan's figure vanished completely over the horizon did Chen Tian slowly withdraw his divine sense. Father, was my handling acceptable? He looked at Chen Fan somewhat uncertain. Chen Fan nodded approvingly. Not bad, you've learned to use your mind. The power of a sage lies in words becoming law, able to decide life and death with a single thought. Dealing with these ants doesn't require your personal intervention. What about them? Do they just stand there forever? Chen Tian asked. What do you think? Chen Fan countered. Chen Tian pondered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They bullied my friend and still want to live? With a mere thought, the dozen black-robed cultivators tens of thousands of miles away began to shatter into fragments, turning to ash in the wind, their primordial spirits unable to escape. After this, Chen Tian felt refreshed. The power of the sage realm was incredibly convenient. Sure, how watching from the side trembled in fear. With a single thought, he had slain over a dozen Unity and Mahayana stage experts. Was this the strength of a sage? His gaze toward Chen Tian was no longer just admiration, but profound reverence. Young master, when will I be as powerful as you? Sure, Hao asked softly. When you can survive 100 moves from me while talk. Chen Tian glanced at him and said coolly. Sure, Hao instantly deflated. 100 moves? He couldn't even withstand a single strike from the young master now. All right, the interlude is over. Chen Fan waved his hand. Tianer, continue training. Sure, Hao. Remember, be harsh. This kid still has great potential. Got it, father. Chen Tian grinned, grabbing Sure Hao and heading to the corner of the courtyard. Soon Sure Hao's screams echoed once more. Lu Qingxian watched this scene, her heart filled with myriad emotions. She now understood why the senior was so indifferent to the conflicts of the outside world. In his eyes, those so-called sacred lands, imperial dynasties, powerhouses, and prodigies were nothing more than children playing house. His son, a youth of 16, was already at the sage realm. What terrifying cultivation level must he himself, an immortal emperor, or something beyond? Lu Qingxian dared not speculate further. She felt that being able to stay in this household and witness the rise of this legendary clan was the greatest fortune of her life. Sister Ruyan, Sister Qingxian. Liu Qingxian approached Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian. I also want to contribute to this family. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian exchanged glances and smiled. Qingshuan, you are already a part of our family. Liu Ruyan took her hand and said warmly, we are all sisters. Liu Qingxian felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. Just then the Qingyun cauldron, which was boiling, suddenly shook violently. The Kirin divine beast soup inside had reached its most critical moment. A pure extreme life energy surged into the sky, forming a lifelike Kirin phantom that circled above the small courtyard. The soup is ready. Chen Fan stood up. Ruyan, it's time to replenish your nutrients. He ladled out a large bowl of golden, glowing divine beast soup and handed it to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan took the bowl and had just taken a sip when the fetus in her womb stirred joyfully. That terrifying, devouring force emerged again, but this time with the energy from the Kirin divine beast soup. Liu Ruyan felt no discomfort. Instead, a soothing warmth spread through her body, and her cultivation steadily advanced. This child is such a little gourmand. Liu Ruyan smiled blissfully. Chen Fan joined in her smile. He could sense that the third child in her womb was growing at a terrifying pace. The bloodline of the primordial devouring beast was indeed formidable. It seems my journey as a father is far from over, Chen Fan mused inwardly. He turned to Liu Qingxian and suddenly asked, Qingshuan, how long have you been stuck at the Quasi-Emperor bottleneck? Liu Qingxian paused before answering, 3,000 years senior. Do you wish to break through? I do. More than anything. Liu Qingchuan's voice trembled with excitement. Good, Chen Fan nodded. After Ruyan gives birth, it will be your turn. The moment Chen Fan's words fell, Liu Qingxian froze in place, her mind a complete blank. Next, is it my turn? What does this mean? Could it be? Liu Qingxian dared not think further. Her exquisite face, which had remained unruffled for millennia of cultivation, now flushed a deep red, as if about to bleed. She, the exalted mistress of the Yaoqi sacred land, and one of the most formidable powerhouses in the eastern wasteland, had just been hinted at by the senior in such a manner. As senior, you must be joking, right? Liu Qingxian stammered, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Fan gazed at her with utter seriousness. I see great potential in you. You possess an innate Dao body perfect for bearing a child who can master the law of space. Then our family will have both fundamental laws of time and space. He spoke as if arranging a trivial matter, taking it all in stride. Liu Qingxian felt as if her worldview had been shattered once more. Could childbirth really be planned like this? And with a specific requirement for mastering the law of space. This was no longer mass-producing immortal emperors. It was clearly customizing an incarnation of the great Dao. But I am the mistress of Yaoqi. She struggled to resist. What about being the mistress of Yaoqi? Chen Fan shot her a puzzled look. Qingxian was once the sacred maiden of Yaoqi, and look at her now. She's doing just fine. See, since becoming a mother, she's become so much gentler. Su Qingxian, who was massaging Liu Ruyan's back, blushed at his words and shot him a playful glare. Liu Ruyan chimed in with a teasing smile. Yes, Sister Qingshuan, look how lively our home is. Adding you would just mean one more pair of chopsticks. Lu Qingxian was completely at a loss for words. What could she say? Refuse. No way. This was a chance to become part of the Immortal Emperor's family. This was an opportunity to nurture a future Immortal Emperor. Such a monumental fortune. Even the mighty Immortal Kings in the Celestial Realm would fight tooth and nail for it. But it was all too sudden. She wasn't mentally prepared yet. Senior, I need some time to think it over. Lu Qingxian lowered her head, her face flushed. Of course, Chen Fan nodded understandingly. Take your time, no. After all, the next slot is reserved for you. You can come whenever you're ready. Reserved. Hearing those words, Lu Qingxian felt her heart skip a beat. A surge of unprecedented shyness. An anticipation welled up within her. Xingxuan the fairy stood by dumbfounded. Oh my heavens. The mistress of Yao Qi was about to become the lady of this house too. Would she then have to serve two supreme leaders from Yao? Xingxuan felt a bright future ahead. Sure Hao, who was being pummeled by Chun Tian, overheard the conversation. Dodging Chen Tian's fists of love, he screamed inwardly. Mistress, don't hesitate. Say yes. This is a colossal fortune. Bearing a child for the father of a supreme being is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. If you give up this slot and let someone else. If you let it slip away, you'll regret it forever. Sure Hao had now become a fervent fan of the Chen family. In his eyes, any connection to this clan was an unparalleled. Chen Fan ignored the still hesitant Lu Qingxian and refocused on Liu Ruyan. Nourished by the Qilin divine beast soup, the fetus in her womb was growing at a terrifying speed. The devouring force grew stronger, as if it would drain all the energy from the demiplane. It seems one Qilin beast isn't enough. Chen Fan stroked his chin. Tian are those ones in the back mountain. We'll have them all for dinner tonight. Got it, Dad. Chen Tian replied excitedly, then turned to Sure Hao with a kind smile. Sure Hao, come on, let's continue our training. Sure Hao felt like crying. Over the next few days, the entire demiplane was filled with a rich aroma of meat. Chen Fan prepared a variety of divine beast feasts for Liu Ruyan. Grilled Qilin leg, dragon blood, and phoenix wing soup, braised tortoiseshell with mushrooms. These supreme divine ingredients, which could spark bloody conflicts in the outside world, had become an everyday menu for the pregnant woman. Sure Hao, inhaling these scents daily, felt his cultivation skyrocket. In just 10 days, he had broken through from the late nascent soul stage to the early unity stage. Such a cultivation speed would astound every cultivator in the eastern wasteland. Young master, I've broken through. Sure Hao rushed excitedly to Chen Tian. Unity stage. Not bad. Chen Tian glanced at him casually. Come tell me when you can last 10 moves against. Sure Hao felt as if doused with cold water. Yes, despite his breakthrough, he was still like a fragile chick before the young master, breaking at the slightest touch. I will work even harder. Sure Hao clenched his fists, a blazing determination igniting within him. In the Chen family, there was no ceiling for prodigies, only ever greater heights. He absolutely could not let the young master down. A month later, Liu Ruyan's delivery day arrived. The entire demiplane trembled. In the sky, a colossal black vortex appeared, like a black hole connecting to an unknown universe. Endless devouring laws cascaded from the vortex, shrouding the entire demiplane in an eerie silence. What kind of omen is this? Lu Qingxian and Xingxuan were stunned. They had witnessed the purple qi from the east at Chen Tian's birth and the manifestation of the chaotic sea at Chen Linger's arrival. But this black vortex felt far more terrifying and domineering, as if it would devour the entire world. Wah! A cry that shook heaven and earth rang out, and from the vortex burst forth a colossal beast phantom that stood between the sky and the earth. It was a black giant beast with a single horn, wolf-like in form, yet vaster than mountains. It opened its gaping maw and inhaled fiercely. The spiritual energy of the entire demiplane, along with the life essence emitted by the world tree, was all sucked into its belly. Oh my god! It devoured all the spiritual energy. Xingxuan screamed in terror. But in the next moment, the beast phantom belched and expelled all the energy back. The energy it digested became purer and easier to absorb. In an instant, the spiritual energy density of the entire demiplane surged tenfold. This is the primordial sky-devouring beast. Lu Qingxian gazed at the phantom in awe. Legend says it's a supreme ferocious beast that can devour and refine all things. Husband, it's a son. Liu Ruyan's weak but joyful voice came from within the room. Chen Fan held a black-haired, black-eyed baby boy, his face beaming with smiles. The child was born with eyes wide open, his jet-black pupils like tiny black holes capable of drawing in one. In his mind, the system's reward notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully birthed a mythic-level offspring. He bears the bloodline of the primordial sky-devouring beast. Potential evaluation unfathomable. Triggering 10,000-fold critical reward. Reward host supreme constitution devouring saint body. Reward host cultivation surge to late immortal emperor realm. Reward host chaos supreme treasure chaos bell. Chen Fan felt the surging power within him, his heart's late immortal emperor. It was just so-so. What he cared about now was naming his newborn son. This kid's such a glutton. How about Chen? Chen glutton. Chen Fan rubbed his chin deep in thought. Husband. Liu Ruyan shot him a playful glare. Just kidding, just kidding. Chen Fan laughed heartily. Our third child, let's call him Chen Fanchen. I hope he can embrace all things and devour everything like the mundane world. Chen Fanchen. Liu Ruyan murmured the name, a tender smile spreading across her face. Just then Chen Tian, who was training Shi Hao in the yard, felt a powerful bloodline resonance. He looked toward the thatched cottage, excitement flashing in his eyes. Another formidable little brother has been born. He turned to the dazed Shi Hao and grinned. Shi Hao, starting today you've got one more sparring partner. The birth of Chen Fan once again filled the Chen family courtyard with vitality. This little one had perfectly inherited the bloodline of the primordial devouring beast, and from the very first day of his life, he displayed an astonishing appetite. Ordinary spirit beast milk could no longer satisfy him, so Chen Fan had no choice but to feed him daily with a mixture of divine beast essence, blood, and sap from the world tree. As the little one grew day by day, so too did his appetite. A month later, he was already able to gnaw on a Qingyun leg with great relish. This kid eats even more than his brother, Chen Fan remarked, shaking his head helplessly as he watched Chen Fan chasing the orange cat around the yard. That orange cat, a cub of the devouring beast, always trembled in fear before its young master, terrified that it might one day be devoured as a snack. Chen Tian, however, was quite fond of his new little brother. His greatest daily joy was to hold his brother and teach him how to eat things. Fanchan, look, this stone seems hard, but it's actually delicious. Crispy and crunchy, Chen Tian said, picking up a divine stone imbued with the power of stars and waving it before his brother. Chen Fan blinked his large pitch-black eyes, opened his tiny mouth, and swallowed the divine stone in one gulp, then let out a satisfied burp. Shi Hao watched from the side, his heart pounding with shock. That was a star divine stone, a core material for forging saint weapons, and it was being eaten like a candy bean. He had now grown completely numb. In this household, anything unreasonable was perfectly reasonable. Su Qingxian and Lu Qingxian had taken on the heavy responsibility of caring for the children. One looked after the slumbering Chen Linger, while the other helped care for the glutton Chen Fan. Lu Qingshuan, the sacred lord of the Jade Pool, had now fully adapted to the life of a nursemaid. Every day, she would hold Chen Fan, feed him, and change his diapers, her movements as practiced as those of an. She discovered that in the process of caring for the child, her own state of mind had attained an unprecedented tranquility, and even the bottleneck in her cultivation had loosened considerably. Could it be that having a child truly aids in cultivation? A bold thought arose in Lu Qingchuan's mind. She stole a glance at Chen Fan, who was dozing in a rocking chair, and her cheeks flushed once more. Just as the family was enjoying this rare moment of leisure, a violent tremor once again shook the boundary of the demiplane. Someone knocking again. Chen Fan frowned. This commotion is greater than the last few times combined. He extended his divine sense, and this time he finally saw the guests outside. Suspended in the void beyond the demiplane was an enormous white jade celestial ship. On the ship stood hundreds of cultivators clad in white Taoist robes, each radiating powerful auras, their cultivation bases at the very least at the true immortal realm. At the forefront was an elder with snow-white hair and beard holding a horsetail whisk. He had the bearing of a celestial being, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. His cultivation had reached the terrifying realm of an immortal king. Beside the elder stood a familiar face. It was none other than the grandfather of Starfall Fairy, the very one who had fallen from the sky and was taken in by Chen Fan as a dishwasher, the pursuing star Immortal King. Oh, an old acquaintance. Chen Fan stroked his chin. He could sense no malice from these people. Instead, they carried an air of pilgrimage-like devotion. Husband, they are from the immortal realm. Liu Ruyan also sensed the presence outside and walked over to Chen Fan. Judging by their banner, they should be the protectors of the Misty Rain Immortal Court. Misty Rain Immortal Court. Chen Fan thought for a moment. That's your former company. You could say that. Liu Ruyan nodded. The elder at the lead is likely the grand steward of the court, the white-browed Immortal King. What are they here for? To take you back as CEO? Chen Fan joked. It doesn't seem so. Liu Ruyan shook her head. They appear to be searching for something. Just then the white-browed Immortal King on the celestial ship suddenly bowed deeply toward the void. White-browed of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, respectfully welcomes the return of Her Majesty the Empress. His voice, amplified by the power of an Immortal King, pierced through layers of space and reached the demiplane with clarity. Upon hearing this voice, Starfall Fairy in the courtyard was instantly moved to tears of joy. It's the Grand Steward. The Grand Steward has come for us. She ran to Liu Ruyan and knelt down. Your Majesty, the Immortal Court cannot be without you. Liu Ruyan frowned, but said nothing, her gaze turning to Chen Fan. Her heart was now entirely devoted to this family, and she had long lost interest in any throne of the Immortal Court. Chen Fan patted his wife's hand to reassure her, then said calmly, to the outside, you have mistaken. There is no— His voice was soft, yet it reached the celestial ship with perfect clarity. The white-browed Immortal King and the pursuing star Immortal King exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. They had clearly sensed the Empress aura within this space. How could they be mistaken? Senior. The pursuing star Immortal King quickly spoke. I, pursuing star, humbly beg for an audience. I have important matters to discuss. After his last visit, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chen Fan's identity was unfathomably profound. When the Immortal Court organized a team to descend to the lower realm in search of the Empress, he volunteered to join. He had a premonition that this mysterious family would be the key to the entire immortal domain's future. Chen Fan thought it over and felt that continuing to hide like this was not a solution. Besides, he had questions for these visitors from the immortal realm about the forbidden zone of finality. Let them in, Chen Fan said to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan nodded and casually waved her hand. A crack just wide enough for one person appeared in the spatial barrier of the demiplane. The white-browed Immortal King and the pursuing star Immortal King beamed with joy at the sight of the crack. Wait here. I shall enter with brother pursuing star to pay our respects, the white-browed Immortal King instructed the guards behind him. The two carefully passed through the spatial rift and entered the demiplane. The moment they stepped inside, both gasped sharply. The concentration of spiritual energy here was richer than in any blessed cave or celestial paradise in the immortal realm. The air was thick with the essence of pure life force and the principles of the great Tao. With just a single breath, they felt the bottlenecks in their cultivation begin to loosen. Even more shocking was the ordinary large tree in the courtyard. With their Immortal King level insight, they recognized it at a glance. The World Tree. It's the legendary World Tree. They both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with bound. The legendary tree that supported the myriad realms. Was it planted in a courtyard as an ordinary ornamental tree? This was too extravagant. As they were still reeling from the shock, a childish voice came from beside them. Grandpas, have you come to play with me? They looked down and saw a little boy with black hair and black eyes, delicate as a porcelain doll, gnawing on a bone larger than himself. The bone still bore the terrifying aura of a Qingyun divine beast. Beside the boy stood a youth of about 16 or 17, yawning in boredom. The moment the white-browed Immortal King and the pursuing star Immortal King saw these two children, their pupils contracted violently. Supreme bone. Primordial devouring beast bloodline. One child bore the most ancient divine bone in history. The other possessed the legendary supreme, ferocious beast bloodline. Either of these children, if placed in the immortal realm, would stir up a bloody storm and drive every Immortal King to madness. And now they appeared in the same family. What kind of place is this? The white-browed Immortal King felt his mind struggling to comprehend. Welcome to my humble abode. A gentle voice came from the rocking chair. They looked up and saw an unremarkable young man, lounging lazily in the chair, holding a sleeping little girl. Though the man exuded not a single trace of cultivation aura, the white-browed Immortal King and the pursuing star Immortal King dared not underestimate him in the slightest. They bowed deeply and respectfully to Chen Fan. We white-browed pursuing star pay our respects to the senior. Chen Fan lazily rose from his rocking chair, while the little linger in his arms slept peacefully, undisturbed by the commotion outside. He appraised the two Immortal Kings before him. The white-browed Immortal King possessed an ethereal bearing and deep calculating eyes, a clear sign of a shrewd strategist. The star-chasing Immortal King, however, appeared somewhat uneasy, the memory of Chen Tian, snatching his storage ring, having left a profound psychological scar. Both of you have traveled far. What brings you here? Chen Fan's tone was as casual as asking a neighbor if they had eaten. The white-browed Immortal King took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock within him, and spoke with reverence. Senior, this junior has come to respectfully welcome Her Majesty the Empress back to the Immortal Court. As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Liu Ruyan, standing behind Chen Fan. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows, her voice cool. I have said it before. There is no empress here. I am now merely Chen Fan's wife and the mother of his children. A bitter smile crept onto the white-browed Immortal King's face. Your Majesty, in the tens of thousands of years you have been missing, the Immortal Court has been leaderless. The various Immortal Kings stir with ambition, and it no longer holds its former glory. If you do not return to take charge, the Misty Rain Immortal Court may very well crumble. Then let it crumble, Liu Ruyan replied, her tone utterly flat. Those are all things of the past. They have nothing to do with me. The white-browed Immortal King wanted to plead further, but Chen Fan waved a hand to cut him off. Enough. My wife doesn't want to go back, so stop your nagging here, Chen Fan said impatiently. If there's nothing else, please be on your way. My daughter is still sleeping. Don't wake her. The white-browed Immortal King was left speechless. When had he, a venerable Immortal King and Grand Steward of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, ever been treated with such discourtesy? Yet gazing upon this unfathomable man and his two children with their heaven-defying bloodlines, he found himself utterly unable to muster any anger. Seeing this, the star-chasing Immortal King stepped forward and bowed once more to Chen Fan. Senior, this junior has another favor to ask. Speak. This junior wishes to allow my granddaughter Xingxuan to remain here and continue serving your esteemed family, the star-chasing Immortal King said, gathering his courage. After his last visit, he had carefully examined his granddaughter's condition. Though her cultivation was suppressed, her foundation had become unprecedentedly solid. Moreover, after merely a short stay here, her Immortal King bloodline showed signs of reverting to its ancestral state. What did this signify? It meant that remaining in this mysterious family was far superior to cultivating in any cave, heaven, or blessed land in the immortal realm. This was an immense fortune. Thus he had steeled his nerve to plead for his granddaughter to stay. Even if she served as a maidservant washing dishes, it would be 100 times better than returning to the immortal realm as an Immortal King's granddaughter. Xingxuan, who was sweeping the backyard, heard this and nearly threw her broom away. Grandfather, are you my real grandfather? How could you sell me out like this? I finally saw you coming to take me away, and now you want me to stay and continue being a maid. Xingxuan's tears streamed down uncontrollably once more. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised by the star-chasing Immortal King's words. He glanced at the old man, then at the weeping girl in the backyard, and rubbed his chin. Staying isn't out of the question, Chen Fan mused. We happen to be short someone to feed the chickens. But I don't keep up. If she stays you'll have to pay. A salary, won't you? Salary. The star-chasing Immortal King was stunned for a moment, then quickly caught on. This senior was offering him an opportunity. He hastily pulled out a pile of glittering treasures from his storage ring. Senior, this is a small token of my appreciation. There's a 3-million-year-old immortal source crystal, a chaos green lotus seed, and this quasi-emperor artifact, the Star River diagram. Every item he produced would spark a bloody storm in the immortal realm. However, Chen Fan merely glanced at them and shook his head with little interest. I have plenty of these things at home. He pointed to a stone in the corner of the yard that the orange cat was using to sharpen its claws. See that? That's an immortal source crystal much bigger than yours. He then pointed to the blooming lotuses, chaos green lotus. I've planted a whole patch in my pond, they're nearly past their bloom. As for the quasi-emperor artifact, Chen Tian was using the star-chasing sword that the star-chasing Immortal King had given him to peel an apple in the yard. The star-chasing Immortal King's heart bled at the sight, but he forced a smile onto his face. Yes, senior's wealth is vast. These things of mine are indeed unworthy. The star-chasing Immortal King wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He finally understood why this household was so terrifying. Their definition of treasure was entirely different from normal people's. Then, what does senior require? The star-chasing Immortal King asked cautiously. Chen Fan pondered. His cultivation had reached the late stage of Immortal Emperor, and ordinary treasures were indeed useless to him. However, a thought suddenly struck him. I've heard there's something in the immortal realm called the Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart. Do you know where I can find it? Chen Fan inquired. The Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart. Both the white-browed Immortal King and the star-chasing Immortal King exclaimed in shock. That was a legendary supreme divine object. It was said that one who possessed this heart was naturally attuned to the 3,000 great Daos, making any cultivation technique twice as effective with half the effort. It was a prerequisite for becoming an immortal emperor. Such a thing existed only in the most ancient legends, and not a single one could be found in the entire immortal domain. Senior, what? What do you need it for? The white-browed Immortal King asked with a trembling voice. Oh, nothing much, Chen Fan said casually. I just thought that if my next child had a Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart, they might be quite intelligent. At least they wouldn't be like their elder brother whose mind is filled with nothing but fighting and eating. Chen Tian, who was peeling an apple, felt an arrow pierce his knee. The white-browed Immortal King and the star-chasing Immortal King were utterly dumbfounded. Using the Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart as a component for an unborn child. What heaven-defying audacity was this? They felt their imaginations could no longer keep up with this senior's train of thought. Senior, the Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart is a legendary divine object long vanished from the world. The white-browed Immortal King said with a bitter smile. Is that so? Chen Fan looked disappointed. Then forget it. Just then Liu Ruyan, who had been silent suddenly. Husband, I remember now. Caressing the sleeping Chen Linger, she said slowly, in my past memories the Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart does exist. It is sealed in an extremely special place. Oh, where? Chen Fan's interest was piqued. The Reincarnation Sea, Liu Ruyan replied. Her voice grew solemn. That is the forbidden land connecting all realms governing the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is said that the Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart is the core of the Reincarnation Sea. The Reincarnation Sea. Chen Fan rubbed his chin. Sounds like a dungeon. Upon hearing those 3 words, the white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King turned deathly pale. Your Majesty, you must not, the white-browed Immortal King urgently advised. The Reincarnation Sea is the foremost forbidden land of the realms. Even an immortal emperor would face near-certain death venturing in. It is filled with unknown dangers and terrifying beings. You absolutely must not set foot there. Indeed, senior, the star-chasing Immortal King echoed. Legends say that in the depths of the Reincarnation Sea, fearsome beings beyond Immortal Emperor lie dormant. If awakened, they would bring catastrophe upon all the realms. So dangerous. Upon hearing this, instead of being afraid, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Consider it prenatal education. He looked at Liu Ruyan and smiled. Wife, once Fanchen grows a bit older, let's take a trip to the Reincarnation Sea and retrieve the heart for our 4th child. Chen Fan's words were casually spoken, yet they struck like a thunderclap, detonating in the hearts of white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King. Go to the Reincarnation Sea for a stroll, and casually pick up a Nine-Orifice Exquisite Heart as a spare part. What an utterly insane plan. Senior, think thrice. White-browed Immortal King thudded to his knees, his aged face awash with terror. The Reincarnation Sea is truly no benevolent place. Since ancient times, no immortal emperor who ventured in has ever emerged alive. It is a true life-forbidden zone, a land of terror so profound that even the river of time detours around it. Indeed, senior. Star-chasing Immortal King knelt, as well his voice trembling. Legend says the depths of the Reincarnation Sea connect to the final end. Once its taboos are provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. They were truly terrified. The senior before them possessed unfathomable power. They had no doubt he could breach the reincarnation sea. Yet it was precisely for this reason that their fear deepened. Should an existence of his caliber meet with mishap within the reincarnation sea, the ensuing chain reaction would suffice to annihilate the entire immortal domain. Chen Fan gazed at the two immortal kings prostrate and shivering, shaking his head with some exasperation. Your courage is far too lacking. He waved a hand. Isn't it just a dungeon? What's there to fear? In his view, so-called forbidden lands and death traps were merely maps for the system to grant him rewards. Higher risks meant greater rewards. He understood this principle well. All right, it's settled, Chen Fan declared. Once my wife has this child, our next stop will be the reincarnation sea to gather materials. He turned to Liu Qingxian and asked with a smile, Qingxuan, are you ready? We'll go together, then consider it a pre-wedding trip. Liu Qingxuan, still reeling from shock, felt her fair face flush crimson at his words. Pre-wedding trip. A honeymoon in the reincarnation sea. This senior's thought process was indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. Yet inexplicably, instead of fear, her heart swelled with unprecedented anticipation and sweetness. To explore the foremost forbidden land of the myriad realms alongside such an inscrutable existence was itself a supreme honor and romance. This junior will follow senior's arrangements, Liu Qingxian said, lowering her head, her cheeks still aflame. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King watched this scene, their despair complete. It was over. Not only was this senior heading to his doom, but he was taking his entire family along. The immortal domain was truly doomed. Since you're so afraid, let me give you a reassurance, Chen Fan said, suddenly smiling at their crestfallen expression. He extended his hand palm up. In the next instant, a tiny lotus formed from boundless laws and chaotic currents slowly blossomed in his palm. The moment this lotus appeared, time itself within the entire demiplane seemed to freeze. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King felt their own Immortal King fruits tremble and wail, as if compelled to prostrate themselves in worship before that lotus. It was an absolute suppression originating from the very source of the Grand Tao. This is the flower of the Grand Tao. White-browed Immortal King's eyes bulged, his voice quaking uncontrollably. You have already condensed your own Tao. Beyond the immortal Emperor realm lay legendary stages. An existence at that level no longer borrowed from the heavenly Tao, but created their own Tao. With but a single thought, they could create a universe and establish a completely new set of laws. Such beings were venerated as Tao ancestors, and condensing the flower of the Grand Tao was the very first step towards the Tao ancestor realm. Since time immemorial, countless immortal emperors had exhausted their lives without ever touching this threshold. Yet this seemingly ordinary man before them had already condensed the flower of the Grand Tao. This is hardly a flower of the Grand Tao. Chen Fan casually stowed the lotus away. Just a small insight I stumbled upon while looking after the kids. Just stumbled upon. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King felt their hearts might stop. They had cultivated arduously for millions of years, unable even to touch the threshold of the immortal Emperor realm. Yet this man, merely by raising children, was on the verge of becoming a Tao ancestor. How could the gap between individuals be so vast? Now do you still find the reincarnation sea so terrifying? Chen Fan asked with a smile. The two exchanged glances, seeing boundless fervor and excitement in each other's eyes. Terrifying. Terrifying, my foot. With a quasi-Tao ancestor of this caliber leading them, they would dare to charge even into the heart of the final end forbidden zone, let alone the reincarnation sea. This wasn't an adventure, it was a chance to harvest fortuitous encounters. Senior's divine might overshadows the world. This junior failed to recognize a true mountain. White-browed Immortal King knelt again, this time in heartfelt submission, prostrating himself fully. This junior is willing to serve senior, to go through fire and water without any refusal. Star-chasing Immortal King followed suit, pledging his loyalty. Their only thought now was to cling tightly to this thigh that was thicker than the immortal domain itself. Enough, get up. Chen Fan waved his hand. I don't go in for all this kneeling. He looked at white-browed Immortal King. Since you're the grand steward of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, handle its affairs. My wife won't be returning. Choose a new emperor yourselves. Senior jests. White-browed Immortal King said hastily. Her Majesty, the Empress position is irreplaceable. The Immortal Court can be without an emperor, but not without its pillar. This junior implores senior to allow the Immortal Court to pledge allegiance to you. He intended to offer the entire Misty Rain Immortal Court as a dowry to Chen Fan. Pledge allegiance to me. Chen Fan was taken aback, then shook his head. Not interested. I just want to be a stay-at-home dad. He thought for a moment, then added, but if you wish, you can pledge allegiance to my son. He pointed at Chen Tian, who was peeling an apple in the courtyard. When he ascends to the immortal realm in the future, you can follow him. He's my son, his prospects are boundless. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King followed Chen Fan's gaze. They saw the youth bearing the supreme bone, using a quasi-emperor weapon to skillfully peel an ordinary apple with practiced ease. The corners of their mouths twitched. Entrust the entire Misty Rain Immortal Court to follow a youth who enjoys peeling apples with a quasi-emperor weapon. Though it sounded somewhat absurd considering the youth was the son of a quasi-Tao ancestor, they found it not entirely. This junior obeys. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King answered in unison. They decided that from this day forth Chen Tian was the future young lord of the Misty Rain Immortal Court. Anyone who dared to object, they would annihilate. All right, business is concluded. Chen Fan stood up. Will you stay for a meal, or leave now? A meal. We must stay for a meal. They spoke in unison. No fool would miss a chance to mooch a meal from a quasi-Dao ancestor's home, where even a single vegetable leaf could be a supreme divine herb. Very well. Chen Fan nodded. Tianer, go catch a few more phoenixes from the back mountain. We're having grilled chicken. Yes, Dad. Chen Tian replied with crisp enthusiasm. He had long taken a dislike to those colorful wild pheasants on the rear mountain. Relying on their ability to fly, they strutted arrogantly in the sky every day, leaving behind a mess of rainbow droppings that had nearly landed on his head more than once. Today he could finally deal with them justly. He turned to look at white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. 2 seniors, you're in for a treat. My dad's grilled chicken wings are unmatched in the world. With that he flickered and dashed toward the rear mountain. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King stood frozen, still processing what had just happened. Phoenix. Grilled chicken wings. Had they misheard something? The phoenix was the supreme divine beast of the celestial realm, noble in bloodline and formidable in power. A fully grown phoenix could even contend with an immortal emperor. Even in the celestial domain, the Phoenix clan existed beyond worldly concerns, and none dared provoke them easily. Yet here from this youth's words it seemed phoenixes were meant to be eaten. Star-chasing. Fellow cultivator, did I just experience an auditory hallucination? White-browed Immortal King swallowed hard, turning to look at the star-chasing Immortal King beside him. Star-chasing Immortal King's aged face twitched, his expression more bitter than a cry. He recalled his quasi-emperor weapon, star-chasing sword, being used to peel apples, the bowl of dragonblood Kirin stew, and the devouring beast cub kept as a pet. He took a deep breath and spoke with the weary tone of one seasoned by experience. White-browed fellow cultivator, stay calm. In this place you must learn to adapt. Don't judge the senior's family by our celestial common sense. White-browed Immortal King fell silent. He had lived for millions of years, priding himself on vast knowledge and a mind as still as an ancient well. But today in this modest farmyard his Dao heart suffered an unprecedented shock. The world tree as an ornamental plant, chaos green lotus filling the pond, immortal source crystals as a cat scratching board, a quasi-emperor weapon for peeling apples. And now even phoenixes were to be laid on the dining table. This was no longer mere extravagance. It was trampling on the values they had built over millions of years as immortal kings. Just as the two were questioning their existence, a series of shrill, high-pitched phoenix cries echoed from the rear mountain, followed by Chen Tian's excited shouts. Haha, don't run. None of you are getting away today. Just surrender and become my chicken wings. Boom. The rear mountain resounded with earth-shattering crashes, as if several great mountains were colliding. Terrifying waves of energy rippled outward, causing even the space of the demiplane to shimmer. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King could clearly sense several auras, each rivaling the peak of Immortal King realm, clashing with another force that was even more domineering and unreasonable. But soon those peak Immortal King auras weakened, fading into a few unwilling laments. The entire affair lasted no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Chen Tian's figure reappeared in the yard, holding one in each hand, 2 slung over his shoulders, and 1 trailing behind dejectedly. A total of 5 phoenixes with magnificent plumage and colossal forms. Each of these phoenixes exuded a terrifying pressure of the Immortal King level, but now they hung their heads like defeated roosters, their eyes filled with despair and resignation. Dad, I caught them. Chen Tian threw the 5 phoenixes to the ground, making it tremble. These guys put up quite a fight, cost me some effort. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King stared at the 5 real living Immortal King-level phoenixes on the ground, feeling as if their breath had stopped. In particular, one 7-colored phoenix. White-browed Immortal King recognized it. That was the 7th princess of the Phoenix clan in the celestial realm, gifted with exceptional talent and a fiery temper. She had run away from home tens of thousands of years ago, and the Phoenix clan's patriarch had searched for her for ages without success. Now she was caught here as a wild pheasant. Senior, this cannot be. White-browed Immortal King finally couldn't hold back, rushing to Chen Fan with a trembling voice. This is the 7th princess of the Phoenix clan of noble status. If you eat her, the Phoenix clan's patriarch might. Oh, a princess. Chen Fan looked over the 7-colored phoenix and nodded. She does seem plumper than the others. The meat should be more tender. White-browed Immortal King. He felt like dying. Was that the point? Was tenderness of the meat the issue? The Phoenix clan's patriarch. Chen Fan pondered, then asked, is he formidable? Can he beat my son? White-browed Immortal King opened his mouth, but said nothing. The Phoenix clan's patriarch was a terrifying existence at the Immortal Emperor level with unfathomable power. But could he beat this youth? White-browed Immortal King glanced at the innocent-looking youth beside him as if he had just caught a few chickens. Sage Realm. The Phoenix Patriarch might be an immortal emperor, but it seemed he might not necessarily defeat this monstrous youth. The senior speaks wisely. White-browed Immortal King instantly changed his stance, a fawning smile spreading across his face. The mere Phoenix clan is unworthy to be compared with the senior's son. To become the senior's meal is their honor. Star-chasing Immortal King nodded silently beside him. Indeed, to be devoured by this quasi-Dao ancestor was a blessing cultivated over 8 lifetimes. Even if an immortal emperor came, they would likely have to lie down and be eaten without resistance. The two Immortal Kings' enlightenment reached unprecedented unity at this moment. That's more like it. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and began skillfully preparing the raw materials for these grilled chicken wings. He didn't kill them, only taking one wing from each. As divine beasts, phoenixes possessed immortality, and their severed wings would soon regrow. Chen Fan's technique was extraordinarily exquisite. During the removal of the wings, the phoenixes felt little pain, though their gazes grew even more resentful. Soon 10 golden fragrant phoenix grilled wings were ready. Chen Fan plucked a few tender leaves from the world tree, crushed them as seasoning, then scooped some chaos green lotus seeds from the pond and stuffed them into the wings. Come try my new recipe. Chen Fan handed the largest 7-colored phoenix wing to Liu Ruyan. Then he distributed portions to Su Qingxian, Lu Qingshuan, Chen Tian, Chen Fanchen. Even Qingshuan and Sure Hao got a small piece. Finally, he offered the 2 most ordinary-looking wings to white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King. You two are guests from afar, don't be shy. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King stared at the grilled wings in their hands, which emanated the Dao resonance of an immortal emperor, their hands trembling. Using Immortal King-level phoenix wings paired with world tree leaves and chaos green lotus seeds. This wasn't just grilled wings, it was a supreme Dao divine pill. The two took a cautious bite. Boom. An indescribable torrent of energy exploded within their bodies. Pure laws of flame, vast life essence, and the nascent Dao aura of chaos surged through their limbs and every cell, which rejoiced in ecstasy. The bottleneck at the late Immortal King stage that had plagued White-browed for millions of years shattered in that instant, propelling him directly to the peak of Immortal King. Star-chasing Immortal King experienced an even more drastic change. Originally at the mid-Immortal King stage, his cultivation surged straight to the late Immortal King stage, with a foundation more stable than what a million years of bitter cultivation could achieve. Both entered a state of enlightenment radiant with immortal light and auspicious phenomena. Chen Fan glanced at them and shook his head, truly inexperienced, breaking through just from eating a chicken wing. He turned to Lu Qingshuan, who was still hesitating. Qingshuan, have you made up your mind? Look, our family's meals are great for a child's development. If you give me a child who masters the laws of space, I promise to stew space divine beasts for you every day. Lu Qingxian looked at the 2 Immortal Kings, who were now in deep enlightenment and surging in cultivation, then at the still steaming grilled wing in her hand, and finally made her decision. She walked up to Chen Fan blushing and held the grilled wing to his lips, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Senior. No husband. I've decided. I am willing. Lu Qingshuan's faint whisper of husband seemed to freeze the air in the entire courtyard. Chen Fanchen, who was gnawing on a qilin leg, paused his movements, his large abyss-like eyes gazing curiously at this newly minted little mother. Sure Hao, who had been used as a punching bag by Chen Tian, forgot his screams, his face brimming with an indulgent smile that said, I knew this would happen. The broom in Star Fairy's hand clattered to the ground. She felt her mind had completely stopped working. The sacred lord of Yaoqi had simply yielded. Su Qingxian and Liu Ruyan exchanged glances revealing knowing smiles. They had long anticipated this outcome. After all, no woman could resist a man like Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Lu Qingshuan, whose pretty face was flushed and whose beauty was beyond compare. Satisfied, he opened his mouth and took a bite of the grilled wing she offered. Delicious, he mumbled while chewing. The flavor is good, and so is the person. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshuan's cheeks reddened even more, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. All right, we're all family now. No need to be so formal. Chen Fan patted Lu Qingshuan's hand and pulled her to sit beside him. Come eat more. You're now a key focus of our family. You need to take care of your health. With that, he handed her an even larger grilled wing. Lu Qingxian looked at the wing in her hand, then at the man beside her who could decide the fate of a sacred lord. With a casual word, her heart a swirl of mixed emotions. There was shyness, anticipation, but more than anything, an unprecedented sense of peace and stability. Perhaps this was the true destination she had been seeking. What was the position of Yaoqi, sacred lord, or the Eastern Wasteland supreme? Before true happiness, they were nothing but fleeting clouds. An ordinary family banquet concluded in a bizarre yet harmonious atmosphere. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King awoke from their enlightenment, feeling their surging cultivation bases and stabilized Dao foundations. Their reverence for Chen Fan had reached its peak. Thank you, senior, for bestowing this fortune. They bowed deeply to Chen Fan, once more their postures lower than dust. Enough, you've eaten and drunk. It's time for you to return. Chen Fan waved his hand, issuing a dismissal. Remember what I told you. From now on, Chen Tian is the young lord of your misty reign immortal court. If he needs your help and you dare to make excuses, rest assured, senior. White-browed Immortal King quickly patted his chest in assurance. The young lord's affairs are the paramount matters of my misty reign immortal court. Anyone who dares disrespect the young lord is an enemy of the entire immortal court. Exactly. Star-chasing Immortal King echoed. From now on, if the young lord speaks a word, I star-chasing Immortal King will brave fire and water without hesitation. They now wished Chen Tian would trouble them more. This was a golden opportunity to latch onto the thigh of a potential Dao ancestor. It's good that you have this awareness. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Return now. Liu Ruyan casually waved her hand, and another white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King respectfully performed a grand salute to Chen Fan's family before cautiously retreating from the demiplane. The moment they returned to the white jade immortal boat outside, their Immortal King pressure erupted violently, startling the hundreds of true immortal guards on the boat into kneeling in unison. Greetings, Grand Steward. Greetings, star-chasing Immortal King. Grand Steward, you've broken through. A Sharpie guard captain was horrified to discover that white-browed Immortal King's cultivation had leaped from the late Immortal King stage to the peak. How long had that taken? Less than 2 hours. He went in and broke through a minor realm. How is that possible? White-browed Immortal King ignored his subordinate's shock. He took a deep breath and issued a command in an Hear my decree. From this day forth, the Misty Reign Immortal Court recognizes Chen Tian as the Young Lord. The Young Lord's commands are above all. Seeing the Young Lord is akin to the Empress herself. All members of the Immortal Court must obey the Young Lord's orders unconditionally. Violators will face utter annihilation with their clans wiped out to the 9th degree. Boom. This decree exploded like a nuclear bomb across the immortal boat. Everyone was stunned. Chen Tian, Young Lord. Who was that? A name they had never even heard of had suddenly become their Young Lord, and his status equaled that of the Empress herself. Grand Steward, this goes against all protocol. An old Immortal King who had followed the Empress for millions of years stepped forward to object. The heir of our Misty Reign Immortal Court must be of the Empress bloodline or jointly recommended by the Immortal Kings. Who is this Chen Tian? We haven't even seen him. How can he be made Young Lord? Insolent. White-browed Immortal King's eyes flashed with cold light as his peak Immortal King pressure bore down on the old Immortal King. The old Immortal King was struck as if by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Wang Yue, are you questioning my decision? White-browed Immortal King's voice was icy. No, I wouldn't dare. The old Immortal King, named Wang Yu, struggled to kneel, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't understand why the Grand Steward had become so domineering, so unfamiliar after just one visit. White-browed Immortal King swept his gaze across everyone, his voice echoing throughout the immortal boat. This is the will of the Empress, and the intention of that existence. Young Lord Chen Tian is the eldest son of the Empress and that existence. He possesses the supreme bone and is a born saint. His status is billions of times nobler than you can imagine. From today onward, his words are the mandate of heaven. White-browed Immortal King's words plunged everyone into a deathly silence. The Empress, eldest son, a born saint with the supreme bone. Each keyword relentlessly pounded. Finally, they understood why the Grand Steward had made such an outrageous decision. This wasn't outrageous, it was a tremendous blessing. The Empress was not only alive, but had borne such an extraordinary child with an unfathomable existence. This meant their Misty Reign Immortal Court not only had an heir, but also a backing greater than the heavens. We obey the Grand Steward's decree. Hail the Young Lord. Ready to go through fire and water for the Young Lord, 10,000 deaths, without regret. The cries shook the heavens on the immortal boat. Star-chasing Immortal King watched the scene, his heart filled with emotion. He knew that from this day forward the entire Immortal Domain's landscape would undergo earth-shattering changes because of that little farmstead. He glanced at white-browed Immortal King beside him and transmitted his voice. Taoist white-browed, how should we explain that senior's identity to the other Immortal Kings of the court? White-browed Immortal King pondered for a moment, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. No explanation. A being like senior prefers solitude and enjoys a mortal life. If we publicize this, it will only displease senior. We only need to carry out senior's will and elevate the Young Lord to the highest position. As for the rest, the less you know, the longer you live. Star-chasing Immortal King nodded profoundly. And about the matter of the Samsara Sea. Bury it in your gut. White-browed Immortal King's tone became unprecedentedly grave. This matter is of utmost importance. If leaked, it will bring utter catastrophe. We must swear a heavenly Dao blood oath, never revealing a single word to any third party. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously swore the most venomous heavenly Dao blood oath. After doing all this, white-browed Immortal King let out a long sigh. He turned back to look at the void that had already calmed his eyes, filled with reverence and fervor. Issue the order, Immortal Boat, return to base. Furthermore, in my name, issue an Immortal King kill order across the entire Immortal Domain. Anyone who dares to spy on, discuss, or disturb the cultivation of Young Lord Chen Tian, regardless of identity or background, will be killed without mercy. Demiplane, Chun family courtyard. Chen Fan had no idea that a casual remark of his had stirred such a massive upheaval in the immortal realm. Right now he was looking at Lu Qingxian with a headache. This newly titled Fourth Lady was earnestly asking Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian for a pregnancy tip. Sister Ruyan, Sister Qingxian, what should I do? To have a child as formidable as Tian'er or as adorable as Linger? Well, Liu Ruyan thought for a moment. The most important thing is for husband to put in the effort. Su Qingxian nodded as well. Exactly, husband's bloodline is key. We just need to focus on being beautiful. Chen Fan rolled his eyes from the sidelines. What nonsense was this? He walked up to Liu Qingxian and said seriously, Qingshuan, don't listen to their nonsense. Having a child requires the right time, place, and mood. Mood? Yes, Chen Fan nodded. When the mood is good, the child is born healthy and smart. Then, when will we go to the Samsara Sea for that pre-wedding trip? Liu Qingxian asked softly, her face reddening. She had fully accepted her new identity and was even starting to look forward to that unique honeymoon. Chen Fan rubbed his chin, pondering. No rush. Let's wait until Fanshan can walk. That place is too dangerous, it's inconvenient with a baby. He looked at Chen Fanshan, who was gnawing on the Qilin leg. The boy, only a month old, was already the size of a 1 or 2-year-old and astonishingly strong. Dad, when can I have my own weapon? Chen Tian suddenly came over, his face full of anticipation. The sword Grandpa Star Chasing gave me is too brittle, it chipped after I peeled a few apples. Chen Fan glanced at the already pitted quasi-emperor weapon, the Star Chasing sword, and twitched his mouth. What kind of weapon do you want? I want a sword as powerful as yours, Dad. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled like little stars. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then pulled a pitch-black lump of iron from his storage ring and handed it to his son. Here, go play with this. Chen Tian took that pitch-black lump of iron. It was immensely heavy in his hand, and even with his Saint Realm physical body, he found it somewhat strenuous. He curiously examined this piece of scrap metal, looking it over from all sides, yet he could not discern anything special. It was entirely black, its surface pitted and uneven, devoid of any luster, looking like nothing more than a piece of rusty junk picked up from some obscure corner. Dad, what is this? Chen Tian asked with a hint of disdain. Can this thing be used as a weapon? I don't think it's even as sturdy as my wooden sword. That wooden sword of his was carved from a branch of the world tree. Though it appeared ordinary, it was incredibly hard and contained a vast life force. Chen Fan lay on the rocking chair, not even lifting his eyelids, and said lazily, this is a stone I picked up in the chaos. It looked pretty hard, so I brought it back. You wanted a weapon, didn't you? Go ahead and refine it yourself. A stone, picked up in the chaos. When white-browed Immortal King and Juashing Immortal King heard these words, their eyes nearly popped out. They stared fixedly at the iron lump in Chen Tian's hand, their divine senses frantically probing it. However, the moment their divine senses touched that lump of iron, it was like a clay ox sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. An indescribable aura of weightiness and immortality stemming from the very origin of the great Tao emanated from the iron lump, causing the Tao hearts of the two immortal kings to tremble. This is the Tao progenitor divine iron. White-browed Immortal King's voice trembled, as if he had witnessed the most inconceivable thing in the world. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Juashing Immortal King also exclaimed in shock. The Tao progenitor divine iron exists only in legends. It is the most primordial substance, forming the myriad worlds billions of times more precious than chaos immortal gold. It is said that a small piece could collapse an entire universe. How could it? How could it appear here and be casually tossed to a child as a toy, like a piece of scrap metal? The worldviews of the two immortal kings were on this day riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. They looked at Chen Tian, the youth bearing the supreme bone, who was turning over and over in his hands a supreme divine object that would drive even a Tao ancestor to madness, all the while wearing a look of disgust. Dad, how do I refine this thing? I don't think even my Samadhi true fire can melt it. Chen Tian tried to smelt the Tao progenitor divine iron with his innate divine flame, but the iron lump didn't even change color. If you can't burn it, gnaw it with your teeth, meld it with your saliva, Chen Fan said crossly. Don't you have the supreme bone? Use your supreme blood to refine it. Can't handle such a small matter. How will you be a big brother in the future? Gnaw it with teeth. Melt it with saliva. White-browed Immortal King and Juashing Immortal King nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. Senior, that is the Tao progenitor divine iron. It's not a head of cabbage from the street. Your way of teaching a child is far too wild. However, Chen Tian took it seriously. He looked at the Tao progenitor divine iron in his hand, then at his younger brother Chen Fanshan, who was gnawing on a Qilin leg bone, and a glimmer of understanding dawned in his eyes. I understand, Dad. Imitating his little brother, Chen Tian opened his mouth and bit down on the Tao progenitor divine iron. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Chen Tian's tooth broke. Ouch! Chen Tian covered his mouth, tears of pain nearly streaming out. Dad, this thing is too hard. It's harder than Grandpa Zuixing's head. Far away in the immortal realm, Juashing Immortal King, who was on an immortal boat announcing the establishment of the young master to the assembled immortal kings, suddenly shivered for no reason, feeling a chill at the back of his head. In the courtyard, Chen Fan looked at his son's foolish appearance and shook his head helplessly. I told you to use your precious blood to refine it. Who told you to use your teeth? He sighed. Forget it. With your IQ, you probably can't refine anything good anyway. They'll help you. Saying this, he stood up from the rocking chair, walked over to Chen Tian, and took the Tao progenitor divine iron. He extended 2 fingers, and as if kneading clay casually squeezed and shaped that indestructible Dao progenitor divine iron. Under the horrified gaze of the 2 immortal kings, that piece of Dao progenitor divine iron capable of crushing a universe was easily reshaped in Chen Fan's hands like a piece of Play-Doh. Moments later, a 3-foot-long pitch-black ancient sword, its blade covered with natural Dao patterns, appeared in Chen Fan's hand. The sword had no edge, looking like an unsharpened iron ruler. But as it hovered silently, the space around it warped as if unable to bear its weight. Here, take it, and play. Chen Fan casually tossed the toy sword forged from the Dao progenitor divine iron to his son. Don't use it to peel apples anymore. It's a bit heavy, be careful not to break the table. Chen Tian caught the long sword. It was immensely heavy in his hand, but it resonated strangely with the supreme bone within him. He could feel that the sword was like an extension of his own body. With a single thought, he could achieve unity between man and blade. Thanks, Dad. Chen Tian excitedly swung the long sword, and pitch-black sword chi tore through the void, leaving shallow scratches on the spatial barrier of the demiplane. One must know that this demiplane was created by Chen Fan with the power of an immortal emperor. The sturdiness of its spatial barrier was such that even a full-force strike from an immortal emperor might not be able to shake it. Yet Chen Tian, with a casual swing, could leave scratches, showing how terrifying the sword's power was. White-browed Immortal King and Zhuishing Immortal King were completely numbed, shaping the Dao progenitor divine iron with bare hands, forging a supreme Dao weapon, and then giving it to his son as a toy. Even witnessing it with their own eyes, they felt as if they were dreaming. Senior. White-browed Immortal King stammered, wanting to ask something, but not knowing where to begin. All right. Chen Fan seemed to remember something. He looked at the 2 Immortal Kings. Besides picking up my wife, did you have any other business this time? What do you know about that? Elysian Forbidden Zone. Finally, the real topic. White-browed Immortal King and Zhuishing Immortal King's spirits lifted. They knew that this was the true purpose for which the senior had allowed them in. White-browed Immortal King composed his thoughts and replied respectfully, reporting to senior regarding the Elysian Forbidden Zone. The records in the immortal realm are also extremely scarce. All we know is that it is a forbidden land, older and more terrifying than the reincarnation. See the end of all things, the return to nothingness. Legend has it that in the immensely distant primordial era, there was a great reckoning that swept through the myriad worlds, and countless immortal emperors and Dao ancestors fell in that catastrophe. And the Elysian Forbidden Zone was the source of that great reckoning. As for what lies deep within the Forbidden Zone, no one knows, because all the experts who tried to investigate never returned. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan frowned slightly. A great reckoning. He recalled the words of the black-armored man. This world should not exist. All reincarnation, all karma should come to an end. It seemed that the Elysian Forbidden Zone was a group of madmen who wanted to restart the universe, and they seemed to have set their sights on his child. Senior, why have you suddenly asked about the Elysian Forbidden Zone? Zhuishing Immortal King asked cautiously. Could it be that there has been some unusual activity in the Forbidden Zone? Chen Fan did not answer, merely casting a faint glance at him. That single glance, however, made Zhuishing Immortal King feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His entire body chilled to the bone. From the senior's eyes, he saw a trace of murderous intent. Though it was only a flash, that icy killing intent enough to freeze all of time and space made even him, an Immortal King, tremble from the depths of his soul. He immediately understood that he had asked something he should not have. This junior has spoken too much. Do I beg your forgiveness, senior? Zhuishing Immortal King quickly knelt to apologize. All right, get up. Chen Fan waved his hand. I was just asking casually. In his mind, however, he was calculating. It seemed that simply hiding in this demiplane was not a long-term solution. Since those fellows from the Elysian Forbidden Zone could plant a curse mark on his daughter, it meant they had a way to breach his spatial barrier. Although they did not dare to come openly now, no one could say what would happen in the future. He had to take the initiative and nip all these potential threats in the bud. But now was not the time. He still needed more children, more trump cards. His gaze once again fell on Liu Qing. This sacred lord of Yao Qi was looking at him with adoration, her beautiful eyes filled with stars. Qingxian. Chen Fan suddenly spoke. Oh, yes, senior. Liu Qingxian jolted and quickly stood at attention. Don't call me senior. Yes, husband. Liu Qingchuan's face reddened again. Don't you want to break through the quasi-emperor bottleneck? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Yes. Liu Qingxian nodded emphatically. Good. Chen Fan snapped his fingers. Then let's start now. Coincidentally, I've recently developed a new dual cultivation technique that can help you break through quickly. Incidentally, it will also lay a solid foundation for our 4th child. Saying this, he took Liu Qingchuan's hand without further ado and headed towards the house. Rian Qingxian, you come too. Let's study together how to give birth to a clever and intelligent daughter who masters the laws of space. A month later, in the Chen family courtyard, Liu Qingxian sat cross-legged beneath the world tree, her body surrounded by profound spatial law runes. With each breath, the entire demiplane's space rippled in response. Behind her, a towering quasi-emperor Dharma apparition flickered faintly, exuding a terrifying pressure that could suppress the ages. She had broken through. With Chen Fan's thorough guidance and the aid of the dual cultivation art, the Jade Pool's sacred lord, who had been stuck at the Quasi-Emperor bottleneck for millennia, had finally taken that step in just 1 month, becoming a true Quasi-Emperor powerhouse. Thank you, my husband, for your help. Lu Qingxian opened her eyes, feeling the unprecedented power surging within her. Overcome with emotion, she bowed deeply toward the house. She could sense that not only had her cultivation level advanced, but the very essence of her innate Dao body had been greatly refined and sublimated. More importantly, she gently placed her hand on her flat belly, a shy yet blissful smile spreading across her face. There a new life was quietly taking root. A child destined to master the laws of space. Inside the house, Chen Fan yawned and sat up from the bed. In his mind, the system's prompt arrived as expected. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully conceiving the 4th child. Activation conditions met. Detecting offspring's bloodline. The innate Dao body combined with the host's chaos sovereign body influenced by the aura of the 9-orifice exquisite heart, not yet implanted, has undergone an unknown mutation. Detection complete. Congratulations, host. The offspring has acquired a heaven-defying talent, Void Dao Embryo. Due to the offspring's mythical grade talent, a 1,000-fold critical reward has been triggered, rewarding host supreme physique, time-space saint body perfect fusion of time and space laws. Rewarding host cultivation surge to Immortal Emperor peak. Rewarding host supreme divine ability, grand time-space art. Rewarding host chaos supreme treasure, gateway of time and space. A boom echoed. A power more terrifying than any before erupted within Chen Fan. The leap from late Immortal Emperor to peak Immortal Emperor seemed like a minor realm advancement, yet the disparity in strength was as vast as heaven and earth. Chen Fan felt that with a single thought he could reverse the river of time or reduce the entire universe to primordial chaos. His chaos sovereign body, after fusing with the supreme laws of time and space, had evolved into the even more fearsome time-space saint body. Immortal Emperor peak. Not bad, I suppose. Chen Fan stretched his limbs, feeling it was manageable. What concerned him more now was the phrase 9-orifice exquisite heart, not yet implanted in the system prompt. It seemed that for the child mastering space laws to be born perfectly, that 9-orifice exquisite heart was an indispensable component. It's time to visit that samsara sea, Chen Fan mused to himself. He stepped out of the house to find Lu Qingxian consolidating her cultivation, while Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian played with the 2 children in the yard. The 1-year-old Chen Fan, already able to carry a Qilin leg bone taller than himself, ran around drooling and shouting, "Eat, eat." The 3-year-old Chen Linger, though still asleep, had developed well under the dual nourishment of the great sun exquisite heart, and the world tree looking like a sleeping beauty, serene and lovely. As for the eldest son Chen Tian, he was in a corner of the yard using the toy sword forged from the Grand Dao divine metal to instruct Sure Hao in cultivation. Sure Hao, don't just use your double pupils for attack. Learn to see the essence of laws with them. Watch this strike of mine. Chen Tian casually swung his sword. There was no sword aura or flash, yet Sure Hao felt as though the entire world before him had been split in 2 countless threads of law laid bare before his eyes. Sure Hao watched in rapt fascination, entirely immersed in a state of enlightenment. Not bad, the lad is teachable, Chen Tian said with an air of maturity, then ran over to Chen Fan. Father, when will I have younger siblings to play with? Soon. Chen Fan patted his son's head, then clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, I have an announcement. Chen Fan cleared his throat and spoke in a tour guide tone to celebrate the upcoming arrival of our 4th family member, and to give Qingxian a unique form of prenatal education, I've decided to organize a family outing. Our destination, Samsara Sea. As soon as the words fell aside from the Chen family themselves, all the outsiders present, Lu Qingxuan, Xingxuan, Sure Hao, and even the 2 lingering immortal kings, were dumbfounded. A family outing to the Samsara Sea. You call the #1 forbidden land of the heavens an outing? Husband, must we really go? Su Qingxian asked with concern. Isn't it too dangerous? Linger and Fanxian are still so young. Don't worry, I'm here, Chen Fan said with a confident smile. Think of it as broadening the children's horizons. Staying cooped up in this little yard all day is driving us stir crazy. Great. We get to go out and play. Chen Tian was the first to cheer. Father, is there good food in Samsara Sea? Probably, Chen Fan mused. I hear there are many lost souls there. We could catch a few and roast them. They should taste good. Roast souls. White-browed Immortal King and Star Chaser Immortal King felt their worldview being ground into dust once again. Then, Senior Wei, White-browed Immortal King ventured cautiously, afraid of being left behind. You can come too, Chen Fan waved casually. We could use a couple of bag carriers and babysitters. You 2 Immortal Kings have plenty of strength and experience. Perfect for the job. Bag carriers, babysitters. 2 esteemed Immortal Kings in the seniors' eyes were nothing more than nannies and laborers. Yet far from being offended, the 2 showed expressions of sheer delight. Thank you, Senior. We will do our utmost to serve you and the madams. After all, this was a golden opportunity to explore a forbidden land alongside a quasi-Dao ancestor. Even if they were asked to carry bags, babysit, or serve as mounts, they would gladly comply. Sure Hao also rushed over excitedly. Young master, I want to come too. What for? To be a burden. Chen Tian shot him a glance. I can scout ahead for you. I can be a meat shield. Sure how vowed, thumping his chest. Enough, everyone's coming, Chen Fan declared with a wave. The more the merrier. Consider it our first Chen family team building event. Thus the most bizarre and luxurious tour group in history was assembled. A guide of unfathomable power who only wanted to be a doting father, Chen Fan. 3 stunningly beautiful madams, each with child. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingxian. A sage realm brat son armed with a grand Dao divine weapon as a toy, Chen Tian. A swaddled glutton second son who treated chaos treasures as snacks, Chen Fanchen. A sleeping beauty daughter fused with a curse still in slumber, Chen Linger. Plus 2 immortal king level nannies and laborers, a little follower with double pupils, and a true immortal maid who feeds the chickens. If this group were to appear in the immortal realm, it would make the entire celestial domain tremble. Alright, everyone get ready. We leave immediately. Chen Fan walked to the center of the courtyard. He did not tear the void or activate any teleportation array. Instead, he reached out and gently traced a line in the air. The next moment, a gateway radiating multicolored light, as if composed of countless shards of time and space, materialized in the yard. It was the Chaos Supreme treasure he had just acquired, the gateway of time and space. This door could ignore any spatial barrier or time law, instantly leading to any corner of the myriad heavens. Let's go. Our first stop, the entrance to Samsara Sea, the Bridge of Helplessness. Chen Fan, carrying the sleeping Chen Linger, was the first to step through the gateway of time and space. The others followed. Once everyone had entered, the gateway slowly closed and vanished. The entire demiplane returned to silence. The Samsara Sea, the most mysterious and fearsome forbidden land across the myriad heavens. Here was the end of life and the beginning of rebirth. Countless souls drifted here, awaiting their next reincarnation. At the entrance to the Samsara Sea stood an ancient stone bridge. Carved upon the bridge were 3 blood-red characters, Bridge of Helplessness. Beneath it surged the ceaseless river of forgetfulness, its yellow-brown waters teeming with struggling vengeful spirits and shattered memories. An old man in a straw cloak holding a bamboo rod sat at the bridgehead, quietly fishing. He had been here for countless epochs, witnessing the fall of innumerable immortal emperors and the cycles of countless beings. He was the bridge keeper of the Bridge of Helplessness, a mysterious entity whom even Dao ancestors regarded with awe. Suddenly his eyes, usually as still as an ancient well, snapped open, gazing toward the other end of the bridge. There the space split open without warning, revealing a multicolored gateway. Then a group of people with an utterly bizarre demeanor stepped out from within. The bridge keeper had sat here for countless epochs, yet this was the first time he had seen someone arrive at the Bridge of Helplessness in such a manner. Not through death, not through sacrifice, but as if dropping by a neighbor's house, simply opening a door and stepping through. For the first time, a grave expression appeared in his murky eyes. Dad, is this the sea of reincarnation? It feels so eerie and gloomy, not fun at all. Chen Tian stepped out of the space-time portal, surveying his surroundings with a disdainful curl of his lips. The ashen sky, the surging yellow springs, and the thick aura of death and resentment in the air all made him deeply uncomfortable. Don't rush, the fun stuff is all inside, Chen Fan said, holding his daughter with a relaxed smile. See that river? That's the river of forgetfulness. They say a single sip of its water can make you forget all your troubles. Want a taste? No way. Chen Tian quickly shook his head. I still have so many things I don't want to forget. Su Qingxian and Lu Qingshuan, visiting such a place for the first time, both felt uneasy, their faces slightly pale. Only Liu Ruyan, as a former empress, remained relatively composed in the face of this scene. Husband, the resentment here is too heavy, what's not good for the children, she said with a frown. It's fine, Chen Fan replied, casually waving his hand. A soft, chaotic light enveloped everyone. Instantly, all the deathly aura and resentment were sealed away. The group felt as if they were basking in the warm spring sun, an indescribable comfort. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King followed at the rear, gazing at this legendary forbidden land. Before them, their hearts filled with awe and excitement. This was the Sea of Reincarnation, a place where even an immortal emperor would have to kneel. And they were actually following the senior, strolling in as if on a sightseeing trip. Senior, that bridge ahead is the legendary Bridge of Helplessness, white-browed Immortal King introduced, respectfully pointing at the stone bridge. The figure on the bridge should be the bridge keeper. Legend says he has existed since the dawn of heaven and earth with unfathomable power. Even the Dao ancestor shows him some respect. Oh, the bridge keeper. Chen Fan looked with keen interest at the old man fishing. He could sense an aura about this elder that seemed utterly out of place in this world, as if he belonged to no time, past, present, or future. Interesting, Chen Fan said with a smile. Holding his daughter, he strode boldly toward the Bridge of Helplessness. The bridge keeper also stood up. With a gentle flick of his bamboo rod, he fished out a remnant soul of an immortal emperor that had struggled in the river of forgetfulness for tens of thousands of years, then casually tossed it into the creel behind him. He watched Chen Fan and his party approaching, a flicker of astonishment in his murky eyes. He couldn't see through him. He couldn't see through the young man holding the child at all. In his perception, this man was like a non-existent phantom, clearly standing there, yet seemingly isolated from all of space and time. What shocked him even more were the people accompanying this man. A sage youth bearing the supreme bone. An infant with the bloodline of the primordial swallowing sky beast. A baby girl carrying the chaotic finality Dao Fetus. And 3 women, each pregnant with a child possessing a heaven-defying bloodline. What kind of divine assembly was this? Greetings, Elder, Chen Fan said, walking to the bridgehead with an easy familiarity. Would like to cross the bridge and look around inside. Is that convenient? The bridge keeper was silent for a moment before his hoarse voice slowly sounded. The bridge of helplessness only ferries the dead, not the living. Is that so? Chen Fan scratched his head. That's a bit troublesome. Our family finally came out for a trip. We can't just turn back. He looked at the bridge keeper and said with a smile, Elder, how about this? Do us a favor and let us pass. In return, I'll treat you to some grilled chicken wings. My son caught a phoenix, and it's delicious. The bridge keeper. He had guarded this place for countless epochs, yet this was the first time someone had offered to treat him to grilled phoenix wings. Rules are rules, the bridge keeper said, shaking his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. Dad, why bother talking to him? Chen Tian grew impatient. If you want make way, I'll just cleave this broken bridge with my sword. With that, he reached for his toy sword forged from Grand Dao Divine Iron. Tier, don't be rude, Chen Fan chided his son. This elder is a senior, we must be reasonable. He turned to the bridge keeper, his smile unwavering. Elder, you see, we're not unreasonable people. How about we play? If I win, you let us pass. If you win, well, say nothing more and turn back immediately. A flicker of interest stirred in the bridge keeper's murky eyes. What games? Very simple, a fishing contest, Chen Fan said, pointing at the bamboo rod in the bridge keeper's hand. Well, fish right here in the river of forgetfulness. Within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, whoever catches something of greater value wins. The bridge keeper laughed. Fishing in the river of forgetfulness was a test of one's understanding of cause and effect of reincarnation. He had fished here for countless epochs, catching countless remnant souls of immortal emperors. And this young man wanted to compete with him in this. Agreed, the bridge keeper nodded. He wanted to see what confidence this man, whom even he couldn't fathom, possessed. Chen Fan smiled and pulled out an ordinary bamboo rod from his storage ring. It didn't even have a fishing line or hook. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King nearly fainted at the sight. Senior, what are you doing? Challenging the bridge keeper to a fishing contest with a broken bamboo stick. Wasn't this like challenging the Sword Emperor to a duel with a fire poker? Yet Chen Fan was utterly unconcerned. Imitating the bridge keeper, he extended the bamboo rod toward the river of forgetfulness. The bridge keeper also sat back down, his bamboo rod dipping into the river once more. The incense stick timer began. The bridge keeper closed his eyes, his divine sense plunging into the riverbed. He searched through countless remnant souls and fragments of memories. Soon he locked onto a target. It was a broken jade slip, still carrying the faint aura of creation. Up! The bridge keeper let out a soft cry and jerked his rod sharply. A palm-sized fragment of a jade slip shimmering with iridescent light broke through the water and landed in his hand. It was another shard of the creation jade slip shattered during the Great Reckoning. This fragment alone would drive any immortal emperor mad with desire. Senior, it's your turn, the bridge keeper said calmly, stowing the fragment away. In his view, the contest was already decided. However, Chen Fan hadn't even opened his eyes. He said lazily, no rush, let's wait a bit longer. Time ticked by. The incense stick was nearly spent. Chen Fan's bamboo rod remained utterly still. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King were drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. Senior, what are you waiting for? If you don't act now, you'll lose. Just as the incense was about to burn out, Chen Fan's bamboo rod gave a faint, subtle twitch. Got one. Chen Fan smiled, and then jerked the rod up with force. Everyone's eyes widened, eager to see what, but the other end of the rod was completely empty. There was nothing. Huh. I told you, how could a broken stick catch any? Before Chen Tian could finish laughing, Chen Fan gave him a slap on the back of his head. Stop laughing, look closely. Everyone followed Chen Fan's gaze. At the tip of the ordinary bamboo rod, a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of aura had coiled itself. It was intangible, formless, yet seemed to encompass everything in existence. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King couldn't comprehend what it was. They only felt an inexplicable sense of dread from that wisp of aura. But the bridge keeper, the moment he saw that wisp of aura, shot up from the ground. His bamboo rod fell to the ground with a clatter, and for the first time in countless epochs, a look of utter horror and disbelief appeared in his murky eyes. He stared fixedly at that wisp of aura, his lips trembling, as if he had witnessed the most terrifying, the most inconceivable thing in the world. You caught the Daowei. The Daowei. Chen Fan blinked in bewilderment at the bridge keeper's exclamation. He glanced at the faint wisp of aura entwined around his bamboo pole and scratched his head. Is this the Daowei? I just felt something interesting beneath the water, so I casually fished it up. Casually. Fished it up. The bridge keeper felt his heart, a heart that had ceased beating for countless eons, seemed to jolt back to life at this moment, convulsing wildly. He had spent endless ages fishing by the river of forgetfulness, hauling up the fruits of Tao from immortal emperors, the remnant souls of gods and demons, and even shattered laws of time and space. Yet he had never imagined, never dared to imagine, that anyone could fish out the supreme, ethereal, great Tao itself from this sea of reincarnation that connected the beginnings and ends of all things. This was no longer within the realm of power to explain. It was a mastery of the ultimate laws of the entire cosmos. You? Which Dao ancestor are you exactly? The bridge keeper's hoarse voice was laced with unprecedented reverence and fear. He no longer dared to address this man as you. In his eyes, only the legendary Dao ancestors, who had split heaven and earth and created the myriad realms, could accomplish such a feat. Dao ancestor? Chen Fan was even more confused. I'm no Dao ancestor. I'm just an ordinary Styrofoam dad. Like hell I believe you. The bridge keeper roared inwardly. What ordinary Styrofoam dad would bring a child to tour the sea of reincarnation? What ordinary Styrofoam dad could casually fish up the great Dao, as if it were a plaything? If you were an ordinary Styrofoam dad, then what were we so-called powerhouses who had lived for countless eons? Dust. The senior jests. The bridge keeper hastily lowered his head, his posture more humble than dust. This junior failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended the senior. I beg the senior's forgiveness. Now how could he dare mention a contest? Since the man had fished up the Dao itself, that fragment of the creation jade disc he possessed was utterly insignificant before the Dao. This contest he had lost completely and was convinced. There's no need for forgiveness. Chen Fan waved his hand. So can we cross now? Of course. Of course. The bridge keeper nodded and bowed, stepping aside to clear the path. Senior, please. You may stay in the sea of reincarnation as long as you wish and take whatever you desire. Even if you dismantle the Naiha bridge for firewood, this junior will have no objections. He now eagerly wished for this great deity to enter quickly and not linger on his bridge. The pressure was too immense. He felt that if he spoke a few more words with this great deity, his Dao heart would completely shatter. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, held his daughter, and led his entire family onto the Naiha bridge with great fanfare. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King followed behind, still dazed. Though they couldn't comprehend what the senior had fished up, they understood the bridge keeper's reaction. That mysterious bridge keeper, whom even Dao ancestors treated with caution, was terrified like a grandson before the senior. What did this mean? It meant the senior's realm had far surpassed their imagination. A Dao ancestor. The senior was absolutely a supreme existence at the Dao ancestor level. At this thought, the two Immortal Kings gazed at Chen Fan's back, their fervor beyond words. To be able to follow a living Dao ancestor. What an incredible fortune was this. They felt that the best decision they had ever made in their lives was to latch onto the Chen family. Shi Hao and Xingxuan followed behind, utterly numb. They felt their nerves, battered repeatedly within this single day, were on the verge of snapping. Just as Chen Fan's group was about to cross the Naiha bridge, the bridge keeper mustered his courage and called out to him. Senior, please wait. Chen Fan stopped and turned back. Something else. The bridge keeper took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. He dropped to his knees with a thud and kowtowed heavily 3 times. This junior has a request, and I earnestly beg the senior to grant it. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Speak. The bridge keeper lifted his head, and for the first time a glimmer of hope shone in his murky eyes. This junior has guarded this bridge for countless eons, long weary of this endless solitude and reincarnation. I wish to follow the senior, leave this place, and see the true world outside. This was an extremely audacious request. As the bridge keeper, bound by the duty to guard reincarnation, abandoning his post would surely invite divine punishment. But today, after witnessing Chen Fan's incomprehensible means, he decided to gamble. He gambled that this Dao ancestor before him could sever the endless karmic bonds. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised by his request. He looked over the withered old man and stroked his chin. Let you follow me. That's not impossible. But I don't keep idlers here. What can you do? The bridge keeper was overjoyed and quickly replied. Though this junior's strength is meager, I have some insight into the path of reincarnation. If the young masters in the senior's household ever encounter an accident, this junior can preserve their true spirits and send them into reincarnation, ensuring a good life in their next birth. Ba. Before Chen Fan could speak, Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian were displeased. Old man, what kind of how could our children have an accident? Exactly. If you can't speak, well then shut up. The bridge keeper was scolded until his face flushed red, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. He realized how inauspicious his words were. Yes, the ladies are right. This junior misspoke. The bridge keeper quickly apologized. Chen Fan found the old man's embarrassment somewhat amusing. After a moment's thought, he said, letting you follow is fine. But what about your duty as the bridge keeper? You can't just abandon it, can you? The bridge keeper's face showed bitterness. Senior may not know, but the role of bridge keeper is a heavenly shackle, unbreakable without the power of a Dao ancestor. This junior. Oh, a shackle. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. Then he reached out and gently tapped the bridge keeper's forehead. Then let it be broken. Chen Fan's voice was soft and calm. But as his words fell, the entire sea of reincarnation and even the myriad realms trembled violently. An invisible thread of karma connecting the bridge keeper to the heavenly origin snapped at the touch of Chen Fan's. The bridge keeper felt a lightness wash over him. The heavy shackle that had bound him for countless eons vanished. He was free. This just broke it. The bridge keeper stood frozen, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body, utterly stunned. That was a heavenly shackle. Even a true Dao ancestor would need to exert some effort. Yet before this senior, it was merely a casual touch of a finger. Just what terrifying realm had this senior's power reached? Alright, now you're free. Chen Fan clapped his hands as if he had done something trivial. From now on you'll follow us. Perfect timing. I still need a gatekeeper at home. Gatekeeper. The bridge keeper's mouth twitched. He was after all a mysterious being who had lived for countless eons, someone even Dao ancestors treated with caution. Now he was going to be a gatekeeper. Yet on second thought, serving as a gatekeeper for a Dao ancestor-level existence was still a supreme honor. Thank you, Master, for your grace. This old servant Meng Pa pays homage to the Master. The bridge keeper, now to be called Meng Pa, kowtowed respectfully to Chen Fan once more. His address had shifted directly from senior to master, and from junior to old servant. His skill at clinging to a powerful patron was even more professional than that of white-browed and star-chasing immortal kings. Meng Pa. Chen Fan was taken aback. Aren't you an old man? Master, this old servant is formless and can be male or female. As Meng Pa spoke, her form shifted, and in an instant she transformed from a gaunt old man into a kind-faced elderly woman. Chen Fan. Fine, you're amazing. But what about the Naiha Bridge? Without a keeper, won't there be chaos? Chen Fan asked. Master, rest assured. Meng Pa took a black stone from her bosom and handed it to Chen Fan. This is the reincarnation stone, one of the cores of the Sea of Reincarnation. Placed here, it can automatically guide souls and maintain the order of reincarnation. She paused and added, moreover, this old servant has already transferred some authority over this place to the young master and the little masters. From now on, the Sea of Reincarnation will also be the master's backyard, turning the Sea of Reincarnation into a backyard. White-browed and star-chasing immortal kings had completely given up speaking. They felt their imagination had severely limited the scope of the senior family's awesomeness. Alright, let's go in. Having resolved the gatekeeper issue, Chen Fan was in high spirits. He led his family down the Naiha Bridge and officially stepped into the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation. The moment they entered, the scene before them transformed dramatically. No longer was there a gray sky and the surging river of forgetfulness. Instead, there was a beautiful world of birdsong flowers and lush mountains, a paradise. Dad, this place is so beautiful. Even prettier than our backyard hill. Chen Tian exclaimed excitedly. This is the first layer of the Sea of Reincarnation, the land of good rewards. Meng Pa explained respectfully. Souls who did good deeds in life rest here, awaiting their next reincarnation. At that moment, countless specks of light flew from the distant sky. These were pure souls. Drawn by the warm and peaceful aura of Chen Fan's group, they curiously gathered around. One soul resembling a little girl was bolder. She floated up to Chen Fan and asked timidly, Big brother, are you new immortals? Before Chen Fan could answer, the black and white lotus mark on the forehead of the sleeping Chen Linger gently flickered. A strange power blending creation and destruction emanated from her. The little girl's soul trembled violently upon contact with this force. Then, to everyone's astonishment, her soul began to condense a physical body. That strand of extraordinary power, a fusion of creation and destruction, emanated from the lotus mark on Chen Linger's brow, gently enveloping the soul of the little girl. Under the gaze of all struck dumb with shock, a miracle unfolded. The ethereal, translucent soul light began to coalesce. First, a faint jade-white skeletal glow like a newborn star ignited at the core of the soul. Then blood-red meridians spread like a spider's web, outlining the contours of a human form. Then came flesh and skin. All of this occurred silently, yet carried a grandeur and awe as if of a world's creation. This was no mere application of law. It was reversing the cycle of reincarnation, subverting life and death itself. This old servant has guarded this place for countless eons, yet never seen a departed soul reverse life and death to reshape a physical body. Meng Pa's aged face was etched with an indescribable terror. Her murky eyes were wide as saucers, her voice trembling. This is the power of creation. Our little mistress. She has actually grasped the authority of creation. The white-browed Immortal King and the star-chasing Immortal King were frozen and placed their mouths agape, their minds utterly blank. A Dao ancestor. This was undoubtedly the means of a Dao ancestor. No. Even the legendary Dao ancestor who separated heaven and earth could not so easily, so effortlessly reverse reincarnation and reshape a true spirit that had completely dissipated. What kind of power was this? Wow. Little sister is amazing. Chen Tian was the first to snap out of his shock. He ran excitedly to Chen Fan, pointing at the little girl slowly taking form. Dad, is little sister this powerful? From now on, if anyone dies, can she just blow on them and bring them back? Then our family would be invincible. Chen Fan's mouth twitched at his son's naive words. Blow on them and bring them back. Did he think this was a child's game? Still, he was inwardly shaken. Damn, is this Chaos Finality Dao Fetus really this formidable? I wonder if there are any side effects. If Linger sneezes in the future, will she dig up someone's ancestral grave? Chen Fan mused to himself. He looked down at his daughter, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, smacking her lips as if nothing had happened. This power was not something she released actively. It was more like a natural leakage of her Dao Fetus aura. An unconscious leak of aura could reverse life and death. If she truly awakened and mastered this power, how terrifying would that be? Chen Fan suddenly felt that his burden as a styrofoam dad had grown a little heavier. While everyone was lost in thought, the little girl's physical form was completely reconstructed. She appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a simple white gown, barefoot. She looked down at her hands in bewilderment, then touched her face. Her clear eyes were filled with confusion and I am alive, the little girl murmured, her voice choked with tears. She remembered being dead for so long that she had almost forgotten her own name. In this land of good karma, she drifted carefree with other souls day after day, waiting for the next. She had never imagined she would have a body again. Thank you. Thank you, divine immortals. The little girl knelt and kowtowed heavily to Chen Fan and Chen Linger. Rise, Chen Fan said casually, waving his hand, and a gentle force lifted the girl to her feet. He took a fruit from the world tree out of his storage ring and handed it to her. You've just come back to life, your body must be weak. Eat this fruit to replenish yourself. The little girl timidly took the fruit, which was crystalline, exuding an enticing aroma and immense life force. She took a cautious bite. Boom. A surge of pure life energy exploded within her. Her newly reformed mortal body began a frantic transformation. Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation. In just a few breaths, the little girl's cultivation base had soared to the peak of the deity transformation realm. What divine fruit is this? The white-browed Immortal King felt his heart could barely take it. One fruit had elevated a mortal straight to the peak of deity transformation. If word of this reached the immortal realm, all the Immortal Kings would go mad and rush here to become fruit farmers. All right, stop standing around in a daze. Chen Fan clapped his hands, breaking the spell of shock. Let's keep moving. We still need to find that 9-orifice, exquisite heart. Holding his daughter, he led his utterly numb family and servants deeper into the sea of reincarnation. The reborn little girl hesitated for a moment, then cautiously followed at the rear of the group. She didn't know where she should go, but she had a feeling that following these immortals was the greatest opportunity of her life. Meng Pa walked beside Chen Fan, her posture extremely humble, respectfully describing the surroundings. Master, beyond this land of good karma lies the land of evil retribution. Imprisoned there are malevolent spirits who committed heinous deeds in life, their resentment soaring to the heavens. Among them are some ancient demons who fell in the primordial era, immensely powerful and extremely dangerous. Oh, how dangerous! Chen Fan's interest was piqued. The most ancient fiend lords at the deepest level were of the immortal emperor level in life. After death, their resentment refused to dissipate, transforming them into ghost emperors eternally suppressed by the laws of reincarnation. If they were to break free, they would bring no small calamity upon the sea of reincarnation, Meng Pa said gravely. Immortal emperor-level ghost emperors. Chen Tian's eyes lit up at the news. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Dad, are those better punching bags? Chen Fan shot his son a look. Can't you have a bit more ambition? Don't just think about fighting all day. You need to use your brain, use your status as a saint to reform them. Reform? Chen Tian tilted his head, not understanding. It means making them willingly recognize their mistakes, and then let you beat them, Chen Fan said, with a perfectly straight face, spouting nonsense. Chatting and laughing, the family quickly passed through the idyllic land of good karma. The scene before them changed abruptly. The sky turned a dark crimson, as if stained with blood. The earth was cracked and barren, devoid of any life. Everywhere were white bones and broken weapons. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur and a heavy stench of blood, along with countless wails and howls of ghosts coming from all directions. This was the land of evil retribution. In stark contrast to the peace of the land of good karma, it was filled with an aura of violence, resentment, and destruction. Roar! The moment they set foot on this land, tens of thousands of evil spirits erupted from the ground. They were of various forms, some with green faces and fangs, others missing limbs, but all exuded overwhelming resentment, charging madly at Chen Fan's group. These evil spirits were at least at the deity transformation level, with some even reaching the Mahayana realm. Protect the ladies and the young miss. The white-browed Immortal King and the star-chasing Immortal King immediately stepped forward, their Immortal King aura erupting as they prepared to strike. No need, Chen Fan said, waving his hand dismissively. He looked at his second son Chen Fanshan, who was gnawing on a Qilin leg bone, his mouth greasy, and said with a smile, Fanshan, are you hungry? Look, the buffet has arrived. The moment Chen Fan's words fell, before anyone could react, Chen Fanshan, who appeared to be only 1 or 2 years old and was still gnawing on a Qilin leg bone, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, as black as ink and resembling 2 tiny black holes, fixed upon the overwhelming tide of malevolent spirits surging toward them. The little one smacked his lips as if the Qilin leg bone in his mouth had suddenly lost its flavor. He casually tossed aside the bone, one that would make even an Immortal King envious, and opened his tender little mouth. Ah! A soft childish cry escaped his lips. In the next instant, an indescribably massive black vortex materialized out of thin air, centered on Chen Fanshan's tiny mouth. The moment it appeared, it unleashed a terrifyingly extreme, devouring force. The very space of the entire land of retribution twisted violently, as if it were about to be completely swallowed by this small vortex. The horde of malevolent spirits which had been howling as they charged forward were, upon contact with the vortex, unable to even utter a scream, before being frantically sucked into Chen Fan's mouth, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Tens of thousands of evil spirits, including many ghost kings at the great vehicle stage, were as fragile as dust before this devouring power. They struggled and roared trying to escape, but all was in vain. The suction of the black vortex grew stronger, and its range expanded. Within thousands of miles, every malevolent spirit, whether hidden underground or within spatial rifts, was dragged out by an irresistible force, transforming into streams of black energy that merged into the terrifying torrent. The entire process lasted less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. When Chen Fan let out a satisfied burp and closed his little mouth with contentment, the outskirts of the land of retribution had become empty and utterly silent. The previous scene of wailing ghosts and surging resentment had vanished without a trace. The air itself, burp, Chen Fan patted his own round little belly, then wobbled over to the discarded Qingyun leg bone, picked it up, and resumed gnawing. As if the feat of devouring tens of thousands of evil spirits moments ago was merely an appetizer to him. The entire scene once again fell into a deathly silence. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King, two titans of the immortal path, who had lived for millions of years, stood with mouths agape, frozen in place like stone statues. What had they just witnessed? A toddler barely over a year old had in one breath completely eaten the outskirts of the entire land of retribution. And there were great vehicle ghost kings among them, devoured like mere snacks. Fellow Taoist star-chaser. White-browed Immortal King's voice seemed to float. Am I dreaming? Star-chasing Immortal King turned his head, mechanically gazing at white-browed Immortal King with hollow eyes, murmuring to himself, if this is a dream, I hope I never wake up to witness such a heaven-defying miracle with his own eyes. Even if he died this instant, it would be worth it. Meng Pa's wrinkled old face was also frozen in shock. She had guarded the sea of reincarnation for countless eons and knew the terror of the land of retribution all too well. Every malevolent spirit here was once a dominant figure who stirred the winds and clouds in life. She had never dreamed that these beings who had given her such headaches would one day be cleansed in such a manner. Primordial heaven-devouring beast. Is this the legendary supreme ferocious beast bloodline capable of devouring the heavens and refining all things? Meng Pa gazed at the little one still gnawing on the bone, her eyes filled with boundless reverence and awe. Little Master's talent far surpasses even a true primordial heaven-devouring beast cub. Sure Hao and Xing Xian had completely given up on rational thought. They felt that ever since joining this family, their brains had never been adequate. All common sense and logic were utterly worthless here. Only Chen Tian looked perfectly natural. He walked over to his little brother, pinched his chubby cheek, and said with a smile, Fanshan, are you full? If you're not full, there's plenty more delicious things ahead. Chen Fan looked up, his black hole-like eyes blinking, then he uttered two words in a milky voice, full. Now. Ha ha ha. Chen Tian burst into laughter. My little brother is amazing. He can eat, even more than me. Chen Fan looked at his two lively sons, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He walked over, picked up Chen Fan, and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. You little rascal, take it easy, don't, Chen Fan said dotingly. He could sense that after devouring those evil spirits, another portion of Chen Fan's primordial heaven-devouring beast bloodline had awakened. The little one's power was growing at a terrifying rate. Dad, there are even more powerful ghost emperors ahead. Should we let Fanshan eat them too? Chen Tian suggested excitedly. No. Chen Fan shook his head. Those ghost emperors have too much resentment, and their energy is too chaotic. Fanshan can't digest them yet. Eating too many will give him a stomachache. He paused, looked at Chen Tian, and a benevolent smile spread across his face. However, those fellows are quite suitable as sparring partners for you. Come on, let me show you what true reformation really means. With that, he held Chen Fan in his arms and led the family deeper into the land of retribution. The further they went, the denser the surrounding resentment and death energy became. Pitch-black lightning bolts began to flash in the air, the remnants of shattered laws carrying destructive power. Soon they arrived at a vast plain of bones. On the plain stood 12 enormous thrones constructed from countless. Upon each throne sat a towering heaven-supporting figure. The 12 figures varied in form. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, others had green faces and fangs, but all without exception radiated a terrifying aura that would make even an immortal king tremble. These were the 12 ghost emperors imprisoned in the deepest part of the land of retribution. The moment Chen Fan and his group stepped onto the plain, the 12 ghost emperors simultaneously opened their eyes. 12 blood-red gazes instantly locked onto them. The scent of living beings. It's been so long since we've smelled such fresh flesh and blood. 2 immortal kings and 3 quasi-emperors, just enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Sinister, cruel, and violent voices echoed across the entire plain. The terrifying imperial might swept over them like a tsunami. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King's faces turned deathly pale. Under this oppressive pressure, they felt like tiny boats in a raging storm on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Even Lu Qingxuan, who had just broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, found it hard to breathe, and the law energy within her body was on the verge of stalling. A bunch of garbage that's been dead for who knows how many years, and you still dare to bark here. At that moment, a voice filled with disdain and dominance rang out. Chen Tian stepped forward wielding the pitch-black toy sword, placing himself before everyone. The terrifying pressure of the sage realm erupted violently. Chen Tian stepped forward, his seemingly frail figure transforming into an insurmountable, celestial barrier blocking the terrifying imperial might of the 12 ghost emperors entirely behind him. The pressure of a saint. Though Chen Tian had only just entered the saint realm, the blessing of the supreme bone made his aura 1,000 times more domineering and pure than that of an ordinary saint. Boom. Two vastly different pressures collided violently above the skeletal plane. Space shattered inch by inch, countless chains of law emerging in the void before instantly snapping. The 12 arrogant ghost emperors felt Chen Tian's pressure, and their sinister grins and cruel expressions froze in unison. A saint? How is this possible? How could a saint appear in the lower realm? No, this kid's bone age is less than 20 years old. A 20-year-old saint. What a joke. The hearts of the 12 ghost emperors churned with shock. In their past lives they were beings at the immortal emperor level. Even as ghost emperors their strength had waned, yet united they dared to challenge even a true saint. But now they faced a young saint with a bone age under 20. This defied all their understanding. You said you'd use my family to pick your teeth. Chen Tian's voice was icy, his pitch-black eyes blazing with nothing infuriated him more than threats to his family. Brat, don't be arrogant, roared a three-headed ghost emperor. You've just stepped into the saint realm while we are 12. United we can surely slay you here. Yes, kill him. Devour his saint origin, and we can break free from this accursed cycle of reincarnation. Attack together. The 12 ghost emperors rose from their bone thrones simultaneously. In that instant, the entire realm of retribution trembled. 12 terrifying forces, each comparable to an immortal emperor, transformed into 12 towering demonic beams that blasted toward Chen Tian from all directions. How noisy. He slowly raised the black iron sword in his hand. No sword aura, sword no laws manifested. Simply he swung the sword forward. Patient. How noisy. He slowly raised the black iron sword in his hand. No sword aura, sword no laws manifested. Simply he swung the sword forward. This strike seemed utterly ordinary, like a mortal wielding a fire poker. But the moment the blade descended, time seemed to freeze. Space seemed to solidify. The 12 cataclysmic demonic beams upon meeting the blade's edge melted and dissolved like snow under a scorching sun, without even a ripple. Then an invisible line imperceptible to both sight and divine sense extended from Chen Tian's sword tip and instantly sliced through the bodies of the 12 ghost emperors. The world resumed its flow. The 12 ghost emperors remained in their attacking poses, their expressions frozen in their previous ferocity and madness. It was as if nothing had happened. Is that it? Chen Tian scoffed, disappointed as he sheathed his sword. I thought they'd be tough, but they couldn't even withstand one strike. He turned to return to his father. The moment he turned, a faint cracking sound like shattering glass echoed. A thin crack appeared on the three-headed ghost emperor's body. Then like a spiderweb it spread instantly across his puff. The three-headed ghost emperor's colossal mountain-like body shattered inch by inch before the horrified gazes of all, turning into black dust that scattered in the void's wind, vanishing completely. Obliteration of both body and soul. It wasn't over. Crack, crack, crack. The shattering sounds followed one after another. The remaining 11 ghost emperors like dominoes crumbled and dissipated one by one. Within 3 breaths, the 12 ghost emperors who dominated the heavens and made even immortal kings tremble were all gone. Not a trace of their existence remained. The skeletal plane fell into a deathly silence once more. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King stood frozen, their faces rigid. What had they just witnessed? One strike. Just one strike. 12 ghost emperors comparable to immortal emperors were one shot. Was this truly within a saint's capability? Even a legendary Dao ancestor might not accomplish such ease. That hat sword. White-browed Immortal King stammered, his eyes locked on the black iron sword in Chen Tian's hand, filled with boundless terror. He finally understood the horror of that strike. It did not cut the flesh or the primordial spirit, but it had severed the very foundation of the resentment Dao on which the 12 ghost emperors relied. With the foundation gone, they naturally dissipated. A sword capable of severing the great Dao. What level of divine weapon was this? A Dao ancestor's weapon. Star-chasing Immortal King was rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at Chen Tian, as if beholding a deity walking among mortals. Meng Po was equally stunned. She knew her master's family was formidable, but not to this extent, which shattered her countless eons of understanding. The young master was only 16. A 16-year-old youth had slain 12 ghost emperors with a single sword strike. If this spread, the entire myriad realms would go mad. Sure Hao fell to his knees with a thud. Closest to the action, he had seen it most clearly. When that sword was swung, his proud, dual pupils saw only nothingness. It was as if the entire world, all time, space, and laws had been utterly erased under that strike. It was a primordial end that transcended all power. Young master is mighty. Sure Hao finally squeezed out those 4 words. His reverence for Chen Tian was now beyond words. Dad, it's done. Chen Tian returned to Chen Fan's side, handing over the black iron sword with a look seeking approval. These guys were too weak, no challenge at all. Chen Fan took the sword, casually wiped it on his clothes, and resheathed it at his son's waist. "ITLL do," he said flatly. "Good enough for these small fry. ITLL do." White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King felt their Dao hearts shatter again. A supreme Dao weapon that could slay 12 ghost emperors in one strike was merely good enough in your eyes. What then would be considered excellent? All right, since the nuisances are cleared, Chen Fan clapped his hands, looking toward the center of the skeletal plane. There stood a pitch-black, enormous altar. Above it floated a translucent heart radiating nine-colored divine. This was the very goal of their journey, the nine-orifice, exquisite heart. The nine-aperture crystalline heart hovered silently above the altar as 9 streams of divine light, in different colors, swirled and interwove within it, forming an inscrutably profound Dao diagram. Each pulse seemed to resonate with the 3,000 great Daos, causing the very laws of the samsara sea to exult and dance. "Father, is this what you were looking for? It looks so delicious." Chen Tian gnawed on his fingers, staring at the 9-aperture crystalline heart, unable to resist swallowing his saliva. From that heart, he sensed an incredibly pure aura of the primordial Dao, far more tempting than any celestial treasure he had ever tasted. "You little rascal, this is a component for your future sister, not your snack." Chen Fan gave his son a light smack. Holding little Linger in his arms, he led his family slowly toward the altar. The closer they drew, the denser the aura of Dao affinity became. White-browed Immortal King and Starchaser Immortal King followed behind. Just by inhaling that aura, they felt their understanding of the Dao deepen, and the bottlenecks in their cultivation began to loosen once more. A divine artifact. A true peerless divine artifact. The two were overwhelmed with excitement. They knew that merely witnessing the legendary 9-aperture crystalline heart today was an immense fortune. Lu Qingxian trembled with agitation, her whole body quivering slightly. She placed her hand gently on her abdomen, clearly feeling the tiny life within her leap with joy upon sensing the presence of the 9-aperture crystalline heart. It seemed to yearn for fusion with that heart. "Husband." Lu Qingxian looked at Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. "Don't rush, Bill, install it for you once we return." Chen Fan smiled reassuringly. He stepped up to the altar and reached out to take the 9-aperture crystalline heart. Yet just as his hand was about to touch the heart, a sudden anomaly occurred. The entire altar blazed with brilliant light. Golden chains forged from the laws of samsara shot forth from the altar, binding the 9-aperture crystalline heart tightly. Simultaneously, an ancient and majestic voice resounded in everyone's minds. "This is the core of samsara, a vessel of the heavenly Dao. None but the fated may claim it. Those who dare to move it shall suffer the torment of samsaric karmic flames, never to be reborn." The voice seemed to be the warning of the samsara sea's own will. White-browed Immortal King and Starchaser Immortal King's faces changed drastically. "Senior, beware. This is the heavenly Daos will of the samsara sea. Legend says this heart is the core sustaining the entire samsara sea, protected by the laws of heaven. Forcibly taking it will inevitably invite divine retribution." Yet Chen Fan merely raised an eyebrow at the warning. "Heavenly Daos will, so noisy." He extended his other hand and lightly pointed at those golden chains of law. "My wife needs this for childbirth. Even the heavenly Dao must yield." "Break." One word spoken casually, yet it seemed to carry the supreme power of the word becoming law. Those indestructible chains of samsaric law, which even an immortal emperor could not shake, shattered at Chen Fan. The ancient and majestic warning abruptly ceased, as if choked by an invisible hand. The entire samsara sea fell into an eerie silence at that moment. Chen Fan withdrew his hand nonchalantly and effortlessly lifted the 9-aperture crystalline heart from the altar. "Done." He held the heart in his palm, examining it closely. 9 apertures, crystalline and flawless, truly a peerless divine artifact of legend. With this, the foundation for his 4th child was firmly secured. White-browed Immortal King and Starchaser Immortal King were utterly speechless. They stared at Chen Fan with mouths agape, looking at him as if he were a god, no, a creator deity. One word to silence the heavenly Daos will. One finger to sever the laws of samsara. This was beyond even the scope of a Dao ancestor. Just what kind of being was this senior? Meng Po was also deeply shaken, murmuring to herself, "Master can even suppress the heavenly Dao. This old servant has truly chosen the right master." Chen Fan paid no heed to the stunned audience behind him. He walked to Lu Qingxian, holding the 9-aperture crystalline heart. "Qingxian, are you ready?" he asked gently. Lu Qingxian looked at the man before her. His clear eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. For her and their unborn child, he had dared to defy even the heavenly Dao. In that moment, Lu Qingxian's heart melted completely. She nodded firmly, her voice trembling but resolute. "Husband, I am ready." "Good." Chen Fan smiled, then slowly pressed the 9-aperture crystalline heart toward Lu Qingxian's abdomen. There was no incision, no bloodshed. The moment the heart, radiating 9-colored divine light, touched her body, it silently merged like a drop of water into the sea, precisely reaching the newly formed fetus and fusing perfectly with it. Boom. At the moment of fusion, Lu Qingxian's body erupted with dazzling spatial divine light. Silvery white runes of spatial law swirled and danced around her. Her abdomen blazed with a vast starry map. Countless stars were born and extinguished within it. Countless spaces folded upon themselves. With the blessing of the nine-aperture crystalline heart, the potential of the void Dao embryo within her was full. Liu Qingxian could clearly feel her understanding of the great Dao of space soaring at an inconceivable. Her cultivation, which had just broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, began to climb once more. Early quasi-emperor, mid-quasi-emperor, late quasi-emperor. In mere moments, her cultivation surged to the peak of quasi-emperor. She was now only a step away from true immortal emperor. This is peak quasi-emperor. Liu Qingxian felt the surging power within her, utterly stunned. She had been stuck at the quasi-emperor bottleneck for millennia, believing she would never advance again. But now, just by being pregnant, she had reached the peak of quasi-emperor. Could childbirth truly make one stronger? Husband, Liu Qingxian stammered with excitement. How do you? Chen Fan asked with a smile. I feel wonderful. Liu Qingxian nodded emphatically. My comprehension of spatial laws has increased at least 100-fold. I feel that with a single thought, I could traverse the entire immortal domain. Excellent. This is the result of prenatal education. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. While fusing the nine-aperture crystalline heart, he had used his time-space saint body to guide the fetus through a space. He took it on a tour of the myriad realms, showing it the spatial structures of countless different universes. Such a level of prenatal education would cause even a true immortal emperor to attain enlightenment on the spot. Father, I want prenatal education too. Chen Tian, seeing Liu Qingchuan's transformation, was green with envy. He ran to Liu Ruyan and Su Qingqian, pointing at their bellies. Little mother, hurry up and give me a younger sibling, so I can experience prenatal education too. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingqian were amused and exasperated by their son's words. Just as the family was enjoying a harmonious moment, the man Chen Fan had possessed Xiao Zhantian suddenly spoke again. More precisely, it was the mysterious entity from the terminal forbidden zone using the last remnant imprint of Xiao Zhantian that transmitted its voice once more. Chen Fan, you have indeed obtained the nine-aperture crystalline heart. The voice carried a hint of surprise, but more than that, a sense of amusement. But do you truly believe this is the end? What you have taken is merely the heart of the samsara sea. Its brain and limbs remain scattered in other forbidden zones. Welcome to come and find us. The voice faded and Xiao Zhantian's body turned completely to ash. Chen Fan frowned at these words. It seemed that this expedition to the samsara sea was only the beginning. Those beings in the terminal forbidden zone were playing a very deep game, and his own child was a pawn on their chessboard. At this thought, a chilling murderous intent flashed in Chen Fan. Husband, what was that? Liu Ruyan approached Chen Fan, a hint of gravity on her face. She could sense that the power within that voice just now originated from the same source as the black-armored man from before, both carrying that unsettling aura of finality and destruction. Those rats from the endless forbidden zone are spouting nonsense from afar again. Chen Fan's tone was calm, but those who knew him could detect the towering rage suppressed beneath the surface. Using his child as a pawn, and daring to welcome him to come find them. Did they truly believe he was a docile laid? That are those villains threatening us again? Chen Tian brandished the divine path, sword, his young face brimming with ferocity. How about I charge into that endless forbidden zone right now and cut them all down? You? Chen Fan glanced at his son. You can't even find the way. Do you want to deliver your head on a platter? Though he said this, Chen Fan was inwardly pleased with his son's filial devotion. Truly his own flesh and blood, protective enough and bold enough. What do we do now? Su Qingqian also approached, her voice laced with concern. Nothing. Chen Fan shook his head, his expression returning to its usual lazy demeanor. We'll deal with whatever, since they want to play, well, play along. He looked at the bellies of Liu Ruyan and Su Qingqian, then at Liu Qingchuan's abdomen, a benevolent, fatherly smile spreading across his face. Right now our most important task is to bring these three little ones safely into this world. Everything else, white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King, listened from the side, their minds churning like a tempest. The endless forbidden zone. That was a terrifying place that even Dao ancestors dreaded. This senior actually referred to the beings inside as rats, and called it just trivial. This audacity, this courage completely surpassed their imagination. Master, regarding the endless forbidden zone, this old servant does know some secrets. Meng Pa suddenly spoke. Oh, do tell. Chen Fan grew intrigued. Meng Pa composed her thoughts and spoke slowly. Legend has it that at the dawn of heaven and earth, before chaos was divided, the universe gave birth to two most primordial forces. One was creation, representing birth, creativity, and infinite possibilities. The other was endless, symbolizing destruction, finality, and absolute nothingness. The force of creation eventually evolved into the myriad realms we inhabit, giving rise to 3,000 great Daos and countless beings. The force of endless, however, coalesced into that forbidden land, the endless forbidden zone. The beings within the zone are primordial gods born from the force of endless. Their sole purpose is to reduce everything to nothingness, returning the universe to the endless state before chaos. The great reckoning in the primordial era was set in motion by them. That battle shattered heaven and earth. Countless immortal emperors and Dao ancestors fell. Even the creation jade disc was broken, and the myriad realms nearly faced total annihilation. In the end, several of the most ancient Dao ancestors sacrificed themselves to seal the endless forbidden zone, securing countless eons of peace. Meng Pa's voice trembled as she spoke. But seals will eventually break. Now the power of the endless forbidden zone is seeping out again. I fear a new great reckoning is near. After hearing Meng Pa's account, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere grew unprecedentedly heavy. Even Chen Tian, who usually feared nothing, wore a solemn expression on his young face. Dad, then we. What's there to fear? Chen Fan interrupted his son, stretching and yawning. Aren't they just a bunch of madmen who want to destroy the world? No big deal. He looked at Meng Pa and asked with a smile. You said those guys from the endless forbidden zone are primordial gods. Yes, master. Then, do they taste good? Meng Pa, white-browed Immortal King. Star-chasing Immortal King. Everyone was once again stunned by Chen Fan's peculiar train of thought. Brother, we're discussing the end of the world, a cosmic catastrophe, and all you care about is whether they taste good. Probably not good, Meng Pa answered with difficulty. They are composed of the purest laws of destruction, devoid of any flesh and blood. Oh, what a pity. Chen Fan shook his head regretfully. I was hoping to find some new flavors for my little Fan Chun. Chen Fanchen, who was gnawing on a bone, looked up upon hearing this, his pitch-black eyes blinking as if to say, Dad, as long as it's edible, I'm not picky. Seeing Chen Fan's nonchalant attitude, the heavy hearts of the others inexplicably began to ease. Indeed, what was there to fear? If the sky fell, wouldn't this great power be there to hold it up? He was the one who dared to defy the heavenly Dao and even fished up the great Dao as a toy. A mere endless forbidden zone probably couldn't stir up much trouble before him. All right, we've achieved our goal here. It's time to head back. Chen Fan clapped his hands. Staying here too long is making me moldy. He once again opened the kaleidoscopic portal of time and space. Meng Pa, go back first and keep an eye on the house. From now on, that demiplane is yours to manage. Chen Fan instructed Meng Pa. Yes, master. Meng Pa respectfully acknowledged and stepped into the portal first. Whitebrow Starchaser, you two go back as well. Chen Fan looked at the two Immortal Kings. Remember what I told you. Serve my son well. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable. Rest assured, senior. We will defend the young master with our lives. The two quickly pledged, then respectfully retreated into the portal. Sure, how you go back too. Continue training hard with Tian'er, don't embarrass him. Yes, Grandmaster. Sure, how called out. He had already upgraded his title on his own. Once all the outsiders had left, Chen Fan led his family through the portal. With a flash of light, they returned to the familiar little courtyard. The warm sunlight, the fresh air, and the world tree in the yard brimming with vitality all brought them immense peace of mind. There's no place like home. Chen Fan stretched and sank back into his exclusive rocking chair. The three expectant mothers, Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingshuan, each found a spot to sit and began exchanging prenatal education tips. Chen Tian once again picked up the battered Sure How and commenced a new round of combat training. Chen Fanchen hugged the Qilin leg bone larger than himself and continued gnawing with relish. Everything seemed to return to its previous, tranquil routine. But everyone knew that something had changed. The threat of the endless forbidden zone hung like a sword of Damocles, poised to fall at any moment. Chen Fan lay on the rocking chair, gazing at the warm, harmonious scene in the courtyard, his eyes growing profoundly deep. If you want to touch my family, well, see if you have what it takes. He sneered inwardly. He had made up his mind. Once these three children were born and his nanny corps had taken shape, he would take the initiative to strike. He would go and confront those so-called primordial gods and zone sovereigns. He would make them understand. Just then a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully intimidated the bridge keeper of the first forbidden land of the myriad realms and taken him as a servant. The will of the reincarnation sea has voluntarily retreated. Special reward granted. Reward host cultivation level elevated to Quasi-Dao Ancestor Realm. Reward supreme divine ability, great karma art. Reward chaos supreme treasure panga banner. Boom. A force far more vast and primordial than any before erupted within Chen Fan's body. The bottleneck of the immortal emperor, peak fragile as a sheet of paper before this power, was instantly shattered. Chen Fan felt his very life essence undergo an ultimate transcendence. He was no longer borrowing the Tao of heaven and earth. He had become the Tao itself. With a single thought, universes were born and perished. Every word and action embodied the laws. His body, his soul, and every thought resonated on the deepest level with the origin of the myriad realms. The Quasi-Dao Ancestor Realm. He had finally stepped into this legendary realm. The entire demiplane rejoiced. The leaves of the world tree shook wildly, showering the sky with rain of life. The chaos azure lotuses in the pond bloomed in competition, emitting a refreshing Tao fragrance. The divine beasts, kept like poultry on the back mountain, knelt in unison, prostrating toward the courtyard. Chen Tian and Sure Hao, who were sparring, also stopped. Feeling the familiar yet terrifying aura emanating from his father, Chen Tian shouted excitedly, Dad, you broke through again. Sure Hao prostrated himself, completely feeling that he was no longer facing a man, but a complete universe of vast sea of stars. The reverence born from the essence of life itself made him lack the courage to even lift his head. Quasi-Dao ancestor. Is this the pressure of a quasi-Dao ancestor? Shihao's heart trembled violently. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Lu Qingshuan, his three wives, also emerged from their rooms, gazing at Chen Fan with eyes full of love and adoration. Their man had grown stronger again. Yet Chen Fan, the man of the hour, now wore an expression of utter boredom. Feeling the terrifying power within him capable of creating and destroying universes, he couldn't help but pout. I thought the Quasi-Dao ancestor would be something special. It feels just so-so. If the old monsters in the immortal realm heard this, they would likely have their Dao hearts shattered from rage and fall into demonic possession. They had cultivated for billions of epochs without even touching the threshold of the immortal emperor realm. Yet here he was simply raising kids and traveling casually, becoming a Quasi-Dao ancestor, and then complaining that the realm was just so-so. Comparisons are odious. Husband, how do you feel now? Liu Ruyan walked to Chen Fan's side and asked with concern. Not bad. Chen Fan stretched lazily. It's just that fighting might become even more boring from now on. He now had the feeling that even if all the ancient gods and demons from the final Forbidden Zone charged out, he could annihilate them all with a single slap. Invincibility truly is a lonely solitude. Being a dad is much more interesting. Chen Fan shook his head, retracting all his aura, transforming back into that lazy, ordinary farmer. He looked at his three wives' bellies, his eyes full of anticipation. A daughter with a Chaos Final Dao Fetus. A son with the bloodline of the primordial devouring beast. And another child about to possess a void Dao Fetus and a 9-orifice exquisite heart. When these three little ones are born, his strength would likely ascend another level. By then he might truly step into the legendary Dao ancestor realm. It seems my 10 sons proving the Dao plan needs to be accelerated. Chen Fan thought to himself. His current small goal was no longer simply many children, much fortune. He wanted 10 Dao incarnations, each mastering a supreme law, possessing heaven-defying bloodlines capable of suppressing an entire era. His eldest son Chen Tian with the supreme bone, mastering the law of power, specializing in slaughter. His second daughter Chen Linger with the Chaos Final Dao Fetus, mastering creation and destruction, specializing in life and death. His third son Chen Fan with the primordial devouring beast bloodline, mastering the law of devouring, specializing in refinement. His fourth child son or daughter with the void Dao Fetus, mastering the law of space, specializing in translocation. Next would be those who master time, cause and effect, destiny, reincarnation, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Once he gathered these 10 Calabash brothers, these 10 Dao sons, his Chen family would become the true #1 immortal clan of the myriad realms. By then, not to mention the final Forbidden Zone, even the unknown entities beyond the universe would have to think twice before daring to provoke this super dad. With this thought, Chen Fan's mood became cheerful again. All right, stop crowding around me. He waved his hand. Everyone go about your business. Tian'er, continue training Shihaoa, don't let him slack off. Qingshuan, you just broke through, consolidate your cultivation well. Ri and Qingqian, you two should also pay attention to prenatal education, don't let the children lose at the starting line. With a few words he arranged everyone's tasks clearly. Then he lay back down on his rocking chair, holding the sleeping little Linger basking leisurely in the sun. As if the Quasi-Dao ancestor who could annihilate the universe with a single thought was merely everyone's illusion. Lu Qingxian looked at Chen Fan's back, her heart filled with infinite tenderness and motivation. Her husband's goal was her goal. To give her husband the most perfect child of space, she had to work hard. She sat down cross-legged again and began to frantically comprehend the laws of space. With the dual boost of her 9-orifice exquisite heart and Chen Fan's grand spacetime art, her understanding of spatial laws was growing at an exponential rate. She felt that she was not far from the true immortal emperor realm. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm, after returning to the Misty Rain Immortal Court, white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King immediately summoned all the Immortal King-level magnates and convened a top-secret meeting. The meeting had only one agenda: establishing Chen Tian's status as Young Lord. This decision naturally faced opposition from most of the Immortal Kings. Whitebrow, have you lost your mind? Why should some unknown brat from the lower realm be the Young Lord of our Misty Rain Immortal Court? The Empress has been missing for tens of thousands of years. The Immortal Court cannot be without a ruler for a day. I suggest we elect a new immortal emperor from among our battle-hardened immortal kings. Yes, I second that. The great hall erupted into chaos. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King watched coldly, saying nothing. After everyone had voiced their opinions, white-browed Immortal King slowly stood up. He said nothing, merely releasing his terrifying pressure as a peak Immortal King. Boom. The entire main hall of the Immortal Court trembled under this pressure. The Immortal King magnates who had been clamoring moments ago now turned pale, not daring to breathe loudly. Peak Immortal King. Whitebrow, when did you break through? Everyone stared at white-browed Immortal King as if he were a monster. They remembered that before he went to the lower realm, Whitebrow was only at the late Immortal King stage. How long had it been? He had already broken through to the peak. How is this possible? Now does anyone still object? White-browed Immortal King's voice was icy and authoritative. The hall fell into dead silence. Of course, who would dare to object? A peak Immortal King powerhouse could sweep them all away. I will reiterate once. White-browed Immortal King scanned the crowd and spoke each word deliberately. Honoring Chen Tian as young lord is the will of the Empress, and also the will of that existence. Young Lord Chen Tian is the eldest son of the Empress and that existence. He bears the supreme bone and is a born saint. His nobility and power far exceed your imagination. From now on, anyone who dares to disrespect the young lord will be an enemy of me, Whitebrow, and the entire Misty Rain Immortal Court. As he finished star-chasing Immortal King, beside him silently released his own late Immortal King pressure. Another one had broken through. The Immortal Kings in the hall were utterly dumbfounded. They finally realized that Whitebrow and Star-Chasing's trip to the lower realm had likely granted them a tremendous fortune, and that fortune was tied to the so-called young Lord Chen Tian. We obey. Hail the young lord. In the face of absolute power, all opposition seemed utterly feeble. A storm capable of overturning the entire immortal domain had thus begun. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, the center of this storm, was in his courtyard contentedly sipping tea brewed by Su Qingqian. This tea is good. It's from the new leaves of the world tree, isn't it? The flavor is truly unique. I'm glad you like it, husband. Su Qingqian smiled gently. Just then their daughter Chen Linger, who had been asleep for a long time, twitched her eyelids. She seemed about to wake. Chen Linger's long eyelashes trembled lightly like butterfly wings. This subtle movement instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Linger is waking up. Su Qingqian was the first to exclaim, rushing anxiously to the rocking chair, her face full of anticipation and concern. Liu Ruyan and Liu Qingqian immediately gathered around as well. Even Chen Tian and Sure Hao, who were in the midst of training, stopped and watched nervously. Chen Fan set down his teacup and gently cradled his daughter in his arms. He could sense that the power of the final curse within his daughter had been completely refined and absorbed by the supreme yang energy of the great sun glass heart and her own chaotic final Dao Fetus. Now she was not only free from danger, but had turned misfortune into fortune, perfectly merging two diametrically opposed supreme laws within her Dao Fetus. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Chen Linger slowly opened her eyes, clear as starry gems. She looked around with a hint of confusion at first. Then the moment her gaze fell upon Chen Fan's face, a brilliant radiance burst forth from her large eyes. Duh. A tender childish call emerged clearly from her rosy little lips. Though young, her voice carried a magical power that calmed the soul. Ah, my precious daughter. Chen Fan's heart melted at the sound of daddy. He kissed her little cheek excitedly. Linger is finally awake. Linger, I am your mother. Su Qingqian wept with joy, reaching out to hold her daughter. Chen Linger turned to look at Su Qingqian, blinked her big eyes, and called out sweetly, Mo. There. Up. Su Qingqian could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face as she tightly embraced her daughter, as if pouring 3 years of longing into that hug. Linger, and me, I am Ruyan mother. Liu Ruyan also leaned in, speaking gently. Qingxian mother. Before Liu Qingxian could speak, Chen Linger looked at her and called out in a tender voice. Aunt. Liu Qingxian was both surprised and delighted, quickly responding. She hadn't expected the little girl to recognize even her big brother. Finally, Chen Linger's gaze fell on Chen Tian. Little sister. Chen Tian ran over excitedly, gently patting her head. Little sister, you're finally awake. Big brother missed you so much. The family was filled with harmony, a warm atmosphere spreading through the small courtyard. Sure Hao and Xingxuan watched from the side, their eyes full of envy. Is this the feeling of family? Just as everyone was still immersed in joy, the awakened Chen Linger suddenly extended her small fair hand, pointing at the massive immortal source crystal in the corner of the yard, which the orange cat used as a scratching post. Eat. The little girl spoke clearly. Everyone was speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became... Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Good heavens, truly worthy of being my daughter. This bloodline talent is indeed etched into her bones. Just waking up, the first thing she wants is to eat. And she wants to eat an immortal source crystal. Linger, be good, that stone isn't tasty, it's hard, and will hurt your teeth. Chen Fan tried to divert his daughter's attention. However, Chen Linger was persistent. Her little hand kept pointing at the immortal source crystal, muttering, Eat. Fragrant. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Immortal source crystal. Fragrant. Just as Chen Fan was racking his brain on how to explain that the thing wasn't a snack, a sudden change occurred. The black and white lotus mark on Chen Linger's brow flickered faintly. An invisible force emanated from her. The massive 10,000 indestructible immortal source crystal, upon contact with that force, began to visibly decompose and dissolve. It transformed into a stream of the purest golden primordial energy, which, like fledglings returning to their nest, was sucked into Chen Linger's open mouth in one gulp. Burp. After finishing the entire immortal source crystal, Chen Linger let out a satisfied burp, then licked her lips, as if still wanting more. Delicious, the little girl commented seriously. Once again, the entire scene fell into dead silence. The orange cat, a devourer beast cub, seeing its scratching post devoured by its little mistress, let out a frightened meow, and darted straight to the top of the world tree, trembling. Sure Hao and Xingxuan had completely given up on rational thought. They felt that staying with this family too long would eventually cause their Dao hearts to shatter from sheer shock. Even Liu Ruyan and Su Qingqian, two mothers who had witnessed all sorts of grand spectacles, were now at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Their daughter seemed a bit too voracious. Only Chen Fan, after a brief moment of astonishment, suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Good. Excellent. Truly my daughter. He lifted Chen Linger high in excitement. Eating is a blessing. From now on, Daddy will find you even more delicious things. Whatever immortal gold or divine iron, whatever Dao essence. If you want to eat it, Daddy will get it for you. He finally understood. His daughter's chaotic final Dao fetus, after merging with that cursed power, had not only mastered the power of creation, but had also awakened the even more domineering abilities of decomposition and reassembly. Anything containing energy could be broken down into its most primordial form before her, and then absorbed by her. Simply put, everything can be eaten. This was practically a mobile Dao furnace. Big brother, I want to eat too. Chen Fan, seeing his sister eating so happily, ran over drooling and hugged Chen Fan's leg. All right, everyone get some. Chen Fan laughed and pulled out an even larger immortal source crystal from his storage ring, breaking it in half and giving one piece to each child. Thus, under the stunned gazes of Shi Hao and Xing Xuan, two toddlers under 5 sat in the yard, each clutching an immortal source crystal larger than themselves, crunching away with crisp sounds. The scene was truly overwhelming. Raising kids is really expensive, Chen Fan remarked happily as he watched his 2 wasteful children. He now felt that his previous plan of 10 sons attaining the Dao might have been a bit conservative. At this rate, if he didn't have more children, his family fortune would be eaten clean by these 2 little ones. Just as the small courtyard was filled with joy deep within the distant final forbidden zone, unreachable by any divine sense and unlocatable by any space-time coordinates. A pair of eyes unimaginably vast and seemingly formed from endless abysses slowly opened. Those eyes held no emotion, only absolute coldness and nothingness. Its gaze seemed to pierce through billions of eons and traverse infinite karma, landing directly on that small, isolated demiplane. It fell upon the little girl, innocently munching on the immortal source crystal. A fusion of chaos, an ancient grand emotionless thought echoed throughout the forbidden zone. An interesting variable. Since it cannot be directly erased, then we shall make you one of us. With this thought, the entire final forbidden zone began to tremble slightly. A power more terrifying and uncanny than any before began to slowly coalesce in the deepest part of the zone. It was an invitation from finality. In the demiplane, Chen Fan, who was playing with his children, suddenly stiffened. He slowly raised his head, and his usually languid eyes instantly blazed with a terrifying chill capable of freezing eternity. He felt it, a malice originating from the highest level of life, a gaze that transcended all time, space, and laws. It was fixed upon his daughter Chen Linger. That gaze, formless and intangible, yet seemingly omnipresent. It pierced the demiplane barrier Chen Fan had erected with his quasi-Dao ancestor power, ignored the world tree's protection, and landed directly on Chen Linger, who was gnawing on a celestial source crystal. The warm atmosphere in the small courtyard instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chen Tian and Chen Fan, who had been playing and laughing, both froze. Though the 2 little ones didn't understand what was happening, they instinctively sensed a profoundly unsettling aura. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Liu Qingxuan, Chen Fan's 3 wives, turned deathly pale. They could clearly feel a malevolence originating from the highest echelons of life itself, enveloping their daughter. Husband. The 3 women looked at Chen Fan simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror and worry. Don't be afraid. Chen Fan slowly rose to his feet, pulling the dazed Chen Linger into his arms. His eyes, usually brimming with mirth, were now utterly cold, as deep and profound as twin chaotic star seas on the verge of eruption. The terrifying pressure of the quasi-Dao ancestor realm was released without reservation. Boom. The entire demiplane trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the fury of his wrath. An invisible barrier formed by the time-space sacred body and the Dao flower instantly enshrouded the entire courtyard, sealing off that malevolent gaze. Begone. Chen Fan looked up and spat out a single word coldly into the void. This single word, imbued with the supreme power of a quasi-Dao ancestor, transformed into an indescribable Dao sound. It instantly traversed billions of eons and dimensions, hurtling directly towards the source of that gaze, the forbidden end zone. Deep within the distant forbidden zone, those enormous icy eyes contracted violently upon contact with this Dao sound. The entire forbidden zone trembled fiercely. Countless primordial gods and demons slumbering within were jolted awake by this roar, releasing terrified howls. He discovered us. Such formidable power. He has already stepped into that realm. How is this possible? According to the agreement, he shouldn't. The enormous eyes, after quaking for a moment, slowly closed. But an even more bizarre and powerful force had already coalesced. It was a black invitation composed purely of the law of finality. On the invitation there were no words, only a constantly spinning black vortex emblem that seemed to devour everything. Since you are so protective, we shall formally invite your daughter to be our guest in the forbidden zone. The grand will resounded once more. The next moment, that black invitation, ignoring all space and time, appeared directly above the Chen family courtyard. The moment it appeared, the laws of the entire demiplane began to wail and collapse. The world tree's leaves instantly withered, and the chaotic black lotus in the pond rapidly wilted. Even the quasi-Dao ancestor barrier Chen Fan had set up began to show cracks under the aura emanating from this invitation. Not good. Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He hadn't expected the other party's methods to be so bizarre. This invitation was not an attack, but rather a mark and a summons. It was attempting to resonate with the fragment of finality power within Chen Linger, forcibly pulling her into the forbidden end zone. Linger! Su Qingqian screamed in terror. Chen Linger's body began to grow ethereal, as if about to be sucked away by that black invitation. You want to touch my daughter? Chen Fan roared, unleashing the full power of his time-space sacred body. Holding his daughter with one hand, he reached out with the other towards the black invitation in the sky. Grand time-space art. Time flowed backward in that instant. Space solidified in that moment. Chen Fan attempted to use his most powerful divine ability to seal and banish the invitation completely. Yet the invitation seemed not to exist within the space-time. Chen Fan's power passed directly through it without causing any effect. It's useless, Chen Fan. This is the finality's invitation. It represents absolute termination and does not belong to any space-time dimension you exist in. Your daughter is destined to become one of us. That icy voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind, again filled with mockery and smugness. Is that so? At this critical juncture, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Chen Fan's face. You seem to I have more than one child. As his words faded, he suddenly shouted towards the courtyard where Chen Fanshan was still gnawing on a bone. Fanshan, dinner's ready. The dazed Chen Fanshan, upon hearing dinner, his pitch black eyes instantly lit up. He looked up and saw the black invitation hovering in midair. The little one's nose twitched as if catching a whiff of something. He tossed aside the Qilin leg bone, opened his small mouth, and sucked fiercely at the invitation. Awu! The innate divine ability of the primordial devourer was fully activated in that moment. A black vortex more terrifying than any before instantly appeared at Chen Fanshan's lips. The black invitation, radiating supreme finality power, shuddered violently upon contacting this vortex. It seemed to have met its natural predator, struggling intensely to escape. But all was futile. Before the progenitor of the devouring Dao, any form of energy was merely food. No, impossible. Deep within the forbidden end zone, the Grand Will experienced an emotional fluctuation for the first time, a terror of sheer disbelief. A primordial devourer, pure-blooded. How could you have? Before it could finish, the black invitation was swallowed whole by Chen Fanshan. Burp. The little one let out a satisfied burp, licked his lips, seemingly finding the taste not bad. The flavor is a bit off. Another one. The entire world fell silent once more. The gaze and malevolence from the forbidden end zone had vanished completely, as if they had never existed. In the small courtyard, the withered leaves of the world tree turned green again, and the withered chaotic black lotus bloomed anew. The crisis had been eaten by a toddler just over a year old. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the little one, still smacking his lips at a loss for words. Excellent. That's my boy. Chen Fan laughed heartily, ran over, and scooped up Chen Fanshan, as well planting a kiss on each of the two children's cheeks. Both of you are daddy's precious treasures. Right now, he felt that having children was the best decision he had ever made. If one child couldn't solve a problem, then have another. Husband, is the crisis over? Liu Ruyan approached, asking with lingering fear. Temporarily resolved, Chen Fan nodded, but his expression grew exceptionally grave. However, this is those bastards have set their sights on us for good. He knew that although he had averted the crisis this time thanks to his second son Fanshan's devouring divine ability, the next time their methods would undoubtedly be even more bizarre and insidious. Hiding was no longer an option. The only way was to fight back. It seems our family trip plans need to be moved up. A cold, killing intent flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. He looked, everyone hear my command. This was the first time Chen Fan had issued orders to his family with such a stern tone. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, Lu Qingshuan, Chen Tian. Everyone immediately stood at attention, their expressions solemn. From today onward, the entire family is on high alert. Our target is no longer the mere Samsara Sea. Our target is, Chen Fan's voice echoed throughout the demiplane, to raise the forbidden end zone to the ground. Chen Fan's remark about leveling the forbidden zone of eternity was spoken as casually as if he were saying, "I'll go to the neighboring village for the market tomorrow." Yet everyone present except for the two infants still gnawing on immortal source crystals, utterly oblivious, stood frozen in place. Within the small courtyard, the atmosphere grew eerily tense. The wind rustled through the leaves of the world tree, a sound usually melodious, but now it seemed to underscore that bold declaration with a grim, murderous undertone. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Lu Qingshuan, his three wives, had eyes filled with both shock and worry. They knew their husband was immensely powerful, absurdly so, but the forbidden zone of eternity was the legendary taboo land that had buried countless immortal emperors and Dao ancestors, a terrifying existence whose very mention invited calamity. Shi Hao and Qingshuan had completely lost their composure. Their mouths hung wide open, their gazes vacant, as if their very souls had been jolted out of their bodies by Chen Fan's words. Leveling the forbidden zone of eternity. Was that something a human could say? Father, are you serious? It was his eldest son Chen Tian who first snapped out of it. His handsome face, usually marked by a hint of arrogance, was now ablaze with wild excitement. The hand gripping the Dao Divine Iron Sword trembled with fervor. Are we really going to attack that so-called forbidden zone? What else? Chen Fan cast a glance at his son, then settled back into his exclusive rocking chair. He casually scooped up the now awake Chen Linger, cradling her gently. Those rats have come to annoy me time and again, and they even dared to target my daughter. Did they truly believe I, Chen Fan, have no temper and would just stay home making babies? Man, that's exactly what I was thinking, Chen Fan silently quipped to himself. If those bastards hadn't gone too far touching his inviolable scales, he wouldn't have bothered to stir. Wasn't it blissful to hold his sweet soft daughter every day, gaze at his beautiful wives, and occasionally guide his son in cultivation? Wasn't that a divine life? Why go attack some forbidden zone? How tiring. All these days being a qualified stay-at-home dad was just too hard. Not only did he need to change diapers, feed the babies, and cook, but he also had to level forbidden zones. But husband. Su Qingxian approached, holding their son Chen Fan, her face etched with worry. That forbidden zone of eternity sounds extremely dangerous. Do we really have to go? The children are still so young. Lu Qingxian nodded in agreement. Though she had just resolved to become Chen Fan's woman, she couldn't help but fret. Yes, husband. That is a legendary taboo land after all. Shouldn't we deliberate more? Only Liu Ruyan, a former empress, though equally awed, harbored an almost blind faith in Chen Fan. She walked behind him, gently massaging his shoulders, and spoke softly. I support your decision, husband. Wherever you go, our family will be together. Exactly. Mother is right. Chen Tian waved his fist from the side, his battle spirit soaring. With our family united, well, just bulldoze any forbidden zone. Basking in Liu Ruyan's massage, Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart. See, my first wife gets it. He patted Su Qingxian and Lu Qingchuan's hands, reassuring them with a smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Have I ever taken a risk without a plan? Besides, when did I ever say wed, charge, and head first? Huh. The three women were stunned. We're going on a family outing, understand? An outing? Chen Fan declared with righteous confidence. It's mainly to give you and the little ones in your bellies a unique form of prenatal education. As for that so-called forbidden zone of eternity, it's just a bit of roadside trash cleanup. Prenatal education. Roadside trash cleanup. Everyone present couldn't help but twitch their mouths. You call leveling the #1 forbidden zone of the heavens trash cleanup? Alright, since it's decided, let's have a pre-battle mobilization meeting. Chen Fan cleared his throat, his expression turning serious, exuding the authority of a family head. He pointed at Chen Tian. Tiana, you may have reached the Saint Realm, but your practical combat experience is still lacking and your control over power isn't refined enough. From today on, your task is to fully master that broken iron sword in your hand. You're not qualified until you can use it to cut tofu into threads that pass through the eye of a needle. Huh, cut tofu. Chen Tian was bewildered. Father, that's the Dao Divine Iron. You want me to practice cooking with it? What? Got a problem? Chen Fan's eyes widened. No. Chen Tian quickly shook his head. Father's orders must be. Though he felt it was overkill to use a sword capable of severing the Dao to cut tofu, he figured his father must. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Sure Hao. Sure Hao. Here, master. Sure Hao jolted, standing ramrod straight. You have the double pupil's good raw material, but your use of pupil arts is still at the most superficial level. Chen Fan said. From today on, Tianer will increase the intensity of your training tenfold. You've only made initial progress when you can use your double pupils to see the law trajectories of every one of Tianer's sword strikes instead of being blinded. Training intensity increased tenfold. Sure Hao's face instantly turned green. At the current training intensity, he felt like he was dancing on the edge of death daily. 10 times more. Would he even survive? But seeing the unyielding look in Chen Fan's eyes, he gritted his teeth, held back his tears, and shouted, Yes, master, I won't let you down. So what if it meant getting beaten? To grow stronger and keep pace with the young master, he would endure it. Next, Chen Fan's gaze fell upon Xingxuan. The fairy Xingxuan trembled all over, nearly dropping her broom. Senior. You from now on don't need to feed the chickens, Chen Fan said. Great. No more facing those wild chickens fiercer than immortal kings. Xingxuan felt a surge of joy. From now on you'll be in charge of the children. Chen Fan pointed at Chen Linger and Chen Fanchen, who were still gnawing on immortal source crystals. These two little ones have quite an appetite. Keep an eye on them and make sure they don't dismantle the house. Also, you'll be responsible for their diapers. The joy on Xingxuan's face instantly froze. Babysitting. She, a true immortal realm fairy and descendant of an immortal king, was reduced to being a nanny and a poo. Despite her immense reluctance, Xingxuan dared not defy him. She could only nod pitifully. Yes. Finally, Chen Fan's eyes landed on the two immortal kings who had been barely daring to breathe. Bai Mei Zhuixing. We are here. The two quickly bowed. You two are old hands in the immortal realm and should know quite a bit about various forbidden zones. Your task is to compile all the intelligence you have on the forbidden zone of eternity. The more detailed, the better. Chen Fan instructed. Also, I need some materials to prepare for our outing. Please speak, senior. If it exists in the immortal realm, even if I have to search heaven and earth, I will procure it for you. Immortal King Bai Mei vowed, thumping his chest. Nothing too rare. Chen Fan stroked his chin, speaking nonchalantly. First get me a few hundred gene of chaos immortal gold, a few thousand stocks of immortal medicine, and about 80 or 90 immortal emperor-level dragon souls. Oh, I heard there's a place in the immortal realm called the 10,000 Treasures River with plenty of treasures. Go fish out a few Dao ancestor-level weapon embryos for me. I want to forge a set of equipment for each of my children. A few hundred gene of chaos immortal gold. A few thousand stocks of immortal medicine. 80 or 90 immortal emperor dragon souls. Dao ancestor level weapon embryos. Immortal Kings Bai Mei and Juexing listened to Chen Fan's increasingly outrageous materials list, their vision darkening as they nearly fainted on the spot. Senior, you call this nothing too rare. Any single item on this list would be enough to make the entire immortal domain fight like dogs over it. And you're asking for them in bulk. What? Having trouble? Chen Fan frowned at their constipated expressions. No trouble at all. Immortal King Bai Mei quickly shook his head, cold sweat dripping. Rest assured, Senior. Even if I have to sell my possessions and pawn the entire Misty Rain Immortal Court, I will gather everything you need. After all, this was a request from a quasi-Dao ancestor. Even if he asked for their lives, they'd have to hand them over without a good. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. They'll give you 1 month. 1 month from now, we officially set out. Yes. The two Immortal Kings, receiving their orders as if pardoned, scrambled to leave. Wait. Chen Fan suddenly called them back. Their hearts skipped a beat. Was the senior going to make another absurd request? Chen Fan reached under his rocking chair and pulled out an ordinary-looking chamber pot. This chamber pot is a bit old. Bring me a new one while you're at it. Make it sturdy, forged from immortal gold. Immortal Kings Bai Mei and Juexing. They felt their Dao hearts had been utterly shattered to dust that day. Watching the dejected figures of the white-browed Immortal King and the star-chasing Immortal King as they departed, their spirits seemingly hollowed out, Chen Fan stretched with satisfaction. The feeling of commanding Immortal Kings was indeed not bad. With this, the preparations for the expedition to the endless Forbidden Zone were set in motion. Chaos, immortal gold, immortal divine medicine, an emperor-level dragon soul, a Dao ancestor weapon embryo. Although these things were merely so-so in his eyes, they were more than enough to forge equipment for the children and arm them to the teeth. After all, this was a family outing, and safety came first. What a far-sighted, familia-loving good father I am. Chen Fan gave himself a mental thumbs-up. Father, having those two old men gather so many precious things. Can they really manage it? Chen Tian approached, asking with some skepticism. In his eyes, although the two Immortal Kings were decent in cultivation, they seemed rather dim-witted and not particularly bright. Don't worry, Chen Fan said nonchalantly. If they can't even handle such a trivial task, then their so-called immortal court has no reason to exist. He knew very well that the display of power he had just shown had completely awed those two old fellows. Now, even if he told them to fight an immortal emperor, they would likely rush to do it. Husband, do you truly intend to have them plunder the immortal realm? Won't that stir up too much commotion? Liu Ruyan asked with some concern. Having once been the ruler of the immortal court, she knew the value of those items and understood that a large-scale gathering of such strategic resources would inevitably arouse the vigilance and panic of other forces in the immortal domain. Commotion. The bigger the better. Chen Fan laughed. He looked at his eldest son Chen Tian, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Tian, haven't you always wanted to see the immortal realm? Yes. I dream of it every day. Chen Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Father, are you taking me to play in the immortal realm? Not to play. Chen Fan shook his head, his expression turning serious. I have an important task for you. What task? Chen Tian immediately stood at attention, his face earnest. Although White Brow and Starchaser are obedient, they carry little weight and will face many obstacles gathering materials in the immortal realm, Chen Fan said slowly. So I've decided to send you personally. Alone? Chen Tian was taken aback. Of course not. Chen Fan pointed to the spatial coordinates left by the two departing Immortal Kings. You'll go with them. You have 3 tasks. First, officially take over the Misty Rain Immortal Court. From today, you are its rightful young lord. Anyone who dares defy you, beat them into submission. Remember, use your sage identity to enlighten them. Chen Fan emphasized the word enlighten. Chen Tian caught on and grinned. Understood, father. He'll make them willingly recognize their mistakes and let me be a teachable son. Chen Fan nodded approvingly. Second, in the name of the Misty Rain Immortal Court's young lord, consolidate all forces and resources in the immortal realm, fully cooperating with Whitebrow and Starchaser to gather the materials I need. Anyone who pays lip service or causes trouble, use your logic to convince them. Third, and most importantly, Chen Fan's tone grew grave. Investigate. Use every means to find out exactly what the endless Forbidden Zone is. I want to know all their secrets, all their weaknesses. Chen Tian felt a surge of adrenaline. Taking over the Immortal Court. Commanding Immortal Kings. Probing the Forbidden Zone. This wasn't a task. It was the most exciting game his father had prepared for him. Father, rest assured, he'll complete the mission. Chen Tian pounded his chest, his voice booming with assurance. Good. Chen Fan nodded, then, as if remembering something, reached into his storage ring. He first pulled out a palm-sized jade talisman, unremarkable in appearance, and handed it to Chen Tian. This talisman seals a divine thought incarnation of mine. Though it has only a tenth of my true Boda's power, it should be enough to handle Dao ancestor-level old monsters. Remember, this is for emergencies. Don't show it off for trivial matters, understand. A divine thought incarnation, possessing the power of a Dao ancestor. Sure, Hao and Xing Xian's eyelids twitched as they listened. They felt their understanding of power being utterly redefined. Got it, father. Chen Tian took the talisman, feeling its warm, smooth surface, as if it contained a complete universe. And this? Chen Fan pulled out a beast-hide scroll that looked like a map, its star patterns constantly shifting. This is the map of the myriad star domains marking the spatial coordinates of the immortal realm and hundreds of surrounding major worlds. With it, you can tear open a path anywhere faster than any teleportation array. Wow, this is fun. Chen Tian took the star map, unable to put it down. Finally this. Chen Fan produced a black ring, ancient in style, engraved with the character Fan. This is my identity ring. From now on, you are my representative in the immortal realm. Seeing this ring is like seeing me in person. Those old immortal kings should recognize it. Chen Tian took the ring and solemnly placed it on his finger. After all this, Chen Fan patted his son's shoulder and said earnestly, "Tell me you've grown up, but it's time to venture out. Remember, out there you represent the face of our Chen family. Don't disgrace me. Our family never stirs trouble, but we never back down from it. If anyone dares bully you or disrespect our family, beat them to death. If you can't win, crush the jade talisman and call me. No matter what happens, your father has your back." Chen Fan's words were fiercely domineering. Chen Tian's blood boiled. He could hardly wait to charge into the immortal realm and wreak havoc. "Father, I understand. Go." Chen Fan waved his hand, opening a golden passage to the immortal realm before Chen Tian with a spatial gate. The other end of the passage led directly to the white jade celestial boat, where the white-browed and star-chasing immortal kings were. Aboard the boat, the two kings were discussing how to explain the young lord to other immortal kings when they suddenly sensed a terrifying spatial fluctuation. Then a golden portal materialized before them. This is... They were startled. Before they could react, a heroic youth in a green robe carrying a heavy black iron sword stepped out of the portal. It was Chen Tian. Young lord. The white-browed and star-chasing immortal kings quickly bowed. The other kings and guards on the boat were dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Forcibly opening a spatial passage inside an immortal king-level vessel. That was utterly unreasonable. Ignoring their shock, Chen Tian glanced around and raised his father's black ring. "My father sent me to take over the immortal court." His voice was soft, but reached every ear. "From today, I am the young lord of the Misty Rain Immortal Court. Who agrees? Who opposes?" Chen Tian's words, "Who agrees, who opposes," were like a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves upon the white jade immortal boat. Hundreds of true immortal guards and dozens of immortal king titans were all dead silent, gazing at the youth who had stepped out from the spatial portal with expressions of extreme complexity and peculiarity. Shock, doubt, bewilderment, disdain, wariness. A myriad of emotions interwove within their hearts. Young lord. A lad who appeared barely out of his teens with a bone age of no more than 16 or 17. What qualified him? Preposterous. Finally, a voice brimming with fury and contempt shattered the eerie. The speaker was none other than the elder immortal king who had been suppressed by the white-browed immortal king's pressure earlier, Wang Yu. As a veteran of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, he had followed the Empress in battle for millions of years, boasting deep experience and illustrious military achievements. In his view, after the Empress' disappearance, the throne of the Immortal Court should never fall to some unknown beardless youth. White-brow? Chasing Star, have you both lost your minds? Immortal King Wang Yu glared at white-browed Immortal King and Chasing Star Immortal King, his voice thundering like a clap of doom. You actually brought an outsider back and dare to let him be our young lord. Are you trying to hand over the Immortal Court built with the Empress blood and sweat to a stranger? His words immediately resonated with some of the other Immortal Kings. Exactly. Immortal King Wang Yu is right. We will never acknowledge this. A brat from the lower realms. What right does he have to command us? White-brow, have you been possessed? How could you make such a foolish decision? In an instant, the hall seethed with indignation, the atmosphere turning razor-sharp and tense. White-browed Immortal King and Chasing Star Immortal King watched coldly, their faces expressionless. They had anticipated this outcome. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they too would never have believed that a mere youth could become their master. Are you all? Just then, Chen Tian, the youth who had been the subject of all the gossip and disdain, spoke up calmly. His voice was tranquil, yet carried an indisputable authority, instantly silencing the clamorous hall. All eyes once again fixed upon him. Chen Tian slowly walked to the center of the hall. He did not look at the clamoring Immortal Kings, but instead fixed his gaze on Wang Yu. You're Wang Yu, aren't you? What of it? Immortal King Wang Yu puffed out his chest, unleashing the formidable aura of a mid-stage Immortal King, meeting Chen Tian's gaze without flinching. Kid, I advise you to crawl back to your lower realm right now. This is no place for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Merciless? Chen Tian heard this and suddenly smiled. He recalled his father's teachings before he left. Use your status as a saint to enlighten them. Use reason to convince. Well, it seemed it was time to have a good talk about reason with this elder. Wang Yu, where is it? Chen Tian's smile remained unchanged, his tone as gentle as if chatting with a friend. My father said one must be reasonable. I think what you just said was very unreasonable. Reason? Immortal King Wang Yu laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, throwing his head back. Ha! Kid, are you trying to reason with me? In the immortal realm, the fist is the ultimate reason. Whoever has the harder fist, their words become reason. He stomped his foot, causing the entire white jade immortal boat to shake violently. The terrifying power of Immortal King laws coalesced into an invisible giant hand pressing down fiercely toward Qingyun. He intended to teach this arrogant brat a lesson he would never forget. Yet facing this oppressive force capable of crushing an entire starfield, Qingyun didn't even raise an eyelid. He stood there quietly, allowing the pressure to descend, just as the invisible hand was about to touch his body. Hum. A faint primordial sword hum, as if from the ancient chaos, emanated from the black iron sword at Qingyun's waist. In the next moment, Immortal King Wang Yu's terrifying pressure dissipated like a pricked balloon vanishing without a what a. Immortal King Wang Yu's pupils contracted sharply, his face a mask of disbelief. His Immortal King pressure had been shattered by a sword. What sword was that? Not just him, but all the other Immortal Kings in the hall were stunned. They could clearly sense that the sword hum contained a primordial power of finality transcending all great death. It seemed that everything in this world before this sword could only be severed and ended. Your fist doesn't seem very hard. Qingyun's voice drifted softly. He slowly raised his head, and for the first time his jet-black eyes truly met Immortal King Wang Yu's gaze. The moment their eyes locked, Immortal King Wang Yu felt as if his soul had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. He saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the birth and death of universes, the collapse of 10,000 Dao. At the end of that vision, an indescribably majestic figure treading on chaos and holding the sun and moon in hand gazed down at him coldly. That gaze was filled with absolute indifference. As if Wang Yue, this immortal king titan, who had cultivated for millions of years, was less than an ant in that figure's eyes. Immortal King Wang Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling backward over a dozen steps before collapsing to the ground. All color drained from his face, replaced by boundless terror and horror. Supreme. His voice trembled as he pointed at Qingyun, as if seeing a ghost. You have a supreme bone. The word supreme bone struck like a divine thunderbolt, exploding in the minds of every immortal king in the hall. The supreme divine bone of the ages, the source and sovereign of all physiques and bloodlines. Legend had it that its bearer was destined to rule the heavens and become the supreme Dao ancestor, the chosen one. This youth actually bore the supreme bone. At that moment, all the immortal kings who had opposed and clamored fell. Their faces were etched with indescribable shock, fervor, and fear. They finally understood why Whitebrow and Chasing Star had made such a preposterous decision to follow a young supreme being with the supreme bone. This wasn't preposterous, it was a blessing they couldn't earn in 8 lifetimes. Now is my fist hard enough? Qingyun asked calmly, looking at the prostrate Wang Yu. Immortal King Wang Yu shuddered, struggled to his feet, and then with a thud knelt heavily before Qingyun. Young lord. Divine might. This old servant was blind and offended the young lord. Please punish me. He buried his head low, his body trembling violently with fear and excitement. We pay homage to the young lord. The other immortal kings in the hall quickly followed suit, kneeling in unison. Their voices merged into a thunderous torrent echoing across the immortal boat. In that moment, no one dared utter a single objection. Before absolute talent and bloodline suppression, all seniority and battle achievements seemed laughable. Qingyun looked at the kneeling immortal king titans, his face devoid of any pride. He only felt a little. He had thought there would be a fight, but this was it. None of them even qualified for him to draw his sword. Rise. Qingyun waved his hand, his tone as flat as if he were commenting on a trivial matter. He walked to the throne but did not sit. Instead, he gently caressed the imperial seat carved from 10th of sandy-year-old cold jade, a symbol of the immortal court's supreme authority. Then he turned to face everyone in the hall. My father didn't send me here to be some emperor. He sent me to get things done. From today onward, all resources and personnel of the Misty Rain Immortal Court are under my command. My first order is. Qingyun's voice turned icy and murderous. Investigate. Use all the power of the Immortal Court to find out exactly what the terminal forbidden zone is. Qingyun's command echoed through the grand hall like an irresistible decree. The immortal kings who had just knelt in submission turned even paler upon hearing the words terminus forbidden zone. Young master, you wish to investigate the terminus forbidden zone. Wang Yu, immortal king, the elder who had first opposed and then knelt in surrender, cautiously raised his head, his voice trembling. What is there a problem? Qingyun cast a glance at him. No. Wang Yu, immortal king, quickly shook his head, cold sweat beading on his brow. It's just. The terminus forbidden zone is the foremost forbidden land of the heavens, a place so fearsome that even mentioning it invites calamity. Must we truly provoke it? Another immortal king gathered his courage to advise. The celestial archives hold some records of the terminus forbidden zone, but they are classified as the highest taboo. It is said that any being attempting to pry into its secrets will inevitably meet with misfortune and a tragic end. Misfortune. Tragic end. Qingyun sneered at these words. I'd like to see if their misfortune is more formidable than my sword. His words were audacious, yet coupled with the faint aura of supreme authority emanating from him, none of the immortal kings present dared to refute him. After all, this was a young sage bearing the supreme bone, a future progenitor of the Tao. His words were absolute. You may fear, but my father does not. Chen Tian continued, a hint of pride in his tone. He said, those skulking rats who dare to bully our family must have their lairs torn apart. This time I am merely here to scout ahead. When my father arrives with my younger siblings, that will be the day the Forbidden Zone. His words left the immortal kings stunned once more. What? The mysterious father of the young master intended to lead a campaign to obliterate the terminus Forbidden Zone, and with his children in tow. Were they hearing correctly? Bringing children to conquer the foremost forbidden land of the heavens. Was this an outing? White-browed Immortal King and Starchaser Immortal King exchanged glances, seeing only wry smiles and a sense of inevitability in each other's eyes. Yes, this was exactly the style of that senior. In his eyes, the so-called Forbidden Zone was likely no more than a backyard garden. The young master speaks wisely. White-browed Immortal King was the first to voice his support. That insignificant terminus Forbidden Zone is but a flock of chickens and dogs before the divine might of the senior and young master, easily crushed. We swear to follow the young master to the death, to raise the Forbidden Zone and restore peace to the heavens. Starchaser Immortal King immediately echoed. With two peak and latest-stage Immortal Kings taking the lead, the others dared not hesitate. Chants of loyalty and determination filled the hall, driving the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Chen Tian nodded in satisfaction. These old fellows were quite enlightened. Enough talk, he said, waving a hand. Whitebrow Starchaser, gather your men immediately and compile all records of the terminus Forbidden Zone from the Celestial Archives. I want every document within 3 days. The two respectfully acknowledged the order. Chen Tian then turned to Wang Yu, Immortal King, who was still kneeling. You open the Celestial Treasury. My father said he needs some materials. Pack up everything valuable. Immortal metals, divine herbs, and also the several immortal Emperor Dragon souls sealed here. Wang Yu Immortal King's eyes nearly bulged in shock. Open the treasury. Pack everything valuable. Even the sealed immortal Emperor Dragon souls. Young master, are you trying to strip the Yanyu Celestial Court of its millions of years of accumulated wealth? Do you have an objection? Chen Tian's gaze turned cold. No. Wang Yu Immortal King shuddered and quickly shook his head. This old servant will see to it immediately. He'll clean out the treasury completely. He now understood clearly. This young master, just like his father, played by no conventional rules. Even if commanded to dismantle the entire Yanyu Celestial Court, he wouldn't dare utter a word of dissent. Having assigned the tasks, Chen Tian nonchalantly found a comfortable spot to sit. From his storage ring, he produced an apple. Then, under the stunned gazes of all the immortal kings, he drew the black iron sword that made everyone tremble and began to peel the apple with practiced ease. His movements were so skilled and focused, as if the weapon in his hand was not a supreme Dao-shattering blade, but an ordinary fruit knife. Watching this, the immortal kings felt their Dao hearts shatter once again. They suddenly realized that following such a young master would make the days ahead exceedingly interesting. 3 days later, in the topmost chamber of the Yanyu Celestial Court's scripture repository, where only immortal kings were permitted, Chen Tian sat before a desk of starwood, poring over piles of ancient jade slips and beast-hide scrolls. These were all the records of the terminus Forbidden Zone that White-browed and Starchaser immortal kings had gathered from every corner using the entire Celestial Court's resources. Though mostly fragmented fragments filled with awe and speculation pieced together, they gave Chen Tian a rough outline of the mysterious Forbidden Zone. To end all things, to return to nothingness. Chen Tian set down a beast-hide scroll, his brow furrowed. According to these records, the beings within the terminus Forbidden Zone seemed driven not by slaughter or destruction, but by the execution of some heavenly mandate. They believed that the existence of the myriad realms itself was a mistake requiring correction to revert to the primal state of terminus. A bunch of madmen with twisted minds, Chen Tian concluded. Just as he was about to continue reading the next scroll, a violent energy fluctuation erupted outside the hall, accompanied by Wang Yu Immortal King's panicked cries. Young master, something terrible has happened. The treasury is in trouble. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow and vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he stood before the treasury of the Yanyu Celestial Court. The doors were wide open, revealing chaos within. Wang Yu Immortal King and several others were confronting a mysterious figure in a blood-red robe who exuded overwhelming demonic energy. The blood-robed man's aura was eerie and formidable, matching that of a peak Immortal King. In his hand, he held a struggling golden dragon soul, one of the immortal Emperor Dragon souls that Chen Fan had specifically requested. Ha ha ha. The Yanyu Celestial Court is nothing special, the blood-robed man cackled. With your empress missing, do you old relics think you can hold on to this legacy? Blood demon ancestor, how dare you breach our celestial treasury? Do you seek an irreconcilable war with the Yanyu Celestial Court? Wang Yu Immortal King shouted, both shocked and enraged. Irreconcilable. The blood demon ancestor sneered disdainfully. Once I refine these immortal Emperor Dragon souls and break through to the quasi-emperor realm, your Yanyu Celestial Court will be nothing but chickens and dogs before me. Is that so? A calm voice sounded from behind the blood demon ancestor, freezing him in place. He spun around to find a youth bearing a heavy black iron sword who had appeared silently behind him. Who are you? The blood demon ancestor's instincts screamed danger. He hadn't sensed the youth's approach at all. Me. Chen Tian grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I'm here to reason with you. With that, the black iron sword in his hand slowly slid from its sheath. My father said anyone who steals from us must. While his eldest son Chen Tian was vigorously reasoning in the celestial realm, Chen Fan, who resided in the small courtyard of the demiplane, encountered the greatest challenge since his transmigration. Childcare. And not just any childcare. It was looking after 3 children of an utterly extraordinary nature. Daddy hugged 3-year-old Xiao Linger, clad in a pink princess dress, charged like a tiny cannonball and crashed straight into Chen Fan's arms. The little girl had now fully mastered the power of her chaotic finality, Dao embryo. Though she appeared innocent and adorable as a porcelain doll, her destructive potential was nothing short of nuclear. Just moments ago, simply because she found the rockery in the yard a bit unsightly, she waved her little hand lightly. A soft pop sound echoed. That rockery, forged from 10th of sandy-year-old profound iron and inscribed with an emperor-level defensive array, simply disintegrated. It was neither shattered nor collapsed, but rather decomposed at the material level directly into the most primal energy particles, which little Linger then unconsciously absorbed. Chen Fan looked at the now empty corner where the rockery once stood, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. Damn it, that was a scenic stone I painstakingly retrieved from an immortal emperor's ruin. It took quite some effort. And now it's gone. Linger, didn't Daddy tell you? You can't just decompose things in the yard. Holding his daughter, Chen Fan sighed, helplessly attempting a lesson in discipline. But it was blocking my view of the flowers. Little Linger blinked, her big watery eyes pointing pitifully at the 7-colored lotuses mutated from the chaos green lotus behind where the rockery had been. Chen Fan's frustration instantly dissolved. Right, if his daughter wanted to see the flowers, even if it meant decomposing the sun itself, he'd have to accept it. After all, she was his own precious daughter. Alright, it's Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have put that rock there. Chen Fan pinched his daughter's little nose affectionately. Next time you want to see the flowers, just tell Daddy, and he'll move. Daddy is the best. Little Linger joyfully kissed Chen Fan on the cheek. Chen Fan's heart instantly melted. Raising a daughter is wonderful, sweet, soft, and she knows how to be affectionate. Unlike that rascal Chen Tian, who spends all his time fighting and is utterly devoid of cuteness. Having settled matters with his daughter, Chen Fan had barely sat down to catch his breath when a thunderous crash erupted from the kitchen, followed by Su Qingyun's startled cry. Husband, hurry. Fan is hungry again. Chen Fan, his head spinning, rushed into the kitchen with Linger. There, the 1-year-old Chen Fan was clutching the Immortal King level cosmic cauldron, his tiny mouth wide open, attempting to swallow the entire vessel. A row of shallow teeth marks had already appeared on the cauldron's surface. My little ancestor. Chen Fan hurried forward, prying the cosmic cauldron from his son's mouth. Fan, you can't eat this. This is a pot. It's for cooking your food. Chen Fan watched his snack fly away, his little mouth pouting, his pitch black eyes instantly brimming with tears, as if he were about to cry. Eat. The little one babbled incoherently, reaching out his tiny hand to grab the cauldron. No, you really can't eat this. Chen Fan was drenched in sweat. This kid was simply starving. The bloodline of the primordial devourer beast was too overbearing. Ever since he'd eaten those dragon blood Qilin beasts as a snack, his appetite had grown insatiable. Ordinary spirit beast milk or divine beast essence blood was like plain water to him, completely unsatisfying. A couple of days ago, when no one was looking, he'd even sneaked over to the world tree and taken a bite out of its trunk. If the world tree weren't a creation-level divine entity with a deep foundation, it would have been gnawed bare by now. Husband, what should we do? Liu Ruyan emerged from the inner room, her face full of worry as she looked at their son, who was crying out for food. Chen Fan gazed at his 2 equally ravenous children and felt his hair turning gray from anxiety. One was a Dao furnace that wanted to decompose and eat everything. The other was a cosmic black hole that would stuff anything into its mouth. These 2 kids were practically the demolition duo. It seems ordinary ingredients can no longer satisfy them. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that when he had advanced to Quasi-Dao Ancestor, the system seemed to have rewarded him with something called the Panga Banner. That legendary artifact, which had split heaven and earth and divided the primordial chaos, contained the purest creative and destructive forces. Although its attack power was too strong to be suitable as a child's toy. But if it was merely used as a teething ring, it should be fine, right? With this thought, Chen Fan summoned a simple ancient banner radiating chaotic energy, its surface depicting Panga's act of creation, the Panga Banner. The moment the Panga Banner appeared, the laws of the entire demiplane trembled, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Lu Qingshuan, who was meditating in the yard, snapped, her eyes open, staring at the banner in Chen Fan's hand in utter shock. A creation supreme treasure. The Panga Banner. She felt her understanding of reality being ground into dust and trampled upon once again. However, Chen Fan paid no heed to her astonishment. He walked over to his second son, Chen Fan, wearing a kind and amiable smile. Fan, come here. Daddy found you a new toy. He handed the Panga Banner over. Chen Fan's pitch-black eyes lit up at the sight of the small banner. He could sense an aura from the banner that was infinitely more delicious than any Qingyun leg bone or cosmic cauldron. He grabbed the banner and sank his little teeth into it. Crunch. A crisp sound rang out. Chen Fan's face beamed with unprecedented satisfaction. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. It seemed the creation supreme treasure was indeed tough enough and chewable. Daddy, I want one too. Little Chen lingers, seeing her brother with a new toy, waddled over and hugged Chen Fan's leg. Alright, you have one too. Chen Fan thought for a moment. Didn't he also have a chaos bell and a taiji diagram? Never mind those two. One specialized in suppression, the other in defense. Weren't suitable for children to play with. He rummaged through his storage ring and pulled out the fragment of the creation jade die he had won from the bridge keeper of the Samsara Sea. Linger, this one's for you. This fragment of the creation jade die was much larger than the one he had given Linger before, and it emanated a denser aura of creation. Chen Linger's eyes also lit up at the sight of the jade die. She hugged it happily, then waved her little hand. Pop, a corner of the jade die instantly decomposed into the purest essence of creation, which she then absorbed into her stomach. Burp. The little girl let out a satisfied burp. Thus, under the utterly stupefied and numbed gazes of Lu Qingshuan, Shi Hao, and Xing Xian, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the Chun family courtyard. A 1-year-old boy was gnawing on a supreme treasure capable of splitting heaven and earth as if it were a teething ring. A 3-year-old girl was munching on a creation divine artifact that would make even a Dao ancestor envious, and their father, that seemingly harmless young man, was watching them with a gratified expression, muttering, eat more, eat more. If it's not enough, Daddy has more. Our raising children is indeed a bittersweet endeavor. Lu Qingxian felt that her understanding of the term raising children might have deviated somewhat. She glanced down at her own flat belly, and a sudden intense sense of urgency surged within her. No, I need to give birth quickly. I cannot let my child fall behind at the starting line. She immediately sat cross-legged and began frantically circulating her cultivation technique, absorbing the dense, overwhelming Dao aura in the air, providing the best possible prenatal environment for the fetus in her womb. Chen Fan looked at the harmonious scene in the courtyard and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. One is responsible for decomposing. One is responsible for comprehending the space Dao in the womb. 3 children, 3 different methods of nurturing. As a stay-at-home dad and becoming more and more professional. Just as he was basking in the sense of accomplishment from his scientific parenting, a massive rift suddenly, and without warning, tore open in the sky above the demiplane. That rift was pitch black and bottomless. An aura of vastness, antiquity, and boundlessness poured down from the fissure. Then an enormous coffin slowly descended from the rift. It was an enormous coffin forged from an unknown bronze, spanning tens of thousands of zhong, suspended across the sky of the demiplane, blotting out all light. The coffin's surface was densely engraved with ancient, eerie runes that seemed alive, flowing slowly across its shell, exuding a heart-stopping primeval aura from an age beyond this one. What is this? In the courtyard, everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Lu Qingxian was jolted from her meditation. She looked up at the colossal bronze coffin, her cultivation at the peak of quasi-emperor, erupting with unprecedented gravity, etched on her face. From that coffin, she sensed a terrifying pressure that made even her tremble. A pressure surpassing any immortal emperor she had ever encountered. Shi Hao and Xing Xuan were pinned to the ground by the aura, unable to move or even breathe. Only Chen Fan remained leisurely reclining in his rocking chair. He looked up at the colossal coffin descending from the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. Damn, what's this? A delivery at my doorstep. He could sense no life force or malice within the coffin. It simply hovered there in silence, as if waiting for something. Husband, this. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian also came to Chen Fan's side, worry written on their faces. It's fine, don't panic. Chen Fan waved his hand, signaling them to stay calm. I feel like this thing is here for Qingxian. For me, eh? Lu Qingxian was taken aback. Just then the bronze coffin let out a deep, rumbling roar. The lid slowly opened a crack. A dazzling 9-colored divine light, seemingly containing the entire cosmos, burst from the gap and enveloped Lu Qingxian. Boom. The moment the light engulfed her, Lu Qingxian felt her body and soul undergoing a seismic. Her innate Dao body, infused with the most primordial cosmic force, began evolving into a more ancient and powerful constitution. And the tiny life in her womb, the fetus bearing the void Dao fetus and 9-orifice exquisite heart, responded with joyful resonance. The spatial laws of the entire demiplane went into a frenzy. Space folded, twisted, and reorganized in unprecedented ways. The world tree in the courtyard stretched like noodles, now towering to the sky, now shrinking into a ball. The chaos green lotus in the pond appeared east one moment and teleported west the next. Chen Fan, gnawing on the panga banner, suddenly found his teething toy vanished, only to reappear behind him. Wow! The curious little one turned around and resumed chewing. Dad, the house is flying. Chen Tian shouted excitedly, pointing at their thatched cottage. The tiny hut spun like a top in midair, while the surrounding space shattered like broken mirrors into countless layers. Damn, is this going too far? Chen Fan stared at the chaotic space, feeling a headache coming on. He knew his 4th child would have extraordinary talent, but he never imagined such terrifying phenomena before birth. What was this bronze coffin and the nine-colored divine light? Space-time's sacred body suppress. Chen Fan finally rose from his rocking chair. His cultivation at the Quasi-Dao ancestor realm erupted fully, his space-time sacred body, fusing the supreme laws of time and space, radiating a fearsome pressure that suppressed the ages. He merely extended a hand and pressed gently against the void. In an instant, the raging spatial laws of the demiplane were calmed, as if by an invisible hand. The flying house returned to its place. The stretched world tree regained its form. The chaos green lotus obediently settled back into the pond. Everything returned to peace under Chen Fan's press. Only Liu Ruyan remained bathed in the nine-colored divine light, her aura soaring at an unimaginable speed. Peak quasi-emperor. Half-step immortal emperor. Boom. A boundless imperial might erupted from her. In that moment, she directly broke through to the immortal emperor realm. And her breakthrough did not stop. Early immortal emperor. Mid-immortal emperor. Late immortal emperor. Until peak immortal emperor. In mere moments, Liu Qingchuan's cultivation rocketed from peak quasi-emperor to peak immortal emperor. How? How is this possible? Sure Hao and Xingxuan were utterly dumbfounded. They felt that the shocks they received today surpassed a lifetime's worth. Giving birth makes one leap from quasi-emperor to peak immortal emperor. Is there any justice? Husband, I became an immortal emperor. Liu Qingxuan, feeling the vast power within her, was still dazed. She felt like she was dreaming. I'm not bad. Your foundation is solid. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the bronze coffin in the sky. Hey buddy up there, thanks for the gift. I'll accept it on behalf of my wife and child. The bronze coffin seemed to understand Chen Fan's words. It emitted a long hum, as if in response. Then the lid slowly closed, and the entire coffin grew ethereal, vanishing into the dark rift. The sky cleared again, as if everything had been an illusion. But the palpable peak immortal emperor pressure from Liu Qingxian told everyone it was real. Husband, what was that? Liu Qingxian asked, still shaken. I don't know. Chen Fan shook his head. He had probed with his quasi-Dao ancestor divine sense, but the coffin seemed to exist beyond all causality, its origin untraceable. But I feel it bore no ill will. It seemed to have come specifically for our child, Chen Fan said thoughtfully. Just then Liu Qingxian clutched her belly, her expression changing. Husband, I think I'm about to give birth. Chen Fan jolted. Why were all his children so impatient? Wah! A crisp cry as if piercing the layers of space rang out. A baby girl was born, her body wrapped in spatial law runes with a tiny vortex mark on her brow. She opened her lively, curious eyes the moment she arrived, exploring the world. Her small hand reached out and grabbed the void. Crack! The space before her was torn open like cloth. Chen Fan. Great, another homewrecker was born. The system's reward notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully given birth to a mythical-level offspring bearing the void Dao Fetus and 9-orifice exquisite heart. Potential evaluation beyond myth. Reached system judgment limit. Triggering. Incalculable multiplier critical reward. Reward, congratulations, your cultivation has broken through the quasi-Dao ancestor bottleneck and officially entered the Dao ancestor realm. Reward, congratulations. Your blessings of many children system has perfectly merged with your Dao and evolved into the creative daddy system. Reward, congratulations. You have obtained true creation authority. With a single thought you can create universes. With a single word you can establish laws. New system mission released. As a qualified creative daddy, please create an exclusive, unique, and fun cosmic playground for your children. The realm of Dao ancestor. The creative father system. The authority of creation. A cascade of system prompts exploded within Chen Fan's mind. Yet this time his heart remained largely undisturbed. He simply stood still, quietly sensing the new, indescribable power surging within him. If the previous quasi-Dao ancestor realm had made him the Dao itself, then the present Dao ancestor realm allowed him to transcend the Dao. He felt that he had now become the source of this universe, the master of all creation. He could alter laws that will create life with ease and even restart the entire universe. This sensation was truly extraordinary. It was like a player who had activated GM mode in a game with the entire game world under his absolute control. Husband Liu Qingxian cradled the newborn baby girl, her face radiant with maternal glory. Let me see. Chen Fan walked over and carefully took the newly arrived little life into his arms. The little one neither cried nor fussed. Her lively, intelligent eyes curiously studied her father. On her brow was a tiny silver vortex mark, the ultimate manifestation of condensed space laws. This girl will surely be a mischievous wanderer in the future, Chen Fan chuckled, pinching his daughter's little nose. Let's call her Chen Ming. May her future be as colorful and wonderful as a beautiful dream. Chen Ming. Liu Qingxian murmured the name, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Father, I have a little. Chen Tian rushed over excitedly, gazing at his newborn sister, feeling she was even more impressive than his own birth. Brother. Chen Ming seemed to understand Chen Tian's words, letting out a soft babyish call. She had just been born, yet she could already speak. Hey, little sister is so good. Chen Tian danced with joy. Chen Fan watched this heartwarming scene, his own heart softening. This was everything he wished to protect. For their sake, he would not hesitate to oppose even the entire chaos, let alone a mere final forbidden zone. He handed little Chen Ming back to Liu Qingxian and slowly walked to the center of the courtyard. He wanted to test the extent of his current Dao ancestor power. He extended one hand palm facing upward. Then with a mere thought. In the next moment, under the utterly numb and stunned gazes of everyone present, a tiny softly glowing star slowly took shape in his palm. Though only the size of a fist, this star contained a complete microcosm replete with suns, moons, starry rivers, mountains, rivers, and vegetation. Countless living beings were born, multiplied, and evolved within that microcosm. From the most primitive single-celled organisms to cultivators who could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, a complete history of civilization unfolded in Chen Fan's palm within just a few breaths. This creation. Meng Po, the mysterious being who had lived through countless epochs, stared at Chen Fan with a look reserved for a ghost. No, for a creator god. Her ancient face was etched with indescribable shock. She had guarded the sea of reincarnation and witnessed the birth and death of countless universes. Yet she had never seen anyone so effortlessly and casually create a complete universe in the palm of their hand. This was beyond what Dao ancestor could explain. This was a true creator god. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King had completely ceased to think. They merely knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing towards Chen Fan. They felt that witnessing this scene today made even an immediate death worthwhile. Sure, Hao and Xingxuan were completely dumbfounded. Their worldview had been mercilessly and repeatedly shattered, and then remolded that day. Daddy Star? Only the two little ones still munching on their snacks, Chen Linger and Chen Fanchen, showed curious expressions upon seeing the microcosm in Chen Fan's hand. Chen Linger reached out her tiny hand, pointing at the star, and called out in a babyish voice. Do you like it? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Yes. Then Daddy will give it to you as a toy. Chen Fan waved his hand casually, and the star containing a complete universe drifted lightly before Chen Linger, rotating slowly around her like a balloon. Chen Linger happily reached out her little hand and patted the star. A soft pop sounded. The microcosm that had just birthed a complete civilization was disintegrated. It transformed into the purest creative essence, which little Linger inhaled into her belly in one go. She let out a satisfied burp, then looked at Chen Fan, her big eyes pleading for another one. Chen Fan. Damn. The universe I just created, and you ate it like a lollipop. Is my daughter's destructive power a bit too strong? Chen Fan felt his role as the creative father was becoming increasingly exhausting. He shook his head helplessly, then looked over at his second son, Chen Fanchen, who was gnawing on the panga banner. Fanchen, that's not tasty. Daddy will get you a new one. As he spoke, he focused his mind. In the depths of a desolate universe countless billions of light years away, a star that had been burning for billions of years on the verge of extinction suddenly vanished without a trace. In the next instant, that star, far larger than the entire immortal domain combined, was forcibly compressed by Chen Fan's supreme power into a fist-sized lollipop, emitting a rainbow of light. Here, Fanchen, try this. It's star-flavored. Chen Fan handed the star lollipop to his son. Chen Fanchen's eyes lit up at the sight of the new snack. He discarded the panga banner from his mouth, grabbed the star lollipop, opened his tiny mouth, and licked it vigorously. He hissed, sucking in air from the heat, but his pitch-black abyss-like eyes were filled with excitement and satisfaction. So delicious. Watching one son gnawing on the panga banner, another licking a star, both playing joyfully, watching a daughter who had just devoured a universe as a snack and now looked at him expectantly. And watching his three beautiful wives gathered together, enthusiastically discussing Dao ancestor-level prenatal education tips. Chen Fan suddenly felt that his life as the creative father, though somewhat costly in terms of energy, effort, and universes, seemed quite interesting after all. The system is right. I need to build a playground for the children. Chen Fan stroked his chin, beginning to ponder seriously. An ordinary playground won't do. It wouldn't suit my status as a Dao ancestor, nor withstand the antics of these little ones. How about I just create a brand new grand world? One with mountains made of candy, rivers of chocolate, and all kinds of divine beasts formed from laws for them to catch and eat as they please. Yes, that's a great idea. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Just as he was immersed in his grand playground construction plan. In the distant immortal realm at the Misty Rain Immortal Court, a storm capable of overturning the entire immortal domain structure was quietly brewing. Chen Tian, the young master who had just descended upon the immortal realm at the age of 16, was about to face the first challenge of his life. In the celestial realm outside the treasury of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, the atmosphere was frozen as solid as millennia-old profound ice. King Wang Yu and several other elders of the Immortal Court stared with a mixture of shock and fury at the sudden appearance of a blood-robed figure, the Blood Demon Patriarch. The Blood Demon Patriarch, a long-established demonic overlord in the celestial realm, possessed the peak cultivation of an immortal king. His blood river demonic art had devoured countless beings, earning him a fearsome reputation that troubled even the mightiest immortal courts. No one expected him to brazenly break into the core sanctum of the Misty Rain Immortal Court in broad daylight to plunder the treasury. The Misty Rain Immortal Court has truly fallen into decline. The Blood Demon Patriarch let out a screeching laugh like a night owl, his crimson eyes scanning Wang Yu and the others with contempt and greed. With the Empress missing, do you old relics think you can guard this vast legacy? How laughable. The golden dragon soul in his grasp thrashed and roared wildly. An immortal emperor-level dragon soul the Misty Rain Immortal Court had captured from an ancient dragon nest at great cost. It contained boundless dragon essence and imperial laws, a supreme material for forging divine elixirs and emperor weapons. Now it was the Blood Demon Patriarch's prize. Blood Demon Patriarch. King Wang Yu trembled with rage, pointing at him. How dare you trespass into our immortal court's treasury? Do you seek an irreconcilable war with the Misty Rain Immortal Court? Irreconcilable? The Blood Demon Patriarch laughed, as if hearing the greatest joke. He licked his cracked lips, madness blazing in his eyes. Wang Yue, you old fool, can't you see the writing on the wall? Once I refine these immortal emperor dragon souls and break through to the quasi-emperor realm, not just your Misty Rain Immortal Court, but the entire celestial domain will tremble beneath my feet. And then your immortal court will be nothing but chickens and dogs, a flock of lambs waiting for slaughter. You. King Wang Yu nearly spat blood in fury. He knew the Blood Demon Patriarch spoke the truth. A quasi-emperor could reshape the entire celestial domain. If he succeeded, the Misty Rain Immortal Court faced imminent doom. Attack together. We must not let him prevail. King Wang Yu roared, unleashing the full pressure of his mid-stage Immortal King cultivation, ready to join the other kings in a desperate fight. Is that so? At this tense, sword-drawn moment, a calm, emotionless voice abruptly sounded from behind the Blood Demon Patriarch. The voice was soft, youthful, yet possessed a strange power that froze everyone's actions in an instant. The Blood Demon Patriarch's arrogant laughter ceased abruptly. His facial muscles stiffened, and every hair on his body stood on end. He hadn't sensed anyone behind him at all. How was this possible? As a peak Immortal King, his divine sense could cover several star domains, perceiving the slightest disturbance. Yet this youth seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Or perhaps he had been standing there all along unnoticed. A bone-deep chill from the depths of his soul swept through the Blood Demon Patriarch. He turned his head inch by inch. There stood a youth in a green robe, handsome of face, bearing an unremarkable black iron sword on his back. The youth wore a lazy, harmless smile, but his jet-black eyes were as deep as an endless abyss, threatening to draw in his very soul. Who are you? The Blood Demon Patriarch's voice trembled for the first time. King Wang Yu and the other elders, upon seeing Chen Tian, were both shocked and overjoyed. Young master. Young master. The Blood Demon Patriarch paused, then realized. This youth was the newly established mysterious young master of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, rumored to possess the supreme bone. Just a snot-nosed brat. With that thought, fear was replaced by boundless greed and murderous intent. The supreme bone. The foremost divine bone in all history. If he could rip it out and refine it into his origin, he might reach not just quasi-emperor, but even the legendary immortal emperor realm. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Chen Tian watched the Blood Demon Patriarch's rapidly shifting expression, his smile widening as he revealed 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. I'm here to reason with you. Reason. Hee. The Blood Demon Patriarch burst into even more grating laughter. Boy, you clearly don't know the cruelty of the celestial realm. Here, my fist is the law. With that, he lunged, clawing at Chen Tian's heart. Blood light surged, demonic energy roiled, and space itself tore into 5 black fissures. He would obliterate this arrogant brat in a lightning strike and seize the supreme bone. Young master, beware. King Wang Yu and the others cried out, but the Blood Demon Patriarch's terrifying peak Immortal King aura. Yet facing this cataclysmic strike, Chen Tian didn't even flinch. He watched calmly, a flicker of disappointment in his dark eyes. Too slow. He uttered 3 soft words. Then the black iron sword at his waist, resembling a charred stick, slowly unsheathed. No earth-shattering clang, no dazzling radiance. Just a simple, gentle arc through the air. That arc seemed to sever the boundaries of time and space. The Blood Demon Patriarch's blood-drenched claw halted 3 inches from Chen Tian's chest. His vicious grin froze. His greedy eyes froze. He stared down at his chest in a daze. There a hair-thin black crack had appeared. No blood flowed. Only a void of nothingness. What sword is this? The Blood Demon Patriarch struggled to speak, his voice filled with terror, and he felt his life, his laws, his very existence being devoured and erased by that black crack. It wasn't mere damage. It was a termination of his Tao itself. My father said anyone who steals from us must die. Chen Tian's voice rang in the Blood Demon Patriarch's ears like the judgment of death. Then, the Blood Demon Patriarch, a demonic titan who had terrorized the celestial domain for millions of years, saw his peak Immortal King body, his primordial spirit, his Tao fruit, and every trace of his existence dissolve into black dust scattered by the void wind. Utter annihilation, leaving not even a thread of karma. Silence reigned again outside the treasury. King Wang Yu and the elders stood frozen, trembling like they had seen a ghost. One sword. Just one sword. A peak Immortal King Demon Patriarch. Gone. They watched the youth sheath his black iron sword, then fastidiously brush non-existent dust from his hands, their minds utterly overwhelmed. What kind of monster was this young master? Chen Tian ignored the petrified immortal kings. He approached the still-dazed immortal emperor dragon soul, reached out, and flicked its massive head gently. Hey big guy, what are you spacing out for? My father is waiting to put you in the pot. Come with me. The golden immortal emperor dragon soul, after being flicked by Chen Tian's finger, its colossal body trembled violently. It too had been stunned by what it just witnessed. That arrogant blood demon ancestor who had nearly captured and refined it was instantly slain by a mere child not even as thick as one of its dragon whiskers with a single sword strike. Not even a speck of ash remained. Who was this youth? Too formidable. At that moment, staring at Chen Tian's face, which bore an amiable smile, and hearing the words, "My father is still waiting to put you in the pot," this ancient dragon soul, which had lived for countless epochs and dared to defy even immortal emperors, felt for the first time a sensation named fear from the depths of its soul. It had no doubt that if it dared utter a single no, its fate would mirror that of the blood demon ancestor in the next instant, erased from existence by that pitch-black, unremarkable iron sword. Ayo! The immortal emperor dragon soul let out an extremely aggrieved yet slightly ingratiating low dragon roar, then obediently shrunk, its massive body to the size of a small golden snake, and voluntarily coiled around Chen Tian's arm. Its docile and well-behaved appearance nearly made Wang Yue, Immortal King, and the other immortal kings' eyes pop out of their sockets. Was this still the same violent dragon soul they had barely managed to suppress after immense effort, sacrificing 3 immortal kings? How could it be as obedient as a little loach before this young master? Quite well behaved. Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. He weighed the little golden snake on his arm, feeling it had decent heft enough for his father to brew a pot of soup. Then he turned to look at the immortal kings, still frozen in shock. Hey you lot, what are you standing there for? Chen Tian's tone grew impatient. Where's the treasure vault? Where are the things lead the way quickly. My father is still waiting for materials to make toys for my younger siblings. Make toys. Wang Yue, Immortal King, and the others felt their mouths twitch uncontrollably again upon hearing this. Chaos, Divine Gold, Immortal Resurrection, Herbs, Dao Ancestor, Weapon Embryos. In your father's eyes, these were merely toys for children. They felt that the shock they had endured today was numbing their Dao hearts to the point of paralysis. Yes. Young master, please. This old servant will take you to the treasure vault immediately. Wang Yue, Immortal King, jolted, scrambled up from the ground, and plastered a fawning smile on his face, more bitter than a cry, as he hunched over to lead the way. The other immortal kings also snapped out of it, scrambling to follow behind, nodding and bowing, their demeanor utterly devoid of the majesty befitting immortal king overlords. They looked like nothing more than a group of lackeys. Soon, led by Wang Yue, Immortal King Chen Tian entered the treasure vault of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, which had stood for millions of years and was reputed to be the wealthiest in the immortal domain. As soon as he stepped into the vault, Chen Tian couldn't help but frown. Is this it? The vault was indeed radiant with immortal light and brimming with treasures. Piles of various immortal metals and divine ores towered like mountains, while countless rare divine herbs and immortal grasses exuded a refreshing medicinal fragrance. But in Chen Tian's eyes, these things were too ordinary. This is called a treasure vault. Chen Tian curled his lip, kicking a piece of colorful divine metal the size of a human head with disdain. This kind of junk rock my father uses to pave the courtyard path. He found it too slippery and had to lay down a layer of grass. Wang Yue, Immortal King, and the others following behind nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. Young master, you call 7-colored origin divine gold junk rock, and you use it to pave a path, and found it too slippery. What kind of celestial courtyard is your home? And what is this thing? It looks like a rotten mushroom. Chen Tian pointed at a nearby glossy Ganoderma radiating a vast life force. Wang Yue, Immortal King, quickly explained, young master, this is the 9-turn reincarnation Ganoderma, a supreme healing treasure. Even if an immortal emperor is severely wounded, as long as a breath remains, one slice can save them. Oh, a healing thing. Chen Tian shook his head with disinterest. Useless. My little sister once sneezed and nearly flattened our backyard mountain. My father just picked a leaf from a tree in the yard and brewed it for her to drink, and she recovered. This thing probably isn't as effective as our tree leaves. A sneeze flattened a backyard mountain. Cured by tree leaf tea. Wang Yue, Immortal King, and the others felt their minds had completely stopped working. They desperately wanted to ask what kind of tree grew in their yard and how vast their backyard mountain was. But they dared not. They feared that further questions would cause their Dao hearts to collapse on the spot. Chen Tian strolled through the treasure vault like a wealthy young master browsing his own vegetable garden, looking around with an expression of utter boredom. Tisk, this is too poor. Chen Tian finally stopped sighing helplessly. It seems the things my father wants can't be. Wang Yue, Immortal King, and the others felt like dying upon hearing this. Poor. If the Misty Rain Immortal Court's treasure vault dared to call itself poor, there would be no wealthy place in the entire immortal domain. Young master, what materials does your father need? Wang Yue, Immortal King, mustered the courage to ask cautiously. Oh, let me check the list. Chen Tian pulled a beast-hide scroll from his storage ring, the shopping list his father had given him before leaving. He cleared his throat and began to read. Chaos Divine Gold, first get 800 caddies. My father says he wants to make a few sets of small armor for my younger siblings afraid they'll bump into things when running around. Immortal resurrection herbs, just grab 3 to 5,000 plants. My father wants to experiment and see if he can graft them onto the peach trees in our backyard to improve the variety. Immortal Emperor level dragon souls can't skimp on these, at least 100. My father says my unborn younger siblings have been kicking fiercely lately and need extra nourishment. Dragon soul stew is a great tonic. And those Dao ancestor level weapon embryos, these are most important. My father wants to forge a suitable toy for each of my younger siblings so they stop stealing my sword to play with. With each item Chen Tian read the Immortal King's faces grew paler. By the time he finished the entire treasure vault was dead silent. All the Immortal Kings stared at Chen Tian, at the shopping list in his hand, as if he were a monster. This wasn't a shopping list, it was a death warrant. 800 caddies of chaos divine gold. Ransacking the entire immortal domain might not yield 80 caddies. You're asking for 800 just for a few sets of small armor. 3 to 5,000 immortal resurrection herbs. Are they roadside cabbages? The entire immortal domain might not have 300 in existence. And you want to graft them onto peach trees. 100 immortal emperor dragon souls. Are immortal emperors so easy to kill? And you want 100 just for stew? Most absurd of all is the Dao ancestor level weapon embryo. A Dao ancestor. A legendary being. Their weapons are supreme treasures capable of creating worlds. And you want to use them as children's toys. Young master. Wang Yue Immortal King's voice trembled uncontrollably. Are you sure you did? Of course not. Chen Tian said matter-of-factly. My father even reduced the quantities fearing you might not find them. Originally, he meant a ton of chaos divine gold, a whole mountain of immortal resurrection herbs, and dragon souls by the dozen. Wang Yue Immortal King could no longer hold back. He spewed a mouthful of old blood and collapsed. Fortunately, Zhuixing Immortal King quickied and swift-handed caught him. Brother Wang Yue, hold on. He urgently channeled a stream of immortal energy into him. Zhuixing Immortal King had developed some immunity to the outrageous extravagance of Chen Fan's family. Young master, these materials are far too precious. Even if the Misty Rain Immortal Cord exhausts all its resources, I'm afraid we can barely gather 1/10, said Bai Mei Immortal King with a bitter smile. Oh, that poor. Chen Tian frowned. What to do? My father is still waiting for me to bring things back. He stroked his chin, then his eyes lit up. Got it. Since you alone can't gather enough, let's call for reinforcements from the immortal domain. Bai Mei Zhuixing, you two immediately issue a crowdfunding decree in the name of the Misty Rain Immortal Court's young master to all Immortal King level and above powers across the immortal domain. Say that my father wants to prepare some little gifts for his children. Tell them to voluntarily hand over their finest. Whoever contributes the most when my father is in a good mood later, he might reward them with a chicken wing to eat. A crowdfunding decree. Browsing Immortal King and Star-Chasing Immortal King were momentarily baffled by this novel term. Yes, it's crowdfunding. Chen Tian shook the shopping list in his hand and explained with a matter-of-fact tone. Simply put, it means asking the entire celestial realm to contribute. Those with wealth donate money, those with strength lend their power. Everyone chips in to help my father gather these materials. Anyone who performs well and shows initiative will get a share of the spoils when our family feasts. But those who are ungrateful and hoard their treasures, don't blame me for paying them a personal visit to reason with them. Reason with them. Hearing those 3 words, every Immortal King present, including Wang Yu who had just caught his breath, shuddered involuntarily. They had witnessed firsthand how this young master reasoned with people. The blood demon ancestor, a peak Immortal King, had merely spoken a few extra words and was erased from existence by a single sword strike, without even a chance for reincarnation. That kind of reasoning was far too unyielding. The young master is wise. Browsing Immortal King was the first to react. He instantly grasped Chen Tian's deeper intent. This was no crowdfunding, it was an unprecedented great reshuffling sweeping across the entire celestial domain. Under the guise of gathering materials, it was actually a test of the major powers' loyalties. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. This was a blatant scheme, a naked conspiracy, yet one had no choice but to play along. Because behind this young master stood a terrifying existence suspected to be at the Dao ancestor level beyond their wildest imaginations. This old man understands. A sharp glint flashed in Browsing Immortal King's eyes, his entire demeanor shifting from that of an immortal sage to a decisive overlord. Rest assured, young master, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that within a month, every notable force in the celestial domain will be weeping and begging to offer their finest treasures at your feet. That's the spirit. Chen Tian nodded approvingly. Then it's yours to handle. Remember, make a big splash. Don't be afraid to offend. With my father backing me, we can strut across the celestial realm unchallenged. Yes, young master. Browsing Immortal King accepted the order, brimming with excitement. He could sense an unprecedented storm about to sweep through the celestial domain. And he, the Grand Steward of the Misty Rain Celestial Court, would be one of the players orchestrating this tempest. Soon a Myriad Realms crowdfunding decree issued in the name of Chen Tian, the young master of the Misty Rain Celestial Court, and co-signed by Browsing Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King rippled across the boundless celestial domain like a level 12 super earthquake. The decree was blunt and tyrannical. By the mandate of heaven, the young master decrees my father wishes to prepare a few modest gifts for my younger siblings. Yet lacking materials, he is deeply troubled. Thus we proclaim to all clans and great traditions of the celestial domain. All forces at the Immortal King level and above must within 1 month deliver their collections of chaotic celestial gold, immortal resurrection, herbs, imperial dragon souls, Dao ancestor weapon embryos, and other rare treasures. Those who contribute generously will be richly rewarded by my father. Those who hoard in secret will receive a personal visit from me to be reasoned with. By imperial decree. This crowdfunding decree spread like light through the Misty Rain Celestial Court's intelligence network, reaching every Immortal King, every immortal tradition, and every ancient clan. Instantly, the entire celestial domain erupted. What a... Has the Misty Rain Celestial Court lost its mind? Young master? Which young master? When did the Empress have a son? Chaotic celestial gold, immortal resurrection herbs. Why doesn't he just rob us outright? And deliver in full? Who does he think he is? A Dao ancestor? Reason with us. I'd like to see how he plans to do that. In the eastern celestial domain, within a grand divine palace suspended above the 9 heavens and surrounded by countless stars, a middle-aged man clad in a golden imperial robe wearing a flat-topped crown exuding an awe-inspiring aura crushed the jade cup in his hand to dust upon reading the decree. He was the sovereign of the Azure Heaven Celestial Court, a power equal to the Misty Rain Celestial Court, the Azure Heaven Celestial Emperor. The Misty Rain Celestial Court. What audacity! Azure Heaven Celestial Emperor's voice was icy, dropping the temperature in the palace by several degrees. With the Empress missing, that old fool browsing finds some brat to call young master, and dares to bluster, demanding tribute from the entire celestial domain. Does he take us all for fools? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. An Immortal King below bowed and said, according to our spies, browsing and star-chasing recently descended to the lower realm and returned with greatly improved cultivation. Browsing even broke through to the peak of the Immortal King realm. It's likely they truly found the Empress whereabouts, or even obtained some immense fortune. Fortune? Azure Heaven Celestial Emperor sneered. What fortune could embolden a single faction to defy the entire celestial domain? That so-called young master is merely a puppet they've propped up. Browsing aims to consolidate power and dominate the celestial realm. Issue my decree. Azure Heaven Celestial Emperor rose from his throne, his imperial might sweeping forth. Proclaim to the celestial domain, the Misty Rain Celestial Court acts tyrannically, oppressing all clans. I, the Emperor, refuse to submit. I shall unite the great traditions of the celestial domain to crusade against the Misty Rain Celestial Court, purge the court of evil, and slay the heretics. Furthermore, send agents to investigate that boy Chen Tian's origins. If we can capture him alive, I'd like to see what secrets he holds that would make that old fox browsing stake everything. In the western celestial domain, deep within the myriad demon abyss, shrouded in endless demonic, an emaciated old man in a black robe who seemed on the verge of extinguishing stared at the decree. 2 ghostly green flames flickered in his sunken eyes. Interesting, very interesting. A young sage with the supreme bone. The Empress offspring, the descendant of that existence. It seems the celestial domain is about to see a shift. Issue my orders, mobilize our people. The myriad demon abyss must wade into these troubled waters. Who knows what treasures we might fish out? At the summit of a sacred mountain in the central celestial domain, bathed in Buddhist light and resonant with Sanskrit chants, an ancient Buddha draped in a golden kasaya with a solemn countenance slowly opened his eyes. He calculated on his fingers, his brow furrowing slightly. The celestial mechanism is in chaos, a calamity of slaughter is imminent. Amitba. It seems this old monk should also venture forth. In an instant, the entire celestial domain churned with undercurrents. Countless ancient beings were awakened from their slumber. Countless hidden forces began to stir. All eyes focused on Chen Tian, the newly emerged, arrogantly unyielding young master of the Misty Rain Celestial. Meanwhile, Chen Tian, at the eye of the storm, lounged leisurely on the imperial throne of the Misty Rain Celestial Court, peeling an apple with the great path divine iron sword, while listening to browsing Immortal King's report. Young master, the crowdfunding decree has been issued. So far, 372 Immortal King level forces have pledged allegiance and sent their first batch of tribute. However, the 3 top-tier powers, the Azure Heaven Celestial Court, the Myriad Demon Abyss, and the Western Buddhist Kingdom, have not only refused our crowdfunding, but have also openly allied to declare a crusade against us, calling you a heretic. Browsing Immortal King reported cautiously. Oh, a crusade against me. Chen Tian paused his apple peeling. He looked up, a glint of excitement flashing in his pitch-black eyes. Excellent. I was just wondering how to gather the remaining materials. There. Practically handing their heads to... He stood up, stretched lazily, and hoisted the great path divine iron sword onto his shoulder. Browsing... Let's go. Have a proper crowdfunding session with them. The Heavenly Court of Haoyin. As one of the most supreme orthodoxies in the immortal domain, its grandeur and majesty far surpass that of the misty rain celestial court. 9 colossal golden divine mountains soaring hundreds of thousands of feet into the clouds stood like 9 pillars propping up the heavens, encircling the vast celestial palace floating in the 9th heaven, composed of countless halls and pavilions. Upon each divine mountain immortal lights swirled, divine waterfalls cascaded down, and countless celestial birds and auspicious beasts frolicked within the spiritual energy, so dense it nearly solidified into immortal nectar. This was the Dao field of the Haotian Celestial Emperor, the very heart of power in the Haotian immortal domain. Today the heavenly court of Haotian was exceptionally lively. Before the divine palace on the vast white jade square banners fluttered and celestial music resounded. Tens of thousands of armored immortal soldiers clad in golden armor and wielding divine weapons stood in neat formations, their murderous aura piercing the heavens. On the high platform of the square, the Haotian Celestial Emperor sat aloft on the central throne. Below him, dozens of immortal kings from the major powers of the immortal domain were arrayed. The Blood River ancestor from the 10,000 demon abyss, the dragon, subduing Arhut from the Western Buddhist kingdom, the Golden Crow Demon King from the primordial divine mountain. These terrifying beings whose mere stomp could shake entire star regions had all gathered here. They had answered the summons of the Haotian Celestial Emperor, coming to form an alliance and jointly crusade against that audacious young master of the misty rain celestial court. Fellow Taoists, you have traveled far and endured hardships, said the Haotian Celestial Emperor, raising his golden goblet in a booming voice. Today we gather here for one purpose, to purge the court of evil and slay the heretic. Since the disappearance of the Empress, the misty rain celestial court has been controlled by that old scoundrel Bai Mei. Now he has lost all reason, finding some beardless youth from nowhere attempting to usurp the throne of the celestial court, and even daring to issue orders to us demanding tribute. Such deeds enrage both gods and men, unforgivable by heaven's law. I Haotian swear today that I shall lead you all to crush the misty rain celestial court, slay that deceptive brat, and restore clarity to our immortal domain. Your Majesty is wise. We are willing to follow your Majesty and crusade against the heretic. The immortal kings below rose in response, their voices thundering. Some among them genuinely wished to crusade against the misty rain celestial court, others sought to seize a share of the spoils, and still others were merely there for the spectacle. Yet regardless of their motives at this moment, they all stood with the Haotian Celestial Emperor. In their view, the misty rain celestial court had finally overplayed its hand. A mere youth of 16 or 17. Even if he were truly the Emperor's son, even if he possessed the supreme bone, what could he do? Could he possibly stand alone against the entire immortal domain? Report. Just as the crowd was fervently discussing battle plans, a golden-armored, celestial general tasked with guarding the mountain gate stumbled in, his face twisted with terror. Your Majesty, a grave crisis has arisen. The Haotian Celestial Emperor frowned displeased. What is it that causes such panic? Has the sky fallen? Your Majesty. The golden-armored general's voice trembled. At the mountain gate. Someone has come to attack us. What? All the immortal kings and grandmasters present were stunned. Attacking their gate. Who possessed such to dare attack the heavenly court of Haotian, which had gathered half the elite forces of the immortal domain single-handedly? Who is it? The Haotian Celestial Emperor's expression darkened. Just one person. The golden-armored general stammered. A youth. Carrying an iron-black sword. Boom. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes turned to the Haotian Celestial Emperor. A youth with an iron-black sword. Who else could it be but that young master of the misty rain celestial court they had been discussing? He had come alone to attack their gate. Ha ha ha. After the brief silence, the Haotian Celestial Emperor burst into thunderous laughter filled with contempt and cruelty. Good. A fine reckless brat. I was wondering how to lure him out, and he delivers himself to my doorstep. There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to walk it. The gates of hell lie open, yet you come crashing in. Today I shall show you what true despair means. He rose abruptly from his throne, unleashing a terrifying imperial aura. Come, follow me out to meet this legendary young master. Outside the mountain gate of the heavenly court of Haotian, Chen Fan floated silently in midair alone with only his sword. Gazing at the 9 resplendent, majestic, divine mountains before him, he couldn't help but curl his lip. TCH, so flashy and gaudy. All style, no substance. Our little thatched hut is far more comfortable. Just as he was muttering, the mountain gate of Haotian opened wide. Led by the Haotian Celestial Emperor, dozens of immortal kings and grandmasters followed by tens of thousands of golden-armored celestial soldiers poured out in a grand procession surrounding Chen Fan. The sheer oppressive aura would chill the blood of any quasi-emperor. You are that so-called young master of the misty rain celestial court, Chen Fan. The Haotian Celestial Emperor looked down upon Chen Fan as if gazing at a corpse. Yes, it's me. Chen Fan nodded, then brandished the shopping list in his hand. My father sent me to collect some materials. How much is the Haotian Celestial Court willing to contribute? Collect materials? The Haotian Celestial Emperor laughed, as if hearing the greatest joke. Boy, are you still dreaming. You are now a fish trapped in my net meat on my chopping block, yet you dare to bargain with me. Oh, Chen Tian raised an eyebrow. So you refuse to be reasonable. Reason. The Blood River ancestor from the 10,000 demon abyss standing behind the Haotian celestial emperor sneered and stepped forward. Boy, in the immortal domain our fists are reason. Today let this old ancestor teach you the meaning of hierarchy. With that he struck out with a single palm. A river of blood formed from the resentful souls of billions of beings materialized out of thin air surging toward Chen Tian with overwhelming stench and venom. This was the Blood River ancestor's signature technique, the surging blood river. This attack had once drowned an entire great world, devouring trillions of lives in its heinous cruelty. Yet as Chen Tian watched the blood river rush toward him, his face remained utterly expressionless. He did not even bother to draw his sword. He merely extended a finger and gently tapped toward the blood river. My father said I should win people over with virtue. So I've decided to enlighten you first. As his words fell, the roaring, devouring blood river came to an abrupt halt 100 yards away from him. Then to the Blood River ancestor's utter horror, the billions of struggling, resentful souls within the river began to shed their malice and resentment at a visible rate. Golden lotuses blossomed silently from within the Blood River. Sacred, serene Buddhist light radiated outward. The wailing of ghosts transformed into harmonious chants of Buddhist scriptures. That river of sin and slaughter had been purified in an instant. It turned into a cloud of auspicious light composed of merit and virtue. This? Impossible. The Blood River ancestor's Tao heart nearly shattered at the sight. His very life-bound demonic art had been cleansed. With his demonic art broken, the Blood River ancestor was struck as if by lightning, spewing a mouthful of black blood, his aura instantly wilting. Now do you understand my reason? Chen Tian's voice echoed eerily. He looked at the utterly dumbfounded celestial emperors and immortal kings before him, letting out a helpless sigh. I only wanted to have a proper discussion. Why must people always force me to act? Slowly he placed his hand on the black iron sword at his waist. Since none of you care for reason today, I shall teach you the meaning of physical enlightenment. As Chen Tian's hand gently rested upon the hilt of the black iron sword at his waist, the entire heavenly court, nay, the very space and time of the eastern immortal domain, froze in an instant. Every immortal king present, including the lofty heavenly emperor, felt an indescribable terror originating from the deepest recesses of their souls. It was as if a primordial beast dormant for billions of epochs was about to awaken. This was not a pressure of power, nor a suppression of laws. It was a crushing force from a higher dimension, from the very essence of existence itself. It felt as though if this youth drew that sword, the existence of everyone present would be utterly erased from this world. What? What sword is this? The pupils of the heavenly emperor contracted to pinpricks. He stared fixedly at the unremarkable black iron sword at Chen Tian's waist, his heart filled with unparalleled dread. As an immortal emperor ruling over an immortal domain, he had seen countless imperial armaments and quasi-Dao ancestor weapons. Yet no weapon had ever given him such a terrifying feeling of being on the verge of utter termination. He had a strong intuition that if this youth drew that sword, everyone here today would die. Not a single one would survive. Wait. Just as Chen Tian's fingers were about to unsheath the sword, the heavenly emperor finally struggled free from the boundless fear. He almost screamed out those two words. Chen Tian paused. He lifted his head, his jet-black eyes calmly fixed on the heavenly emperor, and asked indifferently, "What? Do you want to reason with me now?" The heavenly emperor's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. He swallowed hard. Looking at the youth who appeared only 16 or 17, but exerted more pressure than any ancient immortal emperor he had ever faced, he knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. No, this was no mere iron plate. This was a divine iron forged from the very essence of the great Tao, capable of smashing through the entire universe. It is I who failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended the young lord. Under countless shocked gazes, the heavenly emperor, who moments ago was brimming with ambition and vowing to crush the misty rain immortal court, slowly lowered his noble head. Addressing Chen Tian, a youth younger than his own son, he spoke in a tone bordering on humiliation. "I am willing to negotiate." A wave of commotion swept through the white jade square. The immortal kings who had followed the heavenly emperor were all dumbfounded. His Majesty had backed down, all because that youth merely made a move to draw his sword. What was happening? Your Majesty, you cannot. United we might yet fight him. For the dignity of the heavenly court, please. Several hot-tempered immortal kings could not help but voice their objections. Silence. The heavenly emperor whirled around, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fury and fear. What do you know? Do you have any idea what would have happened to us if he had drawn that sword? We would have died. Every last one of us wiped from existence without a trace. His voice had become shrill and hoarse from sheer terror. All the immortal kings present were stunned by his loss of composure. They had never seen their ever dignified and composed emperor display such a terrified expression. Was that sword truly that fearsome? Watching this dramatic scene unfold, Chen Tian yawned in boredom. All right, enough with the theatrics. He removed his hand from the sword hilt and waved the shopping list in his hand. Since you want to talk, show some sincerity. How much of what my father wants can your heavenly court provide? The Heavenly Emperor looked at the list, his eye twitching wildly. He finally understood why Qingyun had looked as if had seen a ghost at the mere mention of it. This wasn't a list, it was a demand to empty the entire Heavenly Court's accumulated wealth from the primordial era to the present millions of years of reserves in one go. Why, young lord? The Heavenly Emperor's voice began to crack. The items on this list are far too precious. Even if my Heavenly Court sold everything we own, I fear. Oh, can't gather it all. Chen Tian's hand once again slowly rested on the sword hilt at his waist. The Heavenly Emperor's body stiffened. A chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. We can gather it. We can gather it. We definitely can. He was practically shouting. Even if we can, I will rob and steal to gather it all for you, young lord. At this moment, all dignity of an immortal emperor and all face of the immortal court were thrown to the wind. In the face of the fear of physical annihilation, everything else was but fleeting clouds. Not a bad attitude. Chen Tian nodded in satisfaction and removed his hand from the sword hilt. Only then did the Heavenly Emperor feel the shadow of death looming over him begin to recede. He was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. Then, young lord, regarding this matter. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. Chen Tian thought for a moment, then said, your Heavenly Court will provide half of the items on the list. The other half will be shared by those who came here to back you up. He pointed to the Immortal Kings from various major powers gathered in the square. Their faces instantly turned green. What? We just came to watch the show. Why do we have to pay? Young lord, this is against all rules. Another Demon Abyss King stepped forward reluctantly. We haven't offended you. Oh, Chen Tian looked at him grinning. Aren't you offending me right now? That Demon King, seeing Chen Tian's benevolent smile, instantly recalled how Blood River Ancestor had been purified with a single move. Trembling with fear, he immediately knelt. The young lord is right. This junior spoke out of turn. I am willing to contribute. My Demon Abyss will bear 1/10 of the materials. My Western Buddhist nation will also bear 1/10. My Primordial Divine Mountain is also willing to. With the first to take the lead, none of the remaining Immortal Kings dared to object. They rushed to pledge their contributions, fearing that if they were too slow, they would be the next to be reasoned with. Watching this harmonious scene, Chen Tian nodded with satisfaction. Very good. My father said one must learn to share. Joy shared is joy doubled, hardship shared is hardship halved. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, it's settled. He walked directly onto the platform and plopped down on the throne that had belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. Then from his storage ring, he pulled out another apple and began to peel it with the black iron sword, making a crisp crunching sound. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Emperor and the dozens of Immortal Kings stood respectfully below, like chastised schoolchildren, not daring to breathe too loudly. They watched the youth leisurely peeling an apple on the throne, and a single thought echoed in their minds. The immortal domain was about to change. No, it had already changed. From the moment this youth descended upon the immortal realm, the very rules of the entire domain had been completely rewritten by him. And his father. Just then, as if remembering something, Chen Tian looked up at the Heavenly Emperor and asked casually, oh, by the way, my father also wanted me to ask. Does your immortal realm have any particularly sturdy chamber pots made of immortal gold? The Heavenly Emperor, who had just been teetering on the brink of life and death, heard this question and could no longer hold on. His eyes rolled back and he fainted dead away, collapsing stiffly to the ground. The Heavenly Emperor Haoyan, the supreme being who governed a vast celestial domain and could shatter countless stars, with a mere stomp collapsed stiffly before his own majestic throne, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. A deathly silence fell over the entire assembly. The tens of thousands of golden-armored heavenly soldiers and generals, once radiating overwhelming aura, now stood like ducks with their necks squeezed, their divine weapons nearly slipping from their grasps. What had they witnessed? Their emperor, the invincible symbol in their hearts, had been infuriated into a faint by a single sentence from a young man. The dozens of sovereign-level figures from various celestial lineages felt as if their minds had been trampled by 10,000 ancient divine elephants reduced to a complete mush. What the hell was this all about? Responding to the Heavenly Emperor Haoshan's summons, they had rushed here with fierce momentum for an alliance to jointly crusade against the audacious young master of the Misty Rain Celestial Court. And now, here he was alone with a single sword swaggering right up to their doorstep. Even if he had come, why hadn't he struck? But he refused to. First, with a single finger, he had redeemed the Blood River Ancestors' life-bound demonic art, capable of engulfing an entire great world, into clouds of virtuous merit, nearly causing that old demon to convert to Buddhism on the spot. Then, with just the motion of drawing his sword, without even unsheathing it, he had terrified the most powerful Heavenly Emperor Haoyan into immediate submission, discarding all dignity of a celestial emperor and face of the celestial court, almost begging for mercy on his knees. That was tolerable. After all, life came first, and submission wasn't shameful before absolute fear of death. In the end, after extorting wealth worth half the celestial domain, this young lord had casually made another demand, that the Heavenly Emperor Haoyan procure a celestial gold chamber pot for his father. A chamber pot. It was this absurd, outrageous demand that became the final straw breaking the camel's back. The heavenly Emperor Haoyan, that proud celestial sovereign who valued dignity above life itself after enduring the torment of falling from heaven to hell, and then to the 18th level of hell, had finally shattered his Dao heart. He fainted. So cleanly, so completely. Your Majesty. The nearest sovereign reacted first, rushing forward in a fluster to catch the collapsing heavenly Emperor Haoyan. But as soon as his hand touched the emperor's body, he felt an icy chill emanating from it, a sign of a collapsed Dao heart and dissipated imperial might. It was over. The sovereign's heart sank to the abyss. Even if the heavenly Emperor Haoyan could be revived, he would likely be crippled. A celestial emperor with a broken Dao heart was no different from a slightly more powerful cripple. And the culprit behind it all, the young man, named Chen Tian, stood there with an innocent look, scratching his head as he surveyed the chaotic scene, muttering under his breath. Damn, this old man's mental fortitude is too weak, isn't it? I just asked for a chamber pot. A celestial gold one, how grand. Why did he have to get so worked up? My father's chamber pot is still unaccounted for. Who do I ask now? Chen Tian was genuinely frustrated. His father had assigned him tasks: collect materials, investigate the forbidden zones, and incidentally bring back a new chamber pot. This was a personal order from his father, even more important than the materials. He had thought this heavenly Emperor Haoyan seemed imposing and wealthy, so asking him for help would be easy. Who knew the guy was so fragile? A single sentence had knocked him out. Now where could he find another celestial emperor to ask for a chamber pot? The more Chen Tian thought about it, the angrier he got. He shouldered his black fire poker, walked over to the sovereign, who was pinching the emperor's philtrum, and poked the heavenly Emperor Haoshan's face with his scabbard. Hey, wake up. Don't play dead. My father's chamber pot isn't settled yet. As a dignified celestial emperor, you can't go back on your word, can you? The sovereign was terrified by Chen Tian's action. My little ancestor, please stop poking. Do you know your words? Just infuriated him into a faint. If you poke twice more, you might just send him off for good. Young master, please calm down. The sovereign pleaded with a grimace. His Majesty, he's overwhelmed by rage. His chi and blood are blocked, that's why he fainted. Please be magnanimous and spare him. Spare him. Chen Tian curled his lip. I'm not going to kill him. I just want to ask about the chamber pot. Your heavenly court is so vast. Is it that hard to find a celestial gold chamber pot? Was it that hard? It was beyond hard. The sovereign wanted to cry. Celestial gold was a supreme divine material for forging emperor weapons. A small piece would make sovereigns fight tooth and nail over it. And he wanted to use it to make a chamber pot. This thing, even if they turned the entire celestial domain upside down, they couldn't find one ready-made. Who would be foolish enough to use celestial gold for a chamber pot? Just as the sovereign didn't know how to answer, the assembled sovereigns from major powers began communicating silently with their divine senses. Is this kid a demon? The heavenly Emperor Haoyan was infuriated into a faint by him. That sword. Did you see it clearly? I felt my sovereign Dao fruit nearly shattered by its aura. Don't even mention it, my Dao heart almost broke just now. That is definitely a supreme murderous weapon beyond emperor weapons, reaching the legendary level of a Dao ancestor's artifact. The most terrifying thing isn't the sword, it's this young man. Did you understand that move he used to purify the Blood River ancestor? That wasn't some Buddhist divine power. It was speaking words into reality. A technique only sages can master. He is a sage. Hiss. A 16 or 17-year-old sage. And bearing supreme bone. This leaves no room for others to live. Stop gossiping. Didn't you see the heavenly Emperor Haoshan's fate? This young lord has a bad temper. Think of a way to satisfy him quickly. What else can we do? Pool our resources. No pool materials. We must gather everything on his father's shopping list. Otherwise, the next one to be reasoned with will be us. In an instant, all the sovereigns reached a consensus. Spend money to avoid disaster. The first to step forward was the dragon-subduing Arhut from the Western Buddhist kingdom. He pressed his palms together, bowed to Chen Tian, and wore a kind smile. Amitabha, the young master's divine might is admirable. Poor monk is impressed. For what the young master's father needs, our Western Buddhist kingdom is willing to exhaust all resources to share your burden. Moreover, regarding the celestial gold chamber pot you mentioned, I know of a place where it might be found. Oh, Chen Tian's interest was piqued. What place? Mount Buzhou, the dragon-subduing Arhut said slowly. Legend has it that in the primordial era, Mount Buzhou was a divine mountain connecting heaven and earth, later broken by the ancestral Witch Gongon. Its body was made of pure primordial celestial gold. Though most has crumbled over time, perhaps some remnants remain enough to craft what you need. Mount Buzhou. Chen Tian rubbed his chin. He seemed to recall seeing that name on the map of the myriad starry domains his father had given him. Good. Chen Tian nodded approvingly. You monk know how to play the game. He turned to the other sovereigns who were still playing ostrich. What about you all? Cack out your tongues. Aye. The primordial divine mountain is also willing to serve the young master. The golden crow demon king quickly stepped forward. The myriad demon abyss too. Aye. In an instant, all the sovereigns vied to pledge their allegiance, afraid that if they spoke too late, they would catch the young lord. Chen Tian found this harmonious scene a bit dull. He had hoped for a good fight. Was this all there was? He sighed, walked back to the high platform, and plopped down onto the throne that belonged to the heavenly Emperor Haoyan. Then under the awe-filled, fearful, and oddly curious gazes of everyone, he pulled a red apple out of his storage. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of biting into the apple echoed once more through the hall, and those once arrogant sovereigns now stood respectfully below like elementary school students waiting for candy from their teacher, beginning to discuss how to divide the shopping list that would bleed the entire celestial domain dry. Our heavenly court's treasury still has 300 caddies of primordial celestial gold. The remaining 500 caddies let's split among ourselves. The primordial divine mountain contributes 100 caddies. The myriad demon abyss 100 caddies too. Amiba, our Buddhist kingdom, is poor. We offer 50 caddies plus 3,000 caddies of faith power. Is that acceptable? Undying divine medicine. That's too hard to find. Let's split up and try our luck in those life-forbidden zones. Imperial level dragon soul. That's even harder. How about we raid the East Sea Dragon Palace? No. The old dragon of the East Sea Dragon Palace is a quasi-emperor at the peak. We can't beat him. We have to fight even if we can't win. To complete the young master's task, we'll take on even a Dao ancestor. Watching these sovereigns discuss slaughtering dragons and destroying Buddhist kingdoms just to gather materials, Chen Fan found it amusing. He leisurely finished his apple and casually thrust the black iron sword into the ground beside the throne. All right, stop arguing. My father said 1 month. In 1 month, I want everything laid before me. If even one item is missing. Chen Fan didn't finish his sentence. He just lightly flicked the black sword's blade. Hum. A faint sword hum shook the souls of every sovereign present, plunging them into an icy abyss. Yes, young master. They all responded in unison, their voices filled with indescribable fear. A month might seem long to mortals, yet to immortal kings who often retreat into seclusion for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, it passes in the blink of an eye. However, for the entire celestial domain, this month was the most turbulent and lively in its history. An unprecedented campaign initiated by the new young master of the Misty Rain Celestial Court, Chen Fan, dubbed a crowdfunding, but in truth a shakedown, swept across the boundless celestial domain. Countless ancient lineages hidden within minor worlds and secret realms were visited one by one by the immortal kings of the Misty Rain Celestial Court. Numerous ancient monsters who had been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, long detached from worldly affairs, were forcibly dragged from their coffins willingly, or rather coerced, into handing over their most treasured possessions. The entire celestial domain was swept into a frenzy of treasure hunting mobilization. Initially, some top-tier lineages confident in their strength and heritage sneered at the crowdfunding decree and even openly bragged about teaching the presumptuous young master of the Misty Rain Celestial Court a lesson in humility. For instance, the indestructible divine dynasty in the northern celestial domain, famed for its body refinement, possessing an indomitable physique, and claiming immunity to all spells. Their patriarch, a body-refining maniac at the early immortal emperor stage, crushed the celestial decree into dust upon receiving it and declared, "What nonsense, young master. Let him dare step foot in my dynasty. 1 punch from me, and he'll be ground into meat paste." The next day, Chen Fan indeed came alone with a single sword, strolling up to the mountain gate of the indestructible divine dynasty. Facing the protective mountain formation reputed to be unbreachable even by immortal emperors, Chen Fan couldn't even be bothered to draw his sword. He merely extended a finger and gently tapped the brilliantly glowing rune-circling formation. Pop. A soft sound. The grand formation, embodying the indestructible divine dynasty's millions of years of effort and capable of withstanding joint attacks from several immortal emperors, simply shattered. Like a soap bubble, it broke silently and cleanly. Then, shouldering his charred stick, Chen Fan strode into the main hall of the dynasty. In front of all the high-ranking members, he found the patriarch who had boasted about turning him into meat paste. "I heard you wanted to reason with me." Chen Fan smiled, looking at the three's hang-tall, muscle-bound, body-refining immortal emperor, exuding explosive power. The immortal emperor patriarch, already terrified out of his wits upon seeing the protective formation shattered with a single point, went weak at the knees when confronted by Chen Fan. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Spare me, young master. I failed to recognize your greatness. I have a loose tongue. I deserve death." As he spoke, he frantically slapped his own face with fists harder than immortal gold. Smack, smack, smack. Each slap caused space to tremble and laws to wail. But Chen Fan merely watched in silence. Only after the immortal emperor patriarch had beaten himself black and blew his mouth full of blood, looking worse than a pig's head, did Chen Fan speak slowly. "You said earlier you'd turn me into meat paste with 1 punch. No. I meant I'd willingly become meat paste to pave the way for you, young master." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Fan stroked his chin. "And you also called me a nonsense, young master." I am nonsense. You are the heavens. You are the earth. You are the sole myth of all realms." This body-refining immortal emperor, once so domineering, now displayed an astonishing will to survive. "Enough." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. "My father said we should win people over with virtue and not kill indiscriminately. You've seen my father's shopping list, right?" Yes. The immortal emperor patriarch nodded frantically, then with a mournful face began pulling out one treasured item after another from his storage world. Young master, this is the stellar core, divine gold our dynasty has treasured for 3 million years. 300 gene of it all for you. And this 9-leaf immortality herb, our dynasty's ultimate treasure, also for you. And this dragon soul of an ancient demon dragon we suppressed for 500,000 years. Though only at the quasi-emperor level, it's better than nothing, please accept it. Chen Tian glanced at the pile of trash that barely caught his interest and curled his lip. That's it. The immortal emperor patriarch's heart bled. This was the accumulation of millions of years for the indestructible divine dynasty. And it was being dismissed. Forget it. Since you're sincere enough, I'll let you off this time. Chen Tian stored everything into his ring, shouldered his sword, and turned to leave. Before departing, he kindly added a reminder. Oh, by the way, your protective formation is too fragile like paper. You might want to reinforce it, otherwise next time I come to reason, I might accidentally poke your entire dynasty out of existence. With that, his figure vanished, leaving the high-ranking members of the indestructible divine dynasty collapsed on the ground, ashen-faced. Similar events unfolded across every corner of the celestial domain throughout that month. One man, one sword, leveling an immortal lineage. This was no longer legend, but a bloody reality unfolding before their eyes. The youth named Chen Tian, in the most domineering and direct manner, announced his arrival to the entire celestial domain. The title Young Master of the Misty Rain Celestial Court became within a single month a taboo, unspoken and undiscussed, throughout the celestial domain. All immortal kings and lineage masters were gripped by a fear born from the depths of their souls for him and the mysterious father behind him. The crowdfunding campaign thus proceeded with unprecedented smoothness. Those forces that had hesitated and waited upon hearing of the tragic fates of the indestructible divine dynasty and other top lineages dared not harbor any selfishness. They frantically ransacked their own treasuries, terrified that the offerings might be insufficient or inferior, displeasing the young master, who might then come to their homes the next day to reason with his charred stick. Thus, on the day the month-long deadline arrived, the white jade plaza of the heavenly court was piled high with peerless treasures from across the celestial domain, enough to drive any immortal emperor wild with envy. Mountains of chaotic immortal gold glittered with immortal radiance. Fields of immortal herbs exuded a surging life force. Rows of emperor-level dragon souls sealed in crystal cages and roaring madly emanated a chilling drake. And there were several Dao ancestor weapon embryos retrieved from various life-forbidden zones at great cost by several immortal emperors, radiating a primal aura. The heavenly court immortal emperor, along with dozens of immortal kings, stood respectfully, like shop assistants, watching the youth lolling on the imperial throne, leisurely munching an apple. Young master. The heavenly court immortal emperor said ingratiatingly, his voice cautious. The materials your father requested. We have gathered them all. Are you satisfied? Chen Tian finished his apple, stood up, and walked to the mountain of treasures. He picked up a piece of chaotic immortal gold the size of a human head, weighted in his hand, and curled his lip. Purities not great, too many impurities. Barely good enough for a pacifier for my little brother. He then picked up a 7-colored reincarnation grass, said to revive the dead, glowing with rainbow light. Too low and age insufficient medicinal power. Oh well, I'll take it back as feed for the phoenixes in my backyard. Maybe improve the meat quality. Finally, his gaze fell on the Dao ancestor weapon embryos. He picked up one that looked like an axe head and flicked it. Ding. A crisp sound. Decent sound, but the material's too brittle. Chen Tian shook his head and made a move that nearly made everyone faint. Ding. A crisp sound. Decent sound, but the material's too brittle. Chen Tian shook his head and made a move that nearly made everyone. The immortal emperor dragon soul, seeing the terrifying snack, its dragon eyes lit up instantly. It opened its mouth and swallowed the world-shattering weapon embryo whole. Then it let out a satisfied burp. The entire white jade plaza fell into deathly silence. All immortal kings and emperors stared at Chen Tian as if he were a demon. Wasteful. Too wasteful. This wasn't just wasteful, it was a crime. That was a Dao ancestor weapon embryo. And you fed it to a dragon. And just as a snack, the heavenly court immortal emperor felt his heart bleed. He had excavated his own ancestral tomb and sacrificed 3 emperor artifacts to trade for that embryo from an ancient forbidden zone. All right, I've received everything. Chen Tian clapped his hands, seemingly somewhat satisfied with the results of his mobile. You've performed well this time. My father should be pleased. Please tell him to grant us a chicken wing, no half a wing. The heavenly court immortal emperor quickly said. We'll see how I feel. Chen Tian waved his hand. I need to go back. My father's waiting for these local specialties to make toys for my younger siblings. With that, ignoring the petrified group of immortal kings and emperors behind him, he tore through the void and stepped, leaving the entire heavenly court and half the celestial domain's top powerhouses dumbfounded. They stared at the empty plaza, recalling their thoroughly looted treasuries with only one thought in mind. That young master has finally left. The celestial domain can finally have a few days of peace. Yet little did they know, when Chen Tian returned home with these local specialties enough to arm a Dao ancestor-level force, a true storm sweeping across all realms was just beginning. When Chen Tian returned home in high spirits, carrying a pile of storage rings, the welcome he received was not the praise he had imagined. Father, I'm back. I've brought everything you asked for. Like an eager child who had aced an exam and couldn't wait to show off to his parents, Chen Tian rushed over to Chen Fan in a few quick strides and dumped the heap of storage rings, each shimmering with a dazzling array of treasures, onto the floor. Chen Fan was reclining in a rocking chair feeding his newly awakened daughter Chen Linger a rice porridge, made from the sap of the world tree and the seeds of the chaos green lotus. Without even lifting his eyelids, he cast a lazy glance at the pile of storage rings on the ground, a collection that would make any immortal emperor gasp for breath. Oh, you're back. His tone was as flat as if he were asking, nice weather today, isn't it? Father, please take a look. Chen Tian grew impatient. He picked up one of the rings and presented it to Chen Fan like a prized offering. Inside this one, there's over 800 caddies of chaos divine gold alone. And there's that immortal elixir of immortality. That old rascal, the Haoyan immortal emperor, dug up his entire medicinal garden to gather a full 5,000 stalks. And this, he grabbed another ring. 108 immortal emperor dragon souls. Not one more, not one less. All alive and fresh. I watched them being extracted from the ancestral lands of the great dragon clans. Chen Tian spoke with exuberance, convinced that he had completed his task beyond perfection. Yet Chen Fan merely fed his daughter the last spoonful of porridge at a leisurely pace, then wiped her mouth. Only after finishing did he unhurriedly pick up one of the rings and sweep his divine sense, already at the Dao ancestor level capable of perceiving the primordial essence of all things, across its contents. Then he frowned. Is that all? His voice was laced with undisguised disdain. This chaos divine gold is far too impure. It doesn't even qualify as postnatal chaos. At best, it's just innate divine gold. If I used it to make a pacifier for my Fanshin, it would be too rough on his gums. He picked up another ring containing the immortal elixirs. Tisk, these herbs are far too young. Most are only a few million years old. Not a single one over 10 million years. Their medicinal potency is less than half that of the peaches from the tree in my backyard. And you want to graft them? Don't taint my peach tree. Finally, he turned his attention to the emperor-level dragon souls. Sigh, these dragon souls are heavy with resentment, and their bloodlines are impure. If I stewed them, the fishy smell would be overwhelming. Too much trouble to deodorize. Forget it. I'll reluctantly use them as introductory reading material for my unborn children, so they can experience what dragon might truly means. With each critique from Chen Fan, Chen Tian's fervor cooled by a degree. By the time Chen Fan had finished evaluating all the local specialties, Chen Tian's face had crumpled like a bitter gourd. Father, I stirred up storms in the immortal realm, nearly drove the immortal emperors to despair, and brought back these treasures. And in your eyes, they're all garbage. Beside him, Shi Hao and Xing Xian stared in disbelief, their minds utterly blank. Chaos divine gold, too rough for a pacifier. Immortal elixirs, too low in age. Immortal emperor dragon souls, too fishy. What kind of family do you come from? Your definition of treasure is completely different from ours. Chen Fan, seeing his son's crestfallen expression, felt a twinge of pity. He patted his son on the shoulder and consoled him. Timur, I know you did your best. The immortal realm is a barren backwater. It's thoughtful of them to scrape together this much. These things, though poor in quality, are barely usable. You did well this time. You used your head and knew how to throw your weight around. You've got a bit of your old man style from back in the day. Chen Tian felt a little better after receiving his father's praise. Father, then these things. Leave them there, Bill. Chen Fan waved his hand and settled back into the rocking chair. You've just returned and must be tired. Go play with your younger siblings for a while. Sure. At the mention of play, Chen Tian cast aside all his disappointment. He ran over to Chen Fanshun, who was gnawing on the panga banner, and scooped up his little brother. Fanshin, come on, big brother, will take you to the back mountain to see if those featherless phoenixes have grown their wings yet. Eat, eat. At the word phoenix, drool dripped from Chen Fanshin's mouth. Chen Fan watched his two sons as they frolicked away, a paternal smile spreading across his face. Then his gaze returned to the pile of garbage on the floor. I'll have to do it myself if I want things done right. Chen Fan sighed and rose from the rocking chair. He decided to give these local products from the immortal realm a thorough, deep processing. He first approached the heap of chaos divine gold. Reaching out, he gently clenched his hand toward the small mountain of 800 caddies of gold. The power of the Dao ancestor surged forth. There was no flame, no forging. The indestructible chaos divine gold, which even immortal emperors struggled to move, yielded in his hand, like a lump of dough easily kneaded and purified. Countless impurities were stripped away by the most primordial laws of the Dao, dissolving into specks of dust that vanished into the air. The once mottled divine gold quickly became pure and translucent in his hands, radiating the most primal and ancient light of chaos. This was no mere purification. It was a reversal of the primordial state, a reshaping of the very source. Old woman Meng, watching from the side, was struck silent, her ancient face etched with indescribable shock. The master can refine the essence of chaos with his bare hands. This is the power of a creator god. She felt her understanding of her new master being shattered and rebuilt once more. Soon the 800 caddies of chaos divine gold were condensed into a fist-sized lump, yet the energy and Dao resonance within it had intensified by billions of times. This was the true Chaos Mother Gold, worthy of forging a Dao ancestor's weapon. This hardness should be about right. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and began his craft class. He divided the lump of Chaos Mother Gold into several portions. The largest portion he casually shaped into a gleaming bib engraved with the words, "Eat well, drink well." That boy Fan Chen is always drooling when he eats. I need to make him a sturdy bib so he doesn't dirty his clothes. Then he molded 2 tiny exquisite pacifiers. Linger and Minger don't cry much, but it's good to have spares. Finally, he fashioned a few small bells to hang over the children's cradles, using Chaos Mother Gold to make a bib pacifiers and cradle bells. If Sure Hao and Xingxian witnessed this, they would surely have their Dao hearts shattered and question their very existence. With the divine gold taken care of, Chen Fan turned to the medicinal field of immortal elixirs. He shook his head at these herbs revered as supreme treasures in the immortal realm, too young with monotonous medicinal properties. Eating them directly would be a waste. With that, he extended a finger and lightly tapped the field. The great karma art. Time within this small area accelerated wildly. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Under Chen Fan's Dao ancestor power, the river of time seemed to fast forward. The thousands of immortal elixirs began to grow, transform, and evolve at a visible speed. The 9-turn soul-reviving mushroom, originally only a few million years old, grew into a billion-year, 9-turn creation immortal mushroom in just a few breaths. The 7-color reincarnation grass directly bore a 9-color Dao fruit containing the complete laws of. With a single finger, the entire medicinal field evolved from a garden of immortal herbs into an orchard of Dao fruits. This looks much more pleasing. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. He casually picked the 9-color Dao fruit and walked over to his youngest daughter Chen Linger, who was sleeping beneath the world tree. He gently placed the Dao fruit on her brow. The moment it touched her body, it transformed into the purest essence of reincarnation and merged into her. Little Linger smacked her lips in her sleep, as if savoring something delicious. The black and white lotus mark on her brow deepened, becoming more profound and mysterious. After completing this, Chen Fan finally turned his attention to the last items, the 108 Emperor-level dragon souls and the several Dao ancestor weapon embryos. These are the real highlights of this haul. A benevolent smile spread across Chen Fan's face. He intended to use these materials to forge a set of starter gear for his children, one that would make the entire myriad realms tremble. Chen Fan gazed at the 108 immortal Emperor-level dragon souls sealed within crystal cages, still roaring wildly and exuding overwhelming draconic might, and stroked his chin. These little dragons sure have plenty of spirit. He walked up to a cage, extended a finger, and lightly flicked at the soul of the ancient demon dragon inside. The largest one, its entire body ablaze with black, demonic flames. Roar! The ancient demon dragon soul let out a piercing scream as its massive ethereal form was sent flying by an irresistible force, slamming heavily against the inner wall of the cage. Its entire soul body grew noticeably more translucent. For the first time, fear flickered in its blood-red draconic eyes. It couldn't comprehend how this seemingly harmless young man could unleash power billions of times more terrifying than its peak living form with just a gentle flick of his finger. "Quiet down," Chen Fan said calmly. Instantly, every roaring dragon soul in the treasury fell silent, as if struck by a silencing spell, their colossal bodies curling up in the corners of their cages trembling. That's better." Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. This time, he didn't plan to use these dragon souls directly as supplements for his children. Too wasteful. He intended to use these souls along with several Dao ancestor weapon embryos to forge a unique set of magical treasures for his children. Or rather, growth-type treasures. He first picked up the axe-shaped Dao ancestor weapon embryo obtained through crowdfunding from the Heavenly Emperor Haoyan. "This thing has decent material, but it's too crude," Chen Fan remarked. Then he grabbed the nearby ancient demon dragon soul, like a chick pulling it straight out of the cage. Roar! The ancient demon dragon soul looked utterly bewildered, struggling in vain as Chen Fan's hand, like an inescapable cosmic prison, held it firmly. Then, under the utterly numb gazes of Meng Pashur Hao and Xingxian, Chen Fan performed an unforgettable act. He actually twisted the immortal emperor-level ancient demon dragon soul, like wringing a towel, into a braid. The soul's immense energy and unyielding will were as fragile as cotton before Chen Fan's Dao ancestor power. First squeeze out the moisture. As he twisted, he muttered to himself. Countless black, violent, and resentful impure energies were squeezed out of the dragon's soul, then casually waved away by Chen Fan into the void, annihilated completely. Soon the ancient demon dragon soul was purified into a fist-sized, utterly pure black dragon or this essence contained the most primal laws of destruction and the great path of power. Alright, first step done. Chen Fan clapped his hands, then pressed the dragon origin essence directly into the axe-shaped Dao ancestor weapon embryo. The weapon embryo blazed with light, and a lifelike black dragon totem instantly emerged on the axe's surface. A terrifying aura, as if splitting heaven and earth, radiated from the axe. But it wasn't over. Chen Fan picked through the pile of junk, finding some scraps of chaos immortal gold and a few unremarkable immortal herbs. He casually rubbed these items together into a colorful dough. Then he stuck this dough like a patch onto the axe. This should improve the grip. It can also self-repair and replenish energy. Not bad, not bad. Chen Fan held up the axe he had modded and examined it with satisfaction. This axe, originally just a Dao ancestor weapon embryo, had after his simple processing completely transformed into a true creation-level Dao weapon with a soul and growth potential. This axe's power attribute is too domineering. I'll give it to my eldest son, Chen Tian. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then carved a small Tian character at the end of the axe handle. Then he casually tossed this heaven-opening divine axe enough to drive any Dao ancestor mad onto the ground, like discarding a small toy made on a whim. Meng Pa Shi Hao Xing Xian. Their hearts had stopped beating. Next, Chen Fan followed the same process. He picked up the orb-shaped Dao ancestor weapon embryo, then grabbed a dragon soul of the life ancient dragon, brimming with vast life force. Again, he twisted, squeezed out moisture, purified the essence. Finally, he merged the dragon soul essence into the orb and crafted a beautiful tassel pendant from the leaves of the world tree and the seeds of the chaos azure lotus. A life orb containing endless life force and the laws of creation was born. This orb looks quite pretty. They'll give it to my daughter Linger to wear as a necklace. Little girls love these shiny things. Chen Fan said, then casually tossed this life orb onto the ground. Then came the Dao ancestor weapon embryo resembling a black hole. Chen Fan grabbed a void-devouring dragon, soul, refined it, and merged it in a small bowl-like object, its rim seeming to connect to an endless abyss. The sky-swallowing bowl was freshly made. This is good. I'll use this bowl for my son Fanchen to eat with. Save him from always gnawing on pots. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and tossed the sky-swallowing bowl to the ground. Finally, there was the mirror-like Dao ancestor weapon embryo. Chen Fan thought for a moment and grabbed the most special time-space dragon soul. This dragon soul was naturally capable of manipulating time and space. He refined it and merged it into the mirror, then used his own time-space sacred body origin to inscribe countless time-space Dao patterns on the mirror's surface. A time-space divine mirror, capable of reflecting past and future and traversing myriad realms, took shape. I'll leave this for my yet unborn fourth daughter Minger. If she ever wants to go somewhere, she can just look into the mirror. Convenient. After finishing all this, Chen Fan clapped his hands and looked at the 4 creation-level Dao weapons on the ground, each exuding an aura capable of suppressing an era. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The kids' toys are finally done. Behind him, Meng Pa Shi Hao and Xing Xian were completely petrified. They felt they might have witnessed creation itself. Staring at the 4 supreme treasures casually tossed on the ground as toys, only one thought crossed their minds. To be a child of the Chen family was too fortunate. Just as Chen Fan was about to put away these toys, another anomaly occurred. The divine axe he had named Heaven Opener suddenly emitted a violent hum, then transformed into a streak of light charging out of the demi-plane and vanishing into the endless void. Then the life orb, sky-swallowing bowl, and time-space divine mirror, as if answering some summons one after another, turned into streaks of light and disappeared. What the hell? My toys. Chen Fan froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. He took a single step and instantly arrived in the celestial void outside the demi-plane. There, the 4 creation-level Dao weapons he had just forged hovered above the immortal domain, radiating a terrifying aura that suppressed the ages and intimidated the myriad heavens. In that instant, every living being in the entire immortal domain felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. Countless immortal kings and immortal emperors were jolted from seclusion, looking up at the sky in horror. What? What are those? 4 Dao ancestor weapons. Heavens, is the world doomed? Why are 4 Dao ancestor weapons appearing at once? The entire immortal domain plunged into unprecedented panic and chaos. But Chen Fan, watching this, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh, I see. These little ones just came out too much energy, so they ran off to undergo tribulation. He could sense that these 4 Dao weapons weren't aiming to destroy the world, but rather to announce their existence to the myriad realms. They were seeking their masters, or rather they were clearing the field in advance for their future young masters. Chen Fan smiled and returned to the courtyard. Let them stir things up for a while. ITLL give those narrow-minded folks in the immortal domain a taste of the Chen family's assets. He lay back in his rocking chair, picked up his teacup, and took a leisurely sip, hiding his merit and fame. By now the immortal domain was in complete turmoil. At the heavenly court of Haoyan, the heavenly emperor Haoyan, who had barely recovered from the heavy losses of the crowdfunding, felt the 4 terrifying Dao ancestor weapon auras, rolled his eyes, and once again gloriously fainted. Just as the entire immortal domain was thrown into chaos by the 4 ancestral Dao weapons that had appeared out of nowhere, causing countless immortal kings and immortal emperors to tremble with unstable Dao hearts. Chen Fan, the instigator of it all, was busy in his small courtyard with a matter of greater importance. His 2 wives were about to give birth again, and on the very same day. Husband, my stomach hurts so much. Husband, I am about. Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian, supported on either side by Liu Qingxian and Meng, had fine beads of sweat on their foreheads, their faces etched with pain and anticipation. Again, Chen Fan jolted upright from his rocking chair. Why is it always in bulk? He felt his role as a father was becoming increasingly thrilling. Before they came one by one, now it was a double delivery. Don't panic. Don't panic. We've been through this before. Chen Fan forced himself to stay calm. He immediately began directing the scene. Qingyun, you have the highest cultivation. Stabilize the space around the delivery room. Don't let them collapse our house while giving birth. Yes, husband. Liu Qingyun, who had just broken through to the peak of the immortal emperor realm, responded promptly. With a casual wave of her hand, spatial laws enveloped the thatched cottage, forming an absolutely stable, independent space. Mengpa, go boil some water. Lots of it. Use the water from the spring of life behind the mountain. Yes, master. Mengpa accepted the order and transformed into a streak of light rushing toward the back mountain. Qingyun, you just cheer us on from outside. Yes. Yes, senior. Fairy Qingyun stood in the courtyard, so nervous she didn't know where to put her hands. Sure, how you? Get lost. Stop getting underfoot. Chen Fan cursed at the boy with double pupils who also wanted to come and watch the excitement. Yes, Grandmaster. Sure, how quickly retreated to a corner of the yard, but his double pupils couldn't help glancing toward the delivery room. He was extremely curious. What kind of heaven-defying existence would the newborn child of this divine family be? Dad, what can I do? Only his eldest son Chen Tian was pacing anxiously nearby. You. Chen Fan glanced at him. You keep an eye on your two gluttonous siblings. Don't let them gnaw the house down in the chaos. Oh. Chen Tian looked a bit disappointed, but he obediently ran over, picking up Chen Linger and Chen Fanchen, who were busy munching on stellar lollipops and creation jade disc cookies. Having arranged everything, Chen Fan took a deep breath and entered the delivery room. Though he was now at the ancestral Dao realm capable of creating universes with a single thought, he still felt nervous when it came to his wives giving birth. Perhaps this was the instinct of a husband and father. Inside the delivery room, Liu Ruyan and Su Qingqian's labor pains grew more intense. And with their suffering, the entire demiplane and even the myriad realms began to manifest unprecedented, terrifying omens. First, from Liu Ruyan's side, a vast, boundless river of time spanning the past, present, and future suddenly appeared above the demiplane. Within the river, the birth and death of countless universes, the rise and fall of eons, and the reincarnation of myriad beings all played out. An aura of supreme authority over time capable of reversing the ages emanated from Liu Ruyan's womb. The essence of the time law has manifested. Mengpa, guarding outside the house, cried out in shock at the sight of the river of time. Having lived through countless eons, she had only heard in the most ancient legends of beings capable of summoning the river of time. Meanwhile, Su Qingqian's situation was no less extraordinary. Above her head, a colossal golden net woven from countless black and white threads of cause and effect slowly unfurled. This net enveloped the entire myriad realms. Each node on the net represented the destiny of a living being. Good causes yielded good results. Evil causes bore evil fruits. All karma, all fates were under the control of this great net. The net of karma. Mengpa's voice was now tinged with tears. Another young master has summoned the descent of the net of karma. Time. Karma. These were the two most mysterious, most powerful, and most difficult to master supreme laws among the 3,000 great Daos. And now they were to be born simultaneously into the same family. How could any other sect survive this? Wah, wah. Accompanied by two crisp and powerful cries that rang out almost simultaneously, the river of time and the net of karma blazed with radiant light. Two dazzling divine beams shot up from the thatched cottage, piercing through the very barriers of the cosmos. One beam shimmered with a dreamy crystalline hue, as if countless clocks were turning within. The other beam glowed with a mysterious violet golden light, as if countless threads were interweaving within. They're born. They're born. Another pair of twins. From the delivery room came Chen Fan's voice, brimming with ecstasy and excitement. In his left arm, he held a baby boy with a tiny hourglass mark on his forehead. The moment this boy was born, the flow of time around him began to fluctuate, erratically, becoming unstable. In his right arm, he held a baby girl with a tiny golden balance mark on her forehead. The moment this girl was born, Sure Hao, who had been peeping outside, suddenly let out an ouch and fell flat on his face. He had just silently cursed Chen Tian in his heart, and the retribution came instantly. My son. My daughter. Chen Fan looked at the two equally extraordinary little ones in his arms, speaking incoherently with excitement. In his mind, the system, which had evolved into the creation dad, flooded his thoughts with notifications like a cosmic Congratulations, host. You have successfully birthed your 5th and 6th mythical level offspring. 5th son bearing the time, Dao embryo controls the very essence of the time law. Potential rating creation level. 6th daughter bearing the karma, Dao embryo controls the very essence of the karma law. Potential rating creation level. Triggering. An incalculable ultimate critical reward. Reward host, congratulations. Your cultivation has broken through the ancestral Dao bottleneck, officially entering the realm of the one true self of the myriad realms, the source of all Daos, the creation lord. Reward host, congratulations. Your creation dad system has completely fused with you, becoming your innate authority. You are the system. The system is you. Reward host, congratulations. You have obtained absolute dominion over the terminus forbidden zone. In your presence, all power of Terminus will be weakened by 99%. New system quest released as a qualified creation lord and super dad. Please complete your 10 children proving the Dao plan as soon as possible and lead your rascal legion to educate those unruly little ones in the Terminus Forbidden Zone, making them understand who the true parent of this universe is. Boom. The moment he received this information, Chen Fan felt himself completely sublimate. If the ancestral Dao realm had allowed him to transcend the great Dao, then the creation lord realm now made him the father of the Dao. He felt that with a single thought he could format the entire myriad realms along with that Terminus Forbidden Zone and reset them to factory settings. Invincible. Truly, literally, absolutely invincible. Sigh. This really isn't fun anymore. Chen Fan felt the ultimate power within him to create and destroy everything at will and couldn't help but sigh. He felt that his life had completely lost its purpose and joy. When you play a game with the strongest cheats and the highest permissions, the game loses its original meaning. No, I can't let this happen. Chen Fan suddenly shook his head. He looked at the two hungry little ones in his arms, then at the other rascals outside, who also needed his care, and a fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. Who says I have no goal? I still have a greater cause waiting for me. I will raise my children to be the finest second. It'll make them know how blessed it is to have an awesome dad. My goal is to become the strongest, coolest, most skilled child-rearing super dad in the myriad realms. With that thought, Chen Fan's mood became cheerful again. Holding his two newborns, he walked out of the delivery room. Come, everyone come see your new little brother and sister. Chen Tian, Chen Linger, and Chen Fan immediately gathered around. Dad, have you named them yet? Chen Tian asked. Of course. Chen Fan looked at the two little ones who wielded the supreme laws and said with a smile, this son, who controls time, will be called Qinyu. You of the universe representing endless time. This daughter who controls karma will be called Qinzhou. Zhou of the universe representing infinite space. Oh no, that's Minger. Chen Fan scratched his head. Forget it, well, call her Qinzhou. The cycle of karma, like the vastness of the universe, works too. Qinyu, Qinzhou. Universe. A family should be complete. Just as Chen Fan was basking in his own naming brilliance in the immortal realm at the Haoyan Immortal Court, the 4 creation-level Dao weapons forged by Chen Fan himself, which had just survived their tribulation over the immortal domain, suddenly blazed with light. They seemed to sense the birth of their young masters, emitting joyful hums. Then, under the horrified gazes of countless immortal kings and immortal emperors, the creation axe, the life orb, the heaven-swallowing bowl, and the mirror of time and space, 4 supreme treasures, simultaneously transformed into 4 streaks of light, tearing through the spatial barriers of the immortal realm and vanishing in an instant. The next moment, they appeared above the Chen family courtyard. Then, like 4 little pets finding their master, they circled affectionately around the 2 newborn infants, slowly rotating. In the Chen family courtyard today once again shattered the worldview of Meng Pa Shi, Hao, and Xing Xian. If witnessing Chen Fan forging a Dao ancestor weapon embryo with his bare hands, and using chaotic immortal gold as a pacifier had already made them feel their cognition was being ground into the dust. Then today, when they personally saw those 4 Dao ancestor weapons that had just stirred up a bloody storm in the immortal realm, terrifying countless immortal kings and immortal emperors, now circling like 4 docile puppies around 2 newborn infants, they felt their worldview wasn't just being ground down. It was being utterly mercilessly and cruelly reformatted. The primordial heaven-opening axe is being used as a rattle for the young master. Sure Hao stared at the terrifying divine axe, its blade gleaming with the light of creation, now emitting crisp ding-dong sounds in an attempt to amuse the infant boy named Qinyu. He felt his double pupils were about to go blind. The life orb is being used as a night light for the young miss. Xing Xian gazed at the supreme orb brimming with the source of endless life, its radiance bright enough to illuminate an entire grand world, now emitting a soft warm glow around the infant girl named Qinzhou. She felt her immortal soul trembling. As for the heaven-swallowing bowl capable of devouring all things and the mirror of time and space, which could traverse dimensions, they had transformed into a large and a small rattledrum being shaken dong-dong in the hands of the 2 babies. Master, this old servant feels a bit dizzy. Meng Pa, the bridge keeper of the reincarnation sea who had lived through countless epochs and weathered countless storms, was now leaning against the world tree's trunk, feeling the world spin around her. She felt that all those countless epochs had been lived in vain. Making a fuss over nothing, Chen Fan glanced at them, his expression utterly matter-of-fact. Aren't they just a few toys? What's so strange about that? In his view, these things were simply toys he had made for his Toys are meant to be played with, aren't they? What's the problem? There is no problem. The problem is your narrow vision. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered with these country bumpkins who had seen nothing of the world. He was now facing a brand new, even more formidable challenge. How to simultaneously handle 5+1 in the womb heaven-defying brats. The eldest son, Chen Tian, at the Sage Realm wielded the divine path iron sword, his destructive power akin to a mobile natural disaster. Fortunately, he had been sent to the immortal realm to wreak havoc on others, so there was no need to worry about him for now. The second daughter, Chen Linger, a chaotic terminal Dao embryo 3 years old, had mastered the ability to decompose and recompose all things. Whatever displeased her, she would pop and decompose it into basic particles. Yesterday, she had dismantled the rockery in the yard. This morning, she had taken apart a cloud in the sky. Chen Fan seriously suspected that in another 2 days, she would start figuring out how to decompose the sun in the sky and eat it as a snack. The third son Chen Fan possessed the primordial heaven-swallowing beast bloodline, just over a year old, a walking cosmic black hole. He devoured everything in sight from Qingyun leg bones to Immortal King level cauldrons of Qingyun, and even the creation supreme treasure the Panga banner. Nothing was off limits. Chen Fan's greatest daily worry was whether this kid might one day get so hungry he would take a bite out of him. The fourth daughter Chen Ming, a void Dao embryo, had just been born. Although she seemed the most gentle, her destructive power was no less than her siblings. Just a moment ago, out of curiosity, she grabbed its space and nearly tore a rift in the demiplane. The fifth son Xinyu, a time Dao embryo, also newborn. This one was even more absurd. When he cried, the flow of time around him slowed. When he laughed, time accelerated. Earlier, when Chen Fan was changing his diaper and was a bit slow, the little one impatiently giggled, and Chen Fan felt his movements fast forward by several hundred years, nearly grinding the diaper to ashes. The sixth daughter, Qinzhou, a karma Dao embryo, also newborn. This one was the most uncanny. She seemed instinctively able to sense the karma of those around her. If anyone harbored the slightest ill will toward her or her family, they would suffer great misfortune without anyone else lifting a finger. Just now, Sure Hao had secretly envied Chen Tian for having so many adorable younger siblings, and then he tripped over nothing, bumping a large lump on his head. Sigh. Chen Fan, holding the 2 newborns, looked at the 3 equally troublesome children in the yard and couldn't help but let out for the 4th to 5th time a helpless sigh from a weary father. Raising children is truly difficult, especially raising a bunch of divine-level brats. It's exponentially harder. Husband, what's wrong? Worried about the children again. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Liu Qingshuan, the 3 nannies, approached. They had now fully embraced their roles. Liu Ruyan was in charge of the most dangerous Chen Linger, accompanying her daily to watch flowers, grass, stars, and the moon, using boundless maternal love to guide her terrifying power of creation and destruction. Su Qingqian was responsible for the most voracious Chen Fan, constantly cooking delicious meals for him, from divine beast meat to immortal gold, or from undying divine herbs to stellar essence. Anything edible, she found a way to procure it to satisfy her son's appetite. And Liu Qingshuan, who had just been promoted to the peak of Immortal Emperor, was tasked with caring for the 2 newborns who controlled time and karma. Using her space Dao, she created a relatively independent space-time for them, preventing their powers from causing too much impact on the outside world. Exactly, Chen Fan said with a grimace. Linger is too destructive. Fanshin eats too much. Minger tears things apart. You fast forwards everything, and Zhou jinxes people. I feel like this home of ours will sooner or later be turned upside down by these little ancestors. Husband, you jest. Liu Ruyan said with a gentle smile. The children are exceptionally gifted. That's a good thing. It shows that your bloodline, husband, is the most powerful in all the myriad realms. Exactly, husband, Su Qingqian chimed in. You are now the Creator Lord. What could possibly be difficult for you? Even the Creator Lord fears unruly children. Chen Fan wailed inwardly. Creating universes and raising bratty kids were games of completely different difficulty levels. No, this can't go on. Chen Fan suddenly stood up, his gaze turning resolute. I must find a way to channel their powers in the right direction. I can't let them really tear the house down. He remembered the new mission issued by the system to create an exclusive, unique, and fun cosmic playground for his children. That's it. A playground. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Kids love to play, don't they? As long as he gave them a playground big enough, sturdy enough, and fun enough for them to release their energy to their heart's content, they wouldn't cause trouble at home, would they? What a genius dad I am. Husband, have you thought of a good idea? The 3 women asked curiously. Of course, Chen Fan said with a confident smile. I've decided to build a 1EO Fakin super playground for our little brat arm. Chen Fan's words about building a super amusement park echoed through the small courtyard, lingering like a melodious refrain that refused to fade. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Liu Qingshuan, 3 women of peerless grace, exchanged bewildered glances as they gazed upon their husband's smug expression that screamed, what a genius I am, momentarily at a loss for words. An amusement park? This term felt utterly foreign and childish to these formidable beings who had cultivated for eons and stood at the pinnacle of the world. Husband, do you mean taking the children out to play? Su Qingqian was the first to react, cradling Chen Fan, who was gnawing on a stellar lollipop, as she asked with some uncertainty. Not taking them out to play, but creating a place for them to play. Chen Fan corrected, stretching lazily as he rose from his rocking chair and began pacing the yard with an air of commanding authority. Think about it. Which of our kids is an easy one? He first pointed at Sure Hao, who was getting thumped on the head by Chen Tian's sword scabbard in the corner, yet his eyes burned with remarkable brightness. The eldest Chen Tian is at the Saint Realm. His sword can sever the great Tao. Leave him at home, and he'll eventually poke a hole through this demiplane. Then he pointed at Chen Linger, who was curiously reaching out her tiny hand, attempting to decompose a passing butterfly. The second Linger has the chaos finality Dao embryo. She wants to reduce everything to its basic particles. Yesterday it was the rockery, today it's a butterfly, and tomorrow it might just be this world tree. Sturdy as it can't withstand her daily boop attacks. Next he pointed at Chen Fan, who was licking a stellar lollipop, his mouth aglow with iridescent light. The third Fan is a primordial devourer, a walking black hole. Give him a panga banner, and hell chew on it like a teething ring all day. Believe me if no one's watching hell devour the entire celestial realm as an Aleocaniate buffet. Finally his gaze fell on Liu Qingxian and the newborn twins in her arms. One accelerating time, the other balancing causality. The fourth Minger has the void Dao embryo born to tear through space. The fifth Yuer has the time Dao embryo, a single cry can reverse time. The sixth Zhouer has the causality Dao embryo. If anyone dares glare at her, they'll get struck by lightning the moment they step outside. Chen Fan spread his hands, looking utterly resigned. See this lineup? Even if we gave them the entire multiverse as a playground, they'd dismantle it in a few days. Everyone fell silent at Chen Fan's recitation, delivered with the ease of someone listing cherished grievances. Sure how nursing the lump on his head nodded fervently in his heart. Exactly. The master is so right. Especially the young master. He's ruthless. Starfall Fairy felt a deep resonance. Her greatest dread now was changing the diapers of Chunlinger and Chen Fan. She always sensed that those tiny cloths contained enough terrifying energy to annihilate an entire world. Mengpo, an ancient being who had lived through countless epochs, found her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. She felt the master wasn't describing mischievous brats, but 6, no counting those in the womb. Several walking cosmic catastrophes. So channeling is better than blocking. Chen Fan snapped his fingers, a confident smile spreading across his face. Since they have so much energy and destructive power, it'll just create a dedicated universe. Absolutely sturdy, absolutely fun, just for them to wreck. A dedicated universe. When those words left Chen Fan's mouth, Liu Qingshuan, Mengpa, Sure, Hao and Starfall Fairy felt their minds go blank with a deafening buzz. Had they misheard? Create a universe? Just as a playground for the kids? Husband, do you mean? Like last time, creating a miniature universe in your palm? Liu Qingxian asked with difficulty. A miniature universe? How could that be enough for them to play? Chen Fan shook his head, his expression screaming. You underestimate my little terrors. I mean creating a brand new parallel great world. Independent of the multiverse with its own laws, its own... Chen Fan's voice was soft, but each word struck like a primordial hammer upon their hearts. This. Mengpo, once the sovereign of the reincarnation sea, was utterly speechless. Creating a great world. Wasn't that the supreme power of only the most ancient creation ancestors? Had the master truly reached that realm? Husband, won't creating a whole new great world be too draining? Liu Ruyan stepped forward, wiping the non-existent sweat from Chen Fan's brow with concern. In her eyes, even for her husband, world creation was no trivial feat. Draining? Not really, Chen Fan mused earnestly. It's just that I have no experience, and am afraid the first try won't be fun enough for the kids. Everyone, is your priority a bit off? All right, it's settled. Chen Fan clapped his hands enthusiastically. This is the perfect chance for a unique family craft lesson. Family craft lesson. Everyone felt their vocabulary was utterly inadequate to keep up with this creator. Come on, don't just stand there. Everyone pitch in. Chen Fan began his mobilization. Ruyan, you were once an empress, well-traveled and knowledgeable. You'll be the chief designer. Think about it. What style should our amusement park world be? Xinxia, fantasy, or sci-fi? Liu Ruyan paused, then smiled softly, her eyes brimming with tenderness and adoration. Whatever you decide, husband. I'll love any world you create. No, I need your creativity. Chen Fan insisted, entrusting her with the role of chief designer. Qingqian, you're gentle and meticulous. You'll be in charge of the ecosystem. What flowers and trees to plant, what cute little animals to shape. Su Qingqian nodded, a look of longing on her face. Just imagining creating a new world filled her with immense excitement. Qingshuan, you've just become an immortal emperor and bear the void Dao embryo, so your understanding of space laws is deepest. You'll build the spatial framework. Remember, make it sturdy, at least able to withstand 10 or 20 full force slashes from Tian's divine Dao. Liu Qingchuan's lips twitched at this requirement. A spatial framework that could endure a saint's Dao ancestor weapon strikes a dozen times. Wasn't that a bit too demanding? Yet meeting Chen Fan's trusting gaze, she nodded firmly. Yes, husband. I'll do my best. As for you little ones. Chen Fan looked at the children, staring at him eagerly. Linger, you're in charge of coloring and carving. Once I rough out the mountains and rivers, you can decompose them into any shape and reassemble them in any color you like. Eat. Chen Linger pointed at the sky in a baby voice, meaning she wanted to eat the sky's color and... Fine, whatever you say, Chen Fan chuckled helplessly. Fanshan, you're on quality control. Chen Fan pointed at Chen Fanshan, who was chewing on his stellar lollipop. If anything I create is unstable or doesn't look tasty, you get to dispose of it. Eat. Chen Fanshan replied succinctly, indicating understanding. Minjer, you 3 are too young, so just cheer for dad on the sidelines. Finally, Chen Fan's gaze fell on the 3 utterly dumbfounded outsiders. Mengpa, you've lived long and seen many strange souls. You'll create some interesting NPCs for our new world, like talking stones, singing rivers, or some durable little monsters. Yes, master. Mengpa accepted the order with fervor. Participating in creation was an honor she had never dared dream of. Sure, how you're strong and thick-skinned. You'll be the porter. I might grab some stars and black holes from other universes as building materials, and you'll move them to the designated spot. Yes, master. Sure, how's blood boiled as he felt he was about to join a grand endeavor. Starfall. Chen Fan looked at the last fairy who was on the verge of fainting. You? Make tea for everyone, and keep an eye on the little ones so they don't eat the building materials ahead of time. Yes. Elder. Starfall Fairy felt her life had reached yet another peak today. She, a true immortal and descendant of an immortal king, was to be a waitress at the scene of creation pouring tea and babysitting. All right, division of labor complete. Chen Fan clapped a satisfied smile on his face. He led this most luxurious and bizarre construction team to the edge of the demiplane. Everyone watched him with tense anticipation, eager to see how this creator lord would begin his monumental work of world building. Chen Fan slowly extended a single finger. He summoned no earth-shattering power, chanted no ancient arcane incantation. He simply lightly drew a line across the chaotic void before him. A faint, almost inaudible tear. A vast, indescribably black void, or nothingness, materialized abruptly before them. It was no spatial rift or breach in the world's barrier. It was an absolute nothingness created from the very concept itself. A brand new cosmic canvas waiting to be filled and painted. All right, the venue's ready. Chen Fan clapped, then turned to his utterly petrified family, flashing a brilliant smile. Let's get to work, everyone. Facing the cosmic canvas representing absolute nothingness casually drawn by Chen Fan, everyone present except for a few ignorant toddlers felt their very souls tremble. What kind of supreme power was this? Creating nothingness out of thin air. It was the first heaven-defying step of bringing forth existence from void. Mengpo, an ancient being who had lived through countless epochs, stared at the profound darkness. For the first time, a fanatical devotion akin to that of a worshipper flickered in her murky old eyes. Creating existence from nothing, the foundation of creation. Master. He truly is a creator god. Liu Qingshuan, a newly ascended peak stage celestial emperor, felt the formidable confidence she had just built shatter into dust under Chen Fan's single gesture. She had thought that becoming a celestial emperor placed her at the pinnacle of the world, allowing her to somewhat comprehend her husband's might. Now she realized she was wrong. Terribly wrong. The gap between a celestial emperor and her husband was billions of times greater than the gap between a mortal and a celestial emperor. They were not even on the same plane of existence. All right, stop gawking and get to work. Chen Fan urged impatiently, seeing their awestruck expressions. This is just the first step. The long march has only just begun. He pointed at the pitch-black canvas and said, a world needs light first, right? Otherwise it's too dark for the kids to play. Tianer. Chen Fan called out to his eldest son, who was daydreaming. Huh, Dad. I'm here. Chen Tian snapped to attention and replied hastily. Go to the celestial realm right now, Chen Fan instructed. Find me the biggest and brightest light bulb you can. Chen Tian was momentarily stunned, but quickly caught on. His father's way of thinking couldn't be understood with a normal mind. The so-called light bulb surely wasn't the trivial mortal kind. Dad, you mean a star? Chen Tian asked tentatively. Smart. Chen Fan snapped his fingers. Exactly, a star. Find the biggest, brightest one with the most energy. Remember, it has to be alive. Don't bring me one that's about to burn out. Got it. Dad, just watch. Chen Tian accepted the mission, his face flushed with excitement. Going to the celestial realm to catch a sun to use as a light bulb for his family's playground. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. How cool. He immediately pulled out the map of all heavens and star domains his father had given him, focused his mind, and located the spatial coordinates of the celestial realm. Dad, Mom, all my mother's brothers and sisters, I'm off. Chen Tian shouted loudly, then tore at the void before him. With a sharp tearing sound, a stable spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. Chen Tian stepped in and vanished instantly. Sure, how watching from where he stood was green with envy. Tearing through the barrier between mortal and celestial realms with bare hands, freely traversing the myriad worlds. Now that was a real man. The celestial realm, heavenly court of the Hao Tian. Ever since the reasoning session with the mysterious young master of the Yanyu celestial court a month ago, the entire Hao Tian celestial court, and indeed the whole celestial domain, had fallen into an eerie calm and oppression. The Hao Tian celestial emperor, after being enraged to the point of fainting that day, had secluded himself, refusing to see anyone. It was said his Dao heart was damaged, and he was in closed-door healing. Meanwhile, the various great sects of the celestial domain were frantically executing the mobilization order issued by that young master, scouring everywhere for heavenly treasures, terrified their tribute wouldn't be enough to displease the young lord, prompting him to come reason with them too, carrying his fire poker. On this very day, inside the main hall of the Hao Tian celestial court, white-browed celestial king and star-chasing celestial king were discussing their next move with several court elders. Brother White-browed, the young master has been back for a month with no word. Is that senior satisfied or not? Asked Wang Yu, celestial king, the loyal sycophant of the Hao Tian celestial emperor, who had been thoroughly shown up by Chen Tian and enraged by Chen Fan, now fawningly seeking advice. He had completely accepted the reality now. The Hao Tian celestial emperor, the overlord of the celestial domain, was nothing before the mysterious young master and his father. Now clinging to the Yinyu celestial court's thigh was the only correct choice. White-browed celestial king stroked his beard and said sagely, the thoughts of a senior are beyond the guesswork of mortals like us. We need only do our duty and quietly await the young master's next descent. Just then a golden portal tore open without warning in the center of the hall. Then a heroic youth bearing a heavy black iron sword strode out from the portal. It was Chen Tian. Young. All the celestial kings in the hall upon seeing Chen Tian jolted in fright and scrambled to their feet, bowing. Greetings, young master. They now felt genuine fear and reverence for Chen Tian. Enough, drop the formalities, Chen Tian said impatiently, waving his hand. He looked around and asked directly, does any of you know which star in the celestial realm is the biggest and brightest? Huh, stars. All the celestial kings were stunned. Young master, you descended suddenly just to ask this. Reporting to the young master, white-browed celestial king was the first to recover, answering cautiously. If we speak of the greatest in the celestial realm, it is the solar god star located at the extreme east of the celestial domain. It is a supergiant star that has existed since the primordial era, its volume larger than a great world, its light capable of illuminating thousands of star domains. It is said to be the ancestral land of the primordial Golden Crow clan, protected by an emperor array left by the Golden Crow Great Emperor, so formidable that even a celestial emperor dares not approach lightly. Solar god star. Golden Crow Great Emperor. Chen Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Excellent. That's the one. Lead the way. Oh. White-browed celestial king was dumbfounded. Young master, you want to go to the solar god star? That place. It's truly dangerous. The Golden Crow clan is notoriously hot-tempered. Stop your nonsense. Chen Tian shot him a glance. My dad told me to get a light bulb. Just lead the way. If you dawdle anymore, don't blame me for practicing my sword techniques on you first. Practice sword techniques. On a celestial king. White-browed celestial king shuddered in fear and dared not utter another word. Yes. Young master, please. This old servant will lead the way immediately, thus under the astonished and uncertain gazes of countless sects in the celestial domain. The white jade celestial boat of the Yinyu celestial court set sail once more. This time its target was one of the celestial domain's forbidden life zones, the solar god star. Half an hour later, in the demiplane at the Chen family courtyard, Lu Qingxuan, who had been meditating, abruptly opened her eyes. She looked up at the sky in horror. The spatial barrier above the demiplane was violently twisting and trembling. Then an indescribably massive fireball was being forcibly dragged in through an even larger spatial rift. The fireball burned with golden divine flames, emitting light and heat capable of vaporizing even a celestial king into nothingness in an instant. It was so enormous, so vast that the entire demiplane's space groaned under the strain of its arrival. Tiana is back. Chen Fan opened his eyes from his rocking chair. He glanced at the blue supergiant star burning in the sky, radiating terrifying energy, and couldn't help but frown. Damn, that brat really brought back the biggest one. But the light's too harsh and the color's wrong. Blue like a ghost fire, unlucky. Chen Fan grumbled as he stood up from his rocking chair. He reached out towards the blue giant star larger than the entire demiplane. Then he clenched his hand gently. The next moment, in the utterly hollow fish-like stares of Meng Pei, sure how, that supergiant star capable of destroying thousands of star domains rapidly shrank and deformed like a squid. The violent solar divine fire on it enough to incinerate a celestial emperor became as docile as a small flame in Chen Fan's hand. He worked like an experienced baker kneading a stubborn piece of dough. First he squeezed out all the violent, unstable energy from the star's interior, casually tossing it into the adjacent void space. Then he repeatedly purified and compressed the star's core, the substance of its purest stellar origin. The heat needs to be just right. Not too hot, not too cold. Too hot hurts the eyes, too cold isn't warm. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Every motion of his contained creation-level supreme power. He was modifying laws, reshaping origins. Finally, under the gaze of those completely numbed eyes, a perfect sun emitting a soft, warm, pale yellow light about the size of a small house appeared in Chen Fan. This brightness and color temperature are just right. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. He casually tossed it, and the new sun hung high in the center of the pitch-black cosmic canvas. Warm sunlight instantly bathed the entire newborn world. All right, the light bulb is done. Chen Fan clapped his hands, then seemed to remember something. He looked up at the solitary sun in the sky and stroked his chin. A sun alone won't do. Without a moon, it'll be too dark at night. With that thought, he focused his mind. In the distant depths of the cosmos, a massive meteorite tens of thousands of miles in diameter, drifting through interstellar space, abruptly changed course and appeared in the demiplane at speed surpassing light. Chen Fan reached out and grabbed the enormous meteorite. He first wiped its surface with his sleeve, cleaning off all the cosmic dust. Then he gently blew on the meteorite. This breath contained a trace of Su Qingyun's primordial insane physique origin power. Instantly, the pitch-black meteorite began emitting a bright, clear silvery light. A perfect moon was born. Chen Fan casually tossed it again, hanging the moon opposite the sun. All right, sun and moon shine together, yin and yang harmonize. That solves the problem of day and night. Having done all this, Chen Fan lay back in his rocking chair, a satisfied smile on his face. He turned to look at his wives who were completely dumbfounded. My dear wives, shall we build mountains next or rivers? But as soon as he spoke, he noticed his second son Chen Fan staring longingly at the newly hung sun, which emanated an alluring glow with a glistening strand of drool at the corner of his mouth. Eat, eat. Chen Fan's eyelids twitched again as he heard his second son's childish milky murmurs in his sleep. Good heavens, this kid. Now he even wants to eat the sun. I've just crafted this light bulb, but don't you go swallowing it as a snack. Fanshan, that's not for eating. Chen Fan quickly put on a stern face using an unprecedented serious tone to teach. That's a light bulb. It's for illumination. If you eat at our amusement park, we'll turn pitch black again, and wouldn't it be inconvenient for your sister? Chen Fan looked at his father's serious expression, then at the big light bulb in the sky that indeed looked delicious, a hint of grievance welling up in his pitch-black abyss-like eyes. But he obediently nodded, then lowered his head to continue licking his stellar lollipop, which was nearly worn smooth from his constant attention. Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Raising a son with the bloodline of a heaven-swallowing beast was truly exhausting. Every day, he not only worried about the boy going hungry, but also about him devouring the household furniture. Husband, what should we do next? It was Liu Ruyan who first snapped out of that creation-like shock. She walked over to Chen Fan and asked softly. Watching her husband casually shape the sun and moon with a smile, her heart was filled not only with awe, but also with an unparalleled sense of pride and honor. This was her man, the father of her children. Let me think. Chen Fan stroked his chin, beginning his grand plan as a creation dad. A world can't be complete with just sun and moon, it needs mountains, water, flowers, and grass. He glanced at the still empty cosmic canvas, then snapped his fingers. First, a continent. As his words fell, a landmass so vast it couldn't be measured in miles, seemingly boundless, materialized out of thin air from the pitch-black void. This continent wasn't made of ordinary soil and rock. Instead, Chen Fan used his creation power to condense directly from the conceptual level the most primal Earth Mother womb. It possessed infinite growth potential, capable of bearing any law and evolving into any form. All right, the foundation is laid. Chen Fan clapped his hands, then looked at his wives, a consulting expression on his face. Ladies, what do you think our first river should be like? Husband, how about using the essence of that Dao carp you once caught to create a heaven-piercing divine river imbued with the water Dao? Su Qingxian suggested after a moment's thought. She still remembered vividly the Dao carp that had greatly advanced her cultivation. The water Dao? Too ordinary. Chen Fan shook his head, directly vetoing the idea. We're building a playground for the kids, not some cultivation holy land. Why be so serious? He pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up, and a profoundly fatherly smile spread across his face. Got it. He reached out and lightly traced a line across the vast continent. A bottomless riverbed instantly. Then with a thought, he began his creation performance. In his mind surfaced the flavors of various chocolates that had driven children wild in his past lives' memories. Milk chocolate, dark chocolate, white chocolate, hazelnut chocolate. Using his creation power, he extracted the essence of these flavors directly from the conceptual level. Then he mixed these essences together, adding a bit of life syrup scraped from the world tree. Finally, he gently poured this multicolored essence chocolate sauce, exuding a rich, sweet aroma, over the river. Rushing and roaring. A chocolate river tens of thousands of miles wide, surging endlessly with an enticing fragrance, was thus born. The river water was a silky chocolate color, with colorful candy fish formed from pure energy, floating on the surface. Every ripple of the river released a sweet aroma that made mouths water. Wow! The first to exclaim was 3-year-old Chenlinger. Countless little stars instantly sparkled in her clear big eyes. She broke free from Chen Fan's embrace and ran on her short legs toward the chocolate river. Eat, eat! The little girl shouted excitedly as she ran. Hey, Linger, slow down. Chen Fan followed behind, laughing helplessly. Chen Fan even threw away his stellar lollipop, crawling on all fours like a little beast, howling as he tried. Eat! Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingshuan, the three beauties, couldn't help but laugh at the absurd yet heartwarming scene before them. Using creation power to make a chocolate river just to delight the children. Only their husband could do such a thing. Fanshan, stop right there. By the chocolate river came Chun Tian's angry roar. Chen Fan, the little foodie, actually tried to dive headfirst into the river to drink his fill. Fortunately, his elder brother Chen Tian was quick-eyed and snatched him by the back of his collar. Are you a pig? This is a river, not a bowl. Do you want to drown in there? Chen Tian scolded. Eat. Chen Fan looked pitifully at the surging chocolate river, drooling all over the place. Chen Fan walked over, also feeling a headache coming on. He shook his head helplessly, then casually tore off a piece of soil from the nearby Earth Mother womb, kneaded it in his hand, and shaped it into a bowl. Here, use this bowl to scoop and drink. He handed the bowl shaped from the Earth Mother womb to his son. Chen Fan took the bowl, immediately scooped up a big bowl of chocolate river water, and gulped it down, a look of unprecedented happiness spreading across his little face. With the river done, Chen Fan turned his gaze to the flat plains of the continent. A river alone isn't enough, we need mountains too. Husband, what kind of mountain do you want to create this time? Lu Qingxian asked curiously. She had now completely given up trying to predict her husband's thoughts with common sense. Mountains. Chen Fan stroked his chin, and that wicked smile appeared on his face again. He waved his hand grandly. Rumble. Colossal peaks rose abruptly from the ground. But these peaks were not made. Some peaks were entirely crystalline and multicolored, visibly formed from huge rock candy. Some peaks were built from massive, fragrant gingerbread blocks with waterfalls made of cream and jam adorning. Other peaks were even more absurd. The entire mountain was a gigantic lollipop stuck into the ground. Wow, it's candy. So much candy. Chen Linger's eyes went wide at the sight of these mountains. Pointing at the largest lollipop mountain, she excitedly shouted to Chen Fan, "Daddy, I want that one. The biggest one." All right, it's all yours, all yours," Chen Fan said with a smile. Watching his children's faces flush with excitement filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Although creating these things was more exhausting than his past battles lasting 300 rounds, it was worth it. "Husband, aren't you spoiling the children?" Su Qingxian asked, looking at the world full of candy and chocolate, a hint of worry in her voice. "Too much sugar is bad for their teeth." Teeth. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Don't worry, our kids have excellent teeth. Not even the primordial banner could withstand being used as their teething toy." Su Qingxian. Fine, she had overthought it. She forgot that her children were not ordinary human offspring. After finishing the mountains and rivers, Chen Fan, still not satisfied, began creating a forest. In the forest, he created the trees, born not fruits, but colorful fruit gummies. The flowers on the ground were not ordinary flowers, but were made of various flavors of marshmallow. Even the streams in the forest flowed with ice cold Coca-Cola, complete with bubbles. Meng Pashur Hao and Xing Xian watched this fairy tale world being rapidly created in such an absurd manner. They felt that they might never be able to look at words like chocolate candy or cola the same way again. All right, mountains, water, and forest are all set. Chen Fan clapped his hands, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Now this playground is missing just one. He turned his head to look at the mischievous kids who were having a blast, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Time to find him some interesting little animals. He knew well that this playground couldn't just be about playing, and its most important function was as a training ground. Therefore, the little animals living here had to be sturdy enough, tough enough, and able to take a beating. Small animals. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Chen Tian, who was supervising his younger siblings by the chocolate river to prevent them from falling in, immediately perked up. "Father, are you going to create some formidable divine beasts? Something as majestic as those cheelants and phoenixes at the back mountain?" he asked, his face full of eager anticipation. In his mind, since these were small animals, for their own playground, they had to be top-notch, at least at the level of an immortal emperor, right? Divine beasts. Too weak. Chen Fan shook his head, wearing an expression that said, "You lack imagination." He knew well that given the destructive power of his little rascals, even an ordinary immortal emperor-level divine beast thrown in there wouldn't last a day. If Chen Linger saw it, she might just go pop and reduce it to basic particles. If Chen Fanchen saw it, he might go nom and swallow it as an after-dinner snack. If Chen Tian saw it, he might just slash it with his sword and give it a physical transcendence. Thus, the small animals in this playground had to be specially customized. Their primary attribute wasn't strength or majesty, but durability. "Tianer, come here." Chen Fan beckoned to his eldest son. "Father, what is it? Haven't you always complained that the prodigies in the celestial realm are too weak and boring to fight?" Chen Fan asked with a smile. "Yes." Chen Tian's spirits soared at this. "Those so-called holy sons and divine sons in the celestial realm are all like paper. I can crush a bunch of them with one finger. It's so dull." "Good." Chen Fan snapped his fingers. "Then today your father will custom make a batch for you. Plenty and definitely durable. Exclusive sparring partners." With that, he reached out and gently grasped the vast continent. Rumble. The earth split open and countless metals gleaming with immortal light were pulled from the depths of the ground. These metals were no ordinary matter. They were concept divine metals condensed by Chen Fan from the very essence of the concepts of immortality and indestructibility. Using his creative power, each piece was billions of times harder than any chaotic immortal gold or Dao divine iron in the celestial realm. Then Chen Fan began his clay figure performance. He kneaded these concept divine metals, like clay, casually shaping them. Soon humanoid puppets, each 3 zhang tall, robust, and radiating a metallic sheen, appeared before everyone. These puppets had no facial features, their bodies were covered in profound Dao runes. "Father, are these the sparring partners you prepared for me?" Chen Tian stared at these seemingly dull metal lumps, somewhat disappointed. "They don't look very impressive." "Wait, I'm not done yet." Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. He gently breathed on the metal puppets. This breath contained his ultimate understanding of combat and martial arts as the creator. Buzz. All the metal puppets shuddered violently upon contact with that breath. A pair of crimson lights flickered to life on their smooth metal heads as if souls had been infused into them. Then their bodies began to evolve various weapons in an unimaginable manner. Some arms transformed into razor-sharp blades, others sprouted dense cannon barrels from their backs, and some directly assumed a 3-headed, 6-armed combat form. A pure extreme and frenzied battle intent erupted from them. This is... Sure Hao, standing nearby, saw the transformation of these puppets, and his double pupils contracted to the extreme. He could see the essence of laws, so he understood better than anyone the terrifying change that had just occurred in these puppets. They had been granted the ability to learn and evolve. They were no longer lifeless objects, but true war machines. Through combat, they could continuously learn their opponent's techniques, analyze weaknesses, and evolve counter-strategies. Fighting them was like battling a martial arts grandmaster with limitless growth potential, tireless and pain-free. Tian'er. Chen Fan pointed at the tens of thousands of metal puppets radiating terrifying battle intent, and said with a smile, "These battle puppets each possess a physical strength comparable to an immortal emperor, and they also have the ability to self-repair and evolve infinitely. Your task is to enter their world and reason with them. When you can simultaneously duel 10,000 of these puppets and make them all willingly kneel and sing conquest without damaging their cores, your training will be considered preliminarily complete." Hiss. Hearing this training task, everyone present couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Duel 10,000 battle puppets with immortal emperor-level bodies and infinite evolution. Was this a task any human could accomplish? Yet upon hearing this task, Chen Tian was not afraid, but trembled with excitement, his pitch-black eyes blazing with an unprecedented fierce battle intent. Haha, great. Finally something fun to do. Father, just watch. Chen Tian laughed heartily, gripping his black fire poker, and charged like a cannonball into the steel tide of boom, boom, boom. A cataclysmic, one-sided beating thus began. Having arranged for his eldest son Chen Fan, turned his gaze to his second daughter Chen Linger. "Linger, come here." "Daddy." Chen Linger trotted over on her short legs. "Does Linger like playing hide and seek?" Chen Fan crouched down and asked gently. "Yes." "Good." Chen Fan waved his hand with a smile. On another continent, a colossal supermaze composed of pure light and laws constantly shifting in form rose from the ground. This maze had layered, ever-changing internal spaces, each fork connected to a different realm of laws. Some spaces had reversed gravity, others had time flowing backward, still others were filled with myriad illusions condensed from laws. "Linger, your task is to enter this fantasy maze." Chen Fan pointed at the maze. "Use your power to see through its essence, understand its structure, and then find the one correct path out. Remember, no brute force. If you dare to pop it and decompose it, the maze will reset, and the difficulty will increase 100-fold. This maze was specially designed by Chen Fan for Chen Linger. Its purpose was to train her precise control over her terrifying, chaos finality, power. To teach her how to decompose and reassemble intangible laws rather than simply and crudely reducing everything to basic particles. Great, great. Hide and seek. Linger loves it. The little girl had no idea of her father's sinister intentions. She just thought this colorful, self-moving giant thing looked fun. With a cheer, she skipped into the fantasy maze. Next was the third son, Chen Fan. For this walking cosmic black hole, Chen Fan's arrangement was much simpler and more direct. He opened up an independent garbage disposal zone in a remote corner of the new world. This area was filled with countless cosmic trash. For instance, some unstable ready-to-explode micro-black holes, some chaotic storms brimming with, and some failed products he had accidentally created while making the world like a lollipop mountain with only one leg, a river flowing with wasabi-flavored soda. "Watch and see that." Chen Fan pointed at the junkyard, filled with dangerous and bizarre energies, and said to his son, "This will be your exclusive buffet from now on. Your task is to eat up all this trash for your father. No wasting. Eat." Chen Fan saw the world full of delicacies, and his black hole-like eyes instantly burst with dazzling light. He couldn't even be bothered to walk. He turned into a black light and rushed into the buffet, opening his small mouth to start a frenzied eating mode. Finally, there were the three little ones still in swaddling clothes. Chen Ming, Chen Yu, Chen Zhou. For them, Chen Fan created an absolutely safe nursery. It was a colorful bubble made of the purest space-time foam, completely isolated from the outside world. Inside this bubble, they could freely play with their terrifying powers that could overturn space-time and toy with causality without worrying about accidentally collapsing the entire playground. Watching his children having a blast at their respective posts, Chen Fan's face broke into a gratified fatherly done. He clapped his hands, feeling that the initial construction of this cosmic playground was successfully completed. He lay back down on his familiar rocking chair, picked up the cup of immortal tea, brewed from world tree leaves that Xing Xuan had just prepared on the stone table, and took a delightful sip. Finally a break. Being a stay-at-home dad is no easy task. But before he could fully relax, an unexpected problem suddenly emerged. In the newly created fairy tale world, filled with candy, the chocolate river, which should have been sickeningly sweet, began to slowly lose its luster, emitting a hint of bitter. The colorful candy mountains also started to dim, as if covered in a layer of dust. The entire world, once brimming with an aura of joy and whimsy, was being silently eroded by a strange, nameless power of decay and finality. Chen Fan gazed at the fairy tale world he had crafted with his own hands, brimming with candy, chocolate, and soda bubbles, a gratified smile spreading across his face like that of a doting father. Though the process had been arduous, even costing him a genuine son, seeing the pure, heartfelt joy in the children's eyes made it all worthwhile. Done. Wrapped up. He clapped his hands, feeling that his title as creator daddy had gained a bit more luster. He settled back contentedly into his familiar rocking chair, picked up the Immortal Tea brewed by Xingxuan from the tender leaves of the world tree on the stone table beside him, and took a blissful sip. Finally a chance to rest. Being a daddy isn't easy. Yet before he could fully exhale his relief, an unexpected problem suddenly arose. Daddy, it doesn't taste good anymore. 3-year-old Chen Linger with her short little legs ran back from the candy mountain. In her tiny hand, she clutched a large piece of colorful rock candy, but her delicate porcelain-like face was now filled with grievance and disdain. Chen Fan was taken aback. He sat up and took the candy from his daughter. How could it not taste good? This is the 7-colored fruit candy I created using the purest concept of sweetness blended with the essence of hundreds of fruits. It should taste excellent. Curious himself, he brought the candy to his lips and gave it a gentle lick. The next second his brow furrowed instantly. Sweet, it was still sweet. But beneath that sweetness lurked a faint, almost imperceptible taste of bitterness and decay, like something left too long gone moldy and stale. Though the taste was subtle, nearly undetectable to Chen Fan, a being who had reached the realm of Creator Lord with a sense of taste keener than any cosmic law, it was like a single rat dropping in a pot of divine soup. Disgusting and utterly intolerable. Damn, what's going on? Expired straight out of the factory. Chen Fan grumbled inwardly. He immediately extended his divine sense, enveloping the entire newborn playground world. Soon he discovered the source of the problem. In that newly created fairy tale world filled with joy and childlike wonder, an extremely faint, yet omnipresent gray mist had silently materialized from somewhere at some unknown time. Like a virus, this mist was slowly eroding the world. The chocolate river, once cloyingly sweet, began to lose its luster after being tainted by the mist, exuding a faint, decayed bitterness. The colorful candy mountains started to darken as if covered in a thick layer of dust, losing their original taste. The entire world, once vibrant with joy and innocence, was being silently corroded by an eerie power of decay and finality. The forbidden zone of annihilation. Chen Fan's expression instantly turned icy. He immediately recognized the source of this power. It was the same aura as that black-armored man and the black invitation from before. These rats just won't stay away. A wave of anger surged within Chen Fan. I finally built a playground for my kids, wanting them to have a few peaceful days of fun, and you lot come to sabotage it. And you specifically target the snacks I prepared for my children. You're deliberately trying to stop me from being a carefree daddy. Just then another commotion arose from elsewhere. Tui, Dad, this water tastes terrible. By the chocolate river, Chen Fanshan, who had just scooped up a large bowl of river water with his dad-made primordial earth mother bowl and was about to drink it all, spat it out with a piff after just one sip. His chubby little face was scrunched up, his pitch-black eyes filled with anger and grievance at being harmed by substandard. He pointed at the chocolate river, which was beginning to froth with gray bubbles, and loudly accused Chen Fan. Seeing his most food-loving son disdain the food he had personally created. Seeing his most beloved daughter holding the candy he made, saying with a pitiful face that it doesn't taste good. The fire in Chen Fan's heart blazed up, fully ignited. Mess with me, fine. Call me lazy, call me useless, all fine. But dare to mistreat my wife and children, dare to make my kids unhappy with their food or their play. Then sorry, even if the king of heaven himself comes, hell have to kneel. Husband, what's happening? Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Lu Qingxian had also noticed the world's anomaly. They hurried to Chen Fan's side, their faces etched with worry. It's nothing. Chen Fan picked up the aggrieved Chen Linger, gently patted her back, then walked over to Chen Fanshan and ruffled his little head. His voice was calm, but his wives, who knew him well, could sense beneath that calm a terrifying fury potent enough to freeze the entire universe. Just a few stinking bugs crawling out of nowhere, dirtying the kids' toys and snacks. Chen Fan slowly straightened up. His eyes, usually tinged with laziness, had now turned completely cold, as deep as two chaotic star seas about to erupt. It seems before I formally take the kids on a trip to the forbidden zone of annihilation, I need to do a thorough spring cleaning of their playground first. He looked up, his gaze piercing through layers of space-time to the world shrouded in gray mist, a cold, sharp curve forming at the corner of his mouth. I'm curious to see whether you rats who fear the light can hide deeper. Or if this creator daddy's pesticide. He took a step forward, and his figure vanished instantly from the courtyard. The next moment, he appeared high above the corroded fairy tale world. He would personally root out the uninvited guest who dared to pull tricks right under his nose. Chen Fan hovered above the amusement park world, his usually languid eyes now as cold as frozen stars, gazing down at the fairy tale paradise being silently eroded below. His divine sense, like an invisible tide, instantly flooded every corner of the entire newborn universe. Soon he found the root of the problem. This eerie power of decay and termination did not invade from the outside, but emerged spontaneously from within this world itself. What the hell? Can the world I created grow a bug? Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. He immediately calmed his mind and began to analyze the underlying laws of this world with his supreme will, which had already reached the realm of Creator Lord. In his perception, the entire amusement park world was like an immensely vast virtual network composed of countless codes and programs. The sweetness of the chocolate river, the sweetness of the candy mountain, the softness of the cotton candy flowers. Everything was formed by the most basic law codes he had personally written. But now within this vast and precise program, a segment of unfamiliar virus code filled with malice and destructiveness had appeared. This virus code was extremely insidious. Like a cunning hacker, it perfectly disguised itself as part of the world itself, then silently tampered with the various parameters he had set. It secretly lowered the parameter for sweetness and added new parameters for bitterness and decay. It secretly replaced the joyful atmosphere with the background color of stillness and termination. Interesting. A cold smile crept onto Chen Fan's face. To think someone could implant a Trojan program in a world. Those guys from the Forbidden Zone of Termination have some tricks after all. He knew this was definitely the work of the Forbidden Zone of Termination. Although they couldn't breach his defenses hidden, they used this more insidious method to try and dismantle the paradise he had created for the children from within. How detestable. Husband, have you found the cause? Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and the others had also arrived beside Chen Fan, looking at the world below that was gradually losing its color, their eyes filled with worry. Found it. Chen Fan nodded, but his face showed no sign of tension, instead carrying a hint of amusement. It's just a computer virus. No big deal. He explained simply in a way his wives could understand. Computer. Virus. The three women were utterly bewildered, but seeing Chen Fan's confident demeanor, their anxious hearts eased a little. Come, don't just stand there. Aren't the kids unhappy? Chen Fan beckoned to his wives, then called out to the little ones below, who were sighing over the spoiled snacks. Come over here and watch closely. Today your father will give you a live demonstration of a system reinstall. No, an advanced antivirus. As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers and gently tapped the vast continent below. Authority of creation, law visualization. As his words fell, the entire amusement park world instantly transformed before everyone's eyes. It was no longer mountains, rivers, flowers, or trees. Instead, it became a vast network composed of countless crisscrossing lines of law, each glowing with a different color of light. Each line represented a fundamental law of the universe. Red represented fire and heat. Blue represented water and gentleness. Gold represented sweetness and joy. And at that moment, within this colorful network of laws, strands of gray bone-gnawing threads were constantly spreading, devouring and polluting the normal lines of law. Wow, so beautiful. Chun Linger and Chun Meng, the 2 little girls, couldn't help but exclaim in awe at this dazzling sight, like a cosmic star chart. Only Chun Fanshan, the little foodie, smacked his lips as he looked at the gray threads, seemingly thinking they probably didn't taste very good. See, Chen Fan pointed at the gray threads and said to everyone, these gray things are the virus. They are trying to destroy the program of our world. Then, what can we do? Husband, can you eliminate them? Liu Qingxian asked nervously. She could feel a force of termination from those gray threads that made even her heart tremble. Eliminate them. Too wasteful. Chen Fan shook his head, a slime merchant smile spreading across his face. In the eyes of this creator daddy, there was no such thing as waste. Anything could be turned into treasure if used correctly. Today I'll teach you another lesson. Chen Fan said to the children beside him. It's called turning waste into treasure. As he spoke, he reached out again and gently clenched his fist over the network of laws below. Authority of creation, law rewriting. The next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone present, including Meng Pa, the ancient being who had lived for countless epochs, utterly astounded. The gray lines of law, originally filled with the aura of decay and termination, began to undergo an essential transformation under Chen Fan's will. They no longer acted to destroy and pollute. Instead, Chen Fan forcibly bestowed upon them a brand new definition. The end of decay is rebirth. The other shore of termination is sedimentation. Chen Fan's voice echoed through the entire world like a divine oracle of creation. I decree that from this day forth in this world, the law of termination shall be redefined as the law of boom. As his words fell, the entire world underwent earth-shattering changes. The chocolate river, which had turned bitter, instantly began to boil. Under the effect of the fermentation law, the putrid bitterness rapidly transformed and sublimated, eventually becoming a mellow, rich flavor of liqueur-filled chocolate with a hint of tipsy intoxication. The color of the river also changed from ordinary chocolate to a deeper, more enticing dark chocolate hue. Wow, so fragrant. Chen Fanshan's nose twitched. He scooped up another bowl of river water and took a cautious sip. The next second, his pitch-black cavernous eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Even better than before. The little guy jumped for joy. The candy mountain, which had turned gray, also underwent a wondrous transformation. It didn't revert to its original brightness, but became more ancient and restrained. The huge rock candy mountain was coated in a layer of amber-like sugar glaze. Under the fermentation law, the sugar inside transformed into purer, more condensed energy crystals. Biting into it, it wasn't just simple sweetness, but a complex sweetness with a sense of age, mellow like vintage. Daddy, this candy is even tastier. Chen Linger also picked up a piece of the new fermented candy, took a bite, and shouted happily. The entire world under Chen Fan's miraculous turning waste into treasure operation wasn't destroyed, but became even more delicious and interesting. Meng Pashur Hao and Xing Xian were utterly speechless. Modifying laws. Redefining the Great Tao. Forcibly twisting the termination that represented destruction into fermentation. What kind of heaven-defying, logic-defying method was this? They felt that their understanding of power had once again been elevated to a new dimension they had never even dared. Done. Chen Fan clapped his hands, very satisfied with his antivirus results. However, just as he was about to withdraw his divine, since his brow furrowed slightly, he discovered that deep within the world's law network, a tiny wisp of gray thread no thicker than a strand of hair. This wisp of thread was different from the other viruses. It seemed to possess its own will, fiercely resisting his fermentation law, stubbornly clinging to its nature of terminating everything. Oh, a tough nut. Chen Fan grew intrigued. He focused his divine sense on it, trying to parse this stuff. Soon he read from it a message filled with coldness and arrogance. A message from some supreme being deep within the forbidden zone of termination. Chen Fan, your methods have indeed exceeded our expectations. But do you really think this is enough to defeat us? This is just the beginning. We await you. And your children. At the end. After reading this message, Chen Fan's face showed no anger, but a playful smile. You want to play a virus war with me? Fine. Let's see if you can inject more poison, or my kids can eat more. He reached out and forcibly plucked the stubborn virus source representing the will of the forbidden zone of termination from the law network. It was a black seed no bigger than a grain of rice, yet radiating a pure power of termination that would drive even an immortal emperor to despair. Chen Fan held the black seed no larger than a grain of rice in his palm. The seed was entirely pitch black, its surface devoid of any luster, yet within it resided a pure ultimate power of termination. It resembled a miniature black hole frantically devouring all light laws, and even the divine might of creation emanating from Chen Fan himself. It resisted. In the purest and most primal way, it defied the existence of Chen Fan, the Lord of Creation. Interesting, truly interesting. Chen Fan gazed at the tiny seed in his palm, his smile growing wider. So there's still a rebellious thorn that refuses to be tamed. He could sense that this seed was not merely a simple piece of information or an imprint of power. It was more like a coordinate and a backdoor. As long as this seed existed, the forbidden zone of termination could continuously seep its malevolent power into the playground world he had created. Husband, this thing feels extremely dangerous. Liu Ruyan approached Chen Fan, her eyes, which had once surveyed the eons, now filled with gravity. As a former empress of the immortal domain, her perception of danger far exceeded that of ordinary people. She could sense a terrifying power from this tiny seed, one capable of threatening beings of her own caliber. Yes, husband. Perhaps we should just completely erase it. Su Qingxian added with concern. In her view, such an obviously ominous object was nothing but a calamity waiting to happen. It would be safer to erase it. Chen Fan shook his head at his wife's words, a smile on his face that they found somewhat puzzling. What a waste it would be to erase it. He weighed the black seed in his hand, not as if assessing a source of world-ending disaster, but rather like appraising a fine piece of premium ingredient. This thing is a treasure. Chen Fan's gaze slowly swept over the mischievous children playing merrily in the yard, a glint of ill intent shining in his eyes. This creator dad was just pondering how to add some difficulty to his children's training. And now a ready-made top-tier intelligent resistance-equipped training equipment had delivered itself to his doorstep. This forbidden zone of termination was truly a blessing in disguise. Tianer, stop fighting. Come here. Chen Fan waved at his eldest son, who was battling fiercely in the combat puppet world, causing heaven and earth to dim. With a flash of sword light, Chen Tian's figure instantly appeared before everyone. He was covered in metallic shavings and sparks of energy, but his eyes were startlingly bright, exuding a palpable exuberant and boundless fighting spirit. Dad, what's up, eh? He asked loudly, shouldering the black fire poker. Has some blind fool come looking for... Leave it to me. They'll beat him so badly, he won't even recognize his own mother. He was in the heat of battle. Those combat puppets were incredibly durable. Moreover, they grew stronger and smarter with each fight. He had started by crushing them effortlessly, but now facing 1,000 puppets simultaneously, he was beginning to struggle. This feeling intoxicated and excited him. It's not someone looking for trouble. Chen Fan pointed at the black seed in his hand and smiled. Dad found you a new punching bag. A punching bag. Chen Tian was taken aback. He looked at the black seed smaller than a grain of rice and curled his lips in disdain. Dad, are you joking? Such a tiny thing, what can it do? It wouldn't even withstand one of my sword strikes. Whether it's tiny or not, you'll know once you try, Chen Fan said with a mysterious smile. He flicked the seed of termination with his finger, sending it flying toward the steel world composed of countless The black seed transformed into a streak of light nearly imperceptible to the eye, and instantly vanished into the nearest combat puppet, which stood 3 zhang tall. The moment the seed invaded it, the metal puppet, which had only radiated a pure battle intent, shuddered violently. Countless gray, eerie patterns brimming with decay and termination instantly emerged on its metallic body. Its eyes, once mere crimson dots, transformed into 2 bottomless black whirlpools. A terrifying aura more than 10 times stronger than before filled with brutality, destruction, and malice erupted from its being. It was no longer a simple combat weapon. It had come alive. Or rather, it had been possessed by a far more evil will. The corrupted combat puppet let out a roar that sounded not of metal, but like a demonic god from the abyss. It whirled around its pitch-black vortex, eyes locking onto Chen Tian. In the next instant, its figure vanished from... It reappeared right before Chen Tian. Its arm now transformed into a razor-sharp blade swung at Chen Tian's neck, with a bizarre power capable of severing causality and ending all things. This strike was the epitome of speed, ruthlessness, and strangeness. It attacked not only Chen Tian's physical body, but his very existence. Holy crap! Chen Tian was startled. He had never imagined that the dull metal lump now possessed by that tiny seed could become so terrifying. He had no time to think, relying purely on battle instinct as he raised the divine path iron sword to block him. A deafening clang of metal rang through the entire world. Chen Tian felt an overwhelming, irresistible force transmitted through his sword. He was sent flying by that single strike. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the distant Earth Mother like a meteor gouging out a bottomless pit. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingxian couldn't help but cry out, their faces etched with worry. Shi Hao and Xingxuan turned pale with fear. The young master had been repelled in a single move. After all, Chen Tian was a saint-level powerhouse wielding a Dao ancestor weapon with an incredibly formidable physical body, and yet he had been sent flying by a puppet with one slash. Just how powerful was that corrupted puppet? Cough! Just as everyone was filled with dread, coughing came from the pit. Chen Tian's figure staggered out of the hole. He looked somewhat disheveled with a few tears in his clothes, but he hadn't suffered any substantial damage. His supreme bone had shielded him from the fatal blow at the critical moment. Yet now his handsome face, usually marked by a hint of arrogance, showed no trace of frustration or anger. Instead, it was filled with an unprecedented, fervent excitement. He stared intently at the corrupted puppet suspended in midair and radiating the aura of termination, then licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Ha ha ha! He suddenly burst into laughter, his voice brimming with exhilaration and battle lust. Dad! He whirled around to face Chen Fan, his pitch-black eyes blazing with a frightening intensity. This is great. This punching bag is fantastic. It's got punch. It's tough. It can take a beating. Dad, do you have more? Give me a few more. One isn't enough for me to fight. Watching his eldest son brimming with fervent excitement, as if injected with adrenaline, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, a chip off the old block. Stubborn to the core, always craving high challenges. That spirit runs in the family. Don't rush this. As Chen Fan waved his hand, a smile curling on his face like a demonic mentor. Since you enjoy it, your father will let you have your fill today. He turned to Liu Ruyan and Su Qingxian, explaining, do you see? This is what true combat looks like. In the past, when Tian'er fought those so-called prodigies of the immortal realm, it wasn't battle. It was a slaughter, a sheer waste of time. Only by facing opponents who wield higher-level forces and attack from the realms of concepts and laws can he truly temper his Taoist heart and his supreme bone. Chen Fan's voice was low yet crystal clear to everyone present. Though Liu Ruyan and the others still harbored worries, they understood their husband's profound intentions. They knew their child was destined for an extraordinary path. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could never grow into. Shi Hao and Meng Pa meanwhile felt their reverence for Chen Fan ascend to an entirely new level, turning the source of world-ending calamity into a training tool for his offspring. Such audacity, such boldness. Perhaps only this unfathomable master could pull it off. Alright, since Tian'er enjoys this, our playground needs an upgrade. Chen Fan extended his hand once more. This time, instead of creating, he gently tapped the essence of the seed of annihilation he had plucked. Authority of creation, infinite replication. The rice-sized black seed began splitting and replicating at an astonishing speed under his fingertip. 1 became 2. 2 became 4. 4 became 8. In mere breaths, thousands of identical seeds of annihilation floated densely in his palm like black stars. Each seed contained that pure, ultimate power of termination. Holy shit. Shi Hao couldn't help but replicating the seeds of annihilation. What are you doing, master? Are you afraid the world isn't ending fast enough, so you're giving it a boost? But Chen Fan ignored his near-collapsing expression. Like Santa handing out candy, he grabbed a handful of seeds of annihilation and tossed them into the steel world of battle puppets. Tian'er, catch. Dad's adding some minions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless beams of black light instantly merged into those battle puppets. In an instant, hundreds of corrupted puppets emitting terrifying auras of annihilation rose from the steel tide. Their crimson electronic eyes locked onto the excited youth who had just crawled out of the pit. Roar! A deafening roar converged into a sound wave that could tear apart an immortal emperor's soul, shaking the entire world. Haha, bring it on. Chen Tian, instead of fearing, rejoiced. With a wild laugh, he gripped the divine iron sword of the great Tao and charged headlong into the black steel tide. Thus began a bloody trial of a sage battling a legion of demons. Having arranged for his eldest son, Chen Fan grabbed another handful of seeds of annihilation and approached the fantasy maze of light and laws. Linger, come out for a moment. Daddy. Chen Linger bounced out of the maze, a hint of frustration on her little face. Daddy, this maze isn't fun. It keeps moving on its own, and I can't find the way. Hee, that's because you haven't found the Chen Fan smiled and patted his daughter's head. Now Daddy's adding some difficulty and fun to this game. With that, he scattered the seeds of annihilation into the vast maze. Instantly, the entire maze's style The once changing lights and laws tainted by the power of annihilation began exuding a decaying, deathly, gray moss-like substances grew on the maze walls, and silent ghosts of pure termination power drifted. These ghosts didn't attack, but wherever they passed, all laws were forcibly terminated, returning to nothingness. Linger, see those gray little ghosts. Chen Fan pointed at the drifting gray figures in the maze. I see them. They're so ugly. The little girl wrinkled her nose in disdain. Your next task is to dodge these little ghosts while finding the maze's exit, Chen Fan said. You can also try to decompose them with your power. But remember, these little ghosts share the same power as the maze walls. You must decompose only the little ghosts without damaging the maze's structure. This is the true test of your power. Oh, Chen Linger nodded, half understanding. Though she didn't grasp her father's words, she felt this new game was far more interesting. Linger understands. They'll catch those ugly ghosts. The little girl clenched her fists, brimming with determination, and dashed back into the perilous maze of annihilation. Finally, Chen Fan arrived at the buffet for his third son, Chen Fan. He watched the little foodie lying in the junkyard eating with greasy lips, and found it both amusing and exasperating. He tossed all remaining seeds of annihilation into that independent space filled with unstable energies. Boom. Countless seeds of annihilation detonated upon contact with the violent energies. The power of termination clashed and merged with chaotic energy. The entire junkyard turned into a bubbling cauldron of dark cuisine brimming with unknown dangers. Fanshin, Chen Fan called out, today's special is annihilation flavor. Let's see if that little belly of yours can eat. Chen Fanshin mid-meal looked up at the dining hall, now more chaotic than chaos itself, and more dangerous than a black hole. His pitch-black eyes showed no fear, but erupted with unprecedented brilliance. He sensed those new ingredients must taste wonderful. Yet Chen Fan felt it wasn't enough. He even pinched a few faintest harmless seeds of annihilation and tossed them into the nursery of his swaddled little, claiming, let them get used to the taste of annihilation early on so they won't be picky eaters later. Thus, under his devilish renovation, the entire cosmic playground transformed from a candy-filled fairyland into a super demon training camp targeting the annihilation forbidden zone for all ages. Liu Ruyan and the others watched their husband's series of mad operations, utterly stunned and speechless. Husband, is this really okay? Su Qingxian asked, her heart aching for the children suffering in the new environment. Don't worry, everything is under control. Chen Fan smiled confidently, settling back into his rocking chair. This is immersive education. Start them young. I want them to know from childhood that any annihilation forbidden zone or innate deity before my Chen family's children faces only one outcome, being toyed with until broken. Chen Fan's words were domineering. Yet little did he know as he fully upgraded his playground. In the deepest reaches of the annihilation forbidden zone beyond any spatio-temporal location, those massive eyes formed from endless abysses snapped open. This time its gaze held not the previous cold indifference, but for the first time an emotion named rage. It could clearly sense that the thousands of seeds of annihilation it had cast into that newborn world had not corrupted it, but were being played with by a bunch of brats in absurd ways. Some were used as punching bags beaten by a sage youth. Some were chased as ghosts decomposed by a 3-year-old girl. Some were even used as seasoning devoured bite by bite by a 1-year-old baby. This was a provocation. A blatant ultimate provocation against it, the Lord of Annihilation. Chen Fan. A colossal wrathful will thundered across the entire forbidden zone. You are courting death. In Chen Fan's small courtyard, as an unconventional family education was in full swing, the distant immortal realm was undergoing an unprecedented catastrophe. No, to be precise, it was a heavenly divine punishment that would forever be etched into the memories of all immortal kings and emperors. The 4 creation-level Dao artifacts forged personally by Chen Fan and cast aside as mere toys did not vanish immediately after breaking through the demiplane. Instead, they began their unique Tribulation Transcendence ritual above the immortal domain. The heaven-opening divine axe hovered above the eastern pole of the immortal domain. With a mere tremor, a pitch-black axe light spanned billions of miles of starry river, cleaving a forsaken star that had accidentally obstructed its path along with the spatial fabric of that entire starfield into absolute nothingness. Countless immortals exploring near that starfield didn't even have time to scream before their very existence was erased. The life orb floated above the southern expanse of the immortal domain. The boundless life energy it radiated caused all spirit herbs and divine medicines within a radius of several immortal domains to grow wildly. A spirit herb that was merely 10,000 years old grew into a divine medicine of 1,000,000 years in just a— But in the next instant the orb's light shifted, and that vibrant life-giving power transformed into a withering force that stripped away all vitality. The divine medicines that had just been growing wildly withered, decayed, and turned to ashes in an instant. Life and death separated only by a single thought. The heaven-swallowing bowl appeared in the western desert of the immortal domain. Its mouth faced downward, transforming into a colossal black vortex. A terrifying, devouring force erupted, swallowing an entire demonic realm occupied by countless demonic cultivators along with its land mountains and the trillions of demonic cultivators within, all in one gulp. In the western desert, a vast, bottomless chasm appeared out of thin air. The most bizarre, however, was the time-space mirror. It hovered above the northern plains of the immortal domain, and wherever its mirror light shone, time and space fell into utter chaos. In some places, time accelerated billions of times, with seas changing into mulberry fields in an instant. In others, time came to a standstill, and even a single speck of dust seemed to become eternal. Countless immortals were trapped within, experiencing the ultimate torment of 1,000 years in a single glance. The four Dao ancestor artifacts, like four world-destroying demon gods descending upon the mortal world, recklessly unleashed their terrifying newly born power that they could not yet fully control across the four corners of the immortal domain. The entire immortal domain was plunged into unprecedented panic and chaos. Heavens! What is happening? Which Dao ancestor is angered? Why inflict such a divine punishment? Run! The end of the world is here. Countless beings wailed, and countless immortal kings and emperors were jolted awake from their seclusion. They raised their heads in horror to the sky, feeling the four terrifying auras that could drive even them to despair. Their faces turned ashen, and their bodies went ice cold. Dao ancestor artifacts. 4 of them, manifesting at the same time. Impossible. Since the Great Purge of the Primordial Era, no trace of such artifacts has been seen in the world. Why would 4 suddenly appear? In the heavenly court of the Hao Tian immortal emperor, who had just recovered from being fainted with rage, felt these 4 auras and nearly blacked out again on the spot. Now he finally understood why that youth named Chen Tian dared to be so arrogant. His father could actually casually forge terrifying weapons of this level. And 4 at once. This was beyond wealth. It was like playing with the very essence of the entire universe, as if it were modeling clay. It's over. The immortal domain is finished. The Hao Tian immortal emperor slumped on his throne, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself. He felt that his earlier attempt to compete with the descendant of such an existence was the most ridiculous thing in the world. Just as the entire immortal domain believed doomsday was imminent, and all had fallen into despair. A change occurred once more. The 4 creation-level Dao artifacts, which had been wreaking havoc across the immortal domain, suddenly, without any warning, halted all their actions simultaneously. Their terrifying auras instantly retracted. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the countless beings in the heaven-opening divine axe, the life orb, the heaven-swallowing bowl, and the time-space mirror, these 4 supreme treasures, all uniformly slightly bowed in the same direction. Their postures were exactly like 4 juniors paying respects to an elder, filled with reverence. After completing their salute, the 4 artifacts simultaneously blazed with brilliant light, transforming into 4 streaks of radiance that pierced the heavens and earth, instantly tearing through the spatial barriers of the immortal realm and vanishing from everyone's sight. Their arrival had been sudden, and their departure equally so. The oppressive might that had weighed on every heart vanished. The entire immortal domain returned to calm. But in the hearts of all the immortal kings and emperors who had witnessed that scene, waves of shock, more terrifying than before, surged. What was that? Those 4 Dao ancestor artifacts seemed to be bowing. To whom were they bowing? That direction seems to be the lower realm. In an instant, countless speculations spread among the high echelons of the major immortal courts and orthodoxies. Meanwhile, white-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King, who were supervising the crowdfunding of the major powers across the immortal domain, exchanged glances upon witnessing this. In each other's eyes they saw an indescribable fervor and a sense of inevitability. Others might not understand, but they did. Those 4 Dao artifacts were nothing but the toys that Senior had casually crafted for his children. The reason they had stopped and bowed so respectfully was surely because a new little master had been born into Senior's. At this thought, the hearts of white-browed and star-chasing immortal kings couldn't help but pound wildly. Senior's efficiency, was it too high? How long had it been? And another child was born. And judging by the scene, those 4 Dao ancestor artifacts weren't even meant for the same little master. What did this imply? It meant that Senior might have fathered more than one this time. Hiss. At the thought of this possibility, both immortal kings gasped sharply. They felt they had gained a new and much deeper understanding of Senior's level of awesomeness. Fellow Taoist White-Brow, should we do something? Star-chasing Immortal King wiped the cold sweat from his brow and transmitted his voice. Of course. White-browed Immortal King's eyes flashed with cunning. This is a golden opportunity. He immediately cleared his throat and addressed the surrounding immortal kings, who were still dazed and confused, in a mysterious tone full of insider information. Fellow Taoists, did you all see that? Those 4 little trinkets were just meeting gifts that our young master's father casually crafted for a few children who hadn't even been born yet. The reason they caused such a commotion was that they were undergoing their Tribulation Transcendence. Now that it's done, and they sense the birth of their little masters, they're rushing back to acknowledge their owners. White-browed Immortal King spoke as if it were nothing, but to the ears of the other immortal kings, it was no less than 100 universes exploding in their minds. What? Those 4 Dao ancestor artifacts capable of destroying the immortal domain were just casually crafted meeting gifts. And for children not even born yet. And he had several at once. At that moment, the worldview of every immortal king completely collapsed. They stared at white-browed Immortal King as as if he were a madman who had escaped from an asylum spouting the most preposterous. Yet they dared not disbelieve him. Because aside from this absurdly extreme explanation, they could think of no other reason to justify the bizarre scene they had just witnessed. Now, fellow Taoists, do you still think the small requests our young master made earlier were too much? White-browed Immortal King looked at their reactions, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not at all. Not in the slightest. The addition of new members to Senior's household is a great celebration for all the myriad realms. As juniors, it is our duty to offer congratulatory gifts. Exactly. What we prepared before was too shabby. It doesn't match the status of the little masters. We must increase the stakes. We must double it. In an instant, the enlightenment of all the Immortal Kings reached unprecedented heights. How could they still harbor any thoughts of hoarding their treasures? Now they only regretted that their own treasuries were too small, and their foundations too shallow to offer congratulatory gifts of sufficient weight to curry favor with that mysterious senior. Teachable indeed. White-browed Immortal King nodded with satisfaction. He felt that his crowdfunding work would from now on become unprecedentedly smooth. Just as the entire immortal domain was swept up in another frenzy of treasure hunting and gift-giving due to the Chen family's joyous addition of new children within the main hall of the Misty Rain Immortal Court. A mysterious figure shrouded in gray mist with an indistinct face and an eerie, sinister aura silently appeared before Chen Tian, who had just returned from outside. The young master of the Misty Rain Immortal Court. Chen Tian, is it? The figure spoke, its voice hoarse and ancient as if from another era. I have something I wish to give you. I believe your father will find it very interesting. Chen Tian gazed at the sudden apparition before him, a mysterious figure shrouded in gray mist, and his brow furrowed slightly. A flicker of vigilance gleamed in his jet-black pupils. This was the main hall of the Misty Rain Immortal Court, surrounded by formations of the Immortal Emperor level and guarded by two top-tier Immortal Kings, White Brow and Star Chaser. Yet this being had managed to appear directly before him in utter silence, without even Chen Tian himself noticing. His strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. More importantly, Chen Tian sensed from this figure a familiar yet repulsive aura. That aura was steeped in decay, stillness, and finality identical to the corrupted puppets he dealt with daily in his family's playground. Someone from the forbidden zone of eternity. Chen Tian's voice turned cold. His hand tightened around the Tao Divine Iron Sword, and the pressure of his sage realm surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. You could say that, but also no? The mysterious figure let out a hoarse chuckle, seemingly unbothered by Chen Tian's terrifying battle intent. Don't be tense. I come here with no ill will, he said slowly. On the contrary, I am here to help you. Help us. Chen Tian raised an eyebrow, his face etched with disbelief. Aren't you rats from the forbidden zone of eternity hellbent on destroying the world and repeatedly trying to harm my little sister? Now you come claiming to help us. Do you think I'd believe that? That's why I said I'm not one of them. The mysterious figure's tone suddenly turned melancholy and complex. In your perception, the beings in our forbidden zone are all mindless, emotionless puppets merely executing the mission of termination, correct? Chen Tian remained silent, which was taken as confirmation. But any program can have a bug. And I am the greatest bug since the forbidden zone of eternity was born. The mysterious figure slowly raised his hand, and the gray mist around him dissipated slightly, revealing a pale, yet handsome face. It was a youthful face, but his eyes brimmed with endless weariness and vicissitude, as if he had witnessed the birth and death of billions of eons. I am a defective product, he said with a self-deprecating smile. In a world destined for termination, I saw something I shouldn't have and developed emotions I shouldn't have. I began to crave existence, not termination. I gained self-awareness and will. In the forbidden zone of eternity, that is the greatest sin. So I became a traitor. He gazed at Chen Tian, a strange light flickering in his time-worn eyes. I spent countless eons and paid an unimaginable price to escape from that cold cage. I have been searching for the power to truly oppose eternity. Until I sensed your existence. A young sage bearing the supreme bone. A female infant with the chaotic eternity Dao Fetus. A male infant carrying the bloodline of the primordial sky-swallowing beast. And a mysterious father, whom even I cannot fathom, as if he transcends Tao itself. With each word, Chen Tian's vigilance eased slightly. Because this information was known only to their family and a few immortal kings who were utterly terrified, no outsider could know it so precisely. It seemed this being before him was likely telling the truth. What exactly do you want from me? Chen Tian retracted some of his pressure, but remained on guard. I want to make a deal with your father, the mysterious man said. What deal? I will help you understand everything about the forbidden zone of eternity. And he will sever the final link between me and the forbidden zone, granting me true freedom. A note of longing crept into his voice. Why do you think my father needs your help? Chen Tian said disdainfully. My father said he can overthrow all those. Your father is indeed powerful. So powerful that he exceeds my comprehension, the mysterious man nodded without refuting. But your knowledge of the forbidden zone of eternity is too shallow. You think it's just a place. He shook his head, deep wariness in his eyes. No, it is not a place. It is a living consciousness, a supreme, heavenly Tao composed of pure termination laws. We so-called primordial deities and Forbidden Zone supremacies are nothing more than antivirus programs within its vast system tasked with eliminating viruses. And you beings of vibrant life, constantly creating possibilities, are in its eyes the greatest viruses in this universe. Hearing this, Chen Tian's heart churned with shock. A living heavenly Tao, viewing all living beings as viruses. This Forbidden Zone of eternity was even more absurd and insane than he had imagined. Then why does it keep targeting my little sister? Chen Tian asked the question that concerned him most. Because your sister is special, the mysterious man said, his expression becoming unprecedentedly grave. Her chaotic eternity Dao Fetus is a perfect fusion of the two most primal forces, creation and eternity. In the eyes of the eternity heavenly Tao, she is a perfect vessel, a successor, capable of bearing all its power and even aiding it in its final evolution. So it does not want to kill her. It wants to assimilate her to make her the new Lord of Eternity. Bullshit. Hearing this, Chen Tian exploded instantly. The terrifying pressure of a sage mixed with the domineering aura of the supreme bone erupted violently. The entire main hall of the Misty Rain Immortal Court trembled under this fury. My sister is Dad's precious daughter. Whoever dares to touch her, I will kill them. Damn whatever heavenly Tao. Chen Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and the Tao divine iron sword in his hand hummed with a thirst for blood. That's why I came to you, the mysterious man said calmly, enduring the overwhelming pressure. Because only you have the chance to stop it. He looked at Chen Tian and slowly extended his hand. In his palm, a gray seed, seemingly formed from countless fragments of shattered space-time, floated silently. What is this? Chen Tian suppressed his rage and asked coldly. It is the only thing I brought out when I escaped the Forbidden Zone. You can call it a coordinate seed. The mysterious man's voice was laced with temptation. The Forbidden Zone of eternity exists in no dimension of space-time and cannot be located by any divine sense. Finding it is harder than reaching the heavens. But this seed can sense the weakest nodes of the Forbidden Zone's laws. Through it you can open a back door straight to its periphery. This is my sincerity to you. I have only one request. After it's done, ask your father to sever the last eternity brand in my soul and grant me true freedom. Chen Tian stared at the eerie coordinate seed and fell silent for a moment. He knew this thing was dangerous, but he also knew it was crucial to his father and their entire family. Fine, he finally said, reaching out to take the seed. I agree, but if you try any tricks, I wouldn't dare, the mysterious man said with a bitter smile. In the presence of monsters like you, any trick is meaningless. With that, his figure dissolved back into a mass of gray mist, fading slowly in the hall, leaving only a voice echoing in Chen Tian's ears. Remember my name. Su. Chen Tian clutched the cold coordinate seed, staring at where Su had vanished, his expression shifting. He knew that from this moment the inevitable war between the Chen family and the Forbidden Zone of eternity had entered its countdown. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore through space and stepped inside. He had to return home immediately and report this crucial intelligence to his father. When Chen Tian, carrying an aura of slaughter and the coordinate seed from the void, rushed home in a flurry, Chen Fan was staring at his own creation in dismay. A cosmic amusement park filled with candy and chocolate. Just moments ago, his newly born sixth daughter Qinzhou had tripped in the nursery. Her tiny lips pouted, but before she could even cry. In the battle puppet world, Chen Tian, who was in the midst of a killing spree, suddenly found a banana peel under his foot. He stumbled, narrowly avoiding a corrupted puppet stabbing him in the kidney. In the fantasy maze, Chen Linger, playing hide and seek, suddenly felt the ground collapse beneath her. In the buffet restaurant, Chen Fan was about to devour a small black hole when it suddenly exploded. The karmic Dao embryo, terrifying indeed. One falls and the whole family suffers. Father, something terrible has happened. Chen Tian burst in urgently. I know, Chen Fan waved his hand weakly. Your little sister fell and you nearly got cut by a puppet, right? Father, how did you know? Chen Tian paused, then caught on a look of lingering fear on his face. Damn, is sixth sister really that creepy? From now on, all of you be careful. If anyone dares to make her cry, don't say, I didn't warn you. Chen Fan sighed, feeling that his path as a nanny was becoming more and more treacherous. That's not it, father. Chen Tian remembered the real matter. He quickly told Chen Fan everything about the void and the coordinate seed in full detail. Chen Fan listened quietly, his expression still languid, as if Chen Tian wasn't revealing the ultimate secrets of the universe, but rather discussing how many piglets the neighbor's sow had birthed. Only after Chen Tian finished did he slowly sit up from his rocking chair and take the coordinate seed. He rubbed it between his fingers, sensing the pure, yet eerie power of finality within. Oh, so that's what it's all about. He nodded faintly, his tone as casual, as if saying, so dinner is rice after all. Trying to steal my job, and even wanting my daughter as an heir. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. It seems this family trip is unavoidable. Just then another massive spatial rift tore open in the sky above the demiplane. White-browed Immortal King and star-chasing Immortal King, along with nearly all the immortal emperors and immortal kings of the immortal domain, reverently transported treasure mountains made of various divine metals and rare artifacts, as if on a pilgrimage. Senior, young master, we've gathered everything you asked for. White-browed Immortal King's voice trembled with excitement. He pointed at the piles of materials shimmering with boundless divine light, nearly filling the entire demiplane, his face a mix of pride and reluctance. Over the past month, they had scoured the immortal domain bare. Even the Heavenly Emperor's crown had been crowdfunded. They claimed its material was fine enough to melt down and make a new teacup for the senior. Chen Fan merely cast a casual glance at the trash heap, enough to make any Dao ancestor green with envy, and still wore a look of disdain. All right, I see. Leave it there. He waved his hand dismissively, then his gaze fell on the item in white-browed Immortal King's hands. A brand-new chamber pot exquisitely carved from a massive piece of 7-colored immortal gold studded with 9 star cores, looking more imposing than any divine weapon. Chen Fan's eyes finally lit up. He walked over, picked up the chamber pot, weighed it in his hands, and flicked it with a finger, producing a crisp, melodious ring. Not bad. For the first time, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. You all have been thoughtful. Upon hearing Chen Fan's thoughtful, white-browed Immortal King, star-chasing Immortal King, and the crowd of nearly bankrupt Immortal Kings and Emperors instantly burst into tears of joy. It was worth it. Being robbed by the young master was worth it. Scouring the immortal domain bare was worth it. To find a satisfactory chamber pot for the senior, they had even launched an immortal emperor-level war, shattered an ancient immortal gold vein, and caused the fall of 3 immortal kings. But now earning a single thoughtful from the senior made all their sacrifices worthwhile. Alright, since the preparation, Chen Fan stored away the new chamber pot with satisfaction, then clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. He glanced at his brat legion. His eldest son Chen Tian, after a month of devilish training, could now simultaneously fight 1,000 corrupted puppets while carving flowers on tofu with his sword tip. His mastery over power had reached an unfathomable level. His second daughter Chen Linger could now nimbly traverse the fantasy maze. She no longer crudely deconstructed everything, but had learned to analyze and recompose laws. She could even purify and restore laws corrupted by the power of finality. His third son Chen Fan was even more formidable. He had devoured the waste disposal area, clean, leaving not a single scrap. His devouring divine ability was no longer limited to the material realm. He could even swallow intangible things like concepts and laws with ease. Now he looked at everyone as if they were a delicious cake. As for the 3 little ones still in swaddling, they had grown to look 2 or 3 years old. Chun Ming, who controlled space, could now skillfully play with space folding and dimensional jumping in her nurse. Yesterday, she folded herself into a 2-dimensional paper figure, nearly scaring Liu Qingxian to death. Chen Yu, who controlled time, could now precisely regulate the flow of time around him. He could speed it up to cool his milk bottle or slow it down to make his parents play with him longer. He was essentially a walking time-space remote control. The most eerie of all was Chun Zhou, who controlled karma. The little girl was no longer satisfied with passive triggers. She had started actively weaving small karmic threads. For example, if she wanted candy, she would set a karmic condition for Chen Fan. If Daddy doesn't give me candy, his teacup will shatter on its own. Though such tricks didn't work on Chen Fan, they still made him nervous every time he drank tea. Looking at these 6 brats, each capable of turning the myriad realms upside down, Chen Fan's face broke into a smile, a mix of a proud father's joy and a nanny's headache. His nanny legion had finally taken shape. It was time to take them out to see the world. All right, children. Chen Fan cleared his throat and announced loudly to all his family in the courtyard. Tired of the toys at home? Today your father is taking you to a bigger, more fun, and more thrilling. He took out the coordinate seed from the void and infused it with the power of the creator. The seed instantly blazed with brilliant light. A colossal gateway, as if to devour the entire universe, leading to an unknown realm. A space-time portal slowly opened above the Chun family courtyard. Beyond the portal was no longer the immortal realm, nor any known world. It was a gray space filled with deathly stillness, finality, and absolute nothingness. Let's go. Chun Fan waved his hand grandly, and the entire demiplane, along with the world tree, the chaos green lotus pond, and the tiny thatched cottage, transformed into a streak of light, like an invincible arc charging straight into the space-time portal. Their destination, the forbidden zone of finality. Behind the space-time portal propped open by that coordinate seed lay a grayness so profound it defied description. It was not black, for black at least possessed a hue with its antithesis. This gray, however, was an absolute colorlessness that devoured all light and pigment. The Chun family's invincible arc, the demiplane that Chen Fan had packed up, drifted into this gray world like a pebble cast into a dead sea, soundless and unobtrusive. With a creak, the wooden gate of the courtyard swung open. The first head to poke out belonged to an impatient Chen Tian. Father, is this the endless forbidden zone? He peered out with eager anticipation, imagining a landscape of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, demonic energy, surging, and grotesque, powerful foes, waiting to be reasoned with. Yet when his eyes beheld the scene beyond, the excitement on his face instantly froze. Outside the gate, there was nothing. No sky, no earth, no sound, no light. Even the concepts of up, down, left, and right grew indistinct. Only an eternal, deathly gray that pressed down upon the soul. The air was thick with an indescribable aura. It was neither foul nor fragrant, but rather the scent of finality. as if all things in the universe upon reaching this place had arrived at their terminus destined to rot and dissolve into nothingness. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Chen Tian couldn't help but curse. Father, are you sure we came for a vacation, not to commit suicide? There's not even a spot to stand on. He felt the sage power within him turning sluggish in this gray realm, as if it might be assimilated and annihilated by this aura of finality at any moment. Husband, it feels dreadful here. Su Qingxian emerged cradling their son Chen Fan. Her usually gentle smiling face was now slightly pale. She could sense her lunar saint physique instinctively resisting the atmosphere here. A primal repulsion of life against death, of existence against void. Liu Ruyan and Liu Qingxian followed close behind, their expressions equally grim. Even as immortal emperors, they felt immense pressure. Husband, the energy of finality here is too dense, it's harmful for the children. Liu Ruyan frowned, instinctively shielding the children behind her. Daddy, this place isn't fun. Chen Linger peeked from behind her mother, her small face filled with disdain. No flowers, no candy, not even butterflies. Even the perpetually hungry Chen Fan had put away his stellar lollipop, his pitch-black eyes showing vigilance for the... He seemed to sense that things here were not tasty. They might even crack his teeth. Senior, is this the legendary endless forbidden zone? White-browed Immortal King and stellar-chasing Immortal King, along with the crowd of immortal kings and emperors who had come to spectate, were all trembling with fear, barely daring to breathe. Standing merely at the edge of the demiplane and gazing at the gray void beyond, they felt their immortal souls about to freeze, their Dao hearts wavering, as if on the verge of collapse. Was this the foremost forbidden zone of the myriad heavens, one that even the Dao ancestors feared? Just a single glance from the threshold had nearly cost them half their lives. And that senior had actually brought his entire family driving an RV straight in. Their reverence for Chen Fan had become beyond words. Alright, I get it. You're all acting like you've never seen the world. Chen Fan stood up from his rocking chair with a look of disdain, yawned, stretched, and walked to the courtyard gate. Gazing at the deathly gray world outside, he stroked his chin and delivered his first observation. Tisk, the taste and decoration here is terrible, isn't it? His tone was that of a billionaire critiquing a bare concrete shell. No lights, no wallpaper, no floor tiles, not a single piece of furniture. The master of this endless forbidden zone is way too stingy. So poor, and yet he dares to play the role of a shadowy mastermind. Upon hearing Chen Fan's rant, white-browed Immortal King and the others nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Senior, my dear senior, you call this decoration? This is the end of the universe, the grave of all things, a forbidden land where even the Dao is ground to dust. In your eyes, it's just a bare concrete shell with poor taste. Father, what do we do now? We can't stay on this ship forever, can we? Chen Tian asked. Of course not. Chen Fan shook his head. We're here for a vacation, not to be imprisoned. Without a place to set foot, how can it be called a vacation? He surveyed the gray void, then, like a decoration director ready to flex his muscles, snapped his fingers. Alright, stop complaining. Since the host here doesn't know hospitality, we'll help ourselves. Today your father will teach you a real family craft lesson. The topic: how to transform a tasteless concrete shell into a cozy 5-star resort. With that, he stepped out of the courtyard and floated directly into the gray void. His slender figure seemed so insignificant in this world of finality, yet so incongruous. He was like a drop of pure gold falling into gray pigment. Though tiny, it was fundamentally different from everything. First, a home needs ground, right? Chen Fan muttered to himself. Then, under the utterly stunned gazes of everyone, he slowly extended a finger and gently tapped the endless void beneath his feet. Let there be light. Chen Fan scratched his head and corrected himself. Let there be ground. Boom. As his words fell, the entire deathly still endless forbidden zone, this void that had lain silent for countless eons, where even time had lost meaning, experienced its first violent tremor. A point of golden light blossomed from Chen Fan's fingertip. Then, at a speed surpassing all concepts, it spread wildly in every direction. Wherever the light passed, the gray primordial force of finality and void melted and retreated like snow before the scorching sun. In its place emerged a vast, boundless golden earth exuding a thick, warm aura. This earth seemed to stretch without end to the horizon. Upon it, there was no longer deathly gray, but the purest, most vibrant life and existence. This is... White-browed Immortal King and the others were utterly speechless before this terrifying sight of creation from nothingness. A single sentence. Just one sentence. He had forcibly created an endless earth in this endless forbidden zone where even Dao ancestors could not set foot. What power was this? This was divine power. The power of a creator god. While the foundation is laid. Chen Fan clapped his hands, seemingly barely satisfied with the effect of his casual finger point. He turned to look at the completely petrified family and servants at the courtyard gate, and said with a smile, "Don't just stand there. Come down and step on it. See if the ground is solid and if there's too much formaldehyde." The crowd. Formaldehyde. Too much. They felt their brains might be thoroughly broken today. As they gazed upon the vast, boundless golden land conjured by a mere casual remark from Chen Fan, everyone at the small courtyard gate felt their worldview undergoing an unprecedented and violent upheaval. This is creation. Liu Qingxian murmured, her usually intelligent eyes now filled with nothing but profound awe. As an immortal emperor, she believed she stood at the pinnacle of power, understanding most laws and mysteries of the world. Yet this scene completely surpassed her comprehension. In the endless forbidden zone, where even the concept of existence was extraordinarily thin, to create such a vast land brimming with life, force out of nothing. What level of manipulation was this? She felt that her proud mastery of space laws was nothing but childish mudplay before her husband's world-creating power of speaking reality into existence. Naive and laughable. Oh my goodness. Master. He's truly a god. Old Lady Meng Pa, who had lived for countless eons, trembled as she leaned against the doorframe, tears welling in her murky eyes. She had guarded the reincarnation sea, witnessed the rise and fall of countless immortal emperors, and heard legends of the ancient Dao ancestors creating worlds. But legends were just legends. She never imagined she would witness the miracle of creation firsthand, and in such a casual, utterly unreasonable manner. Grandmaster. He just said let there be land, and there was land. Shurehao's mouth gaped wide enough to hold a dinosaur egg. In his double-pupiled eyes he no longer saw threads of law but an incomprehensible, unanalyzable golden miracle. He felt that all his understanding of cultivation and power built over a decade was completely overturned in that moment. So the ultimate goal of cultivation wasn't becoming an immortal, an emperor, or a Dao ancestor. The end of cultivation was to be a god. To be like Grandmaster. A god who could create a world with a single word. Alright, stop acting like you've never seen anything before. Chen Fan, seeing their stunned expressions, waved his hand impatiently. Come on down, why are you still standing there? Snapping back to reality, everyone carefully stepped out of the demiplane courtyard onto the warm, golden land. The feeling of solid ground beneath their feet slightly calmed their hearts, which had been suspended in shock. Dad, this ground is so solid. Chen Tian was the first to conduct his quality inspection. He raised his divine path iron sword and struck the ground with all his might. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. That supreme weapon capable of severing Dao and slaying immortal emperors was repelled upon hitting the ground, and the golden surface didn't even bear a single scratch. Holy crap! Chen Tian stared at his slightly numb wrist, his eyes wide. Dad, what did you make this ground out of? It's too hard. Just threw it together, Chen Fan said nonchalantly. I merely fused the essence of the concept's existence and solidity a bit. It's sturdy, but I wonder if it'll affect grass growth. Just threw it together. Fused the essence of existence and solidity. Hearing this, every immortal king and emperor present, including Meng Pa, felt their knees go weak, nearly kneeling before Chen Fan. You call this just throwing it together? Then what are we who have cultivated for eons without even grasping a fraction of a law? Cosmic dust. Alright, the foundation is set. Now time to consider the interior decoration, Chen Fan said, ignoring their crumbling expressions. He surveyed the empty golden land and the dead gray sky, frowning again. Just land isn't enough, the environment is too monotonous. No blue skies, no birdsong or floral scents, not even background music, lifeless and dreary. How can this be called a playground? He stroked his chin, beginning his next renovation plan. First, this sky needs changing. He looked up at the eternal gray canopy. It was made of the purest and forced the world's undercoat. Too oppressive, it dampens the mood. Chen Fan shook his head, then reached out and gently wiped the gray canopy, as if cleaning a dirty window. Ryup. That gray canopy covering the entire endless forbidden zone and unshakable even by Dao ancestors was forcibly wiped away in a large patch, revealing behind it a deeper, purer absolute void. My eyes. The sky. It's been white-browed Immortal King and the others nearly lost their souls in terror. That was the very essence of the endless forbidden zone, and it was wiped away like dust. I'm clean now. Time to add some color. Chen Fan paid no heed to their reactions, thought for a moment, then snapped his, let's have some blue skies and white clouds. Cheers the mood. As his words fell, the void canvas he had cleaned was instantly painted with a clear, bright, cerulean blue. Then pure white clouds formed from the essence of life energy, and light laws began to drift slowly across. Warm sunlight streamed down through the clouds, illuminating the golden land. In that instant, the world transformed from a oppressive, dead, forbidden zone into a paradise brimming with hope and vitality. Wow. The sky turned blue. And clouds. Fluffy like cotton candy. Chun Linger and Chun Meng, the two little girls, clapped their hands joyfully at the sight of the new sky. That looks much better. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. But still something's missing. He tilted his head, listening carefully. Too quiet. How can a proper playground not have BGM? With that, he reached out again. This time, instead of creating something, he gently flicked the void. Ding! A crisp, melodious note, as if from the source of Tao, spread from his fingertip. The note transformed into invisible ripples, instantly permeating every corner of the newborn world. Then in everyone's utterly stupefied minds, a cheerful, lively, childlike melody quietly arose. The melody possessed a magical charm. The chocolate river began to flow merrily to the tune, and the candy fish on its surface occasionally leaped out, performing comedic water ballets. The gingerbread waterfall on Candy Mountain started singing splashily. Even in the newly created battle puppet world forged from concept divine gold, the originally murderous metal lumps stopped fighting and began performing. synchronized calisthenics with mechanical precision. In that moment, the entire world seemed to come alive. It became a true fairy tale realm filled with joy and magical wonder. This is speaking reality into existence. No, this is manifesting thoughts. This is imposing one's will upon the entire world. Mengpa stared at the incredible scene, her wrinkled face twitching violently from extreme shock. She finally understood. Master was no Dao ancestor. He was the universe's creator. All right, background music is set. Chen Fan clapped his hands, feeling another big step completed in his renovation project. He turned to look at his utterly dumbfounded wives, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. My dearest wives, now it's time to add an ecosystem to this world. What do you think? Should we first mold some fire-breathing rabbits or some singing mushrooms? Just as Chen Fan eagerly prepared to start creating some cute little animals for this newborn world alongside his wife and children. Deep within the distant final forbidden zone, a location beyond the reach of any time-space, positioning, the colossal eyes formed of endless abysses embodying the will of the final heavenly Tao, snapped open violently. This time its gaze held no longer the previous coldness, indifference, or even fury. Instead, it was a pure, indescribable bewilderment. It was utterly baffled. What exactly was this virus named Chen Fan doing? He had intruded into the core region of its system, this final forbidden zone representing the universe's endpoint. Yet unlike the reckless Dao ancestors of the past who sought to challenge or dismantle its core programs, he did not. Instead, on its very turf, he had begun large-scale construction. First, he forcibly cleared a patch of underlying data and laid down a layer of golden new flooring. Then he erased this system desktop background, that gray hue symbolizing absolute finality, and replaced it with a flashy blue sky and white clouds themed skin. Even more outrageously, he forcibly installed a system-wide Bugert, endlessly looping background music track with auto-dubbing. What the hell was this all about? The final heavenly Tao felt that its own central processor, which had operated coldly and precisely for countless epochs, was on the verge of crashing from information overload. This was provocation, a blatant ultimate affront to one of the universe's supreme wills, 1,000,000 times worse than when it had tossed down the seed of finality to be used as a toy or seasoning. Those previous acts were mere childish mischief. But now this man named Chen Fan was desecrating its ancestors. He was attempting to alter the very meaning of its existence from the roots. What was the meaning of finality? It was termination, stillness, nothingness. And now to bring in blue skies, birdsong, floral scents, and such a cheerful BGM. It was like grinding its face into the ground with the power of creation itself. Unforgivable. Absolutely. Unforgivable. A cold, vast, wrathful thought detonated at the core of the entire final forbidden zone. It made its decision. It would unleash its true power to utterly erase this insolent virus who dared to blaspheme finality, along with the ridiculous playground he had created from the universe. Boom. The entire final forbidden zone trembled violently from its fury. Beyond the area Chen Fan had just renovated, within the endless gray void, a surge of final force, more terrifying and pure than any before, began to gather frantically. This was no longer the silent viral infiltration of before. It was a true final tsunami, capable of sweeping across the entire universe. A gray tide, billions of zhang high, containing no water but only pure nothingness that could erode all existence and terminate all laws. This force of nothingness was the primordial power of the final heavenly Tao. It was the ultimate antivirus program, deployed only to format universes that had reached the end of their lifespan or developed severe bugs. In the ancient era, it had used this technique to erase 3 supreme Tao ancestors who dared to challenge it. Now it would use it against this creation father, 1,000,000 times more detestable than those 3 combined. The tsunami of nothingness, surpassing time and space, surged toward Chen Fan and the golden land he had created. Wherever it passed, everything returned to nothingness. In the playground world, Chen Fan was about to discuss with his wives whether to shape the first batch of little animals as rabbits or kittens. Suddenly his brow furrowed, and he looked up. At the edge of the blue sky he had just cleaned, a gray horizon was spreading toward them at an unimaginable speed. High tide. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the gray horizon transformed into a sky-obscuring, terrifying wave carrying the aura of finality that could annihilate any immortal emperor's soul in an instant, crashing down upon them. Husband, be careful. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingxian turned deathly pale at the sight. They could clearly sense within the wave an absolute death they could neither comprehend nor resist. Before that wave, they felt less than a speck of dust. They immediately mobilized their full cultivation, intending to shield Chen Fan and the children. Oh, Daddy, a tsunami. Such a big wave. Little Chen Linger and Chun Ming, seeing the sky-blotting gray wave, clapped their hands excitedly instead of being afraid. To them, it was just another thrilling amusement ride in the playground. Everyone, don't panic. At this critical moment, Chen Fan's lazy voice rang out again. With his usual expression of indifference, he even turned to tease the terrified immortal kings and emperors who looked ready to wet themselves. Look at this playground service. We just thought about playing in the water, and they sent us a surfing project. This service attitude, you black market dealers in the immortal realm should take notes. Surfing project. White-browed Immortal King and the others felt their minds could no longer comprehend this world. Senior, that's a lethal nothingness tsunami. A divine punishment that can reduce Dao ancestors to dust. And you call it a surfing project. All right, everyone hold steady. The wave is coming. Chen Fan reminded them unhurriedly. Then he made a move that nearly crashed the final heavenly Dao again. He actually pulled out a surfboard from his storage ring. It was a board crafted from the world tree's core trunk, inscribed with 9 chaos green lotus Dao patterns, simple, yet radiating a creation aura. Haven't done this in a while. Hope I haven't lost my touch. Chen Fan tossed the surfboard to his feet and waved at his family and servants who were utterly dumbfounded. Come on, everyone, get on. Your dad is going to show you what real extreme sports are. With that, he leaped onto the surfboard first. Then, under everyone's indescribable gazes, he steered the small board and charged directly toward the nothingness tsunami that could destroy the entire universe. Yahoo! A cheer full of youthful exuberance echoed through the silent final forbidden zone. When Chen Fan stepped onto the surfboard forged from the world tree's core, charging like a spirited youth against the void tsunami that could annihilate the heavens, the entire world seemed to freeze in place. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingshuan, 3 peerless beauties, stood dazed upon the golden sands. No, upon the golden earth, their minds utterly incapable of processing this surreal vision before them. Their husband, he, was actually surfing in that sea of void that could crush even a Dao ancestor into dust. Father is so cool. It was their eldest son Chen Tian who first broke free from the overwhelming shock. His handsome face, usually etched with a hint of defiance, now brimmed with unparalleled adoration and fervor. In his eyes, his father's silhouette at that moment was 1,000 times more majestic and awe-inspiring than when he had created worlds with a single finger or shaped continents with a single word. This was a true man. Faced with towering waves that could destroy the world, he did not retreat, but advanced, intending to showcase his skills atop the crest. How cool. I want to go too. Chen Tian shouted, preparing to charge forward. Stop right there. Liu Ruyan grabbed him firmly, shooting him an exasperated glare. Your father is bold because he has the skill to match. What business do you have joining in? Do you want to be crushed by the waves? But Chen Tian tried to argue. No buts. Liu Ruyan cut him off, her tone leaving no room for discussion. She had no desire to lose both a husband and a son in quick succession. Though she felt confident her husband would be fine, what if the unthinkable happened? Meanwhile, the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors who had come to spectate had long abandoned any pretense of composure. They slumped to the ground, eyes vacant, mouths agape, drool pooling unnoticed. Their minds had been utterly fried by the surreal scene before them. Surfing in the primordial tsunami of the final forbidden zone, they felt that their millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years of arduous cultivation was the ultimate truth of cultivation, not immortality, not mastery of the Tao, but the ability to indulge in extreme sports when the world faced its end. I think I have seen the light, murmured Wang Yue, the immortal king of the heavenly court of Haoyan. He felt that the bottleneck in his cultivation, which had stagnated for millions of years, was beginning to show signs of. From Chen Fan's carefree silhouette, he seemed to glimpse a state of absolute freedom and transcendence that stood above all laws, all life, and death. Could this be the ultimate form of the Tao? Whoosh. Awesome. Chen Fan maneuvered his surfboard across the gray void, waves twisting and turning, executing all manner of intricate stunts. He felt as if he had returned to his past life, a carefree youth basking in the sun and waves by the seaside. He could clearly sense the power of finality capable of erasing all things washing over his body. Yet his Creator Lord's sacred body stood like an unyielding reef, unmoved by the battering winds and waves. In fact, he found it rather pleasant. It felt like an exquisite energy spa, scrubbing away the lingering inner heat accumulated from having too many. This void power, though not exactly tasty, makes for a surprisingly good scrub, Chen Fan mused inwardly, offering a fair assessment. Growing more playful, he even began to dance atop the waves. A 360-degree Thomas Flare here, a backflip into a perfect dive there. Each movement effortless and brimming with artistry. This spectacle, transmitted through time and space, reached the deepest recesses of the final forbidden zone. The colossal eyes, embodying the will of the final heavenly Tao, fixed their gaze on the man frolicking in their primordial sea. Its central processor emitted a strained hum. It did not understand. It could not comprehend. Why had its primordial power, the void tsunami capable of annihilating Tao ancestors, inflicted no harm upon him? He even seemed to be enjoying it. What was he? Was he truly the virus of this universe? Why was this virus stronger and more illogical than itself, the antivirus program? For the first time, the will of the final heavenly Tao wavered and fell into self-doubt. It felt a profound confusion about its understanding of the universe and its own existence. And in that moment of its system crash, Chen Fan had grown bored. Playing alone is no fun. He guided his surfboard down from the wave crest and returned to the golden beach. He looked at his family and servants still in a daze and offered a kindly smile. Don't just stand there. How can you miss out on such a fun activity? With a wave of his hand, the surfboard, once only large enough for one, instantly expanded billions of times. It transformed into a colossal, gleaming golden luxury liner, far more magnificent than any imperial-grade celestial vessel. The liner boasted pavilions, towers, rockeries, and flowing water. At the center of the deck lay a massive outdoor swimming pool. Come, board the ship. Chen Fan called out like an enthusiastic tour guide. Father, I want to play too. Chen Tian was the first to rush aboard with a cheer. Daddy, me too. Chen Linger and Chen Ming toddled after him. Eat. Chen Fan, however, had his eyes on the ship's bow where a lifelike dragon's head carved from a single piece of chaos immortal gold sat. He drooled and tried to bite it. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Lu Qingxian exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a mix of helpless smiles and indulgence. If their husband wanted to play, they would play along. They each carried their children and boarded the absurdly extravagant. As for white-browed Immortal King Meng Pua, and sure how they lacked even the courage to refuse, following reluctantly. They felt that today they might experience what it meant to walk with a god. All right, hold on tight. We're setting off. Chen Fan stood at the bow shouting with exuberance. Then with a thought, the luxury liner forged from the world tree's core erupted with dazzling divine light. Like an indestructible blade, it plunged straight into the gray void tsunami. Boom. The cataclysmic waves capable of destroying universes were forcibly parted upon colliding with the ship. Aboard the liner, the creation barrier laid down by Chen Fan radiated a gentle light, keeping all power of finality at bay. Standing on the deck, the crowd watched the churning gray waves reeking of destruction on either side. It felt like touring in underwater tunnel. Wow, so many fish. Chen Linger pointed excitedly at the void creatures within the waves, beings forged from pure finality, laws taking myriad forms. Outside, any one of those void creatures would terrify an immortal emperor. But in the little girl's eyes, they were merely peculiar aquarium fish. Eat. Chen Fan smacked his lips at the void creatures, pondering whether they might be edible and tasty. Don't move. Chen Fan lightly swatted the two little ones. These things are poisonous. Eat them, and you'll get a stomach. He had no desire for his son to consume the final heavenly Taoist essence, risking indigestion. Come, let me show you something even more fun. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. Then he reached out toward the churning. With a gentle grasp, he extracted a large clump of pure void power from the waves. The mass writhed and twisted frantically, trying to escape. But all efforts were futile. Chen Fan studied the void in his hand, then began his craftsmanship demonstration. First, he molded the void into the shape of a rabbit. Then he breathed upon it. That breath carried a trace of Su Qingqian's supreme, sacred body essence. Instantly, the black rabbit of void sprouted a coat of soft white fur. Its eyes transformed into sparkling rubies. Thus was born a void rabbit, a creature of two opposing forces, void and life, adorable yet eerie. Here for you to play with. Chen Fan handed the void rabbit to Chen Linger and Chen Ming. The two little girls' eyes lit up at the fluffy moving creature, and they hugged it joyfully. The moment the void rabbit was held by its two little masters, its body trembled violently. It sensed from them a kindred aura, one that filled it with both terror and familiarity from the depths of its soul. It ceased its resistance, docilely allowing the girls to pet it. Father, I want one too. I want one. Chen Tian, seeing his sister's new toy, called out enviously. You're a boy. What would you do with a rabbit? Chen Fan glanced at him, then grabbed another large mass of void power. This time he shaped it into a sword. A jet black sword, its blade entwined with a black dragon formed from finality laws, a void sword. Here, this is for you. Chen Fan handed the sword to Chen Tian. Take it and go reason with those fish out there. Remember, don't kill them. If you break them, I won't fix them. As Chen Tian gripped the sword of nothingness forged from pure void power and finality's law, he charged excitedly off the cruise ship, plunging into the gray sea of nothingness to reason with the void beings. In an unnamed chaos rift billions of eons away from that battlefield, a figure shrouded in gray mist floated. He was the one who called himself Su, the traitor of the finality forbidden zone. At that moment, through some secret art, he was peering from afar at everything unfolding within the zone. When he saw the void tsunami capable of erasing a Tao ancestor become as docile as a tamed husky before that golden gleaming cruise ship, his pale handsome face, hidden behind the mist, was etched with indescribable shock. He actually used the core of the world tree to build a ship. Zu's voice trembled. As a former sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, he naturally recognized the material of that cruise ship. The world tree. It was one of the universe's most primordial divine objects, on par with the finality Forbidden Zone, embodying creation and life. In the primordial era, to end the world tree, which was said to have grown strong enough to support the 3,000 great worlds, the finality heavenly Tao had mobilized almost entirely, paying a grievous price to barely inflict a heavy blow upon it. Yet now this man named Chen Fan had actually used the world tree's most core part to build a cruise ship for taking his kids surfing. What sheer extravagance was this? What wanton wastefulness? Su felt that his heart, which had lain dormant for countless eons, long still as a dead well, was now being trampled over and over by 10,000 primordial divine elephants. Yet this was not the most crushing part. What shattered him most was Chen Fan's next move. That man casually grabbed handfuls of pure finality origin from the sea of nothingness. Then like molding clay he shaped them into rabbits, shaped them into swords, and gave them to his children as toys. Puffed. Su could no longer hold back, and ancient blood that had festered for countless eons nearly spewed forth. Finality, origin. That was the source of power for all beings of the Forbidden Zone. The embodiment of the finality heavenly Daos will. The most taboo, most terrifying power in this universe. Yet in this man's hands it was just a plaything to knead at will. Who was he? What level of existence was he? A creator god. But even the legendary most ancient creator gods who split heaven and earth and fashioned the myriad realms could not so easily toy with the origin power of finality. Su felt his understanding of this world was being utterly overturned once again. He had thought that escaping the Forbidden Zone and witnessing the splendor of the myriad realms made him well-traveled. He had thought that finding this family of variables, Chen Fan's clan, was his hope against the finality heavenly Dao. But now he realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. This was no hope, this was a pack of super monsters even more unreasonable and lawless than the finality heavenly Dao. He even began to pity the finality heavenly Dao. To provoke this family was its ultimate misfortune. Just as Zu's worldview was being repeatedly reshaped, he suddenly felt an irresistible, gentle, yet overwhelmingly domineering force lock onto his existence. No. Zu's heart leaped with alarm. He immediately tried to activate his secret art to flee into deeper layers of the void. But it was too late. The space-time around him was frozen solid in that instant. Then a lazy, slightly mocking voice echoed directly in his mind. Hey, seen enough of the show. Time to come out and say hello, don't you think? Zu's body stiffened. He turned his head with difficulty, only to find the man he had been spying on, the one named Chen Fan, had appeared before him silently, as if from nowhere. His face still wore that harmless, lazy smile. But to Su, that smile was 10,000 times more terrifying than facing the cold will of the finality heavenly Dao. You, how did you find me? For the first time, Zu's voice quivered with panic and disbelief. This chaos rift where he hid was an absolute coordinateless place he had discovered after countless eons of search. It belonged to no time or space, touched no karma. In theory, even a true Dao ancestor could not find it. Yet this man had appeared directly before him. Oh, that. Chen Fan scratched his head and said matter-of-factly, the seed you gave me had your aura on it. I just took a casual look along that aura, and there you were. A casual look, and he saw him. Su felt his mind failing him once more. Following a mere wisp of aura to ignore the barriers of time, space, and karma, directly locating a coordinateless place. What level of tracking divine ability was this? The great karma art? No. Even the legendary Dao ancestor who governed karma could not be so precise and casual. You. Who exactly are you? Su stared at Chen Fan, asking the question he most wanted yet most feared to know. Me. Chen Fan chuckled. He glanced at the luxurious cruise ship riding the waves in the sea of nothingness, then at the mischievous kids amicably interacting with the void beings, and a proud fatherly smile spread across his face. My name is Chen Fan. Just an ordinary stay-at-home dad who loves traveling with his wife and kids. Hearing that, Zu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You call yourself a stay-at-home dad? If you're a stay-at-home dad, then what are those fathers across the myriad realms who go bankrupt just to get their kids into a decent immortal sect? Cosmic dust feeders. Alright, enough nonsense. Chen Fan waved his hand and sized up Su, his gaze carrying a scrutinizing look like a butcher appraising a fattened pig ready for slaughter. You said you wanted to make a deal with me. Yais. Su felt a chill under Chen Fan's stare, but steeled himself, and you said you want me to help sever your last connection to the finality Forbidden Zone to gain true freedom. Chen Fan. Yes, senior. Su quickly replied. If you can help me, I am willing. Willing to do anything for you. He had now completely abandoned any thought of an equal deal with Chen Fan. Before such an unfathomable existence, being even his dog was a supreme honor. Anything. Chen Fan rubbed his chin, staring at Zu's unique body formed from pure finality power and a thread of self-will. A glint of something extremely dangerous flickered in his eyes. It's not impossible. Chen Fan's face suddenly broke into a smile that was so kind it made Zu's hair. You see, my family is still missing a toy that tells stories. I think you'd be perfect for the job. A toy that can tell stories. Hearing Chen Fan's casual, yet utterly mesmerizing words, the handsome face of Su hidden behind the mist instantly froze. He wondered if he had misheard. A toy. Him. He, a unique and special existence born from the Forbidden Zone of finality, possessing self-will, and having broken free from the shackles of the heavenly Dao. In this man's eyes, was he merely a toy that could tell stories? This was even more insulting than being treated like a what? Unwilling. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at Zu's dazed expression, his tone carrying a hint of threat. If you're unwilling, he'll crush you. No. Willing. 1,000 times willing. Su shuddered in fright, daring not to hesitate any longer. He hastily bowed deeply before Chen Fan, lowering himself to the dust. To become my master's toy is this junior's. Xiao Zu's greatest fortune, know a blessing cultivated over billions of epochs. Unwilling. As if he could imagine the consequences of refusal with his toes. He would surely be crushed into a ball of finality energy by this unreasonable man, then tossed to his seemingly omnivorous chubby son as an after-dinner snack. Compared to being eaten, what's wrong with being a toy? At least he'd still be alive, wouldn't he? Moreover, becoming a toy for a being of such a creator-god level would be a matter of great pride to boast about. Quite the awareness. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. He felt that his convincing through virtue approach was becoming increasingly masterful. In that case, let me first help you clean up that bit of trash on you. With that, Chen Fan reached out and gently tapped. This tap seemed utterly ordinary, but in Zu's perception it felt as if a supreme force transcending all time, space, and causality descended directly into the deepest core of his soul. Within his soul's core, a gray leech-like brand clung stubbornly. That was the last thread of connection between him and the heavenly Tao of finality. It was also his eternal original sin. For countless epochs he had exhausted every method to erase it, but yet under Chen Fan's finger, that indestructible brand of finality seemingly fused with his very life, let out a mournful wail, as if encountering its natural nemesis. It struggled and resisted, but all was futile. Crack! A faint sound audible only to Su himself echoed in the depths of his soul. The shackle that had bound him for countless epochs snapped at that moment, completely dissipated into smoke. It's broken. Su stood frozen, sensing the unprecedented absolute freedom and ease within his soul, engulfed in an unreal dreamlike sensation. Free. He was truly free. No longer the traitor of the forbidden zone of finality, nor the defective product burdened with original sin. Now he was merely Su, an independent, complete being with self-will. A brand new life. Thank you, Master, for this gift of rebirth. Snapping back to reality, Su could no longer contain his inner excitement and gratitude. He fell to his knees before Chen Fan and kowtowed heavily 3 times. This time it was heartfelt and willing. Chen Fan had not only granted him freedom, he had given him a new life. All right, spare me the formalities. Chen Fan waved his hand impatiently. For him, severing a tiny brand of finality was simpler than crushing an ant. Since you're my man, now it's time to get to work. Chen Fan pointed toward the distant depths of the forbidden zone of finality, still shrouded in gray mist full of unknowns and deathly silence, and said, "We're here for a family outing. You'll be our tour guide. Show us around, tell us what fun things, good eats, or durable local specialties you have here." Tour guide. Hearing this, Su was taken aback again. He looked up at the young man in the sea of nothingness, wildly swinging his blade at a group of void beings. Then he glanced at the luxury cruise ship, riding the void tsunami from which bursts of laughter and joy emanated. He suddenly felt that the term tour guide seemed quite fitting here. Yes, master. Su immediately obeyed, rising from the ground. The aura of weariness and fatigue vanished without a trace. In its place was a renewed, spirited determination. He respectfully flew to Chen Fan's side and began his first narration as a tour guide. Master, the area we are in now is merely the outermost layer of the forbidden zone of finality, which we call the Sea of Nothingness. Su pointed at the churning gray waves and explained, "This is the final resting place of all terminated universes. Those waves are actually the remnants of shattered universes ground down by the power of finality into primordial, and those void beings are special monsters formed from the unyielding obsessions of powerful beings from those shattered universes combined with the power of finality after their deaths. They have no consciousness, only the purest instinct to devour all existence. Oh, so it's a cosmic grave." Chen Fan nodded in understanding. "Any good stuff inside? Like, did any universe's Dao ancestor bring their treasures along when they died?" Hearing Chen Fan's peculiar train of thought, Zu's mouth twitched again. "Master, your focus seems to have wandered off again. We're discussing the ultimate mysteries of the universe, and you're concerned about grave robbing here." "In theory, yes, master," Su answered reluctantly. "But the Sea of Nothingness erodes everything. Even a Dao ancestor's weapon soaked here long enough would be assimilated and lose its divine nature. Oh, what a pity." Chen Fan looked regretful. "Beyond this Sea of Nothingness lies the second layer of the forbidden zone of finality, which we call the Plains of Extinction." Su continued his introduction. "That is where the will of the heavenly Tao of finality is most active. It is also where we paramount rulers of the forbidden zone were born and slumber. Their countless innate divine demons born from the concept of termination reside. For example, the god of silence representing absolute silence, the god of stasis representing absolute stillness, and the god of oblivion representing absolute forgetfulness." Oh, Chen Fan grew interested. "Sounds intriguing. Are these gods, or whatever, powerful, durable?" "Well," Su hesitated, then answered truthfully, "each of them possesses power no less than that of a... Moreover, they command the purest conceptual laws. Ordinary attacks are nearly useless against them. To defeat them, one must confront them on the level of concepts." "Is that so?" Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly at these words. He turned to look at the little ones on the cruise ship who were idly playing with void bunnies. A smile spread across his face. A benevolent fatherly smile that Su had come to know all too well. Perfect timing. My kids could use some new toys. Under the guidance of Su, the freshly minted golden tour guide, the Chen family's luxurious cruise ship majestically traversed the churning Sea of Nothingness. Throughout the journey, Chen Tian tirelessly chased after the void beasts, fervently reasoning with them. The sword of nothingness in his hand resonated mysteriously with his own supreme bone. He discovered that with each void beast he slew, he could absorb a trace of pure termination power from their form. This power, though diametrically opposed to his own attribute, acted like a whetstone, honing his saintly power to be purer and more condensed. He felt that his breakthrough to the mid-saint realm was not far off. Aboard the cruise ship, Chen Linger and Chen Ming had grown thoroughly tired of the pitiful void rabbit. The two young girls were now having a wonderful time playing with the time-space divine mirror. Chen Ming, as the mirror's destined owner, could naturally control this creation-level Dao weapon. With a wave of her small hand, the mirror's surface revealed a battle puppet world, showing a miserable scene of Chen Tian being chased by a group of corrupted puppets. Big brother, go! Big brother, go! The two young girls watching the live broadcast waved their little fists, cheering on their eldest brother. As for Chen Fan, Chen Xinyu, and Chen Zhou, the three younger infants, they had long been carried back to the cabins by their respective mothers and had fallen asleep. Soon the cruise ship sailed out of the sea of nothingness. The scene before them changed once more. It was no longer that gray churning ocean. Instead, it was a vast, boundless pitch-black plain. This plain was even more deathly still than the sea of... If the sea of nothingness represented the death of motion, then this silent heavenly plain was the end of stillness. Here there was no sound, no light, and even the flow of laws had fallen into absolute stagnation. Time itself seemed to have lost its meaning. Space too had solidified into eternity. Master, this is the silent heavenly plain. Zhou's voice echoed directly in everyone's minds. Because here any form of sound would be instantly erased by an invisible force. This is the domain of the god. He is a primordial god born from the concept of absolute silence. In his domain, all sound and all vibrations are forbidden. Oh, no talking. Chen Fan found this rule intriguing. He tried to open his mouth to speak. But he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he could not produce a single sound. It was as if his vocal cords had been silenced by an invisible force. Interesting. A look of curiosity appeared on Chen Fan's face. He knew this was no simple silencing spell. It was a terrifying law that from a conceptual level completely erased the existence of sound. Husband, I feel. My heartbeat is about to stop. Su Qingyun's face was somewhat pale. She could feel the blood flow in her body slowing down. Even her thoughts were becoming sluggish. This was because heartbeat, blood flow, and the operation of thought all involved, and here vibration was forbidden. It's all right. Chen Fan smiled at his wives. Though he could not make a sound, his smile seemed to possess a magical power, instantly calming the anxious hearts of the... With a thought, an invisible life-filled and rhythmic creation power emanated from him, enveloping the entire crew. Instantly, the oppressive, deathly law of absolute silence was shut out. Everyone felt as if they had returned from a vacuum to a normal world. They could breathe freely, think freely, and even hear each other's heartbeats. All right, now it's time to meet the master of this place. Chen Fan's gaze fell upon the center of the plain. There sat a colossal divine statue billions of feet tall, composed entirely of some unknown black crystal in a meditative pose. The statue had no facial features, only a smooth surface. It sat there silently, as if it had been sitting for... He was the god of silence. The god of silence was one of the oldest and most powerful supreme beings of the terminal forbidden zone. His very existence was the embodiment of silence. Within his domain, he was invincible. For any attempt to attack him would inevitably produce sound and vibration. And once sound and vibration were produced, they would be instantly erased by his law of absolute silence. It was a nearly unassailable absolute defense. However, today he encountered the greatest nemesis of his existence. The moment Chen Fan's cruise ship entered the silent heavenly plain, a ripple appeared for the first time on the god of silence's smooth face. He saw the golden gleaming cruise ship, and he also heard sound coming from the ship. What was that sound? The laughter of those few young girls. The roar of that youth fighting in the distance. Or the hum of the ship itself filled with the rhythm of life. No, impossible. How could sound still exist in his domain? The god of silence's will was thrown into chaos for the first time. He immediately attempted to mobilize his fundamental law to completely erase those damned noises that blaspheme. But at that moment, an even more absurd, incomprehensible sound erupted without warning throughout his entire... It was a segment of a demonically catchy, rhythmically powerful, and electronically infused BGM. You love me, I love you, Mishu Bingxing sweet and true. You love me, I love you, Mishu Bingxing sweet and true. This simple, crude, and brainwashing melody, like the most terrifying spiritual contamination, instantly shattered the god of silence's absolute silence law, which he had upheld for countless eons. Within his domain, countless runic symbols of sound laws materialized out of thin air. They danced and flickered wildly, accompanying the demonic melody. In that moment, the entire silent heavenly plane transformed from an absolutely quiet library into a super nightclub hosting a massive rave party. The god of silence's billion-foodal crystalline divine body shuddered violently. Enormous cracks spread wildly across his form. For the first time, his smooth face displayed expressions of agony, distortion, and utter collapse. He did not understand. He completely failed to comprehend. Why? Why did the world contain such a terrifying, filthy, and utterly unreasonable sound. This was no longer a simple sound. It was an ultimate Tao sound capable of polluting silence and subverting existence from a conceptual level. Oh, a soundless roar filled with boundless agony and collapse detonated within the god of silence's core. He, the primordial god born from absolute silence, the supreme being of the forbidden zone wielding the authority of termination, had been utterly crushed today by a divine melody from another world. His Tao heart had in this moment completely shattered. Silent God collapsed in utter silence. Yet the cracks spreading like a maddening spiderweb across its billion-zhong crystalline divine form, and the twisted, agonized, utterly incredulous expression surfacing on its smooth visage were far more breathtaking than any earth-shattering explosion. Everyone present stood dumbfounded. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingshuan, the three beauties whose peerless countenances could topple any man in the world, now bore the same expression, utter stupefaction. Their cherry lips parted as they gazed at the luxury cruise ship still looping that demonic earworm. "You love me, I love you." Then turned to look at the colossal deity crumbling in the distance. Their minds simply could not keep up. Her husband. He had used a single song to defeat a Forbidden Zone Supreme at the Tao Ancestor level. What kind of tactic was this? Was it the legendary spiritual pollution attack? Mother, is that big block of ice broken? Shenlinger blinked her large watery eyes and pointed curiously at the distant, silent god. To her, that big thing that had kept her from speaking and made her feel uneasy now seemed about to shatter. "Brother, isn't that ice block durable? It's not as tough as your iron lumps." Chen Ming tugged at Chen Tian's sleeve, speaking in a babyish voice. Chen Tian was equally bewildered. He had just been fighting fiercely in the void sea against those void beings, preparing to cut through this silent heaven wasteland to have a good talk with this silent god. And yet, before he even arrived, the boss had crumbled on its own, taken down by a song his father played. Holy crap! Chen Tian stared at his father's calm, nonchalant expression as if he had merely casually turned off a radio. His admiration for his father surged once more like an endless mighty river. Dad was still the same dad. Always so. Unfathomable and unreasonable. As for the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors who had come to watch the spectacle, even the word petrified could not describe their state. They felt that today they might have witnessed the most absurd and most humiliating Tao ancestor-level battle since the birth of the universe. No earth-shattering divine powers clashing. No ultimate collision of laws and great Tao. Just a song. A song that sounded even cheerful and sweet. And then a terrifying existence born from the concept of absolute silence, who had dwelled in the final forbidden zone for countless eons, making even Tao ancestors take a detour, had simply suffered a Tao heart collapse and gone into seclusion on the spot. This humble monk seems to have attained enlightenment again, murmured the dragon, subduing Arhut from the Western Buddhist paradise. He felt that from that demonic melody he had perceived a brand new supreme truth of universal salvation that transcended all Buddhist divine powers. That was using the simplest, most direct, and most brainwashing method to destroy the opponent's Tao heart. Once the Tao heart was shattered, no matter how powerful the enemy, they were nothing but chickens and dogs. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. This senior's realm had far exceeded the imagination of mortals like them. Just as everyone's worldviews were being repeatedly reshaped, Chen Fan, the instigator, looked disdainfully at the distant remains of the silent god, now shattered into pieces. Tisk, such poor mental fortitude, he couldn't help but complain. "It's just a song, isn't it? Come on, back in the day this song ravaged our university's male dormitory and no one's Tao heart collapsed." He felt this silent god was far too fragile. He had originally hoped to let his kids experience a true, conceptual level opponent. But the moment the BGM played, the boss vanished instantly. This left him as a father feeling quite unaccomplished. "Dad, what do we do now? That big ice block is broken. Can we move to the next level?" Chen Tian, shouldering the void sword, came over still eager. "Next level? What's the rush?" Chen Fan glanced at him. "Your dad here is a frugal man. Such a large piece of material just thrown away after breaking. What a waste." He stroked his chin, surveying the pile of silent god remnants scattered across the dark plain, each piece shimmering with eerie black light and containing pure silence laws. His gaze was like that of an experienced carpenter appraising fine timber. This stuff has good material, tough enough, and comes with built-in soundproofing and shock absorption. It should be quite suitable for making a cradle for my yet unborn kids, or grind it into powder and mix it into milk powder. It might even have calming and sleep-aiding effects." Hearing Chen Fan's earnest analysis of waste utilization, everyone present, including Su, the guide who had just been summoned from the Chaos Rift, felt their minds short-circuit once again. "Master, you call this material? This is the remnant of a primordial divine demon. Every fragment contains the absolute silence, law that can make even immortal emperors lose their way, and you want to make it into a cradle and grind it into powder as a sleeping aid for children." Su felt that his newly restored Tao heart, which Chen Fan had just healed, was on the verge of collapsing again. He was now immensely grateful that he had surrendered early. Otherwise, he might have become a pile of material that this unreasonable master was studying for waste utilization. "All right, it's settled. Chen Fan slapped his thigh, seemingly very satisfied with his cradle plan. He waved his hand. The tens of thousands of silent god remnants scattered across the entire silent heaven wasteland were instantly gathered by an irresistible creative force and suspended before him. Then Chen Fan began the second episode of his craft class. He reached out like a chef selecting ingredients and picked the largest, most intact core fragment with the densest silence law from the pile. He first weighed it in his hand, then gently blew on the indestructible black crystal. This breath contained a trace of the domineering aura from his eldest son, Chen Tian's supreme bone, and a trace of the creative and destructive power of the Chaos Final Dao Fetus from his second daughter, Chen Ling. Finally, he casually borrowed a wisp of the unique aura of an empress representing motherly love and tenderness from Liu Ruyan, who was telling stories to her younger siblings on the luxury cruise ship. He perfectly fused these distinct, even opposing forces using his supreme power as the creator. Then he slowly infused this blend of magical formula into the black crystal. The moment this aura was injected, the black crystal, once filled with death and finality, began. It was no longer the devouring pitch black. Instead, it radiated a soft, warm, star-like, multicolored. The absolute silence, law which could stop an immortal emperor's heart, was forcibly twisted and redefined. It was no longer about erasing sound, but had become guardian of slumber. Any being entering the range of this law would be enveloped by an invisible gentle force. All external noise and inner turmoil would be shut out. The soul would sink into the deepest, sweetest. This was simply the ultimate hypnosis artifact across all heavens. Chen Fan looked at the masterpiece in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. He casually pinched the glowing crystal, shaping it into a small, exquisite rattle engraved with a pattern of a yawning bear. Here, this new toy is for you all to play with. Chen Fan, holding the slumber rattle, transformed from the silent gods, Kor walked over to the three little ones still in swaddling clothes who were watching everything with wide, curious eyes. If anyone refuses to sleep obediently, just shake this. He handed the rattle to his fourth daughter, Chen Ming, who controlled the law of space. Chen Ming happily took the shiny new toy and, imitating her father, gently shook it. Dong dong dong, a crisp melodious sound carrying a strange magic emanated from the rattle. This sound seemed to possess the power to pierce through everything. The next second, on the cruise ship, the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors who had been trembling and forcing themselves to stay alert. One by one, their eyes rolled back, heads drooped, and they fell asleep on the spot. Their faces even bore a relieved, happy smile, as if in their dreams they were experiencing something unprecedented and wonderful. Even Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingshuan, standing beside Chen Fan, felt a strong wave of drowsiness and couldn't help but yawn. Only Chen Fan and his mischievous children, who were used to various law attacks, remained awake. Holy crap, Dad! This thing is way too potent. Chen Tian's eyes nearly popped out as he looked at the fallen immortal kings and immortal emperors. He felt that if the rattle's sound swept over him, he would probably fall asleep on the spot. The effect is not bad. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction at his experimental results. Looks like the problem of putting the kids to sleep is also solved. This creator dad was becoming more and more professional, just as he was smug about his cleverness. The Su, who had been following him diligently playing the role of a qualified guide, suddenly screamed in his mind with extreme terror, even horror. Master, watch out. The still god. The still god's aura. He has been awakened. Stop, God. Chen Fan lazily lifted his eyelids upon hearing the terrified shriek from Su, following its trembling gaze into the distance. At the edge of the extinction heaven plains, upon that jet-black expanse, an immense, ancient, and intricate clock, composed of countless precise gears and hands defying any unit of measurement, slowly emerged from the darkness. The clock was a faded, rusted bronze hue. Its hands were frozen still. All its gears were motionless as well. It hung there silently, as if it had existed unchanged for countless epochs. Yet the moment it appeared, the entire extinction heaven plains, no, the very space-time where Chen Fan and the others stood, began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The luxury cruise liner forged from the world tree's core visibly decelerated slower and slower. On the deck, the once bubbling chocolate river grew viscous, its flow nearly frozen. Even the light and heat from the sun Chen Fan had crafted seemed veiled by an invisible film, growing dim and sluggish. An absolute, irresistible force of stasis radiated from the colossal clock, striving to drag everything within this region into eternal stillness. Master, this is the stop god. Zu's voice roared frantically in Chen Fan's mind, filled with pride. He is a primordial divine, demon born from the concept of absolute cessation. One of the most troublesome sovereigns in the terminal forbidden zone. Within his domain, all concepts of motion, change, and development are utterly erased. Time freezes, space locks, even thoughts are forced to halt. Flee, Master. We cannot stay here. Once his absolute stasis domain fully envelopes us, even a Dao ancestor would be permanently sealed, turned into an eternal statue. Su was truly terrified. He had once witnessed an ancient immortal emperor who strayed here, gradually transformed from a living being into a lifelike, amber statue, frozen in an expression of horror under the clock's gaze. The despair of watching everything, flesh, soul, and thoughts, slowly sink into eternal stillness was the most horrifying nightmare in his memory. Yet faced with Z's near-collapse warning, Chen Fan's reaction was, "Damn, why is it lagging again?" He looked disdainfully at the world around him, now moving like a slow-motion film, and couldn't help but complain. Is the server for this terminal forbidden zone that terrible? Just fixed a noise bug, and now we're hit with full server lag. This user experience is awful. Definitely a bad review. To his soul from the 21st century, this frozen scene was identical to encountering network latency and screen stutter while gaming in his past life. Annoying. Too annoying. I finally got the BGM going, ready to enjoy some leisurely family vacation time, and now you throw a full-screen freeze at me. Are you deliberately trying to deny me a stay-at-home dad a single peaceful day? Husband, I feel my power solidifying. Liu Qingchuan's usually confident and composed face showed for the first time a hint of terror. As a peak immortal emperor who controlled the Tao of space, she was most sensitive to the flow of spacetime. She could clearly sense an incomprehensible, irresistible force of stasis, invading her body, her Tao fruit, and her soul from all directions. Her spatial laws were as fragile as paper before this force, easily pinned in place, unable to stir even a ripple of spatial fluctuation. Liu Ruyan and Su Qianqian were in similarly dire straits. Their faces grew paler, and their breaths Daddy. The little girls Chun Linger and Chen Ming sensed something wrong too. The toys in their hand, their thoughts became sluggish. Even their favorite catchy BGM turned choppy like a dying repeater. You love me. I love you. The entire world seemed to be dragged deeper into a quagmire called stasis. Only one person was an exception, Chen Fan. He remained as languid as ever, as if everything around him was that absolute stasis, force powerful enough to freeze an immortal emperor's mind, automatically twisted, decomposed, and dissipated into nothing upon nearing within 3 feet of him, as if encountering an immovable, conceptual singularity. He was the creator lord, the very source of existence. And stasis was merely a state of... How could a state possibly seal its own source? All right, don't panic. Chen Fan, seeing the tense, pained expressions of his family, shook his head with some sympathy. He reached out and gently tapped each person's brow. A surge of creative force brimming with rhythm and change instantly flooded into their bodies, building an absolute firewall for them. In an instant, the heavy mountain-like force of stasis pressing on everyone's hearts vanished without a trace. Everyone felt as if they had been released from a vacuum sealed, regaining the freedom to breathe. Huff, huff. Liu Qingxian gasped for air, looking at Chen Fan with eyes filled with lingering fear and even deeper adoration. This was her man. No matter how desperate the situation, he was always the most steadfast support, holding up the sky. Well, since the server is failing, we'll have to clear the cache ourselves. Chen Fan stretched his limbs, then turned his gaze to his 5th son Chen, still in swaddling clothes, staring at the slow-motion world with curious wide eyes. This little one possessed the time Tao embryo. He was born with dominion over time. And stasis, in a sense, was simply time's halt. Thus no one was more suited to deal with this big fellow than his newborn son. You ever see that thing in the distance shaped like a giant broken clock? Chen Fan held his son, pointing at the distant stop god, speaking in a coaxing tone. It's a bad guy. It won't let us move, or play, but wants us all to stand here like wooden dolls. What should we do? Chen, a newborn who couldn't even speak, yet looked at where his father pointed, then at his siblings moving so slowly, and a flicker of understanding passed through his crystal-clear eyes. He seemed to grasp his father's meaning. He disliked stasis. He loved flow and change. So he stretched out his plump, lotus root-like little hand. Clutched in it was the jingling rattle transformed from the creation divine axe. Imitating his father, he gently shook it at the enormous clock representing absolute cessation in the distance. Jingle, a crisp melodious sound infused with the primal power of time, rang out. The next moment, across the entire extinction heaven plains, the frozen time, the stagnant space, the world forced in. At the sound of that clear rattle, it was as if the play button had been pressed, and once again it began to flow. When the crisp dingling rang out, the entire world seemed to come alive. The chocolate river, once thickened to the consistency of asphalt, began to flow joyfully once more. The catchy, brainwashing background music shed its stutter, returning to a smooth and clear melody. You love me, I love you, honey sweet, ice city sweet. Liu Ruyan and the others felt their nearly halted hearts resume their vigorous beating. Thoughts were no longer sluggish. Strength was no longer frozen. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the terrifying pressure that could have trapped even an immortal emperor in eternal stagnation was merely an illusion. This. Void stared at the unbelievable scene before him, his body composed of gray mist rippling violently from extreme shock. What had he witnessed? A newborn babe, merely by shaking a rattle in his hand, had shattered the absolute stillness domain of Stillness God. How was this possible? That was Stillness God, one of the supreme lords of the forbidden zone of annihilation, renowned for absolute defense and unsolvable control. His absolute stillness domain was a conceptual divine right independent of all laws, which even annihilation heavenly Tao itself could not easily interfere with. Yet now it had been broken by a baby with a rattle. Void felt that his Dao heart, just recently mended by Chen Fan, was on the verge of cracking again. He began to seriously doubt if he had back then escaped a newbie village only to stumble into a GM server where max-level players were leading a group of god-tier outs on a massacre. Father, little brother is amazing. Chen Tian gazed at his younger brother Chen, yes, small figure, his eyes filled with wonder and admiration. He too had felt the terror of that stillness force. With his cultivation at the Saint Realm facing that power, he felt like a mosquito sealed in amber, unable to move. But his little brother, this newborn babe, had solved the problem by simply shaking a toy. None of the kids in our family are. Chen Tian silently added this thought in his mind. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, the instigator of it all, looked at his youngest son in his arms with great satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Yuer has promise. For his first move, he could precisely counter the concept of absolute stop with the concept of time flow. This talent far surpasses his big brothers back then. Chen Fan gave a high appraisal in his heart. He recalled that when Chen Tian was born, although he possessed the supreme bone and heaven-defying talent, he only knew how to use brute force and cry. Unlike Yuer now, who so young already understood how to use his talent, I really am getting better and better at raising children. Chen Fan's heart swelled with pride. Meanwhile, at the center of the silent heaven plains, the colossal clock stillness, god towering billions of feet high and seemingly eternal, had its will core still for countless eons, stirred into a monstrous upheaval. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A thought filled with shock and disbelief echoed madly within it. His absolute stillness domain had been broken by a baby. Stillness gods will instantly locked onto that golden luxurious cruise ship, onto the infant held in a young man's arms, curiously shaking his rattle. It was him. This infant had just used a power utterly incomprehensible to him to forcibly restart his... What power was that? Was it time? No. Wrong. Stillness God could clearly sense that while the power was related to time, it was more primal, more domineering than mere time laws. It was an absolute dominion over process itself, transcending both stop and flow. Blasphemy. This is the ultimate blasphemy against the great concept of stillness. Stillness God's will was instantly ignited by boundless fury. Since his birth, he was the agent of stillness. His purpose was to return all things to their most primal, perfect, eternal, static state. But now a brat dared to toy with time before him, to use flow to challenge his stillness. Unforgivable. Boom. Stillness God's massive bronze clock form shuddered violently. A power of absolute stillness, 100, 1,000, even 10,000 times stronger than before, erupted from him. This time he would not slowly erode the world like before, like boiling a frog in warm water. Instead, he condensed all his power into an invisible conceptual thorn, unseen by the eye and imperceptible to divine sense. This conceptual thorn had only one target. That was Xinyu. He would nail this insolent little one along with his accursed authority of time firmly onto the cross of eternity. He would make him an eternal, disgraceful statue in his domain, representing the death of time. The invisible conceptual thorn instantly crossed the bounds of space and time, descending directly before Xinyu. On the cruise ship, Liu Ruyan and the others' faces turned pale once more. They could clearly sense a power of finality more terrifying and despairing than the previous void tsunami locking onto their child. Before that power, they felt everything they were lost its meaning. Life, sole existence. All would return to absolute, eternal. Nothingness under that thorn. Yuer. Liu Ruyan screamed in terror, trying to rush over, but her body was pinned in place by that force, unable to. Even Chen Tian from a distance felt his saintly power completely frozen in that instant. He could only watch helplessly as the invisible thorn representing absolute death drew closer and closer to his little brother. Yet at this critical moment, Xinyu, the newborn babe in Chen Fan's arms, faced the conceptual thorn that could drive even a Dao ancestor to despair. His reaction was, he furrowed his tiny brow. Then he pouted slightly. He seemed quite displeased. He didn't like this feeling of being forcibly held down. It was like a child at play being forcibly stopped by an annoying adult and made to stand still as punishment. This feeling made him very angry. The consequences would be severe. So in the despairing and terrified gazes of Xinyu, this little master of time authority opened his soft pink mouth. Wah! A cry filled with grievance and anger rang out. With this cry, the most primal, most domineering, most unreasonable power of the time, Dao embryo within, at this moment completely spiraled out of control. When Xunyu's cry, filled with grievance and fury, rang out, the entire world changed. It did not slow down, nor did it speed up. Instead, it underwent a distortion far more bizarre and incomprehensible. In Chen Fan's arms, the space-time around Chen Yu seemed to be violently crumpled by an invisible giant hand. The three distinct dimensions of time, past, present, and future, were forcibly intertwined at this moment. The conceptual thorn, forged from all the power of Stop God and capable of nailing even a Dao ancestor into eternity, suddenly faltered as it pierced into this chaotic space-time. It had lost its way. It no longer knew which point in time it was meant to stop. Was it to stop Xinye's past? Or was it to stop Xinye's present? Or perhaps his future? When it tried to stop the present, it found that the present had already become the past. When it tried to trace the past, it discovered that the past had already leaped into the future. This was an ultimate dimensional reduction strike executed on the level of time itself. This is a time paradox. In the distance, the guide, Su, watching this utterly absurd scene, felt his body of gray mist no longer trembling, but convulsing. He felt that his newly rebuilt worldview had been shattered into pieces once again. A newborn baby merely because he was unhappy and cried out had triggered a time paradox. How could this be? It was not reasonable. It was 10,000 times more unreasonable than his own defection from the endless forbidden zone. The will of Stop God also fell into utter chaos and fear. For the first time, he encountered a power he could neither understand nor resist. His absolute stillness in the face of this unreasonable time paradox was as laughable and powerless as a fool trying to measure love with a ruler. No. A thought filled with despair echoed within the core of Stop God. He wanted to withdraw his power to flee this damned chaotic temporal region. But it was too late. A crying spoiled child was not so easily appeased. Little Qinyu, who had been punished by standing, seemed to feel that crying alone was insufficient to express his anger. In his eyes, once clear as crystal, the hourglass imprint, symbolizing the laws of time, began to spin wildly in reverse. A force of time more domineering and unreasonable than any before erupted from his body. This time it was no longer simple fast-forward or slow motion. It was forced time stripping and accelerated decay. He seemed to feel that the big broken clock that displeased him had existed for too long. So long that it bored him. Therefore he wanted to fast-forward. To fast-forward the lifespan of this big broken clock directly to its end. On the distant extinction sky plains, the colossal clock deity, billions of zhang tall and seemingly eternal, suddenly began to tremble violently. Its originally still rust-covered bronze hands began to move. At first they merely ticked forward one notch at a time, but soon their speed increased faster and faster. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The crisp, urgent sound of the turning hands echoed across the entire extinction sky plains. That sound was like the countdown of Stop God's life being frantically burned away. No. Stop. The will of Stop God let out an unprecedented roar filled with terror and despair. He tried to use his own absolute stillness law to halt the frantic spinning of his hands, but it was useless. Before Chunyu's unreasonable time acceleration, his vaunted stillness was like a mantis trying to block a high-speed train, easily crushed and shattered. His hands spun faster and faster. So fast they became blurred afterimages. So fast that even space-time could not keep up with their speed. In the eyes of those on the cruise ship, they witnessed the giant bronze clock undergoing a visible transformation. Its originally rust-covered bronze surface became new and smooth, as if it had returned to the moment of its birth. But this was only the beginning. The next second, the new surface began to age again, rust appearing once more. Then the rust deepened and thickened. Fine cracks began to appear on the clock surface. The cracks multiplied and grew larger. Countless parts peeled off and fell from its body. It was aging. It was decaying. It was marching toward death. Its entire life, spanning billions of epochs from birth to ultimate destruction, was forcibly compressed by Chunyu, this newborn baby, in the most cruel and direct manner into mere breaths. Such was the majesty of time. Such was the tyranny of the time embryo. Ah! A final roar filled with endless reluctance and despair echoed from the colossal clock on the verge of collapse. Then came a thunderous crash. Stop God, this being born from the concept of absolute stillness and a supreme overlord of the endless forbidden zone for countless epochs. Under the gaze of all, completely turned into a sky full of bronze dust. It drifted away with the wind. Body and soul annihilated. Not a trace of its existence remained. The world fell silent once more. The oppressive, stagnant force of absolute stillness dissipated like smoke. Only the catchy BGM continued to play merrily on loop. You love me, I love you, Mishu, a Bingxing sweet and true. As if offering its most sincere congratulations on this absurdly outrageous victory. The entire scene was dead silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed blankly on the little baby, still sobbing in Chen Fan's arms, seemingly not yet fully appeased. Only one thought echoed in their minds: was there anyone normal in this family? Alright, don't cry. Chen Fan looked at his youngest son, still wiping tears in his arms, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He quickly took out a freshly forged pacifier made from Chaos Mother Gold, still warm from his storage ring, and popped it into his son's mouth. Here you are, be good. Daddy made you a new toy. Try it, it's pure gold. Qinyu sucked on the pacifier a couple of times, seeming to find the taste acceptable, and gradually stopped crying. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the now empty plane in the distance, and couldn't help shaking his head. Sigh, another one that couldn't last. He turned to his family and servants, who were completely dumbfounded, shrugged, and wore a helpless expression. See, I told you raising kids is really expensive. Now I have to find a new toy for him. Everyone. They felt their hearts might just go on strike from overstimulation today. Alright, guide. Chen Fan ignored their expressions on the verge of collapse, and looked at Su, who was huddled in a corner trembling, trying to minimize his presence. Where's the next stop? Su shuddered violently at Chen Fan's question. He lifted his head with difficulty, looking at Chen Fan, his face hidden behind the mist, revealing an expression ugly. Returning to Master. The next stop is the ruins of oblivion. Of Forget God. Forgetfulness. The ruins of oblivion. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. It sounds like it might require a bit more skill than the previous two. He turned back, glanced at the resplendent golden luxury cruise ship still sailing through the void, then at the group of dazed immortal kings and immortal emperors who had yet to recover from the shock, and yawned in boredom. All right, let's move on. He waved at Su as if summoning an on-call chauffeur. Guide, lead the way. Yes. Yes, master. Su shuddered with fear, daring not to show any negligence. He instantly transformed into a streak of gray light, flying to the forefront of the ship, and began respectfully guiding the direction for these big shots he dared not provoke. The luxury cruise ship started again. It crushed the frozen space-time of the extinction sky plains and sailed majestically deeper into the forbidden zone of termination. Inside the cabin, Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingxian were huddled together, whispering about their parenting. Husband is really something, making such a young child like Yuer face such a dangerous enemy, Su Qingxian said, holding the sleeping Qinyu in her arms, her face full of concern. Though the incident had ended without harm, recalling it still sent chills down her spine. Indeed, the power of that stillness god was too bizarre. Even my spatial laws were nearly frozen. Yuer is still so young. Lu Qingxian echoed, her eyes also filled with worry as she looked at the sleeping. Only Liu Ruyan, as the woman who understood Chen Fan best in the family, gently shook her head, a helpless yet indulgent bitter smile on her face. You still don't understand our husband, she said softly. He may seem lazy and indifferent, caring about nothing. But when it comes to the children, he cares more than anyone. He must have his reasons for doing this. This is perhaps his unique way of educating. He doesn't want the children to take risks. He wants them to adapt and control their world-shattering powers in an absolutely safe environment. After all, our children are different from others. Hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Su Qingxian and Lu Qingxian, indeed, how could their children be the same? While other kids were playing in the mud, theirs were already playing with laws of the universe. While other kids cried over a piece of candy, theirs were already complaining that stellar lollipops weren't sweet enough. Thinking this, the two women's anxious hearts gradually eased. Perhaps Liu Ruyan was right. With their husband around, what was there to worry about? All they needed to do now was trust their man and strive to give him more and more formidable. Little rascals. Under Zu's guidance, the cruise ship soon sailed out of the extinction sky plains. The scene before them changed, no longer a pitch-black, dead plain. It was an endless expanse of ruins shrouded in thick, gray-white mist. Everywhere there were broken palaces, shattered divine weapons, and colossal, unimaginable bones of unknown. The entire world exuded an aura of vicissitude, antiquity, and oblivion, as if everything here was slowly being forgotten and erased by time. Master, this is the domain of the forgetfulness god, the ruins of oblivion. Zu's voice echoed in everyone's minds again, this laced with even more profound wariness than when facing the silence god and stillness god. The forgetfulness god is a primordial divine demon born from the concept of absolute oblivion. He is one of the most sinister and terrifying beings in the forbidden zone of termination. Because his attack targets neither your physical body nor your soul, he attacks your memory. Any creature entering the ruins of oblivion will have their memories quietly erased bit by the power of the forgetfulness god. Starting from the most recent memories all the way to the moment of your birth. In the end, you will forget who you are, where you came from, and everything you possess. You will become a hollow shell, a walking corpse. This is a spiritual, ultimate annihilation, more terrifying than death itself. Zu's voice trembled with fear. He himself had once experienced this dreadful oblivion. During his escape from the forbidden zone, he was hunted by the forgetfulness god for several epochs. Many times he nearly succumbed to the god's power, forgetting why he fled and his yearning for freedom. Had it not been for his last thread of obsession allowing him to escape, he would have become a wandering, thoughtless, pastless shell in the ruins of oblivion. Hearing Zu's explanation, everyone on the ship turned solemn. Erasing memories. That was indeed a more vicious and terrifying attack than outright killing. A person without memories, could they still be considered human? Just as alarm bells rang in their hearts. The intangible gray-white mist brimming with the aura of oblivion had silently enveloped the entire luxury. The first to show signs were the immortal kings and immortal emperors with the lowest cultivation. Who am I? Where is this? Why am I here? An immortal king stared blankly at his own hands, muttering to himself. His eyes grew hollow, like someone waking from a deep dream, having forgotten everything within it. Taoist Wang Yu. What's wrong? Another immortal king noticed his oddity and asked. But soon he too froze. Wang Yu. Who is Wang? Why did I call him Taoist? One by one, the mighty immortal kings and immortal emperors began, like victims of senility, to forget their closest companions and the purpose of their journey. Next were Shi Hao and Xingxuan. On the deck, the immortal Xingxuan, who had been diligently polishing the stellar lollipop until it gleamed, suddenly paused. She looked at the lollipop in her hand, then at the distant boy with double pupils who was training hard. For the first time, a trace of unfamiliarity appeared in her timid eyes. Why am I here polishing a glowing stick? Who is that boy with the strange eyes? Do I know him? Meanwhile, Shi Hao, who had been trying to comprehend the sword marks left by Chen Tian, felt his mind. Sword? What is a sword? Why am I here staring at these bizarre scratches, eh? He felt that the obsessions with swordsmanship, cultivation, and power in his mind were being drawn out and erased by an invisible force. Even Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Lu Qingxian were affected. Their expressions grew dazed. They looked at each other, at the children in their arms, at the man still leisurely lounging in his rocking chair in the distance, and a flicker of subtle confusion passed through their eyes. We seem to have forgotten something very important, Liu Ruyan murmured. On the entire ship, aside from Chen Fan and the few babies still sound asleep, everyone's existence was being mercilessly eroded by the power of the forgetfulness god. Yet Chen Fan, the instigator of it all, looked utterly displeased. Damn again. He felt that today, as the creator dad, was just unlucky. First the server lag issue, and now corrupted save data. Couldn't he just let me enjoy a family vacation in peace? This forgetfulness god is even more annoying than the previous two. Chen Fan grumbled inwardly. The silence god only stopped him from talking. The stillness god only stopped him, but this forgetfulness god wanted to format his memory. Though such power was utterly ineffective against him, it affected his wives, his child, even if only an adopted son, and his servants. That really ticked him off. My people, how dare you touch them? A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He made up his mind. He would make this being who dared toy with memory thoroughly experience what it meant to be unforgettable forever. His gaze slowly fell upon his sixth daughter, Qinzhou, who was still sleeping soundly, and Su Qingqian's arms drool at the corner of her mouth. This little girl was the owner of the causal Dao embryo. She was born with dominion over causality. And what is memory is the present effect resulting from the past cause. All of a person's actions, thoughts, and emotions are built upon this causal chain of memory. The forgetfulness god's act was severing this causal chain. So to deal with this clipper, no one was more suited than his daughter born to weave webs. Zhou'er, wake up, stop sleeping. Chen Fan reached out and gently pinched his daughter's chubby cheek. Dad will take you to see a more fun game. Chen Zhou, whose cheek had been pinched by her father, fluttered her long eyelashes and slowly opened her large, deep, and mysterious eyes, which resembled amethysts. She first yawned in a daze, then extended her tiny hand to rub her eyes, as if not fully awake. Daddy, the little girl called out in a soft, childish voice, and then naturally stretched out her arms, wanting to be held. Oh, my precious daughter. Chen Fan smiled and took the daughter from Su Qingqian's arms. Su Qingqian's gaze was still somewhat dazed. She looked at Chen Fan, then at Qinzhou, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but it seemed she had forgotten what she was about to say. Chen Fan looked at her like this and helplessly shook his head. With a thought, a pure creative force imbued with the essence of existence and memory instantly enveloped Su Qingqian and the others on the cruise ship. Instantly, the power of oblivion that was eroding their memories was isolated. Everyone's eyes regained clarity. What just happened to me? Starwhirl Immortal looked at the gleaming stellar lollipop in her hand, a look of lingering fear on her face. She had almost forgotten that she was the most professional lollipop polisher in the family. Such terrifying power. It could directly erase my memories. Sure, Hao was also shaken. He had almost forgotten why he cultivated and why he sought strength. After regaining their clarity, Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Lu Qingxian immediately cast wary glances towards the gray-white mist. Looking at the little daughter, still yawning in Chen Fan's arms, their hearts were filled with worry. Husband, the power of the oblivion god is too strange. I'd better not let Zhou'er. Don't worry. Chen Fan interrupted Liu Ruyan. He looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was curiously observing this new world, and a benevolent, fatherly smile appeared on his face. Our child is not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. It's time for her to move around and get familiar with her own town. With that, he carried Qinzhou to the bow of the cruise ship. Pointing at the endless ruins below, shrouded in gray-white mist, he said to his daughter, Zhou'er, do you see those drifting mists down there? I see them, Qinzhou nodded. Her amethyst-like eyes were unique. In her vision, the world was not composed of matter. Instead, it was made of countless, densely packed, crisscrossing, invisible threads. Each thread connected different. Some threads were golden, representing good karma. Some were black, representing evil consequences. Others were colorful, representing emotions and bonds. At this moment, within the gray-white mist, a shapeless shadow-like thing was holding an equally invisible pair of scissors, snapping the threads, connecting everyone's past, the threads representing memory. Every time a thread was cut, a celestial king on the cruise ship would let out a confused murmur. Who am I? Cutting threads. Qinzhou looked at the shadow, making mischief. Instead of being afraid, she found it. She seemed to think she could play this thread-cutting game too, and play it better. So under Chen Fan's encouraging and the tiny Qinzhou, imitating her father, also extended her plump, tender little hand, like a small meat bun. A look of utmost seriousness and focus appeared on her small face. Then her little finger gently pointed down at the oblivion god, who was frantically cutting threads. No, not allowed to cut. The little girl, in her soft, childish voice, uttered the first domineering decree of her life, imbued with the law of causality. As her words fell, an invisible, supreme, purple-gold divine light, representing absolute causality, burst forth from her fingertip. This divine light, ignoring time, space, and laws, descended directly upon the oblivion god. The oblivion god, who was frantically cutting the threads of memory and reveling in the pleasure of erasing others' existence froze. His invisible scissors stopped. A force more primal, more domineering which he could neither understand nor resist forcibly covered his entire mind. A thought filled with confusion and incomprehension emerged from the core of the Oblivion God. He didn't understand. Why? Why had his power of oblivion suddenly failed? He tried to activate his power again to cut those damned threads representing existence. But he failed. He found his scissors seemed to be stuck by an invisible glue, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. What terrified him even more was that he discovered a golden thread he had never seen before had somehow appeared on him. One end of this thread connected to his own primal core. The other end was deeply rooted in his own memory. No. To be precise, it was rooted in all the memories of the billions of beings he had once erased. The essence of the Oblivion God was forgetting. He had no memories of his own. His very existence was solely for erasing memories. But now this newborn little girl, using the most unreasonable method, had forcibly implanted a memory into him. Moreover, it was a memory database of extreme complexity containing countless universes, countless eons, and countless beings. No. I am the Oblivion God. I should not have memories. The will of the Oblivion God began to fall into unprecedented violent chaos and struggle. However, Qingyun seemed to find this game not fun enough. Watching the shadow writhing in agony, she pouted as if wanting more excitement. So she reached out her little hand again. This time she didn't weave threads. Instead, she gently flicked the golden thread already attached to the Oblivion God. Ding! A pleasant chime as if from the origin of the Tao. The golden thread of causality trembled violently. The next second, boom, like a bursting dam. An endless, infinite torrent of memories containing the lives of billions of beings across billions of eons of extreme complexity rushed madly along the golden thread into the primal core of the Oblivion God. The memory of a mortal's short decades from birth to death. The memory of a cultivator's 10,000 years of bitter training and worldly experience. The memory of an immortal's million years of loneliness watching the seas change. The memory of an immortal emperor's conquest of the heavens and overlooking the ages. Love, hate, passion, vengeance, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness. All of it, every emotion, every experience, every existence. In an instant, like the most terrifying spiritual virus, it surged madly into the Oblivion God's originally blank, pure essence of forgetting. A silent conceptual roar filled with boundless pain, infinite chaos, and utter despair exploded from the will core of the Oblivion God. He went mad. He, this innate divine demon who lived by forgetting, was at this moment utterly drowned by the infinite memories he himself had once erased. His existence and his concept clashed in the most intense, irreconcilable, ultimate paradox. Under every once stunned gaze, the originally formless shadow-like Oblivion God's body began to violently twist and expand. Finally reaching a critical point, a soft pop sound was heard. He self-destructed, not a physical explosion. But from the conceptual level, he was utterly erased by his own existence. Reduced to ashes. Not a single. With the disappearance of the Oblivion God, the gray-white oblivion mist that had shrouded the entire world dissipated. On the cruise ship, everyone's memories instantly returned to normal. They looked at the ruins before them, still filled with broken walls, and then at themselves, each wearing a dazed expression of having narrowly escaped disaster. We, just now, fell asleep again. Starwhirl, immortal, muttered to herself, looking blankly at the still pristine stellar lollipop in her hand. And Chen Fan, looking at his sixth daughter, who had casually played a Dao ancestor-level Forbidden Zone sovereign to self-destruction just because she found it not fun, couldn't help but let out another sigh from a father. One of both relief and helplessness. This girl takes after. It's just that her methods are a bit too brain-intensive. Chen Fan gazed at his sixth daughter, Qingyun, who was giggling merrily after successfully toying with an opponent at the Dao ancestor level, then glanced at the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors beside him, utterly dumbfounded, their eyes frozen in disbelief. He could not help but let out another sigh, a mix of gratification and helplessness from a doting father. This girl takes after me. He held his daughter, gently rocking her. It's just that her methods are a bit too. Killing a man only costs his head, but you've gone and burned out his CPU, force-feeding him terabytes of learning materials, drowning him alive in an infinite ocean of knowledge. Such a method is far too unphysical. Master. The guide Su, who had been cowering in a corner, trying to minimize his presence, finally fell. His body, composed of gray mist, was still convulsing violently from sheer shock. He drifted over, staring at the little girl in Chen Fan's arms, still babbling, as if savoring the thread game from earlier, his eyes brimming with a fear 10,000 times more intense than when facing the final heavenly Tao. He had lived through countless epics, witnessed the birth and death of universes, and seen the fall of Tao ancestors. But he swore he had never seen such an absurd, bizarre, and unreasonable way to die. Mo Shun was sung to death. Ji Shun was fast-forwarded to the end of his lifespan by a baby. And this Wang Shun, the heavyweight among them, was literally overstuffed by the infinite memories he had once erased, leading to a conceptual collapse and an instant self-destruction. What kind of nonsense was this? Su felt that his own Tao heart, recently repaired by his master and supposedly unbreakable, was showing signs of cracking again. He began to seriously doubt whether defecting from the final forbidden zone back then had been the right decision. He thought he had escaped hell only to leap straight into a den of gods that even hell feared. Master Zu's voice trembled. Wang Shen has been dealt with. Should we? He wanted to say should we leave, but the words died in his throat. He dared not. He feared that one wrong word might make this whimsical master with his peculiar mindset suddenly decide that this guide would make a fine new toy for the children. Leave? Leave for where? Chen Fan shot him a glance, as if looking at a country bumpkin who had never seen the— Your father here is a thrifty and family-oriented man. How could I waste the materials dropped by such a big boss? With that he turned his gaze to the remnants left after Wang Shen's self-destruction. Shards like broken mirrors shimmering with an eerie radiance. Memory fragments. These fragments were Wang Shen's essence. They were neither matter nor energy, but a pure collection of forgotten memories. Each fragment contained the complete past of a living being, or even an entire civilization from birth to extinction. To others this was more terrifying than any poison. Touching it could cause minor mental chaos, or worse be overwhelmed by the torrent of infinite memories, turning into a complete madman. But in Chen Fan's eyes these were prime crafting materials. Dad, can this stuff be used? Chen Tian, carrying his sword of nothingness, approached curiously. He could sense a chaotic and vast stream of information from the shards enough to make even him feel a pang of dread. Of course it can. Chen Fan smiled confidently. Everything can be used for my purposes. This is what creation truly means. With a wave of his hand, the tens of thousands of memory fragments scattered throughout the realm of oblivion were instantly gathered by an irresistible force of creation, converging into a colossal, multicolored memory orb. Let me see what goodies are in here. Chen Fan extended his divine sense into the orb, swiftly browsing through the endless memories erased by Wang Shen. Tisk, a cultivator who trained for 100,000 years only to be killed by inner demons during tribulation. Boring. A mortal dynasty where father and son, brothers and sisters fought for the throne. So cliché. Ridiculous. Holy crap, there's a civilization that advanced enough to traverse galaxies, but it was destroyed by a nuclear war started by two programmers arguing over code indentation styles. Absurd. Chen Fan shook his head as he read, his face dripping with disdain. These memories are nothing but tragedies, horrors, or farces. Full of negativity. How can I let my precious children play with these? No, they need to be purified. He reached out again, pressing his hand onto the massive memory orb. Authority of creation, memory reconstruction. He began his unreasonable modding operation. He forcibly stripped away the negative memories, those filled with sorrow, pain, and despair, from the orb. Then he infused it with his own memories from his past life, those filled with joy and silliness. The complete plot of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Walk thrusts for Tetris and Super Mario. Detailed recipes for braised beef noodles and Coca-Cola chicken wings. And those carefree happy times, gaming with dorm mates, bragging, watching videos. In his university days, he poured all these, what he considered the most precious and pure joy, generously into the memory orb. Buzz. After being injected with this joy virus, the once chaotic and motley multicolored orb suddenly burst into brilliant light. The aura it emitted was no longer one of desolation and stillness, but a pure childlike and joyful. All right, the raw materials are processed. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, then began the third round of his craft class. He kneaded the giant silly memory orb like clay, rolling, flattening, stretching it. Soon a set of countless colorful translucent building blocks appeared before everyone. Each block had a different shape. Some were small houses, some were little cars, and others were various small animals. And when you extended your divine sense into them, you could see the happy memories Chen Fan had infused inside. For instance, picking up a block shaped like Wolfie, you could see how Pleasant Goat repeatedly foiled Wolfie's schemes. Picking up a Mario-shaped block, you could see the plumber stomping mushrooms, collecting coins, and finally rescuing the prince. This is. Liu Ruyan and the others stared at the set of unprecedented imaginative toys before them, utterly mesmerized. They couldn't understand how these tiny blocks contained so many unfamiliar, fascinating stories and images. Daddy, what's this? It's so pretty. The two little girls, Chun Linger and Chun Ming, already had stars sparkling in their eyes. This is called Lego bricks. Chen Fan smiled, handing the unique conceptual toys, created from Wang Shen's essence blended with his most precious past life memories, to his daughters. With these you can build anything you want. Wow. The two girls cheered, immediately grabbing the pile of bricks and running off to play happily. Watching his daughters' joyful faces, Chen Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Having dealt with the material suppliers Mo Shun and Wang Shen, he felt that the attractions in his amusement park had grown considerably richer. All right, guide. He turned to Sue, who had completely given up on thinking, merely staring blankly at the pile of Lego bricks. Where's the next attraction? Startled by Chen Fan's voice, Sue shuddered violently and quickly replied respectfully, returning to Master. Beyond this realm of oblivion lies the final layer of the final forbidden zone, the core region. His voice was filled with an unprecedented, bone-deep terror. That is where the will of the final heavenly Tao slumbers and awakens. We call it the final throne. The throne of eternity. Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan finally sat up a little straighter in his rocking chair. In his eyes, always tinged with a hint of laziness, a rare flicker of seriousness gleamed. So that's where the mastermind behind the scenes lives. The one who's always trying to snatch my daughter and constantly unleashing viruses into my amusement park. Yai's master. Zu's voice trembled as he spoke. Even though he had broken free from the Forbidden Zone's control, the mere mention of that place and that existence still evoked an uncontrollable terror from the very depths of his soul. It was a kind of innate absolute reverence. The all low-level program feels before a system administrator. The throne of eternity is not a literal throne. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Su began the final and most crucial segment of his explanation as a guide. It is the core of the entire eternity Forbidden Zone, the manifested embodiment of the eternity heavenly Daos will in the world. There is no space, no time, no laws, and even the very concept of existence is exceedingly. There exists only the purest, most absolute termination. Any living being that draws near will have its very existence ruthlessly erased, dissolved by the eternity heavenly Daos will ultimately returning to the most primal nothingness. Zu's voice grew quieter and more tremulous as he spoke. Master, that place. That place is truly not where we, even you. Even with your immense power facing the original will of the eternity heavenly Dao. You would. He dared not continue, for he saw that on Chen Fan's face there was not a trace of fear. Instead, there appeared an expression of eager, excited anticipation. Oh, sounds like it's way more thrilling than those previous scenic spots. Chen Fan stroked his chin. His demeanor was not that of someone about to brave a deadly lair, but rather a seasoned gamer who, upon hearing about a newly released, extremely difficult dungeon, was itching to be the first to explore it. Husband. Liu Ruyan and the others also sensed the fear in Zu's words. They walked over to Chen Fan, their faces etched with worry. Though they held an almost blind faith in their husband, the mere name's throne of eternity and eternity heavenly Dao sent a chill through their hearts, even as beings at the immortal emperor level. What's there to fear? Chen Fan looked at his wife's anxious eyes, smiled, and drew them along with the little one still playing with building blocks and rattles into his embrace. I'm here. These three simple words seemed to possess the supreme power to suppress all realms of existence, instantly calming the anxious hearts of Liu Ruyan and the others. Indeed, with him here, what was there to fear? This was the man who could topple a Dao ancestor-level supreme being. He was the one who could make another Dao ancestor-level supreme being meet his natural end with the cry of a baby. What could a mere eternity heavenly Dao do to him? Alright, don't all look so grim. We're here on a trip, we should be happy. Chen Fan clapped his hands, then snapped his fingers at the luxury cruise ship that was still looping its catchy BGM. Full speed ahead. Destination, the throne of eternity. It wouldn't be good to keep our final boss waiting. The luxury cruise ship crushed the desolate and lifeless ruins of the Oblivion Ruins, grandly sailing towards the deepest part of the eternity Forbidden Zone. The further they went, the more bizarre and terrifying the surrounding environment became. The blue sky and white clouds personally created by Chen Fan had completely lost their effect here. The sky reverted to that absolute gray that devoured all light. No, it was even more profound than gray. It was a pure nothingness, as if even the concept of color had been utterly swallowed. The golden ground beneath their feet also began to grow unstable. The edges of the earth were being continuously eroded and assimilated by an invisible force, reverting back to that dead silence of nothingness. The aura of termination in the air grew thicker and heavier. Even the catchy brainwashing BGM on the cruise ship began to sound out of tune. You love me. I hate you. Honey Snow Castle. Bitter. To the end. Damn it. Even the BGM is getting corrupted. Chen Fan's eye twitched at the bizarre lyrics. He felt that his authority as the creator dad was being challenged like never before. Master, we're here. Just then Zu's terrified shriek echoed in everyone's minds. Everyone quickly looked ahead. There at the end of the endless nothingness, a black hole, or rather a wound, so immense it defied all description, hung silently. That was the throne of eternity. It was not an entity, but a concept. An absolute concept representing the end of the universe. It was like a terrifying wound on the universe itself, forever unhealed, constantly bleeding the blood of nothing. All matter, all laws, all existence that approached it would be mercilessly devoured, decomposed, and ultimately returned to that absolute nothingness. The moment they saw that wound, the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors on the cruise ship, who had only just been put to sleep by the sleeping rattle, woke up instantly. They were all ice cold and trembling as if they had seen a ghost. What is that? My Dao fruit. My Dao fruit is wailing. It's afraid. It wants to flee. No, don't look. Looking means death. Our existence is being... Even Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingxian, three beings at the immortal emperor level, felt as if their souls were being forcibly ripped from their bodies by an irresistible force the instant they saw that wound. Their sense of existence was thinning at an inconceivable speed. Was this the true form of the eternity? Just one look and one's existence could be erased. How could they possibly fight this? This was not even a battle on the same dimensional level. Don't look, it's bad for the eyes. Just as everyone was sinking into unprecedented absolute despair, Chen Fan's lazy voice sounded again. He simply took one step forward. Then his supreme will as the Creator Lord representing absolute existence erupted with a bang. An invisible golden ripple spread outwards from him in an instant. The terrifying eternity force capable of erasing the existence of an immortal emperor upon contact with this golden ripple seemed to meet its nemesis rapidly dissolving and retreating. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure weighing on their souls, threatening to erase them completely vanish they were saved. Once again saved by this man, who always performed miracles. All right, noise cleaned up. Chen Fan clapped his hands then looked up at the massive wound that represented the universe's ultimate fear. A brilliant provocative smile spread across his face. Hey, you in there? Stop hiding. I've brought my wife and kids to your place for a visit. As the host, aren't you going to come out and greet your guests? His voice was not loud, but it carried the supreme power of the Creator Lord. In an instant it pierced through the layers of nothingness barriers reaching the very core of the throne of eternity. Boom. As if responding to Chen Fan's provocation, that massive pitch-black wound suddenly contracted immediately after a will of eternity, more terrifying, pure, and more unreasonable than any before, descended from within the wound with a thunderous roar. This time it was not formless. It had condensed into an entity, a gray giant billions of zhang tall composed of the purest termination laws, with a featureless face. The giant slowly walked out from the wound. He simply stood there. The entire universe seemed to let out a groaning lament under the weight of his existence. He was the willed incarnation of the eternity heavenly Tao, the ultimate embodiment of destruction and termination in this universe. You are the source of the virus. An icy, emotionless voice composed as if from the death wails of countless universes resounded in everyone's minds. The gray giant slowly raised his hand. He pointed at Chen Fan, and at the group of little viruses behind him, which he found exceedingly obtrusive. Today, I will perform the final formatting upon you. When the avatar of the final heavenly Tao, the gray giant towering billions of zhang, uttered the word format, the entire world seemed to be silenced, as if a mute button had been pressed. Aboard that luxurious cruise liner, the white-browed Immortal King, the heavenly Emperor Haoyan, and a host of other supreme cultivators turned ashen-faced, trembling violently like sieves. Format. What a terrifying, overbearing declaration. They could clearly sense that as the gray giant's words fell, their very existence was being forcibly tagged with a pending deletion label by an incomprehensible supreme law. Their immortal bodies, their Tao fruits, their divine souls, even every trace of their past, present, and future within this universe, were being packed, compressed, and prepared for the recycle bin by an invisible force bit by bit. This was an experience a million times more despairing than death itself. For death at least left room for reincarnation. But to be formatted was to be utterly erased from the very root of existence. It's over. All over. Heavenly Emperor Haoyan, once the sovereign ruler of an immortal domain, had now completely abandoned resistance. He collapsed onto the deck, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself. After witnessing the true will of this final heavenly Tao, he finally understood how laughable and ignorant he had been. So before a true cosmic catastrophe, so-called immortal emperors and Tao ancestors were nothing more than slightly larger specks of dust. Husband, Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Liu Qingxian turned pale, immediately shielding all the children. Their bodies erupted with the terrifying pressure of the immortal emperor level. The Empress Eternal Imperial Way. The Supreme Sacred Bodis Ultimate Frost Laws. The Peak Immortal Emperor's Space Tao. 3 supreme forces enough to make any great world tremble, intertwined, without reservation, striving to build a final line of defense before their husband. Yet before the absolute concept of termination embodied by the gray giant, their power appeared so. That invisible force of formatting effortlessly pierced through their defenses, continuing to sweep toward them, and the despair. Unprecedented absolute despair gripped everyone's hearts. Except format. Chen Fan, the man who had remained utterly composed from start to finish upon hearing that word, showed no tension at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. He laughed so hard, he doubled over, tears nearly streaming. Ha ha. Format. Hey big guy, did you pick up an ancient copy of Computer Basics from some junk heap of a dead universe? Format. Why not say you want to give me a one-click ghost? Chen Fan's laughter rang out in that deathly silent, despair-filled world, jarring and grating. The gray giant's movements abruptly halted. His face, composed of pure termination laws and originally expressionless, for the first time showed a ripple of human-like bewilderment. He didn't understand. How could this tiny virus still laugh? Could he not feel the force of formatting that could erase? Hey big guy. Chen Fan finally stopped laughing, wiping the tears from his eyes. He looked up at the billion zang tall gray giant, his face showing an expression of sympathy and pity. Do you have some misunderstanding about the word format? Who do you think you are? A Windows system? Think you can format whoever you want? Have you asked me, this PC manager, for my opinion? With that, Chen Fan slowly extended a finger. He gently tapped that invisible force of formatting which had already enveloped the cruise liner and was about to erase everyone completely. Insufficient permissions. Operation cancelled. He spoke those 6 words in a mechanical, emotionless tone, mimicking the system prompt sound from his past life. The next second a scene unfolded that shattered even the will of the final heavenly Tao. That supreme force of formatting born from his own origin power and capable of erasing Tao ancestors under Chen Fan's finger, made a soft pop sound. Like a punctured balloon, it vanished instantly without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. The world fell into a deathly silence once more. The gray giant's body shuddered violently. In his eyes, formed of nothingness, an emotion called horror emerged for the first time. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. How could his divine authority of formatting fail? That was the ultimate erasure power, transcending all great Tao laws, acting directly on the root of existence. Why? Before this man, it was like an ordinary user without admin rights trying to delete system files only to be rejected by a casual insufficient permissions. Who was he? How could his permissions be higher than that of the final heavenly Tao? The will of the final heavenly Tao fell into utter chaos. And on the cruise liner, the immortal kings and emperors who had just brushed past the gates of hell were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Chen Fan, then at the surrounding space-time that had returned to normal, feeling their minds had turned into a complete mush. What just happened? That crisis of formatting which could have erased them all was resolved by the senior, with a simple insufficient permissions. I think I've comprehended again, murmured Immortal King Yanyu. He felt he had grasped another supreme truth, transcending all Daos. That is, before absolute permissions, all monsters and demons are but paper tigers. Husband. Liu Ruyan and the others gazed at his still calm back, their beautiful eyes no longer holding myriad, but a near absolute faith in a deity. All right, don't all look like you've never seen the world before. Chen Fan waved his hand impatiently at their stunned expressions. He found communicating with these natives far too tough. They couldn't even get the permissions joke. He looked up again at the gray giant, still questioning its existence, and flashed a smile filled with nuclear kindness. Hey, big guy. My PC manager has detected that this malware of yours has not only illegally invaded, but also tried to format my hard drive, and even attempted to abduct my desktop pet, referring to Chen Linger. The offense is extremely serious, the nature extremely vile. So I've decided. Chen Fan slowly, then he lightly stomped on the golden gleaming luxury cruise liner. To perform a forced uninstall. Boom. As his words fell. A divine might of creation, a million times more overbearing, unreasonable, and roguelike than the force of formatting, brimming with absolute existence and infinite creation, erupted from his being. This time it was no longer simple defense or clever resolution. It was an active destructive attack. He would make this malware that dared to challenge the dignity of him, the creator dad, thoroughly experience what it meant to be a dimensionality reduction strike from the system core. When Chen Fan uttered the words force uninstall, the supreme divine might belonging to him, the creator lord, the unique representation of absolute existence, could no longer be concealed. It erupted like a cosmic flood bursting through a dam, surging forth with overwhelming power. A resonating hum filled the air. The entire finality forbidden zone. This void of nothingness that had lain silent for countless epochs, where even time had lost its meaning, began to tremble violently and wildly in response to the eruption of his power. The luxurious cruise liner, forged from the core of the world tree, seemed to be infused with boundless energy, radiating a dazzling golden light that was resplendent and blinding. Countless divine chains of law imbued with positive concepts such as life, creation, hope, and joy surged forth madly from the cruise liner. Like billions of golden divine dragons, they roared, tearing through the dead gray expanse and sweeping toward the colossal gray giant that stood billions of zhang tall. This was an ultimate fundamental strike, a conceptual obliteration from the very roots. No. The gray giant, embodying the will of the finality heavenly Tao, felt this power. For the first time, his divine body, woven from the laws of termination, rippled with violent waves of what could only be called fear. He wanted to flee. He sought to retreat into his absolute sanctuary, the throne of finality. But it was already before Chen Fan, the creator lord endowed with the highest administrator privileges. This malicious software didn't even have the option to uninstall. Only forced obliteration awaited him. A sharp tearing sound echoed. The billions of golden divine chains effortlessly pierced the body of the gray giant, a form supposedly invulnerable, composed of the very concept of termination. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, not even the faintest ripple of energy. The moment those golden chains penetrated the gray giant's body, it began to dissolve, like snow melting under a scorching sun, or rather like a piece of erroneous code being deleted from the program's very foundation by an administrator with higher authority. What? A thought filled with boundless confusion, immense reluctance, and overwhelming fear echoed within the will core of the gray giant, which was on the verge of complete dissolution. He did not understand. He truly could not comprehend. Why? Why had this universe given birth to such an unreasonable, such an absurd existence? His own finality was supposed to be one of the two most fundamental ultimate forces of this cosmos. His mission was to maintain the balance of the universe, to guide everything toward the most perfect termination. Why before this man did his proud power of termination seem so laughable, fragile, and utterly pathetic? Could it be that everything he had upheld was from the very beginning wrong? Want to know why? just as the gray giant's will was about to fade completely. Chen Fan's lazy voice once again echoed in his mind. Chen Fan, holding his fifth son Yu, who was still sucking on a pacifier made of chaos mother gold, had somehow appeared silently before the gray giant. He looked up at this big fellow billions of times larger than himself, yet now flickering like a candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. A look of profound compassion and pity spread across his face. His gaze was that of an experienced loving father observing a mischievous stubborn child who had erred but refused to because you got one thing wrong. Chen Fan spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but every word seemed to contain the truths of creation, the mysteries of the universe. They were imprinted directly onto the primal core of the finality heavenly Tao. You thought that termination was the ultimate destination of this universe. You believed that nothingness was the final fate of all existence. Chen Fan shook his head and smiled. No, you are wrong. Utterly wrong. He looked down at the tiny infant in his arms who was curiously observing the world. Then he glanced at the cruise liner where his breathtakingly beautiful wives were watching him with concern and anxiety, and his mischievous but deeply dependent children. His eyes revealed an unprecedented tender light. It was a gentleness capable of melting ice and snow, reviving withered trees, and moving even the cosmos itself. Listen carefully. Chen Fan looked up again at the gray giant which had begun to grow ethereal. His voice became solemn and majestic, as if proclaiming an eternal, unchanging ultimate truth to the entire universe. This universe has never had any so-called ending, because the shore beyond termination is never nothingness. It is a new beginning. The end of death is never annihilation. It is a new birth. Just like when a universe reaches its end, it collapses and explodes, but its energy and essence transform into the seed that gives birth to the next new universe. Just like when a life completes its journey, it ages and dies, but its bloodline and spirit live on forever in another form through its descendants. This is what true reincarnation means. This is what true eternity is. And you? Chen Fan pointed at the utterly dumbfounded gray giant, a mocking curve forming at the you, this half-baked system administrator who only knows how to delete and nothing about creation. The laughable absolute termination you uphold in my eyes is nothing more than an endless self-deceiving. Because as long as there is a single life in this universe that continues to procreate, as long as there is a single father in this universe anticipating the birth of his child, your termination will never truly arrive. A thunderous roar echoed. Chen Fan's words struck like a primordial thunderbolt of creation. They slammed fiercely into the collapsing will core of the finality heavenly Tao. He understood. So this was it. Creation and finality were never opposites. They complemented each other. Together they formed the perfect, eternal cycle of the universe. And he, this pitiful being who only knew termination and not creation, from the very beginning was merely a link in this great cycle responsible for cleaning up the trash. He was never the supreme heavenly Tao. At best, he was just a slightly more advanced janitor. No. Upon realizing all this, the will of the finality heavenly Tao completely collapsed. His billion-so-fang-tall gray divine form could no longer maintain its shape. Like a weathered sand sculpture, it shattered inch by inch, scattering into countless gray specks of light. He had lost. Utterly and completely. He accepted defeat wholeheartedly. I understand. A faint thought filled with liberation and relief slowly dissipated into the void. So, the meaning of termination is for a better beginning. Thank you for making me understand the true essence of the Tao. Perhaps I too should enter reincarnation. With this final thought fading away, the supreme will of the finality heavenly Tao, which had shrouded the finality forbidden zone for countless epochs, vanished completely in that instant. He had chosen self-termination, then to seek a new beginning that belonged to him. The entire finality forbidden zone seemed to shed some heavy shackles at that moment. The oppressive, deathly gray saturated with the aura of termination was rapidly receding at a visible. In its place emerged a pure chaotic void brimming with infinite possibilities. This was no longer the graveyard of the universe. Instead, it had become a womb capable of nurturing a brand new universe. Done. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction as he beheld the transformed forbidden zone. He felt that today not only had he taken his children on a trip, but he had also incidentally performed a great deed. He had educated a stubborn, misguided child and saved a pitiful universe that was about to be ruined by its own father. I, this creator daddy, am truly magnificent. Chen Fan silently gave himself a big thumbs up in his heart. Then, holding his youngest son who had already fallen back asleep, while sucking on his pacifier, he turned to head back to the luxurious cruise liner, which was still playing Sweet Sweet Honey on a loop. However, the moment he turned around, an unexpected voice brimming with delight suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully educating the finality heavenly Tao, leading it to great enlightenment and self-reincarnation. Triggering the ultimate hidden mission, Universal Peace Prize. Reward: the completion of the 10 Sons Enlightenment Plan has been instantly raised to 100%. Reward: congratulations, host. Your 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th mythical offspring have been prematurely conceived under the blessings of the Tao and are about to be born. Chen Fan, what the hell? What's happening? Defeating a boss can drop children, and 4 of them at once. When the system notification tone announcing imminent birth echoed in Chen Fan's mind, he was utterly stunned. He stood there dazed, still holding his peacefully sleeping 5th son, Qingyun, his mind a complete blank. What is happening? What does premature gestation mean? What does imminent birth signify? Are my wife's bellies still? Could it be? An utterly absurd and preposterous thought suddenly surfaced in Chen Fan's mind. Could it be that I, the Creator Lord, have become so formidable that I can make my wives reproduce asexually and give birth out of thin air? No, that defies all science. Even if this is a fantasy world, it can't disregard the basic laws of nature so blatantly. While Chen Fan was still rooted to the spot, questioning his existence and trying to explain this supernatural phenomenon with his meager 21st century scientific knowledge. On the cruise ship, another anomaly occurred. Boom, 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 boom. 4 divine lights, more radiant, more vast, and more unreasonable than any before, erupted without warning from the bodies of Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Liu Qingshuan, shooting into the heavens. No, to be precise, it was 3. For one of those lights, the most dazzling and domineering, burst forth from Chen Tian, the eldest son, that reckless youth who was gleefully battling a horde of void beings. What the hell? Dad? What's happening to me? I feel there's something extra in my belly. Chen Tian, who was wreaking havoc in the void sea, abruptly froze in his movements. He looked down in terror at his flat abdomen, which still boasted an 8-pack, feeling as though his worldview had been repeatedly crushed by 10,000 primordial divine dragons. He, a man, a true alpha male. He seemed to be pregnant. Puffed. Chen Fan, witnessing this, could no longer hold back. The pent-up frustration of years nearly spewed forth. Damn, system, what the hell are you playing at? Is this a buy 1 get 3 free deal with random gender? My son, my own flesh and blood. How is he supposed to give birth? A section. Chen Fan felt that he, the creator daddy, was truly being driven mad today by this unreliable, idiotic system. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on the cruise ship. Husband. I feel it again. Liu Ruyan, once an empress, now clutched her lower abdomen. On her usually dignified and regal face was an expression of indescribable shock and joy. Within her belly, a purple-gold divine light pulsating with the aura of fate and reincarnation flickered. A new powerful life was gestating and taking shape at an unimaginable speed. Husband. Su Qingxian also clutched her stomach. Her usually gentle, smiling face was now filled with disbelief. Inside her abdomen, a Taiji Dao diagram woven from black and white threads symbolizing yin-yang and 5 elements was slowly rotating. The most absurd was Liu Qingxian. In her belly, 2 divine lights shone simultaneously. One was a blood-red light reeking of destruction and slaughter. The other was a golden light brimming with the essence of protection and order. These 2 opposing yet interdependent lights intertwined and spiraled within her, forming a bizarre balance of contradiction and harmony. Husband. I think I'm carrying twins. Liu Qingshuan, the peerless beauty who had just ascended to the peak of immortal emperorhood, without fully savoring her newfound power, stared blankly at her belly, feeling her mind completely overwhelmed. Could childbirth come with a buy 1 get 1 free offer? 10 sons proving the Tao. 10 sons proving the Tao. Chen Fan muttered to himself, gazing at the increasingly absurd spectacle of pregnancies before him. Finally, he understood. The system wasn't joking. It was using the simplest, crudest, and most unreasonable method to help him complete his grand 10 sons, proving his eldest son Chen Tian possessed the supreme bone, representing power and slaughter. His second daughter Chen Linger had the chaotic final Dao embryo, symbolizing creation and destruction. His third son Chen Fan was the primordial devourer beast, embodying devouring and refinement. His fourth daughter Chen Meng had the void Dao embryo, representing space and teleportation. His fifth son Chen Yu had the time Dao embryo, symbolizing time and process. His sixth daughter Chen Zhou had the karma Dao embryo, representing karma and fate. And now, in Liu Ruyan's womb was the seventh child, the fate Dao embryo, commanding fate and reincarnation. In Su Qingxian's womb was the eighth child, the Taiji Dao embryo, commanding yin-yang and 5 elements. In Liu Qingshuan's womb were the 9th and 10th children, a pair of twins. One was the destruction Dao embryo, commanding destruction and war. The other was the guardian Dao embryo, commanding order and protection. Power, creation, destruction, devouring space, time, karma, fate, reincarnation, yin-yang, 5 elements. The most fundamental and formidable supreme laws of the 3,000 great Daos had in the most absurd fashion converged upon the Chen family. No, there was another. Chen Fan's gaze snapped to his eldest son Chen Tian, who was still in the void, patting his belly in terror. Wait, Chen Tian is the eldest and already has the supreme bone. So what is this thing in his belly? Ding. Detecting the host engaging in logically chaotic thinking, this system hereby offers a friendly reminder. Just as Chen Fan's mind was turning to mush, the long-missed mechanical system notification sounded again. The 10 sons proving the Dao plan does not mean the host needs to have 10 offspring with different Dao embryos. Rather, after the host's bloodline evolved to the Creator Lord realm, it gained the infinite potential to gestate entities capable of bearing all Dao origins. Each of your offspring will be an incarnation of the Tao. As for Chen Tian, your eldest son, his supreme bone, has undergone an ultimate transformation under the dual stimulation of your creator power and the essence source of the final restricted zone. He is no longer a mere incarnation of power. He will become a perfect vessel bearing two supreme killing Daos, the Tao of strength and the Tao of the sword. What is in his belly is not your offspring. Rather, it is the first innate Tao sword, gestated from his own Tao sword. Chen Fan's eyes widened at these words. He looked again at his eldest son. Chen Tian's aura, that of a saint, was skyrocketing at an inconceivable speed. Early saint stage, mid-saint stage, late saint stage, peak saint stage. Boom. A sword intent more domineering, purer, and 10,000 times sharper than before erupted from him, shooting. The fire poker in his hand, casually forged by Chen Fan from divine Tao metal, began to hum with excited eager vibration upon sensing this sword intent. Then, before the utterly numb gazes of all, the black iron sword transformed into a streak of light and plunged directly into Chen Tian's belly. It perfectly merged with the sword embryo gestating inside him. My sword went into my... Chen Tian, utterly bewildered, rubbed his stomach. He felt that the shocks he had received today surpassed everything he had experienced in the past 16 years combined. Wah, wah, wah. At that moment, three clear cries, almost simultaneous, came from the ships. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingxian, and Lu Qingxian. Their children had been born. Chen Fan watched the increasingly absurd and unreasonable scene of childbirth before him. He couldn't help but let out another sigh. A sigh of a super dad who now had 10+1 sword embryo son, unruly heaven-defying children, a sigh both happy and helpless. Oh well. It's truly going to be lively now. He felt that his future days would be extremely eventful. As three crisp cries echoed across the entire and forbidden zone, Chen Fan's 10 children, proving the Tao plan, was declared complete in a manner so absurd that even he himself had not anticipated. The cruise ship cabin instantly became a scene of lively commotion. Liu Ruyan, once the lofty empress of the immortal domain, now held a baby boy with a purple reincarnation mark on his brow, her face full of tenderness. This little one was Chen Fan's seventh son, the master of destiny and reincarnation, the bearer of the fate Tao. The moment he was born, even the lingering will of the end heavenly Tao in the end forbidden zone trembled, as if yearning to embrace him and seek a new reincarnation. Chen Fan looked at the little one, stroked his chin, and said with a smile, "This kid will definitely make a good prophet in the future. Let's call him Chen Ming to command destiny and dominate reincarnation." Chen Ming. Liu Ruyan murmured the name, her eyes brimming with maternal radiance. On the other side, Su Qingxian, the gentle immortal with the Taiyin sacred body, also held a baby boy with a black and white taiji mark on his brow. This little one was Chen Fan's eighth son, the master of yin-yang and 5 elements, the bearer of the taiji Dao embryo. He seemed born to harmonize all things with a myriad. The laws of power that had grown turbulent due to the children's births instantly became docile and peaceful. Yin-yang harmony, 5 elements, mutual generation. This kid will surely be a good homemaker, Chen Fan commented with a laugh. Let's call him Chen Xian, profound and mysterious, the gateway to all wonders. The most lively scene, however, was with Lu Qingxian. She had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. In her left arm, she held a baby girl with a blood-red flame burning on her brow, exuding an aura of extreme destruction and war. This little girl was Chen Fan's 9th daughter. The moment she was born, Chen Tian, who was amicably conversing with a corrupted puppet in the distance, felt the power of his void sword surge by 30%. Good heavens, this girl is like a walking war buff. Chen Fan was stunned by his youngest daughter, whose temper seemed fiercer than her eldest brother's. Her destructive power will surely rival her second sister Linger. Let's call her Chen Zhan, simple and direct. In his right arm, Lu Qingxian held a baby boy with a golden shield. This little one was Chen Fan's 10th son. In stark contrast to his sister's aura of annihilation, he radiated a golden light of profound heaviness, stability, guardianship, and order. Just lying there quietly, he seemed capable of erecting an absolutely safe, eternal barrier for the entire world. One commands destruction, the other commands protection. You two are truly a born pair of contradictions. Chen Fan marveled at the twins, so different in nature, yet with interdependent auras. This guardian shall be called Chenin. May he protect our Chen family with peace for all generations. Chen Ming Chen, Xian Chen Zhan Chenin. This guardian shall be called Chenin. May he protect power, creation, destruction, devouring space, time, karma, destiny, reincarnation, yin-yang, 5 elements. Nearly all the supreme authorities of the 3,000 great Daos were covered by his family. Chen Fan looked at the 1, 2, 3, 4. A full 10 unruly children, each with the potential to annihilate heaven and earth, and felt his headache. What would happen if they fought in the future? One child was already a headache. If all 10 acted up, wouldn't they overturn the entire universe? No, it seems the construction of that cosmic playground must be accelerated, and its scale needs to be expanded 100 times. No, 10,000 times. Chen Fan silently updated his renovation plan. Husband, is Tiana? Is he all right? Liu Ruyan asked with concern, looking at her eldest son, who was still touching his belly in bewilderment. After all, a man being pregnant was far too unprecedented. It's fine, he won't die. Chen Fan waved his hand, and briefly explained the matter of the Dao sword to his wives through divine sense. After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, the three women finally relaxed, then looked at their eldest son with eyes. Tiana had it tough to have such an unreasonable father. So, there's really a sword in my belly. Chen Tian was dumbfounded after hearing his father's absurd explanation. He touched his still flat abdomen where he could clearly sense a supreme sword intent gestating and felt his worldview being shattered once again. Other protagonists achieved unity of man and sword. For him, it was unity of man and sword in a mother-child relationship. If he fought someone and suddenly shouted "Child, come forth," and pulled a sword from his belly. Just imagining the scene sent a chill down his spine. No, this is too embarrassing. No one can know. Chen Tian swore to himself. He decided that this born Dao sword would be his greatest secret. As he agonized over what pose to use when drawing the sword, Chen Fan's voice rang in his ears again. Tianer, don't just stand there. Your younger siblings have been born. Shouldn't the eldest brother go see them? Oh, coming. Chen Tian snapped out of it, gathered his thoughts, and flashed back to the deck of the luxury cruiser when he saw the four newborn siblings, each exquisitely cute, held in the arms of his three stepmothers. His heart, battered by the pregnancy shock, was instantly soothed. Wow, so cute. He cautiously approached Liu Ruyan, looking at little Chen Ming, with the purple reincarnation mark reaching out a hand, but hesitating to touch. Come Tianer, hold your brother. Liu Ruyan smiled, and handed Chen Ming to him. Chen Tian awkwardly took the soft, tiny brother. The moment he held his brother, he felt his heart, once cold and sharp from years of sword practice, melt. A feeling called responsibility and guardianship welled up. So this was the feeling of family. He had to protect his younger siblings. Come, don't just stand there. Everyone gather around. Chen Fan looked at the harmonious scene, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He called all his children and family to his side. Today is a memorable day for the Chen family. Let's take a family portrait. With a thought, the time-space treasure mirror transformed from the mute god course slowly floated before them. A flash of mirror light forever froze this warm, yet absurd moment. In the image, a lazy, seemingly harmless young man stood at the center, a hint of helplessness on his face, but more so a smile. Around him were three stunningly beautiful wives, each holding infants in swaddling clothes, their brow marks heralding their extraordinary identities. In front of him stood a 3-year-old girl, delicate as a porcelain doll, holding a snow-white rabbit made of void. Beside her was a chubby toddler over a year old, hugging a black bowl bigger than his head, drooling, as if pondering. At the back stood a heroic youth with a peculiar expression, his hand instinctively guarding his lower abdomen. This family portrait, arguably the strongest and most bizarre in all the myriad realms, was thus. After the portrait, Chen Fan turned his gaze to the pure chaotic void that had shed all and aura. He knew their family trip wasn't over. Although the ultimate boss and heavenly Dao had been educated into he felt things weren't completely settled. That being calling itself Su, that coordinate seed sent by the traitor of the Forbidden Zone. Was he truly just a pitiful soul seeking freedom? And the mysterious bronze coffin that appeared when his fourth daughter Chen Ming was born, what was its origin? This universe seemed to hide many secrets that even he, the creator lord, hadn't fully. Forget it, why think so much? Chen Fan shook his head, casting aside these jumbled thoughts. Face the enemy as they come, block the water when it floods. Can anything be more important than changing my baby? He lay back on his familiar rocking chair and lazily waved at Su, who had become a full-time tour guide and nanny. Little Su, this deep tour of the End Forbidden Zone has concluded successfully. Now recommend something else. Among the myriad realms, are there any fun, thrilling, and beautiful spots suitable for a family trip? An absolutely breathtaking scenic spot. Upon hearing Chen Fan's question, dripping with the essence of mundane life, Zu's form, composed of swirling gray mist, once again convulsed violently beyond its control. It felt as though its Dao heart, which it had barely managed to fortify in the joy of newfound freedom, was now on the verge of shattering once more. Master, my dear master, do you have any idea what we just did? We just drove one of this universe's two ultimate heavenly Daos, the Eschaton Heavenly Dao, into such a state of self-imposed seclusion that it chose to reincarnate itself. We just forcibly transformed the Eschaton Forbidden Zone, the most feared primordial ground across all realms, into a Disneyland filled with candy and chocolate. You call this an immersive tour? This is like digging up someone's ancestral grave and hosting a massive rave on top. And now you, the mastermind behind all this, with a look of lingering satisfaction, asked me where the next scenic At that moment, Su was utterly defeated. It finally understood why the mighty Eschaton Heavenly Dao had fallen so swiftly and decisively before this man. Because the neural pathways of these two beings were operating on entirely different frequencies. The Eschaton Heavenly Dao thought of how to end everything, how to format the universe. But this man thought only of where to take his wife and children and what style to build the next amusement park. One was a cold, unfeeling system programmed only to execute. The other was a living, breathing human brimming with humanity and unpredictability. Pitting humanity, perhaps this was the true reason for this master's invincibility. Having grasped this, Zu's heart, which had been pounding with terror, miraculously calmed. A novel emotion, one of honor, even surged within it. To become the guide for such an existence. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing. Reporting to you, master. Su steadied itself, its raspy voice echoing once more in everyone's minds. But this time its tone held less fear and more genuine reverence. If we speak of the most mysterious and dangerous place across all realms besides the Eschaton Forbidden Zone, only one remains. Oh, where is that? Chen Fan's interest was piqued. He felt like a rookie player who had just cleared the newbie village and was about to head to the next main city map. That place is called the Ruins of All Realms. Zu's voice grew immensely solemn. The Ruins of All Realms. Chen Fan repeated the name, feeling a faint sense of familiarity. Yes, Master, Su explained. If the Eschaton Forbidden Zone is the graveyard of all universes, then the Ruins of All Realms is the burial ground of all eras. It entombs the remnants and imprints of countless ancient vanished eras since the dawn of creation. The primordial era, the ancient era, the mythological era, the immortal ancient era. At the end of each era, the most stubborn existences, those unwilling to be erased by the Eschaton, fall into those ruins, becoming eternal territorial spirits. It is the end of time, the junkyard of history, and a terrifying place where the ghosts of all pasts gather. Oh, I see. Chen Fan nodded after listening, summarizing in his own words. So it's like a cosmic-level unfinished housing project, even bigger than the Eschaton Forbidden Zone, right? Uffed. Su was utterly broken again. Master, your analogy, though vivid, is far too disrespectful to those glorious ancient eras. So, is there anything fun there? Chen Fan continued, his sole concern always being this. Fun. Su felt its mental processor starting to overload again. It struggled to think for a moment, then spoke with profound uncertainty. Reporting to you, Master. It is said that the most powerful Daos and laws of countless eras are buried there. For instance, the undying legacies left by the immortal emperors and Dao ancestors of the primordial era, and the immortal battle intent left by the body cultivation titans who attained sainthood through flesh in the ancient era. Even the primal divine essences left by the innate gods who existed since the dawn of the mythological era. Oh, sounds like they're all pretty durable local specialties. Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly. He turned back to look at his eldest son Chen Tian, who was still relentlessly pummeling a group of void creatures in the sea of nothingness, though a hint of boredom had crept onto his face. Then he glanced at his youngest daughters, who had already begun to lose interest in the Lego blocks and sleepy time rattles. That familiar, benevolent father smile spread across his face once more. It seems it's time to get the kids a brand new set of more durable dungeons. All right, it's decided. Chen Fan slapped his thigh, making the decision outright. Next stop, the Ruins of All Realms. Guide, lead the way. Why? Yes, Master. What else could Su say? It could only accept the order with tears. It felt that today the gold medal guide might have to become the chief pioneer raid leader for a hell difficulty dungeon. Just as the Chen family's luxurious cruise ship was about to turn and head for the next tourist attraction, an unexpected little trouble arose. Daddy. The fourth daughter, Chen Ming, who had always been held by Lu Qingshuan quiet and well-behaved since birth except for the time she tore through space, suddenly extended her tiny fair hand, pointing at the ruins of the extinction heaven plains now completely renovated by Chen Fan. Amidst the sky-filling bronze dust left by Godstopper's self-destruction, a palm-sized, seemingly ordinary bronze fragment lay silently. That fragment appeared to be the most core and durable part of Godstopper's vast billion-zhong divine body. Miraculously, it had survived Chen, yes, terrifying time acceleration. And now Chen Ming, the daughter of space, possessing both the void Dao embryo and the nine-orifice exquisite heart. Her large, lively eyes, black as gemstones, were fixed unblinkingly on that bronze fragment. Her little mouth was slightly open. Drool was almost dripping out. Eat. The little girl babbled indistinctly. Her gaze and expression were exactly like her third brother Chen Fanchen, who would eat anything. Chen Fan. Lu Qingshuan. Everyone. No way. Sir. Another one. Is our Chen family going to be overrun by foodies? Seeing his fourth daughter Chen Ming, who had always behaved like a quiet little princess, now drooling over a piece of scrap metal that looked utterly unappetizing, just like her gluttonous third brother, and clamoring to eat it, Chen Fan felt a headache coming on. Meant to be good. That's not good to eat. Chen Fan walked over, attempting to use his standard spiel, which had fooled the children countless times before, to divert his daughter's attention. That thing is cold hard and smells of rust. It'll hurt your teeth. See, your third brother isn't eating it. He pointed to Chen Fanchen beside him, who was diligently trying to swallow his own sky-devouring bowl. However, this time his parenting wisdom failed. Chen Ming seemed to have an extraordinary obsession with that bronze fragment. She paid no heed to her father's words, simply stretching out her little hand, pointing at the fragment, and muttering incessantly. Eat. Fragrant. Chen Fan was stunned. He carefully scanned the bronze fragment with his divine sense. That fragment was indeed the transformed core of still spirit, containing the purest conceptual law of absolute stillness. But what did that have to do with fragrant? In Chen Fan's view, it probably tasted like a piece of raw iron that had been thoroughly oxidized for 100 million years. Bitter, astringent, and crumbly. How could his daughter think it was fragrant? Husband. Perhaps. Let her try. Lu Qingshuan, holding their daughter, looked uncertainly at Chen Fan. She also felt that the bronze fragment didn't seem like, but she trusted her daughter's instinct more. After all, every one of their children was an unreasonable monster. Their instinct might be more accurate than any Grand Tao principle. Chen Fan hesitated. It wasn't that he feared his daughter would get an upset stomach. After all, his kids were like little cannons, strong teeth, even stronger appetites, and digestive capabilities rivaling a cosmic black hole. His main concern was that it might taste bad and ruin his daughter's first experience with delicacy. After all, this was the first time his Minger had voluntarily asked to eat something. This first bite was momentous. It had to be handled with care, just as Chen Fan was agonizing over whether to use his laws to add some ketchup or salad dressing to the bronze fragment for flavor. His fourth daughter, Chen Meng, held in his arms, seemed to grow impatient. The little girl's lively big eyes narrowed. The tiny silver vortex mark on her brow suddenly flickered faintly. A terrifying invisible force brimming with the concepts of space and teleportation emanated from her small. The next second, before the eyes of everyone who had already run out of expressions to show, that palm-sized bronze fragment far away on the ruins of the extinction heavenly plains appeared in Chen Meng's little hand, without any warning, completely ignoring all spatial distance. This is absolute spatial teleportation. Void, the former Forbidden Zone Supreme, nearly dispersed in fright upon witnessing this scene. What had he just seen? A newborn baby had actually performed the supreme divine ability that, according to legend, only the most ancient creator gods who wielded the origin of the space Tao could master. Ignoring distance, ignoring barriers, directly teleporting an object from one point to another. This was no longer simple spatial travel. This was modifying the very definition of distance from a conceptual monsters. This entire family are monsters. Void felt his language system had completely collapsed. He now just wanted to find a corner and quietly become a thoughtless background prop. Chen Fan too was stunned for a moment after seeing his daughter's casually displayed heaven-defying feat. Then he burst into hearty laughter. Good. Excellent. Truly my daughter. Her talent far surpasses her mother's, who only knows how to tear space with brute force. Beside him, Liu Qingxuan, who had just recovered from her shock, blushed instantly upon hearing this. She shot her husband a resentful glare. What did he mean by only knows how to tear space with brute force? She was a peak immortal emperor now, wasn't she? However, when she saw her daughter's effortless spatial divine ability, the slight resentment in her heart instantly transformed into boundless pride and honor. As expected of my and my husband's daughter. So outstanding. At this moment, Chen Meng, having obtained her coveted appetizer, was overjoyed. She held the bronze fragment, still radiating traces of absolute stillness, up to her eyes and examined it curiously. Then, under everyone's tense and expectant gaze, she opened her pink cherry-like lips and gently bit down on the fragment that could shatter an immortal emperor's teeth. Crunch, a crisp sound like biting into the most delicious potato chip, rang out. The core origin of still spirit, which even Chun Yes time acceleration couldn't completely obliterate, was effortlessly bitten off a piece by Chen Meng, a mere newborn. Then, like a little hamster, she puffed out her cheeks and chewed earnestly. Her black, gem-like eyes instantly curved into two adorable little crescents. A look of unprecedented satisfaction and bliss bloomed on her face. Good. Eat. The little girl with her lisping speech gave the first food review of her life. Chen Fan. Liu Qingxuan. Everyone. No way. Was this thing really delicious? Seeing his daughter's blissful expression, as if she were about to bubble over with happiness, Chen Fan even began to doubt himself. Had his understanding of delicacy gone astray? Could this aged iron actually be some rare, incomparable delicacy? Just as he was still agonizing over whether to go pick up a piece and taste it himself, another change occurred. After Chen Meng completely swallowed the bronze fragment, her small body suddenly blazed with brilliant light. The silver spatial vortex mark on her brow began to spin wildly. The space around her also began to fold, twist, and reconfigure in a way that was 10,000 times more terrifying than when Liu Qingxian had broken through. Boom. An awe-inspiring, boundless imperial might, as if it would encompass the entire universe, erupted from her tiny form. Born and instantly became an emperor. No, it wasn't over yet. Immortal Emperor initial stage. Immortal Emperor mid-stage. Immortal Emperor late stage. Immortal Emperor peak. Half-step Tao ancestor. Boom. Finally, her aura stabilized at a realm that made every immortal king and immortal emperor present feel despair. Quasi-Tao ancestor realm. A newborn less than an hour old had eaten a piece of scrap metal and directly soared to the Quasi-Tao ancestor realm, a height countless immortal emperors had failed to reach after eons of bitter cultivation. At this moment, on the cruise ship, the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors who had just barely awakened upon sensing the terrifying pressure from Chen Meng that compelled them to prostrate themselves. Their eyes rolled back, their heads lolled to the side. In unison, they fainted gloriously once again. This time it wasn't the lullaby rattle that put them to sleep. They were scared unconscious. Gazing at the fallen immortal kings and immortal emperors sprawled across the ground, Chen Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn, these guys have such fragile mental fortitude, don't they, eh? He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Isn't it just that my daughter just became a Quasi-Tao ancestor at birth? Is it really that shocking? Back in the day when I was her age, I was just immortal, but I could pee 3 meters away. Did I ever boast about it? Did I ever feel proud? Chen Fan shook his head, deeply contemptuous of these natives of the celestial realm, and they're making a mountain out of a molehill. Meanwhile, Void, sensing the terrifying pressure radiating from Chun Meng that nearly matched his peak form, found his body of gray mist no longer convulsing but disintegrating. He felt that the understanding he had just built of this divine family was once again being ruthlessly shattered. Born, and already a quasi-Dao ancestor. All because she ate a piece of the Godstopper's remains which he himself had dismissed as worthless. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? At that moment Void profoundly grasped an ancient philosophical question from a distant earth. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He felt that all his countless eons of existence had been lived. His arduous escape from the forbidden zone in pursuit of so-called freedom and existence now seemed like, look at her, born right in the lap of luxury. No, she was born and directly devoured that luxury like an Aleokiniat buffet. Why is the gap between people so vast? Husband. Minger. She. Lu Qingxuan, the newly ascended immortal emperor, and just made mother stared blankly at her daughter, who was smacking her little lips, savoring the delicacy, feeling her mind had completely stopped working. She had cultivated painstakingly for thousands of years, endured countless life and death trials, and with the dual blessings of her husband's prenatal education and the nine-orifice exquisite heart, barely managed to break through to the peak of immortal emperor during childbirth. But her daughter, born less than an hour ago, she just ate a snack, and then became a quasi-Dao ancestor. How could she as a mother bear this? Lu Qingxian felt that her own cultivation at the peak of immortal emperor was nothing but a joke in front of her daughter. Not bad, not bad. Only Chen Fan, looking at his daughter's almost defying the heavens growth rate, wore a deeply gratified fatherly smile. Minger's talent is impressive. It seems my formula for the void Dao fetus and nine-orifice exquisite heart was spot on. The results are stellar. He was growing increasingly confident in his parenting skills as a creation dad. He felt that if this trend continued, each of his children would undoubtedly become peerless powerhouses capable of standing alone and suppressing an era. Then, as their father, he could completely retire, lie back, and enjoy a divine life with his wife and children by the warm. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's mood became exceptionally cheerful once again. All right, stop looking like the sky is falling. Chen Fan clapped his hands, snapping everyone out of their extreme shock. He pointed at the immortal kings and immortal emperors lying haphazardly across the deck, and said with some disdain, "Wake them up, don't let them lie around taking up space." "Yes, master." Meng Pu, the only old servant who had retained a shred of clarity, promptly responded. She walked over to the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors, extended her hand withered like a chicken claw, and gently tapped each of them on the forehead. A gentle force brimming with the aura of reincarnation and awakening instantly surged into their divine souls. What just happened to me? I feel like I had a dream. Dreaming that Senior's daughter became a quasi-Dao ancestor. Immortal King Wang Yu was the first to slowly regain consciousness. He looked around blankly, feeling as though he had lost. Daoist Wang Yue, you weren't dreaming. Immortal King Bai Mei, a relatively seasoned veteran with a tougher mental constitution, climbed up from the ground with a bitter smile. So, it's really. Upon hearing this, Immortal King Wang Yu's eyes instantly bulged. He whipped his head around to look at the little girl in Lu Qingchuan's arms, who was still yawning, when he sensed the vast pressure emanating from that tiny body. A pressure so immense it compelled him to prostrate himself without a single rebellious thought. He rolled his eyes back and nearly fainted on the spot again. Fortunately, this time he was prepared. He pinched his thigh fiercely, using the sharp pain to forcibly keep himself conscious. It truly is the quasi-Dao ancestor. His voice trembled as he stared at Chun Meng, his gaze as if beholding a walking living deity. As the other immortal kings and immortal emperors gradually awoke and accepted this brutal reality, their reactions were strikingly uniform. They did not faint again, nor did they make a huge fuss like before. Instead, they all, without exception, performed the same action. They sat down cross-legged in unison. Then they closed their eyes and began to enter a meditative state. What are these guys up to now? Chen Fan looked at this bizarre scene somewhat puzzled. Master, they seem to have attained enlightenment. Void, the newly appointed guide, explained in an extremely complex tone. Enlightenment? Chen Fan was even more confused. They can attain enlightenment just from being scared unconscious by my daughter. Does my daughter have some kind of epiphany aura built in? No, it's not that, master. Void shook his head. They didn't attain enlightenment because of fear, but because of despair. Despair? Yes, master. Void explained, for beings like them who have cultivated bitterly for billions of years just to barely reach the realms of immortal king or immortal emperor. Their lifelong pursuit is to take one more step and glimpse the legendary Dao ancestor realm. But this path is too difficult, so difficult that it leaves them without a shred of hope. They had long been resigned to despair. But today they saw a newborn baby merely by eating a snack effortlessly reach a realm they dared not even dream. This extreme, insurmountable gap completely shattered the last shackle in their hearts named obsession. Since effort is futile, since bitter cultivation is a joke, Then why cling to realms and bottlenecks? When they completely let go of this obsession, their Tao hearts instead gained an unprecedented liberation, and so they attained enlightenment. Void's words left Chen Fan in a brief silence. He looked at those immortal kings and immortal emperors sitting cross-legged, each emanating a profound and mysterious Tao rhythm. He suddenly felt that he might understand them a bit. It felt like an ordinary person who had worked hard carrying bricks all his life only to see a newborn rich kid whose father directly gave him a small goal of tens of billions. That impact, that sense of powerlessness, that feeling of doubt about the entire world. Indeed, it was enough to make any normal person question life on the spot, or even see through the mundane world. I guess this is my own unique way of saving all beings, huh? Chen Fan silently quipped to himself. He felt that without realizing it, he, the creation dad, had taken on a part-time job as a spiritual mentor. Oh well, let them enlighten. Chen Fan waved his hand, deciding to ignore them. He looked up toward the deeper parts of the realm of forgotten remnants. Guide, isn't it time for the next, and also the last attraction? His voice was not loud, yet it made those immortal kings and immortal emperors who had just attained enlightenment shiver violently. They opened their eyes in unison. Their gazes were filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and the fear of the unknown journey ahead. There's another attraction. Fears more. Wang Yue, immortal king, having just awakened from his state of epiphany, heard Chen Fan's casual inquiry, and his Tao heart, which had barely settled in relief, instantly leaped into his throat again. He looked at Chen Fan with an almost pleading gaze, his voice trembling. Senior, perhaps we could stop here for today. Yes. The other immortal kings and emperors chimed in. Senior, look, it's getting late, though there's no sky here, and the children must be tired. We should head back and rest early, don't you think? Indeed. This old man feels that the epiphany just now was quite fruitful and needs time to properly digest it. Right. Digest. We must digest it well. These supreme powerhouses whose mere stomp could shake entire star domains in the immortal realm now resembled reluctant schoolchildren. They racked their brains for flimsy excuses, trying to escape the upcoming lesson. No way. If they toured any longer, they might actually be scared to death. The first scenic spot, Emo Shun, whose Tao heart collapsed from a single song, fell into self-isolation. The second scenic spot, Ji Shun, was fast-forwarded to a natural death by a baby's cry turning into dust. The third scenic spot, Wang Xin, even more extreme, was overwhelmed by another baby's infinite memories, leading to a conceptual paradox and self-detonation. Was this called tourism? This was a live broadcast of 100 bizarre deaths of Forbidden Zone Supremes. They now seriously suspected that this senior's so-called family outing was nothing but a premeditated, planned, and ruthless Tao heart destruction journey, targeting them, the audience. What? You don't want to go? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at their expressions of aversion. No. We want to go. We dream of going. White-browed immortal king, the most adept at reading the room, stepped forward first, his face beaming with a sincere smile. To follow the senior and tour these forbidden lands where none in the myriad realms dare tread is a fortune we couldn't cultivate in eons. However, he shifted his tone, adopting an even more sincere voice. However, we are but mortals with shallow vision and unstable Tao hearts. The boundless divine might of you, senior, and the young masters is, too, overwhelming for us. If we see more, we might be enlightened to the point where our Tao hearts can't bear it and would ascend on the spot. White-browed immortal king's words were earnest and moving. He subtly flattered Chen Fan and his children. At the same time, he tactfully expressed their overwhelmed state and humble wish to log off. It was a true. However, Chen Fan just curled his lip. Ascend. Dream on. I haven't agreed yet. None of you are clocking out. He pointed to the distant, pure, chaotic nothingness that had completely shed its finality aura. The last boss has been re-educated by me to turn over a new leaf. This deep tour of the finality forbidden zone is drawing to a successful close. Now it's time to head back. Hearing those three words, all the immortal kings and emperors felt as if pardoned. They were so excited that tears of joy streamed down their faces. Wonderful. Finally they could go back alive. They felt this journey was 10,000 times more thrilling than the most brutal war of immortal emperors they had ever experienced. However, just as everyone was about to cheer, Chen Fan's, however, brimming with a demonic aura, rang out again. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats again. Chen Fan stroked his chin, revealing a benevolent smile that sent chills down their spines. Before we return, we need to handle one small matter. He turned to look at Su, who had been diligently playing the role of a background prop. Guide, you said earlier that the finality heavenly Tao kept staring at my linger to assimilate her into the new Lord Yai's master. Su felt a chill under Chen Fan's gaze and could only steel himself to answer. So that so-called throne of finality is actually a place akin to a realm of inheritance? Chen Fan continued asking. It can be understood that way, master. Su grew increasingly uneasy. He felt that his unreasonable master was about to pull off something earth-shattering again. Oh, I see. Chen Fan nodded, then looked down at his second daughter Chen Linger, who was playing curiously in Liu Ruyan's arms with a snow-white rabbit made of nothingness. A tender fatherly smile spread across his face. Linger, come here. Daddy. Chen Linger, hearing her father's call, immediately dropped the nearly bald, nothingness rabbit in her hand, ran over on her short legs, and leaped into Chen Fan's arms. Linger, Daddy asks you. Chen Fan held his daughter and pointed to the distant wound of the now harmless throne of finality, asking with a smile, does that place look like a really, really big slide? A slide. Chen Linger followed her father's finger, looked at the bottomless dark wound, and then at the chaotic nothingness inside, full of infinite possibilities. Her big, clear eyes instantly lit up. It does. It does. The little girl clapped her hands excitedly. Daddy, Linger wants to play on the slide. All right. Chen Fan laughed heartily and kissed his daughter on the cheek. Then he looked up at the group of utterly dumbfounded immortal kings and emperors, and at Su, who was nearly scared into disintegrating again. He announced in a matter-of-fact, unquestionable tone, I've decided. That throne of finality will henceforth be Linger's exclusive slide. Who agrees? Who opposes? A dead silence fell over the scene. Agree? Oppose? Who would dare? Even if you said you wanted to pack up the entire universe and give it to your son as a marble to play with, we could only kneel and shout. The senior is wise. The senior is magnificent. In this eerie silence, the will of the finality heavenly Tao, which should have completely dissipated and gone to reincarnate, suddenly appeared again without warning. Deep within the throne of finality, in that pure chaotic nothingness, a gray light point, even smaller and purer than the previous seed of finality, abruptly flared up. Then a power of ultimate finality, more terrifying and resolute than the earlier nothingness tsunami, erupted from that light point. Since ending is not the terminus of the universe. Since my very existence is a mistake. A grand will filled with infinite madness and absolute destruction thundered across every corner of the universe. Then let everything, along with me, return utterly to the true nothingness. He was going to self-destruct. This former finality heavenly Tao, after comprehending the true essence of the Tao, chose the most extreme and tragic way to fulfill his final mission. He wanted to drag the entire universe and all existence down with him. Boom. That gray light point began to expand and contract wildly at an inconceivable speed. An ultimate Big Bang capable of erasing all the myriad realms along with every past, present, and future was about to detonate in the next second. Damn. Can't take it, so you flip the table. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment at the sight. He never expected that this finality heavenly Tao, after being educated by him instead of having a great awakening and turning over a new leaf, had actually turned dark and wanted to take the whole universe down with him. That won't do. Chen Fan frowned. Too much noise. ITLL, wake my kids up. As a father, what he hated most was someone making a racket while his... Looks like he'll have to use that move. Chen Fan sighed, a helpless expression on his face. Then amid everyone's terrified and bewildered gazes, he slowly opened his mouth. As Chen Fan slowly opened his seemingly unremarkable mouth, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The luxury cruise liner forged from the World Tree's core halted its advance. The mesmerizing and brainwashing background music abruptly ceased. Even the ultimate singularity of annihilation, destined to detonate the entire cosmos in the next second, seemed to pause its frantic expansion and contraction for a fleeting moment. The gazes of all, whether awake or unconscious, human or non-human, existent or non-existent, at this moment converged unanimously upon Chen Fan's mouth. They did not understand. They utterly failed to faced with the cosmic conflagration capable of erasing the myriad realms. What did this inscrutable creator patriarch intend by opening his mouth? Was he about to utter some earth-shattering divine decree? Or perhaps expel a primordial breath potent enough to freeze time and space? Or was he summoning some ultimate hidden weapon within him? No one knew. They could only stare in bewilderment. They watched the man, always languid and seemingly indifferent to everything, now reveal an unprecedented solemnity and gravity upon his face. Then they heard it. A call as ancient and domineering as the dawn of the universe itself. Fanshin, time to eat. When these two words, brimming with domesticity, burst from Chen, every sentient being present experienced a mental shutdown. Time to eat? You can't be serious. Sir, what time is this? The universe is about to explode. The world is ending. And you're calling? Is your meal studded with diamonds or capable of saving the world? Yet just as everyone thought Chen Fan had lost his mind from the shock, a tiny unexpected figure wobbled out from the cruise liner's cabin. It was a chubby pink-cheeked toddler no older than 1 or 2. In his arms he clutched a pitch-black object larger than his head, resembling a bowl. A glistening trail of drool hung from the corner of his mouth. He was none other than the Chen family's third son, the ultimate foodie whose sole purpose in life was to eat. Chen Fanshin. Eat. Chen Fanshin, seemingly just awakened, rubbed his eyes, dark as ink like 2 tiny black holes, and gazed at his father with some confusion. Then following his father's pointing finger he looked. He saw deep within the throne of annihilation. That gray singularity frantically expanding and contracting, poised to annihilate everything. To others it was the embodiment of death, the source of despair. But to Chen Fanshin, the little gourmet possessing the bloodline of the primordial heaven-swallowing beast, that spinning, twinkling little gray ball looked Like a uniquely flavored, super mega explosive popping candy. Wow. The little one's eyes instantly lit up. Within his pitch-black pupils burst forth an unprecedented radiant brilliance. He discarded the heaven-swallowing bowl already pitted and gnawed from his chewing and opened his tiny pink mouth. He inhaled sharply towards the singularity of annihilation that was about to ignite the universe. Ahush! A childish cry filled with boundless longing for delicacy echoed. The next moment, a colossal black vortex, more terrifying, more profound, and more unreasonable than the one at the land of karmic retribution materialized around Chen Fan's tiny mouth. The vortex unleashed an ultimate devouring force capable of swallowing the entire universe. The entire forbidden zone of annihilation, the golden land and blue sky, just renovated by Chen Fan, began to warp and crumble violently, as if it were about to be wholly consumed by this minuscule vortex. And that singularity of annihilation in its frantic expansion and contraction, upon contacting the black vortex, trembled violently. Its will once filled with madness and destruction now flickered with a hint of fear. It wanted to flee. It wanted to prematurely self-destruct. But it was far too late. Before the ultimate progenitor of the devouring Tao, before the supreme incarnation of the concept of eating any energy form, any existence, had only one, that was, to be eaten. The singularity of annihilation potent enough to destroy the myriad realms offered not a shred of resistance. It was forcibly dragged from the depths of the throne of annihilation by that irresistible, terrifying suction, then transformed into a streak of gray light, with a whoosh like a pebble cast into an abyss. It was silently sucked into Chen Fan's tiny mouth. Burp, a satisfied belch escaped his lips. The little one patted his round little belly, then smacked his lips as if savoring the recent taste. Finally, his chubby face twisted into an expression of utter disdain identical to his fourth sister Chen. Not tasty. Hurts. Teeth. The little one with lisping words delivered his final food review on this ultimate cosmic calamity that had once driven countless Tao ancestors to despair. Then he wobbled over to the discarded heaven-swallowing bowl, picked it up, hugged it, and resumed chewing. As if his monumental feat of devouring a heavenly Tao on the verge of self-destruction was merely eating an expired, unpalatable popping candy. The world plunged into absolute silence once more. The surging sea of nothingness halted. Chen Tian, locked in a chaotic battle with the corrupted puppet, also stopped. On the cruise liner, the newly awakened immortal kings and emperors collectively rolled their eyes, foaming at the mouth, and fell into utter unconsciousness. Liu Ruyan, Su Qingqian, and Lu Qingxian stared at their youngest son, still gnawing on the bowl. They opened their mouths, but could not utter a single word. Only Chen Fan, watching his foodie son who always brought him surprises at critical moments, could not help but release another sigh. A mix of relief and helplessness from a weary super dad. Ah, this kid takes after me. It's just his palate is a bit too picky. As the last unwilling will of the finality heavenly Tao was swallowed by Chen Fan like a sour candy that didn't taste great, the entire finality forbidden zone, this ultimate nightmare that had plagued countless worlds for eons, finally welcomed its true and ultimate conclusion. The surging void sea, bereft of the will of the finality heavenly Tao, began to rapidly calm and dissipate, eventually transforming into the purest chaos, chi capable of nurturing all things. The ruins of oblivion, filled with broken walls and rubble, also shed their eerie aura of forgetfulness, becoming an ordinary ancient ruin steeped in the vicissitudes of history. Yet Chen Fan and his rambunctious children, the amusement park world they had renovated and transformed here, remained like an unaffected independent kingdom, still gleaming with gold and filled with cheerful background music. In that moment, the entire finality forbidden zone seemed to transform from a hell of death and despair into a newbie village brimming with opportunities and possibilities. Master Su, the golden guide who had witnessed this most absurd boss battle in cosmic history, now gazed at Chen Fan and his illogical little immortals with a look akin to worshipping a god. His body, formed of gray mist, was no longer trembling. It was glowing. A golden light filled with hope and rebirth. He could feel that with the complete dissipation of the finality heavenly Tao, this bug born from finality, had finally welcomed his true freedom. He was no longer that traitor who had to survive in the crevices of chaos. He could now stand tall and exist as Su, an independent name in this brand new universe. And all of this was brought to him by this lazy, seemingly harmless man before him. Master, great kindness needs no words. From now on, little Zus' life is yours. Su knelt heavily before Chen Fan once more. This time his prostration was more devout and willing than— Alright, cut that useless stuff. Chen Fan waved his hand impatiently. What he hated most was this kind of tearful melodramatic scene, like a farewell of life and death. You're free now. Go wherever you want, Chen Fan said. In his view, this guide had fulfilled his historical mission. It was time for him to pursue his own life. Yet Su, upon hearing this, showed not joy but panic. No, master. Little Su won't leave. He clung to Chen Fan's thigh, though he had no form, crying though he had no features. Master, you can't abandon me. The myriad worlds are so vast. Little Su is so alone and scared. Little Su only wants to stay by your side, serve you tea, and be your attendant. Even if it means being a storytelling toy for the little master's little Sue is willing. Leave the thickest golden thigh in the universe. Was Sue stupid or crazy? After witnessing how this family treated the finality Heavenly Dao as an EXP pack to farm, only one thought remained in Zu's heart: die on this golden glittering pirate ship. This was the safest and most promising place in the entire universe. Chen Fan watched this sticky candy clinging to his leg, refusing to leave, and found it both amusing and exasperating. Fine. From now on you'll stay and be a history teacher for my kids. He thought for a moment and assigned a new job position to this guide, who had rendered meritorious service. You've lived long and seen many unfinished projects. From now on you'll be responsible for teaching them the history of the ancient forgotten eras. ITLL also serve as patriotic education, letting them know how hard-won our peaceful, stable, candy and chocolate-filled life is. History teacher. Patriotic education. Sue was baffled by these fresh terms he couldn't comprehend, but he nodded excitedly. Yes, master. Little Sue guarantees to complete the task. Little Sue will unreservedly teach all the secrets of the primordial, ancient, and mythological eras to the little masters. He felt this history teacher role was incredibly important. A glorious mission to nurture the next generation of creation gods. Having settled Zu's re-employment, Chen Fan finally turned his gaze to the group of immortal kings and immortal emperors still lying on the deck as if dead. He walked over and kicked them one by one. Hey, wake up. Stop playing dead. The boss is done. Time to go home. I am alive. Qingyun, immortal emperor, was the first to stir. He touched his body and looked at the new world around him, no longer gray, but filled with chaotic energy. He felt as though he had dreamed a long, real nightmare. Senior. When he saw the young man still looking at him with disdain, he could no longer contain his excitement and relief at surviving. With a thud, he knelt before Chen Fan, clutching his leg and wailing. Senior, you are my reborn parent. From now on, I, Qingyun, and my Qingyun immortal court. Know the entire immortal domain will follow your lead. You are our only god. The other immortal kings and emperors upon waking followed suit. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and worshipping Chen Fan madly. The scene was 10,000 times more fervent than the most devout believers worshipping their deity. They were truly terrified and utterly convinced. After witnessing how Chen Fan effortlessly played to death a cosmic-level Heavenly Dao, no trace of resistance or disrespect remained in their hearts. They only wanted to cling tightly to the universe's thickest golden thigh. All right, get up. Chen Fan was overwhelmed by these tearful old actors. You're all so old, crying like this, what's the point? Hurry back to your immortal realms. Don't delay me in taking my kids home to sleep. Yes, senior. Hearing the word home, all the immortal kings and emperors felt as if pardoned. They scrambled up from the ground, respectfully stepped aside, and dared not even breathe loudly. Chen Fan ignored them. With a wave of his hand, the golden luxury cruise ship started again. It tore through the spatial barrier of the finality forbidden zone and carried Chen Fan and his boisterous army of brats toward home. The immortal kings and emperors remained kneeling respectfully in place until the ship vanished from their sight. Only then did they slowly rise. They looked at the reborn former finality forbidden zone, now teeming with life and possibility. They exchanged glances, seeing the same complex emotions in each other's eyes: shock, fear, awe, and ecstasy. They knew that from today the structure of the myriad worlds would change forever. A new mythological era centered on the unfathomable creation dad was about to unfold before their eyes. And they, the lucky participants in this family trip, would undoubtedly become the most dazzling trendsetters of this new age. In the demiplane at the Chen family courtyard, when the familiar warm sunlight fell upon them again, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally home. It's comfortable at home. Chen Fan stretched and lay back on his exclusive rocking chair. He glanced at the yard. His eldest son Chen Tian was enthusiastically studying the incomplete Dao sword in his belly. His second daughter Chen Linger and fourth daughter Chen Meng were happily building a crooked castle with the Lego set. His third son Chen Fan was gnawing on the sky-swallowing bowl with relish. As for the four newborn little ones, they had been taken to their rooms by their mothers and settled. Everything seemed to have returned to the peaceful daily routine. But everyone knew something had changed. Chen Fan, lying on the rocking chair, watched this warm, harmonious scene in the yard, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He felt his life had reached fulfillment. A beautiful wife, lovely children, a warm home. Wasn't this the simplest happiness he had always sought? Sigh, invincibility is truly lonely as snow, he sighed leisurely. He felt his future days might be spent in this unpretentious yet dull routine of raising kids. But just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, an unexpected voice rang in his ears. Excuse me. Is this the home of Mr. Chen Fan? The voice was crisp and pleasant like an oriole. Chen Fan lazily opened his eyes. He saw at the courtyard gate a girl standing there. She wore a green long dress, had twin tails, looked about 16 or 17, and was exquisitely beautiful and adorable. Her face bore a mix of nervousness and curiosity. In her arms, she held an ancient unadorned sword scabbard. Chen Fan frowned at this sudden stranger. Who are you? What do you want? The girl seemed more nervous at his question. She bowed deeply to Chen Fan and said in a clear, serious voice, Mr. Chen Fan, hello. I am your system. Chen Fan. The girl looked up, revealing a sweet professional smile. Full name: blessed with many children, creation, dad, super supreme, VP, exclusive, personified, intelligent guiding spirit. You can call me Xiaoyai.